At the 5th Academy of the Great Xia Kingdom in Tianfeng City, the classroom was buzzing with excitement, but Zhang Ze was just casually gazing at the scenery outside the window. While he was lost in his own relaxed thoughts, completely oblivious to his surroundings, the classroom was like a war zone, with one agitated student climbing onto a desk and kneeling. Praying to his ancestors, he lit incense, begging the gods to grant him an A-rank talent awakening. The student next to him, annoyed by this spectacle, shouted, "Seriously, man, don't be so greedy. In this entire country, there aren't even 1,000 people with A-rank talents." Another student behind him had his head down, incredibly tense about which talent he would awaken tonight. Someone even heard that a student from the previous year awakened an S-rank talent and was immediately sent to Qingda Military Academy and has now become a first-tier demonic realm powerhouse. Powerhouses in this world are divided into 5 tiers: first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, and finally, fifth tier. Only fifth-tier powerhouses can typically handle high-level demonic beasts. Human talents are also divided into 7 ranks, from D rank to SSS rank. The higher the rank, the greater the power, making it easier to slay demonic beasts. Only by awakening an A-rank talent, do you have any hope of passing the assessment to become a first-tier powerhouse? Back in the present, school had just ended. Zhang Ze slung his backpack over his shoulder and checked his watch. It was getting late, so he had to hurry. He needed to get home and prepare to enter the demonic realm tonight. Opening the classroom door, Zhang Ze silently vowed that he would do his best to awaken an A-rank talent in the assessment. At this point, there was only 10 minutes until the awakening. Glory or shame would all be decided in this moment. Zhang Ze pressed a button on his watch, which immediately shot out a flash of light, and right after, the space around him transformed before he could react. When he opened his eyes, a little elf girl appeared. "Welcome to the demonic realm." She was his guide elf. Zhang Ze was tense. He asked anxiously, "Is this the novice training ground of the demonic realm?" The elf girl requested that he please set a name and an outfit to use in the demonic realm. Zhang Ze had already prepared for this. Name, Rakshasa. Outfit, face covering. He thought to himself that everyone said the demonic realm was dangerous, so it was best to hide his true identity. The elf girl happily granted his request. In a flash, the elf released energy that enveloped his body, transforming into a black outfit that made him look incredibly cool. The elf girl then began her instructions. "Rakshasa, we will now awaken your talent. Just place your hand on the crystal ball, and your talent will be displayed on it." Following her instructions, he placed his hand on the crystal ball, his mind, only hoping to awaken an A-rank talent. The crystal ball began to glow, and he shouted, "Give me an A rank." The crystal ball grew brighter and brighter, but then the light suddenly went out, leaving Zhang Ze completely bewildered. Seeing no other reaction from the ball, he asked the elf, "Is that it? What rank is my talent?" The elf looked at the crystal ball with a shocked expression. Her silence made his face turn pale as cold sweat broke out, and he was on the verge of tears. "Don't tell me I didn't awaken any rank at all." But reality is stranger than fiction. He had actually awakened an SSS-rank talent. Hearing the elf girl's words, he couldn't believe his own ears. The elf then announced, "Zhang Ze has awakened the SSS-rank skill talent, a type of skill that only exists in legends. In this world, no one had ever seen a person possess such an outstanding skill." Zhang Ze was truly incredibly lucky. After hearing this, Zhang Ze was ecstatic. Just awakening an S-rank talent was enough to get into prestigious universities and secure a bright future. Yet, he had awakened an SSS-rank talent. This meant he finally had the chance to change his destiny. Then, the elf pointed to the information panel in front of him. "This is the guide for Zhang Ze's summoning art talent." She told him to check his attribute panel himself for more details later. His skill: SSS-Rank Summoning Art Level 1, Experience 0 out of 1000. Consumes 10 mana, 60-second cooldown. Effect: after killing a target, you can summon a clone of that target. This clone is completely identical to the original, has no time limit, and can be leveled up to a maximum of the 5th tier. Zhang Ze was utterly amazed after reading this. This summoning art was just too overpowered. Level 1 of the summoning art can summon 10 clones, and level 2 can summon 30 clones. All he had to do was kill a monster, and he could summon another monster in its place. At this rate, couldn't he eventually form a massive army of monsters and lead a legion of bosses? Just the thought of it made him tremble with excitement. He then tapped a button on the panel to view his character sheet. The information displayed was: name, Rakshasa, C. Nation ID 24751176. Health, 100. Mana, 110. Damage, 1 to 10. Speed, Strength. Constitution and Agility were all 10 out of 10, but his Spirit was 11 out of 10. Skills: First Tier SSS Rank Summoning Art. Equipment, none. Overall Evaluation, Novice. He was a bit surprised after reading it. His spirit was a bit higher than a normal person's. Could it be because he was a transmigrator? Afterwards, the elf waved goodbye to Zhang Ze. As the mission ended, the demonic realm began to dissipate, revealing the sky. A blue sky and sunlight appeared above a vast arena, with 4 pillars arcing lightning between them. A female instructor raised her hand and shouted, "All you novices, gather over here. We are." A teacher from the Demon Realm Management Bureau was explaining the basics of the Demon Realm, but the students didn't seem to hear the female instructor as they were all busy chatting loudly. Seeing so many new people, Zhang Ze couldn't help but get excited. This many people made it feel like a true demon realm. Just then, the students were gathered around a young man, showering him with praise. He pointed to himself and smugly introduced himself as Great Strength Fist, with an A-rank talent. The 2 people beside him were full of admiration, even though their own B-rank talents had already made them quite content. "I can't believe someone awakened an A-rank talent. That's so impressive." Another student, feeling insecure about his D-rank skill, fell to his knees and started bawling. The teacher sternly commanded, "Everyone get in line. We will now begin distributing weapons." A moment later, the new students formed a neat line and received their weapons one by one. The teacher warned them to remember this well. The demon realm is not a game. "Watch me go on a rampage." But Zhang Ze was practicing his archery on a target. He didn't know that he had already caught the teacher's attention. Zhang Ze looked at his arrows. Only one had hit the bullseye. This bow was harder to control than he had imagined. After shooting so many arrows, only one hit the bullseye. In a real battle, I won't get so many chances to miss. I don't even have a single summon right now, so I absolutely cannot be reckless. But first, I need to improve my archery skills, then find an opportunity to strike and get my first summoned creature. After a very long time, he had fired countless arrows. Zhang Ze stared forward with a determined gaze. He straightened his back, eyes locked on the bullseye, then drew the bowstring and released an arrow aimed right at the center. The arrow flew swiftly and struck the bullseye perfectly. Zhang Ze saw a large health pool but is extremely slow. The Shadow Wolf is the boss of the first-tier demon creatures. It's fast, has high attack power, and its Shadow Thorn skill unleashes 5 consecutive attacks on a target, also applying burn and bleed effects. Just then, 2 new students were being chased by a lava turtle, forcing them to scream for their lives in terror. The lava turtle aggressively pursued the 2, who were pale with fear and shrieking in panic. It then stomped hard on the ground, making the 2 students lose their balance and get thrown away. The lava turtle roared, raising its leg to crush one of the students, who desperately threw his hands up to block. Before it could stomp him, an arrow flew in from out of nowhere but simply bounced off its shell. Seeing this, Zhang Ze waved to get the lava turtle's attention. "Hey there, cute little turtle. Want to play a game?" It glared fiercely at Zhang Ze. Receiving such an affectionate look, sweat started pouring down his face. In moments like this, silence is golden. A second later, the lava turtle began to hunt him down relentlessly. It was determined to chase him to the ends of the earth. A cloud of dust kicked up wherever they went. Zhang Ze ran forward in a panic, screaming all the way. After running for a while, Zhang Ze was nearing the altar. He picked up his pace, luring the lava turtle closer to the altar. Sensing the demon beast's approach, the altar instantly unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that struck the creature. Seeing it was weakened, Zhang Ze immediately fired 3 arrows that lodged deep in its back. Draining the last of its health, the lava turtle started to disintegrate into tiny fragments. The system notified Zhang Ze that he had obtained a low-grade strength demon soul orb. Truong Trak wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the demon soul orb in his hand, thinking that using the altar's magic barrier was indeed the right choice. The system displayed the Demon Realm's guide. After a Demon Realm monster dies, it will randomly drop a Demon Soul Orb. The quality of the Demon Soul Orbs is divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, and orbs of different colors have different attributes. Red is for strength, green is for constitution, blue is for spirit, and yellow is for agility. Absorbing these Demon Soul Orbs will grant corresponding attributes. Truong Trak had killed 1 lava turtle. Now he could summon 1 clone, and the system asked if he wanted to summon it. Truong Trak said loudly, "Summon!" Then a huge surge of energy appeared in front of him. Next, a lava turtle emerged from the energy surge, letting out a loud roar. Seeing this, Truong Trak couldn't help but laugh happily. He reached out to touch its face, playing cheerfully with the lava turtle. "Hey, this is my first summoned beast." The scene changes. A group of people are fighting a violent rabbit. One person who was previously attacked in the face is down on the ground crying out in pain. The other 2 were tense and ready to receive its attack at any moment. There was a rustling sound, and they realized someone was approaching from behind. When they turned around, they suddenly screamed, "We're screwed! There's a lava turtle behind us!" With death on both sides, the young man with the bloody nose stood up for one last fight. But what surprised them even more, on the lava turtle's back, there was someone sitting there. Truong Trak, riding the turtle, was smirking smugly and greeted them loudly. "Hello, bros." The 3 people below couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Monsters in the demon realm were supposed to attack on sight, so why wasn't that turtle attacking Truong Trak? How bizarre. If that's the case, then does that mean monsters in the demon realm can be tamed? The person standing beside them was filled with admiration, but the guy who just got hit said there was nothing to admire. He then got the idea to try and tame the rabbit that was menacing them from behind. If he succeeded, that rabbit would carry them out of here. He truly didn't know his own limits. A fool trying to show off. As soon as he finished speaking, the rabbit gifted him another punch that knocked out several of his teeth. Seeing their friend's set of teeth get shattered by the rabbit, the other two charged forward to fight it, each one unleashing their own skills, wanting to take the rabbit down. Suddenly, the rabbit stood still, then began to gather power to enter a berserk state. Seeing this, the three of them screamed in terror. "We're so screwed! What kind of rabbit is this violent?" One of the three seemed calmer. He told the other two not to be afraid because the rabbit only had a little health left. If the three of them charged together, they could definitely finish it. But unfortunately, two more just arrived. Seeing so many rabbits, all three of their faces turned pale. In another spot nearby, Truong Trak was riding his turtle for a stroll, musing to himself. The sunset on this great plain is truly magnificent. Suddenly, the rabbit stood still, then began to gather power to enter a berserk state. Seeing this, the three of them screamed in terror. "We're so screwed! What kind of rabbit is this violent? So beautiful it can calm the soul." While chilling and watching the sunset, Truong Trak suddenly heard desperate cries for help. Before he could react, the berserk rabbit was right in front of him, lunging to attack. Truong Trak dodged while ordering the turtle to use its tail to attack the rabbits. The turtle whipped its tail once, causing the three rabbits to lose a significant amount of health. Truong Trak was shocked, not expecting his own damage to be lower than his summons, but then the turtle lost its advantage and was counterattacked by the three rabbits. Truong Trak panicked. "The turtle is too slow. Even with high defense, it can't handle three rabbits attacking at once." He had to quickly find a way to distract them. The enraged turtle whipped its tail once more. This time, the three rabbits lost more health than from the previous attack. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Truong Trak immediately took out his bow to send one to meet its maker, followed by the second one. After shooting, Truong Trak didn't forget to praise his little turtle. At this moment, the berserk rabbit leaped up and hit the turtle on the head with a pretty painful blow. Seeing this, Truong Trak cursed the ill-mannered rabbit, vowing that he would not let his first summoned beast die like this. After saying that, he shot an arrow towards it, but the damage was frighteningly low, barely scratching it. He shouted loudly to the turtle that was gnawing on a rabbit's ear in the distance, "Return to the summoning technique, or you'll die for sure." Right at that moment, the turtle leveled up to level 2, and with one whip of its tail, the violent rabbit was killed instantly. Truong Trak held the 3 cores and happily celebrated his victory. A notification appeared, 3 violent rabbits killed, currently able to summon 3 clones of the rabbits. The system asked if he wanted to summon them. Without hesitation, Truong Trak yelled, "Summon." 3 rabbits were summoned, and seeing them made him grin with delight, because now he had 4 summoned beasts. Suddenly, a message came from the class group chat. The teacher was requesting all students to immediately return and gather at the altar because they had an important announcement to make. Seeing the notification, he was also confused. What could be so urgent? After everyone had gathered at the altar, a teacher stepped forward to speak. "Hello, students. How do you find the first floor of the demon realm? After so many days of training, I believe none of you should have any problems, right?" He warned them that the first floor's boss monster is the Shadow Wolf, which is not something they can handle. Since it was their first time, Trung had specially invited a demon realm powerhouse to guide them. She would lead them to fight the first boss, the Shadow Wolf, and open the second gate. Liu Yueying stepped forward and gave a brief introduction. Her name in the demon realm is Yueying. Someone below recognized her as the upperclassman who awakened an S-rank talent last year, the one recommended to the Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Yueying continued. She hoped they wouldn't underestimate the first floor boss, because it was much harder to deal with than they thought. "If you're with me, you all must follow my orders. If you act on your own, you'll be responsible for the consequences." After that, Yueying invited everyone to join the party. Zhang Ze saw her attribute panel appear, but all the important information was obscured. He couldn't tell who was stronger between her and his summoned beast. If he could take this opportunity to capture the Shadow Wolf, that would be fantastic. At this time, the bright sun shone through the dense forest, and Yueying was leading the newbies deep into the woods. Zhang Ze thought to himself that he was currently concealing his true power and couldn't summon his beasts, otherwise he would frighten them. Just then, 2 violent rabbits jumped out from the bushes, while a lava turtle also charged forward, letting out a growl. Seeing this, a girl loudly urged everyone to fight together. Yueying grasped the hilt of her sword and then made her move, moving gracefully. and sliced down the demon beast in front of her. Two male students in the party watched in awe. She had completely annihilated the demon beasts with a single sword strike, truly befitting a powerhouse who had awakened an S-rank talent. Yu Ying turned to them and said, "No more nonsense. Let's keep going." Seeing this, Zhang Ze thought to himself that she was indeed impressive, and it seemed impossible to steal the boss from her. They traveled from morning until late at night, when a wolf standing on a towering rock tilted its head back and let out a howl at the moon. A male student among the newbies saw this and shouted loudly, "That's the howl of a shadow wolf. We've arrived." Just then, a strange portal materialized in front of them and Yue Ying. Yue Ying glanced to the side and warned, "This is the dungeon gate, which means the shadow wolf is about to appear. If at an the attacks formed golden arcs of energy, successfully sending the wolf to meet its maker. Right after, the wolf's corpse began to dissolve into particles, and the fog gradually cleared. Seeing this, the newbies couldn't help but celebrate, cheering endlessly. Yue Ying is too. Amazing. The boss has been defeated. Someone at the front who had a crystal clear view immediately recognized it. That's Yu Ying's S-rank talent skill. It's Light Slash. Hearing this, Zhang Ze felt very puzzled. Just then, the system displayed the info panel for the Light Slash skill. It strikes a designated target with a single slash, and the damage is doubled with each subsequent hit, up to the final doubled slash, which will trigger a finishing blow, dealing immense damage. At level 1, Light Slash inflicts 3 consecutive slashes on the target. At level 2, Light Slash inflicts 5 consecutive slashes. Yue Ying held in her hand a demon soul orb and said, "The first floor key, they've all received it." Then, Yue Ying raised her hand and pressed the close button on her system control panel. The system displayed a notification, after which Yue Ying crossed her arms across her chest, urging everyone to quickly pass through the first floor portal because the boss would respawn in 1 hour and her mission was complete. Now she had to return to the 5th floor to kill the boss there. Suddenly, something startled the girl in white, who quickly warned Yue Ying, "There's something behind you." Hearing this, she immediately turned her head toward the dungeon gate. The gate was now beginning to transform. Seeing this, Yue Ying immediately recognized it as a sign of a new boss. She found it very confusing. How can this be? It hasn't even been 1 hour. The dungeon gate erupted, releasing a powerful energy that spread out into the surroundings. Seeing this, Yue Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This isn't right. This aura is different from the usual one. Just then, a large and ferocious shadow wolf stepped out of the dungeon gate. Its face was filled with vicious, barely registered attack was quite heavy, so the system immediately notified her that she was bleeding, and every 10 seconds she would lose 1% of her health. If she didn't stop the bleeding in time, she would die. Seeing this, Nuyet An was furious but felt helpless. The wolf was too fast. Even though she tried to dodge, she still got hit, but the more difficult it got, the more determined she became not to lose to a wolf. With that, she attacked again using her skills, but the wolf swiftly dodged them. The two continued to battle, with neither side giving an inch. Truong Troc, who was running away, looked back and wondered how she was doing. The friend running with him saw this and urged, "Hey, don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and run." But right now, Truong Troc had other ideas, thinking that a rare phantom elite wolf like this wasn't an everyday encounter. As he was pondering, a few others ran past, shouting at him, "You idiot, do you have a death wish?" Over on the other side, Nuyet An was getting mercilessly thrashed by the phantom wolf, much blood, causing her stamina to plummet, so she couldn't use her skill anymore. The phantom wolf stared at Nuyet An for a moment, then lunged at her with lightning speed. It slashed her repeatedly, knocking her to the ground, and just as she had given up and accepted her fate, a volley of arrows hit the boss, forcing it to back away. Trong Troc used a taunt skill to lure the wolf towards him, and seeing this, Nguyen An was startled. She recognized him as one of the male freshmen from earlier. Why hadn't he escaped? Here she was, sprawled out on the ground waiting for a prince to come rescue her, while he was over there poking the beast. Nguyen An worriedly yelled at him to stop provoking the wolf, but old habits die hard. Trong Troc was running circles through the forest. He'd only taunted the beast for a second, and it was already chasing him for his life. As he ran, he thought, "This boss, Elite still has half of its health bar. Rushing in now would be a death sentence, but having come this far, how could he back down? He couldn't die now. If he died, who would take care of his little sister? First, he had to lure it to a more open area where his summoned beasts would have the advantage. But this wolf was too fast, and Trong Troc was about to run out of steam. The wolf closed in to attack, but luckily, he reached a clearing just in time. Trong Troc spun around and summoned his 4 minions to block the wolf's attack. Over here, Nuyet An was drinking a health potion, and as she drank, she thought to herself, "Is Trong Troc gone? A rookie like him thinks he can take on an elite boss?" She decided she had to rescue Truong Troc right away, and then she continued to bandage her. wound, tying the bandage with her teeth. First, she had to stop the bleeding, hoping Trong Tre could stall for a bit. Just then, a voice called out, "Green blessing!" The wooden staff in the person's hand radiated a green energy that enveloped Njiet An, healing her. Njiet An turned to see the little princess. "Little princess? Why are you here?" The little princess smiled. It wasn't just her. Their entire party had arrived. The man in black and the woman in purple began to scold Nguyen An. "You're insane, taking on an elite monster all by yourself, even if it's an elite boss from the first floor. How could you fight it alone?" Nguyen An lowered her head and apologized in embarrassment, since it was just the first floor. Behind them, another young man with a large shield on his back spoke up, asking Nguyen An, "Where did that elite boss go?" Nguyen An suddenly remembered Truong Trak and replied in a panic, "Oh right, a rookie just kited it away. We have to hurry after him." The group was stunned that a rookie like Truong Trak would dare to lead a boss away. Meanwhile, over with Truong Trak, he was ordering his summons to attack the boss, the lava turtle, and 3 violent rabbits charged at the phantom wolf. The 3 violent rabbits began to relentlessly pummel the elite wolf, while the lava turtle swung its tail, sending the phantom wolf flying and pinning it against a tree. Truong Trak was secretly pleased by this. Even though the phantom wolf was incredibly fast, being surrounded and attacked by 3 violent rabbits would certainly slow it down. The lava turtle's strengths could compensate for their lack of speed. It was a perfect setup. Having taken too much damage, the boss began to fight back, a powerful energy erupting from the phantom wolf's body. It glared with murderous intent at the 3 violent rabbits and the lava turtle, lunging straight at them. It created slashes of energy that enveloped Truong Trak's summoned beasts. From the backline, Truong Trak saw this and immediately raised his bow, a look of panic on his face. "Its damage output is higher now. I need to let the summons take the hits and avoid a direct attack." Suddenly, one rabbit transformed into an arrow and flew towards the phantom wolf. At the same time, a system notification announced that the violent rabbit had reached level 2. Truong Trak was completely stunned by this. "The violent rabbit actually leveled up?" he shouted loudly. "An order. Keep surrounding it just like that. Lava turtle, block its attacks, and violent rabbits, keep attacking for me." The phantom wolf leaped into the air, slamming its claws down on the lava turtle's head, causing it to cry out in pain. Let out a pained cry as a curtain of mist drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. After a long fight, the violent rabbit's health was depleted, and at the same time, the system announced the violent rabbit had 0 health and had died. Truong Trak was stunned to see this, and before he could react, the shadow wolf pounced on another violent rabbit, killing it instantly. He was absolutely furious and gritted his teeth, cursing silently. That damn wolf had been fighting for so long and it was still alive. It was fine, but he was exhausted as hell. The violent rabbit leaped up and threw a punch at the shadow wolf, but it dodged with ease. 2 seconds later, the magma turtle fiercely swung its tail and slammed it into the boss, causing it to let out a tragic cry before it immediately bit the dust. At the same time, the system announced, "The elite shadow wolf has been defeated." Truong Trak panted heavily. Finally, the last 2 only had a sliver of health left. The shadow wolf dissipated, dropping 4 magic soul orbs and 2 pieces of equipment. The system announced 4 mid-grade magic soul orbs, 1 wolf fang necklace, and 1 wolf bone dagger. Truong Trak couldn't help but be amazed at this sight. As expected of an elite boss, it actually dropped mid-grade magic soul orbs. Truong Trak picked up the equipment. He could use the necklace, but even though the dagger had high damage, he wasn't a close combat fighter, so it was useless to him. He decided to go home and sell it for his sister's medical treatment. Truong Trak reached out and patted the head of the only surviving violent rabbit. Even though he had lost 2 summoned beasts, he wore a triumphant smile appeared in front of him, radiating intense energy. Immediately after, a ferocious shadow wolf emerged from the energy vortex, its eyes shooting out 2 cold glints of light. The system announced, "Shadow wolf level 1 of 5, experience 1 of 10, health 3000, damage 200, 60-30, defense 1500. Skill Shadow Fisher." Truong Trak was astounded when he saw the system panel. These stats are terrifying. This is truly the strongest existence on the first floor. Truong Trak put a hand on his hip and sighed in relief. "It's late. I have to go home. I have school tomorrow." Meanwhile, the little princess waved her hand and announced that she had found it. Nguyen An turned and said as she walked away that tomorrow she would go back to school to find teacher Lu Vi. She guessed that Truong Trak must be his student, and if he really died, the teacher would definitely know. But her heart felt incredibly heavy, thinking that if Truong Trak was really dead, it would all be her responsibility. That night, Truong Trak sat on his bed checking the items he had collected. He needed to get on the online marketplace and sell some of them. At that moment, the system announced, 61 low-grade magic soul orbs, and 25 mid-grade magic soul orbs. Trong Trak took out a magic soul orb from the system to try absorbing it. After he absorbed it, his entire body began to radiate red energy as his power continuously increased. According to the guide, as his power grew, his strength in the real world would also increase. He decided to go to the dojo tomorrow to test it out. The next morning, Moi Moi was preparing breakfast for him. By the time he came downstairs, she was almost done. Trong Trak scratched his head helplessly. "Didn't I tell you not to cook anymore? You didn't listen, did you?" As Trong Trak brushed his teeth, he thought about how his sister's artificial kidney was starting to fail. He was determined to make more money, and he wondered if he should tell them that he had awakened an SSS-Rank talent. But after thinking it over, he decided hiding his talent was the best choice. When Moi Moi saw that he didn't mention his talent awakening, she became a little worried. Since he came home so late yesterday, she wondered if his talent awakening didn't go well. She turned to Trong Trak and urged him, "The demon realm is so dangerous, maybe you shouldn't go anymore. As for the rent money, I'll find a way to earn it." Trong Trak was a bit skeptical. "You have a way? What way?" "It's a secret." After breakfast, Trong Trak left the house, slinging on his backpack and reminding her to study hard and leave the money matters to him. As soon as Trong Trak entered the classroom, he heard a few male students sighing dejectedly about their talent ranks. Trong Trak opened the marketplace on his phone. The magic soul orbs were indeed a hot item. They had all been sold out. "First, I'll withdraw the money," he thought. "Then today I'll go to the demon realm and get more magic soul orbs." He was thrilled that he almost had enough money for his sister's surgery, endlessly praising Zheng Hao. He's truly worthy of being the strongest student at the 5th Academy, managing to punch with a force of 507 kilograms, which is even higher than the requirement for the Qingda Martial Arts Academy. And on top of that, he awakened an A-rank talent. His future is limitless. Zheng Hao, while bandaging his injured hand, said humbly, "This is nothing. There are plenty of experts out there who are way stronger than me." A male student said he was being too modest, that aside from Liu Yuang in the senior class, he was the strongest. Zheng Hao remained extremely humble, saying, "How could I dare compare myself to the goddess Yueying, the genius girl who awakened an S-rank talent and was directly recruited by the Qingda Martial Arts Academy?" Hearing this, Zhang Ze thought to himself, "She really is on another level." He then decided to test his strength on the punching bag. The number 497 flashed on the screen. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. Just adding a single attribute point made him this much stronger. Previously, when he practiced his punches, the most he could ever manage was 390 kilograms. A male student said he was being too modest, that aside from Liu Yuang in the senior class, he was the strongest. Zheng Hao remained extremely humble, saying, "How could I dare compare myself to the goddess Yueying?" The number 497 flashed on the screen. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. Just adding a single attribute point made him this much stronger. Previously, when he practiced his punches, the most he could ever manage was 390 kilograms. And he's gotten this powerful just from absorbing one high-grade demon soul orb. He definitely has to go to the demon realm tonight. Zhang Ze held up his phone, reading a text from his sister saying that tonight, he shouldn't rush to the second floor just yet. The second floor is too dangerous. He'd wait until he had a full 10 summoned beasts before making a move. He then held out his hands, summoned the wolf boss, and led it to hunt monsters. A violent rabbit also couldn't escape being easily killed by him and the wolf boss. Before long, he had farmed a huge number of mobs. "It's finally enough. Now I can go to the second floor." Just then, from a distance, someone screamed for help. Hiding behind a tree, he saw countless people running frantically from the portal, their faces filled with terror. Seeing this, he was stunned. "Isn't that Wang Yang?" Wang Yang was sprinting for his life, screaming in terror. "Big bros, sirs, please don't kill us. We're really just newbies. We don't have anything valuable." The two men behind him heard this and burst out laughing. "We know you're newbies, and we couldn't care less about the junk you're carrying, but catching you brats to threaten your families back in the real world for ransom money is a different story entirely." Zhang Ze watched from behind a large tree. Once your real-world identity is exposed in the demon realm, you're likely to be targeted by criminals, kidnapped for ransom, and, at that point, reporting it to the police is pretty much useless. Usually, even if the full ransom is paid, it's rare to get the victim back, because to protect their own identities, the criminals will often choose to kill their hostages to tie up loose ends. Wang Yang cried out in a panic, begging them to spare his life. The leader's eyes widened in a glare. "Weren't you just bragging to those two little ladies about how you drive a luxury car in the real world?" With that, he activated his skill. In an instant, a mire appeared beneath the feet of Wang Yang and the two girls, emitting a red aura that struck fear into them. The leader pressed his axe against Wang Yang's neck and said, "If you want to live, give up your family's information." Wang Yang's face went pale with fright at the sight, but he kept his mouth shut. The leader glanced down at Wang Yang's arm, the corner of his mouth twisting into a sinister smile. Heh, they all say that at first, but they start singing like a canary after I chop off one of their hands. Just then, Zhang Ze fired an arrow that pierced the leader's arm, making him grit his teeth in pain. He whipped his head around and roared furiously, "Damn it! A sneak attack! Who has a death wish, daring to attack me?" From behind the bushes, Zhang Ze emerged, dressed in black from head to toe. He cursed angrily, "You're all a bunch of trash." One of the henchmen immediately charged at him. Seeing this, Zhang Ze instantly turned and fled. The leader and his henchmen, radiating killing intent, chased after Zhang Ze one by one. Zhang Ze saw the towering mountain range up ahead and thought to himself, "I've been here before. The terrain is treacherous. It's surrounded by mountains with only a single path forward." After a long chase, they finally cornered Zhang Ze in a wide valley. They started to taunt him. "Haha, go on, run. Why'd you stop?" "Running? You walked right into our trap." The leader clasped his hands behind his back, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he instructed his men, "Don't let him die too quickly. Torture him slowly. It'd be a waste to kill him right away. First, we need to squeeze every last penny out of him." Hearing this, Zhang Ze showed no fear, his gaze fixed and resolute. The leader held his axe and slowly advanced on him. They weren't afraid of being discovered, simply because if you kill someone here, nobody in the pale, because this wasn't an ordinary boss, but an elite-level boss. Zhang Ze, standing behind, coldly spoke up. "Didn't you just say that no one would know if you killed someone here?" With a deadpan expression, Zhang Ze raised his finger in a cool gesture, which made them tremble in fear and frantically try to run away. The shadow wolf opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at them, agilely attacking and leaving them in agony, covered in blood. The lava turtle used its tail to whip two of the goons hard. Before the leader could even recover, he saw two enraged rabbits leaping towards him, and he screamed in terror. Just then, the clouds parted, and the moonlight shone down. Zhang Ze said coldly, "They brought this upon themselves." He picked up 3 soul orbs from the ground, thinking to himself that these guys had some pretty good stuff on them. The system displayed a notification for the item Berserker Axe, a C-grade item with 0 damage. Its effect being that any target within a 3-meter radius enters a berserk state for 100 days, with a durability of 1 out of 1. Zhang Ze saw this and thought, which included poison spiders, blood-sucking bats, and the heaven-swallowing frog boss, each one stronger than those on the first floor. After walking a short distance, Zhang Ze ran into a spider web as big as his entire body. He jumped back in surprise, only to face a 10-eyed poison spider. Zhang Ze summoned a few of his minions, and 2 ferocious violent rabbits charged towards the spider. The poison spider opened its mouth and spat saliva, which were significantly higher than the rabbits and the turtles. Zhang Ze continued deeper, but only encountered a single poison spider along the long path. Although the monsters on the second floor were stronger, they seemed to be introverts. Just then, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes watched Zhang Ze from the darkness. The moment he let his guard down, 2 ferocious blood-sucking bats lunged out. Zhang Ze immediately summoned the shadow wolf and the turtle to act as shields. Luckily, his summoning speed had increased, otherwise he would have been ambushed without even knowing it. "All right, boys, let's get him." The blood-sucking bats charged in and started sucking the turtle's blood, making it cry out in pain. Zhang Ze's other summoned monsters were also having their blood drained. The bats were healing as they attacked, getting more aggressive the longer they fought. Zhang Ze figured the only way was to focus on killing them one by one. He couldn't let them keep life-stealing like this. He summoned the poison spider to spit silk and poison at the bats, temporarily holding them in place. This poison damage also had the ability to counter the bats' lifesteal, giving Zhang Ze a chance to turn the tables. After that, Zhang Ze managed to take care of the 2 blood-sucking bats. He sat down to meditate among his summoned beasts. "Just 2 bats cost me several of my summons. It seems only the strong will survive until the end." Now, including the 2 bats, Zhang Ze had 8 summoned beasts. He felt that was about enough, so he headed towards the boss's location. Meanwhile, in a deep cavern, a group of players were gathered, fuming. "Are these guys crazy? The boss is a public spawn. Since when did it become their property? We fight to get stronger to protect our homeland, and these scumbags would sell out their country for money." Zhang Ze had just arrived and immediately caught wind of the drama. Amidst the indignant whispers, a group of people walked out from the boss area and planted a stake. Then they shouted loudly, "Everyone shut up!" One of Qian Chaoren's lackeys stood there, looking at Zhang Ze with a sneer. He really doesn't know his own limits. A mere archer trying to solo the boss? That's hilarious. Another guy chimed in. "Who does he think he is, trying to steal the boss from our captain?" Others around them added, "Even if he manages to kill the boss, how is he going to get out of here alive?" Qian Chao's group, that guy wouldn't let it slide. Meanwhile, Trong Trok was struggling to dodge the heaven-swallowing frog's attacks, using his summoning skill to call out monsters for defense. Blood-sucking bats, poisonous spiders, and a lava turtle instantly appeared, charging toward the heaven-swallowing frog. The appearance of so many new targets, though weak, was enough to confuse the heaven-swallowing frog a little. The onlookers asked in surprise, "This guy can actually summon monsters?" Tien Xiu Nan saw this and thought to himself, "A summoning art? I've never seen anyone with this kind of talent skill before." The sheer number of attacks forced the heaven-swallowing frog to close its eyes and endure the onslaught, while the poisonous spiders repeatedly attacked, injecting it with venom. The bats drained its blood from behind, causing its health to drop continuously. Just then, Trong Trek drew his bow and fired a few more arrows to add to the damage. His arrows struck it right in the head, making it collapse. Its body turned a sickly green and vaporized, much to the astonishment of the witnesses. The system announced, "You have defeated the heaven-swallowing frog." He smiled in satisfaction, while Tien Xiunyan's lackeys stared with their jaws wide open in amazement. Did he really just kill the boss? That's insane. How could a newbie possibly do that? Trong Trak walked over to the loot in front of him, thinking, as expected of a Lord-grade boss, it dropped a ton of items. As he was collecting the magic soul orbs, Tien Xunyan's crew approached from behind him. Their leader spoke up. "No wonder you dared to steal our boss, so you do have a few tricks up your sleeve." Lao San, one of Tien Xunhan's lackeys, arrogantly shouted, "Hand over all the items on you right now, along with 10 gold bars, and we'll call it even. If you don't, you're not leaving this place alive." Trong Trak was indignant. "How dare you say I stole your monster? If you hadn't blocked the entrance, I could have taken it down all by myself," he thought. "These guys are just trying to extort me. I'm not going to waste my breath on them. I lost a few blood-sucking bats and a lava turtle fighting that boss. The casualties were pretty high, but I still have my iron-fanged wolf in reserve, so dealing with them shouldn't be a problem." Tien Xiunyan said, "Kid, your talent is pretty interesting." He stared intently at him, "But against me, it's completely useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a fist of fire, jumped up, and took out a blood-sucking bat with a single punch. It fell to the ground and began to dissipate. A notification popped up. "Blood-sucking bat has died." He then crushed the bat's remains under his foot. Trong Trok was angry but felt helpless after witnessing such power. Not stopping there, he continued to mock him. "You can summon as many as you want, but in front of a true expert, they're just cannon fodder." Trong Trok frowned and glared at him, thinking, "I originally just wanted to kill the boss for the key, but now I really feel like punching all of you in the face." Suddenly, a person ran over from the distance, holding up a hand to stop them. "Wait a minute." He held out an ID card and introduced himself. "I am a disciplinary inspector from the Magic Management Bureau. Don't you dare cause any trouble." According to the system, his name is Luoi Troy Longlong. Trong Trach looked at him and thought, "A disciplinary inspector? These guys are from the upper ranks of the Management Bureau, responsible for careful investigations, evidence collection, and judging acts that violate official regulations. Their division is small but holds immense power. Looks like I won't have to step in." Lao San whispered to his captain from the side, "If this guy exposes the fact that we bribed Cao Trong Koa, we'll be in big trouble. Or else, since we've already gone this far, we should just finish the job." The inspector spoke up. "I have recorded all of your actions and words. I will submit this report to my superiors. I advise you to turn back from this path and surrender to the Management Bureau immediately." Tien Xun Han didn't say a word, only curling his lip into a slight smirk. Then, he stepped forward menacingly. "Unfortunately for you, you're not going to get that chance." Sensing something was wrong, Luoi Troy Longlong backed away slightly. Wielding 2 maces, he swung at them, but the inspector instantly ducked to avoid the blow. Then he delivered a swift kick to his stomach, sending him flying backward and making him drop his weapons. The inspector smiled confidently. "I graduated with top honors from a martial arts university. Did you really think I was just some weak scholar? My colleagues will be here any minute." Tien Xun Han, however, seemed to ignore the threat. For him, he was already past the point of no return. The inspector pointed at him and said again, "I demand you surrender immediately. You can't escape justice." Lao San smirked. "Surrender? In your dreams." Then, a golden light formed in his hand and shot towards his leader. Tien Xunyan braced himself as energy flowed into his body. He turned to his underling and said, "Good job, Lao San." His entire body was now enveloped in a golden mana aura. He stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward. He gathered flaming energy into both fists, then lunged toward the inspector with incredible speed. The tip of the inspector's staff began to glow as he tried to use Ice Beam again, but it was useless, deflecting off of Tien Xun Han's hardened body. That was magic resistance, Lao San's B-rank talent skill. For 10 seconds, it provides 100% resistance to all effects. The disciplinary officer was stunned. How could this be? It's unbelievable. He then gestured to Zhang Ze and said, "You have to run now. This guy is too hard to deal with. We can't beat him." Qian Chao Ren rushed forward, glaring at the two before him. "Neither of you will escape." Qian Chao Ren launched a fire fist attack at them and yelled, "Die!" The disciplinary officer braced for the hit, raising his hands to shield his face. He then squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to watch the attack land. A massive lava turtle appeared, using its tough shell to block the blow, leaving him utterly astonished. Following that was a poison spider shooting a web at Qian Chao Ren, forcing him to leap back to dodge the attack. Just then, Zhang Ze stepped forward and said confidently, "Disciplinary officer, let me handle this." He asked in surprise, "What? You're going to fight them?" His hands began to glow as he answered, "Who said I would be the one fighting?" He raised his hands to summon his beasts. "They're the ones who will fight them." As he spoke, a murderous aura emanated from him, making Qian Chao Ren's underlings wonder. Why is it suddenly so foggy? Just then, an elite Iron Fang wolf appeared, its malevolent aura blanketing the entire dungeon. Lao San and his men were stunned. That's an Iron Fang wolf, and an elite rank 1 at that. It wasn't just the Iron Fang wolf. Behind him stood a massive and familiar silhouette, none other than the sky-swallowing toad. Qian Chao Ren was busy trying to rip apart the spider webs with his bare hands. Zhang Ze stared him down, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. He gave the command, "Sky-swallowing toad, it's your turn." The whole crowd was in an uproar. He can summon the sky-swallowing toad? Their jaws dropped in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Why have the bosses from the first and second floors both appeared here? It's clear that guy summoned them. It's unbelievable to have such a broken talent, being able to summon bosses. The others started murmuring. That's just too overpowered, being able to summon bosses. I bet that archer's talent is at least A rank. Someone else argued it had to be S rank or higher. Lao San asked nervously, "Captain, what should we do?" "That kid summoned 2 major bosses." Qian Chao Ren replied, "There's no path of retreat." He made a decision. "I'll take on the magical beasts. The rest of you go and deal with that guy." The moment he finished speaking, he leaped towards the bosses to attack. The disciplinary officer warned Zhang Ze, "Be careful." He commanded, "Sky-swallowing toad, Iron Fang wolf, engage." Upon receiving the command, the 2 bosses let out ferocious roars and prepared to attack. The Iron Fang wolf lunged forward, claws out, but he calmly parried the blow. Using the momentum from the dodge, he swung around and landed a punch right in the face of the sky-swallowing toad, taking out a third of its health. The power was horrifying, but it instantly retaliated with a blast of fire, forcing Qian Chao Ren back and making him lean to the side to dodge. After that, he leaped up and attacked the sky-swallowing toad again. Now, it only had a sliver of health left. Qian Chao Ren smirked confidently. This is nothing more than killing a couple more monsters. Zhang Ze thought to himself, this guy is indeed powerful. He plans to take out the sky-swallowing toad first, before dealing with the Iron Fang wolf. In the distance, his underlings began to laugh loudly. "You think you can actually beat our captain?" Lao San chuckled smugly. "How many times do you think we've killed the sky-swallowing boss? You think summoning it means you've already won?" The disciplinary officer thought to himself, this guy is truly a monster. The sky-swallowing toad's defense isn't very high. It looks like it won't last much longer. Zhang Ze pulled overwhelmed, and he felt a hint of fear. This wolf's killing intent is horrifying. The lackeys standing nearby realized, that's a berserk talisman. The boss went berserk. This is extremely dangerous. Fueled by an immense surge of power, the Iron Fang wolf advanced, staring intently at its target, preparing to attack Qian Chao Ren. He wondered to himself, so this is the berserk state? I haven't even touched it. So why did it suddenly go berserk? Sensing the danger, he hastily leaped back towards his comrades. The Iron Fang wolf's eyes were still locked on him. Looking back as he retreated, he thought, in this state, I don't stand a chance of winning. It's better to save my own life. But it wouldn't be that easy. Zhang Ze spoke. Thinking of running? It's too late for that, buddy. In its berserk state, the Iron Fang wolf's speed was unbelievably fast. In just 2 or 3 bounds, it had nearly closed the distance to Qian Chao Ren. It then unleashed its razor-sharp claws at its target. Darkness descended, as sharp black streaks filled the entire cavern. These were the Iron Fang wolf's claw attacks, striking Qian Chao Ren and causing him to cry out in agony. It relentlessly attacked, clawing at his vital points, leaving him unable to retaliate. Its speed was terrifying, its gaze razor-sharp. From the sidelines, Lao San shouted in panic, "The captain is being hit relentlessly." Qian Chao Ren collapsed to his knees, to the absolute shock of everyone present. He then muttered, "This little demon is actually this powerful. I underestimated my enemy." His body started to disintegrate as the system announced, "Qian Chao Ren has been eliminated." The surrounding lackeys were terrified. That guy is too OP, the captain is dead, we have to run. Lao San's face went pale with fear. The men scattered, but there was no way they could escape the gaze of the berserk wolf. It silently watched its prey before lunging at Lao San, striking with fatal blows. Zhang Ze stood by, saying nothing, thinking to himself, today, I'll kill you all. The disciplinary officer watched him in silence, thinking, this guy's talent is terrifying. A talent like this must be recruited to serve the country, or the consequences will be dire. Just as everything was settled, several people rushed over shouting, Skynet, we're here! He was overjoyed. Great, my men have arrived. Don't let anyone escape. Capture them all. The newcomers pursued and captured the remaining remnants of Tian Xunan's crew. Meanwhile, Trong Trok was only interested in his loot. As expected of a high-level adventurer, his haul was immense. The system announced that he had obtained 2 demon soul orbs, high-grade ones, 18 mid-grade, and 77 low-grade ones, plus 2 health recovery potions, an invitation letter, and 3 pieces of equipment. A mysterious black and gold invitation was hidden beneath the equipment, and he picked it up, wondering, I wonder what this is. The system displayed the information. C-grade invitation letter grants one-time passage to the death zone. He wondered to himself, what's the death zone? I don't remember seeing this in the guidebook for the demon realm. He then put it away. First, I need to absorb these high-grade demon soul orbs. Just as he finished absorbing them, the disciplinary officer ran over and said, Brother Rakshasa, your performance just now was absolutely outstanding. He clapped him on the shoulder and asked, Are you interested in joining the Demon Realm Bureau and serving the country? He replied bluntly, Sorry, I have no plans for that at the moment. The Skynet agent raised a hand and looked at him, lost in thought for a moment. Then he took out a pen and paper to write something down, saying, All right, to each their own, I won't force you. Here's my number. Contact me if you need anything. Looking at the information in his hand, he replied, Okay, got it. Then he turned to enter the next floor. The disciplinary officer called out to stop him. Brother Rakshasa, one more thing. He reminded him, I don't know how strong you'll become in the future, but I hope you remember that the blood of Da Xia flows through your veins. He raised his hand and waved. I know. I'm a citizen of Da Xia, after all. After that, Trong Trok quietly stepped into the gate to the 3rd floor. In the middle of a vast forest was a teleportation circle, which served as the gathering point for the 3rd floor's entrance. Trong Trok looked around. This floor seemed less crowded than the previous one, and the demonic beasts were much stronger. If you're not strong enough, you shouldn't risk your life. He then opened the guidebook to see what monsters were on the 3rd floor. The monster list included elf warriors and elf mages. The demonic beasts on this floor aren't insects or animals, but humanoids. This is interesting. He looked at the time on his hand, realized it was getting late, and decided to head back, quickly leaving the demon realm. Truong Trake returned to the house he shared with his sister. Seeing it was dark, he went to the living room and wondered, why is it so dark? Hasn't anyone turned on the lights? He went to his sister's room, knocked, and called out, Tu Fong, are you asleep? But after calling several times with no reply, Truong Trok grew a little worried. He opened the door and said, I'm coming in. The room was empty, leaving Truong Trok confused. Why isn't she home yet? It's so late. He took out his phone. Maybe something happened. I should try calling. It was now past 11:30, and his screen showed 15 missed calls. He immediately called back, full of anxiety. Trong Trok asked, Hello, Fan Fan? But after calling several times with no reply, Trong Trok grew a little worried. He opened the door and said, I'm coming in. The room was empty, leaving Truong Trok confused. Why isn't she home yet? It's so late. He took out his phone. Trong Trok rushed to the Van Din Club. It was the most luxurious nightclub in Thien Phong. What is she doing here? Seeing him rushing in, the guards immediately moved to stop him. 2 guards in black suits asked him, What are you doing here? Extremely worried about his sister's safety, Truong Trok was furious. Could she be working here? Is this what she was talking about? I don't care who it is. If anyone dares to touch her, I will absolutely not let them get away with it. He shot past the guards, delivering a punch to each of their stomachs that made them cough up blood. He charged straight inside. The 2 men in suits collapsed to the ground. Trong Trok ran up, about to open the door and burst into the nightclub. An arrogant fat man was shouting, I'm giving you face and you're still being shameless. I told you to have a drink with young Master Tran, and you act this ungrateful. The man held out a card bank card, puffing on a cigar as he sneered. Here's a card with 10,000 yuan in it. Now get over here and pour us some drinks without a word, until now leaped in front of the fat man. He then shot out his hand and caught the card with incredible speed. A young man with blonde hair stood in front of Tien Thon, a smirk on his face, smiled with a completely calm expression, and even Trong Trok had to admit his speed was impressive. The fat guy, feeling emboldened, pointed at him and ordered, Men, get him for me, beat him to death. Following the command, 2 bodyguards quickly leaped forward to attack Trong Trok. At the same time, a woman's voice shouted, demanding they stop, as a woman in a plum-red cheongsam stepped out, stunningly beautiful and with a powerful aura, saying, "You dare cause trouble at my Van Din club. Are you looking to die?" Fan Fan saw her and exclaimed, "Sister Jiang?" She walked over with a smile. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Boss No. What brings you to the Van Din club of mine?" She thought to herself, "This guy is no good, but I should still give him some face." Emboldened, the fat guy stepped forward arrogantly. "Sister Jiang, your girl here has way too many rules. My friend and I aren't having any fun at all." Sister Jiang replied humbly, "Boss No, you're a magnanimous man. Why bother with a child? How about we just let this go?" Hearing this, he immediately yelled in her face, "Let it go? Are you people on something? Let it go? I think this Tianfeng city is about ready for a new owner." Sister Jiang raised her hand slightly and smiled lightly. "Boss No, you're always welcome to visit Tianfeng city." Then she pointed straight in his face. "But if you've come here to cause trouble, you'd better crawl back to your Giang Bak." The people in the club all reacted at once. Who the hell does Jiang Bak think they are to come here and act so high and mighty? Sister Jiang is right. This is going too far. Don't be afraid, little sister. The law will handle them. The Fatso Thienthan sneered at the crowd. "Relying on you people? Without my money funding demon realm experts to fight against demonic beasts, would any of you still be alive today? Only true powerhouses deserve to live." He laughed sinisterly, pointing towards Tu Fong. "Today I'm definitely taking this little girl with me." Sister Jiang replied, clearly displeased. "Is that so? Then don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up, aiming a long-legged kick at the Fatso in a flash. The blonde young man, young Master Tran, moved in front to block it. He then counterattacked, knocking Sister Jiang backward. He looked completely unfazed, raising a hand to rub his neck. No Thienthan laughed loudly. Young Master Tran truly lives up to his name as Jiangbok's only S-rank powerhouse in the last 10 years. Sister Jiang lay there, glaring at him. The Fatso laughed sinisterly and ordered, "Bring that little girl over here. Let's see who dares to stop me now." The two towering bodyguards advanced. Tio Fong stood cowering in fear. One of them reached out, lunging to grab the girl, but a figure instantly blurred past and pulled her aside. Trong Trok followed up with a knee straight to the man's face, shouting, "Get your filthy hands off my sister." Seeing this, young Master Tran looked excited, raising a hand and looking at the boy with an "Oh." Trong Trok stood there, holding his sister in his arms, and declared, "I told you before, I won't show mercy to anyone who touches my sister." Young Master Tran praised him. "That's some impressive speed." The Fatso behind him chimed in, "You're a demon realm adventurer too?" Sister Jiang got up, still in some pain, and warned, "Little brother, what's your agility stat? How are you so fast?" On the other side, young Master Tran sized him up, thinking, "My agility stat is already at 11. I can't believe there's someone even faster than me." He slicked back his hair and said, "Now this is interesting. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Tran Fong, a final year student at Longho High School in Jiangbok. What's your name?" He answered without a hint of fear, "Trung Trok, from 5th High School in Tianfeng City." Hearing Trung Trok's introduction, Tran Fong stepped forward. "I didn't expect you to be in the same grade as me." He held out his hand in challenge. "What a coincidence. Let's have a little spar." Trung Trok put an arm around his sister and turned to leave. "Sorry, but I'm not really interested." That answer made Tran Fong's face darken instantly. Suddenly, Trung Trok sensed something flying towards him. He spun around, kicking a wine bottle out of the air, then shot a sharp glare at the one who threw it. Tran Fong raised a hand and chuckled. "So you noticed. Your speed really is incredible. Without my permission, you two siblings aren't leaving here today." Sister Jiang warned him from behind. "That guy's strength is immense. It's at least 800 pounds. You need to be careful." Trung Trok turned to Tu Fong. "Little sis, go wait over there for a minute. After I'm done with him, we'll go home." The two faced off, and Trung Trok stepped forward, his expression serious. Tran Fong spoke up. "In all of Jiangbok, there's only one person like this. I can't believe I ran into you today. What a stroke of luck." He smirked sinisterly. "I hope you can actually manage to surprise me." As he finished speaking, he stomped the ground and leaped forward, throwing an incredibly powerful punch straight at Trong Trok. Sister Jiang watched anxiously, thinking, so all this time, Tran Fong was hiding his true strength. His very first punch already carried 1,000 pounds of force, but Trong Trok simply sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack. He thought to himself, "My advantage is speed. I have to end this quickly." Then, Trong Trok immediately countered with his own fist. Tran Fong quickly raised his arm to block, getting pushed back a bit, and he had a word of praise for the boy. "Not bad at all, but unfortunately, that punch is still way too light for me." Before he could react, Trong Trok used his speed to instantly appear behind him, to the utter shock of both him and the crowd. Tran Fong spun around, exclaiming, "So fast." At that exact moment, Trong Truk's fist was already flying at his face. Tran Fong hurriedly raised his arm to block, shouting, "How can he possibly be this fast?" Trong Truk once again moved behind Tran Fong. He completely failed to keep up with the boy's speed, grimacing as he thought, "Damn it, just how high is this guy's speed stat? How can he be this fast?" The fatso Tien Than broke out in a cold sweat, thinking nervously to himself, "I never imagined a small city like Thien Phong would be hiding such a talent. I was too careless, not giving him any chance." Defense. Trong Trek landed a powerful punch right in the middle of Tran Fong's back, making him scream in pain. Fan Fan said in shock to Tu Fong that her brother, who was usually so gentle and warm, was unexpectedly so strong. The little girl smiled and replied, "My brother is just a little humble." Tran Fong was in some pain, but he immediately composed himself and turned to face him. Trong Trok also quickly jumped back 3 steps, keeping his distance. He clutched his arm in pain, grimacing and cursing. "Damn it." Truong Trake smiled at him. "Tran Fong, it looks like you can't lift your arm anymore. Do you still want to fight?" He was still clutching the arm that blocked the blow, wincing in pain. The atmosphere in the club instantly fell silent. Ngo Thien Than turned around in a panic. "Young Master Tran, a wise man knows when to retreat. Let's settle this another day," he thought. "This is Thien Phong City, and a master like this suddenly appeared. The best thing to do now is to run." Tran Fong was a bit angry, but couldn't do anything, so he just said loudly, "Truong Trak, I'll remember your face. The national competition is in 3 months, and after I get into the Thon Dai Martial Arts Academy, I'll definitely come find you myself." Truong Trak just smiled and replied, "What a coincidence. I'm also planning to apply to the Thon Dai Martial Arts Academy. Maybe we'll end up as classmates." Tran Fong reacted violently. "Just you? Your speed is pretty fast, but your physical and spiritual strength don't meet the standards. I think if you were really capable, you wouldn't have let your sister come to a place like this, right?" Trong Trok's eyes crinkled into a smile as he gestured and said, "You don't need to worry about my business. You should worry about your own arm first. When the time comes, come find me at the Thon Dai Martial Arts Academy." The 2 country bumpkin troublemakers turned and walked towards the door. He didn't forget to turn back with a challenge. "I don't know where you get this confidence from." The crowd in the club jeered, "Get lost. So what if you have some dirty money? Think you're all that? Trying to bully the people of Thien Phong? Look who got put in their place." Trong Trok put his arm, "Small token of my appreciation." Faced with such a large sum of money, both siblings were completely astonished. Trong Trok immediately asked, "Although I'm short on money right now, I can't just accept your money like this." He thought to himself, 500,000 is enough to pay for my sister's hospital bills. Sister Kwang explained, "Little brother Trong Trak, I'll be direct. As you saw today, that Ngo Thien Than from the Tien Tin group, and I have some bad blood. Today, he brought that Tran Fong guy here, clearly looking to cause trouble at my place. This money is to ask for your help, little brother. If it weren't for you today, I would have been done for." Tu Fong turned and pouted, "Brother, please help Sister Kwang." Giving in to his sister, Trong Trak replied, "All right, I'll accept this money for now. As for that Tran Fong, whenever they come looking for trouble again, I'll definitely step in to help." Sister Kwang immediately thanked him. The 2 siblings also stood up, and Truong Trak said, "No need to be so polite. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." "Simate, hello." He stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Trin Hao. I want to ask you something. Yesterday after school, you went to clean the martial arts hall, right?" Truong Trak remembered. He's the one who awakened an A-rank talent. Could it be that while I was inputting the numbers into the strength tester, he saw me? His face showed a hint of worry as he replied, "Yes, that was me." Trin Hao seemed pleased and stepped right up to his face, asking further, "So did you see who was using the strength tester then?" Truong Trak stammered, "Sorry, I didn't see that." He thought for another moment, said nothing more, then quickly turned to leave. "I still have things to do. I'm going ahead." He thought to himself, "Luckily, he hasn't found out yet. Looks like I need to be more careful and meticulous. I absolutely cannot reveal my talent." He watched the student in front of him walk away. A bit rushed, Zheng Hao was a little suspicious. Could it really be him? His friend next to him said it was impossible, that he's Zhang Ze from class A8, and in the last preliminary test, he didn't even rank in the top 100 in the school. It's definitely not him. Zheng Hao crossed his arms and pondered, "All right, then we'll just wait for the global competition. The truth will come out then." While his sister was washing the dishes, Zhang Ze was watching the news. There was an announcement that a dangerous wanted criminal had recently escaped to Tianfeng City, reminding citizens to be careful, and students without important business should avoid going out at night. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, report them to the police immediately. After watching, Zhang Ze told his sister, Xiao Feng, "I'm heading into the demon realm first. It's not safe outside lately. Remember to be good and stay inside." The little girl obediently agreed. Returning to the 3rd floor of the demon realm, Zhang Ze was currently checking the stats of his summoned monsters. Although he had acquired the sky-swallowing toad, the casualties were quite heavy. His team now had 5 empty slots that needed to be filled quickly. His summoned beast panel currently had 5 slots left. He opened the Demon Realm Guide and saw the Goblin Warrior and Goblin Mage and thought about fighting a trial battle first, then deciding which goblin to add to the team. I wonder what the strength of the third-floor monsters will be like. While he was lost in thought, a cry for help echoed from the distance. A group of 3 people was surrounded by a horde of goblins. They were reminding each other to be careful. The attack power of these goblins is very strong. Before they could even get their bearings, the person with the shield in front had a panicked look on his face. A goblin warrior charged forward and sent his shield flying with a slash, to everyone's astonishment. At the same time, the goblin mage also launched magical stone attacks, causing the 3 of them to continuously lose health and run for their lives. Watching from a tree, Zhang Ze noticed that the 3 were melee fighters, but they couldn't even handle one goblin. It seems both types of goblins are very strong. He summoned his monsters. It's time for you guys to enter the battle. Sky-swallowing toad, go for it. Upon receiving the order, it immediately gathered energy in its mouth, then leaped out and shot fire, burning the goblin warrior and causing it to lose over 300 health. Next up was the lava turtle. It used its large body to crush the goblin warrior, but the goblin immediately raised its shield. Its blocking ability combined with the shield helped it reduce a lot of incoming damage. Zhang Ze's jaw dropped in surprise. What? I can't believe it could still block that. Seeing its comrade being attacked, the goblin mage immediately launched magic stones towards the lava turtle, causing it to take a huge amount of damage. He anxiously pulled down his face mask and cursed, "Damn it, this goblin's stone-throwing skill is too strong." Before long, the lava turtle was defeated, collapsing and vaporizing. Zhang Ze gave an order. Sky-swallowing toad, switch targets, attack the stone goblin first, go. Immediately, the sky-swallowing toad spat fire at it. The goblin mage had no defensive capabilities. It could only stand there wide-eyed as the flames rushed towards it. A single hit dealt over 400 damage. It nearly collapsed, with only a sliver of health left. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the Iron Fang Wolf and ordered it to finish the target. Sensing danger, the goblin mage immediately turned and fled, abandoning the goblin warrior. Zhang Ze was surprised. Why would it run away when it couldn't win? Seeing its comrade flee, the goblin warrior also looked extremely surprised. The goblin mage ran for its life, not even bothering to look back. Zhang Ze summoned the violent rabbit and ordered it to give chase. Trying to run? Let's see who's faster, you or my violent rabbit. In the blink of an eye, the violent rabbit had nearly caught up to the goblin mage. Over here, only the goblin warrior was left to face 2 bosses and Zhang Ze. He spoke up, "Only you are left. You still want to stubbornly resist? Get him." On his command, the toad and the wolf attacked relentlessly. Being assaulted by the bosses from the first and second floors caused the goblin warrior to lose health continuously and fall. Watching it slowly fade away before his eyes, he said, "You were pretty tough. It took a whole 10 minutes to take you down." Then, he used his innate talent to summon it. "Come on, little guy, let's see just how strong your stats are. Level 1, Goblin Warrior, 450 health, 290 attack, 300 defense." Zhang Ze exclaimed, "Its attack and defense are both very high, truly worthy of being a goblin from the 3rd floor of the demon realm. Although it has no skills, its stats are even stronger than a level 3 violent rabbit." He kept looking at the screen. Speaking of the violent rabbit, I just remembered, why has it been gone for so long and not returned yet? As he was wondering, a notification popped up. "Your violent rabbit has died." Zhang Ze was completely shocked. He didn't know what had happened. His little rabbit, why did it die? Some sounds came from the bushes, making him turn around, wondering what that noise was. A massive army of goblins was approaching, their footsteps thundering. They looked extremely aggressive as they charged towards him to attack. Zhang Ze panicked. "Damn it, that stone goblin brought all its buddies here." With that, he bolted. "Why are there so many? Is it possible that my army of summoned beasts will be completely wiped out? It's better to recall them first. I have to run faster." With the goblin army in hot pursuit, Zhang Ze quickly ran towards the waiting area of the 3rd floor. The lead goblin signaled for the horde to stop as they got close to the altar area. Zhang Ze was probably safe. He turned around from inside, panting as he looked at them. These guys even know not to approach the altar. They're pretty smart. The people in the altar area saw this and complained, "Damn it, what did that guy do to attract so many goblins here? Could he be trying to seduce a goblin's wife? You've got some weird tastes." The goblins, seeing they had no chance, turned back into the forest, not forgetting to give him the middle finger as they walked away. Every single one of their faces showed extreme anger. He sat down to rest and check his info, realizing these goblins were quite cunning. Not only did they know how to flee, but they also led him to a large army of reinforcements. The best way now was to not give them a chance to escape, but how could he do that? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It seemed he had figured out a method. Trong Trek shot up, pumped his fist, and shouted, "How could I have forgotten about that?" This startled the people standing nearby. He stood on a tall tree, silently observing the goblins below. He carefully hid behind the large ancient trees, not daring to show his face. Now, the moment they saw him, they would likely call for an attack immediately. Truong Trak thought to himself, "It seems, whether it's long-range combat or close combat, you all have a fixed formation. This time, I'll show you something new." Truong Trak leaped out, summoned his monsters, and commanded, "My babies, advance and attack those goblins for me." As soon as they were deployed, the molten lava turtle and the newly captured goblin warrior immediately charged forward to attack. He also ordered the shadow wolf and the devouring frog to set the goblin on fire. The tactic of overwhelming them with numbers proved to be quite successful. The goblin lost health continuously and was quickly taken down, preventing it from escaping to call for help. This time, they couldn't withstand it. Besides them, there was still one goblin standing there bewildered, and all of Truong Trak's monsters turned to look at it. He smiled. "Now, you're the only one left." The goblin mage now had only a sliver of health left, frozen in place, facing a ferocious iron-fanged wolf. Knowing it couldn't fight back, it immediately turned to flee into the forest. Truong Trak smirked triumphantly. "I knew you would run." Then, he immediately summoned the poison spider and ordered it to attack with its web, which instantly wrapped around the goblin's legs, causing it to fall flat on its face. Looking up, it saw an overwhelming number of enemies before it. Truong Trak sneered. "I thought you were good at running. Brothers, finish it for me." The goblin trembled, uncontrollably, but had no way to resist. A tragic scream then echoed through the goblin forest. After capturing the goblin mage, he checked its stats and exclaimed, "This guy's range damage is really high, up to 330, almost on par with the shadow wolf. No wonder its attacks hurt so much. No, I must summon a few more of these." Having made his decision, he raised his hand and commanded his horde of monsters, "Brothers, charge! We'll wipe out all these goblins." So, using the same old guerrilla tactics, he continuously killed the goblins. The poison spider's web attack was indeed very effective. It seemed he would have to use it more often in the future. Not to mention, the frog's long-range fire-breathing attack was also very powerful. Battles always come with losses, and Truong Trak's level 3 molten lava turtle had died. In return, he captured more goblins to replace it. His army had changed, now consisting of 7 goblins, 1 poison spider, and 2 big bosses. The army is finally full. Truong Trak stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This time, I'll go see what the boss of the Demon Realm's 3rd floor actually looks like." Amidst the mountains and dense forest, before him was the main encampment of the goblin tribe on the 3rd floor. The large tent in the middle was the boss's lair. Truong Trak observed from above, saying, "It seems the boss on this floor is much stronger than the previous ones. On this floor, the Goblin King boss is accompanied by countless minions. Fighting it one-on-one would be really difficult." Behind him, someone was recruiting. S-rank talent can carry newbies through the boss fight. If you want to join, get on board. We'll leave when we have 100 people. Truong Trak thought, people who make a living by carrying newbies through boss fights for a fee are way too common. Because there's no supervision here, it creates opportunities for those guys to profit illegally. Robberies and assaults happen very often, but some people even end up losing their lives. Truong Trak could only turn a blind eye. Another scammer. Suddenly, from behind, the man waved and called out to him. He smiled and said, "Interested in joining my party? We just need 5 more people to have a full party. The run is completely free, and all the loot from the boss is yours. We won't take anything." He turned to look at the man, thinking, "It's too crowded here. I need to find a less populated spot. With my summoner squad, advancing step by step won't be a problem." Truong Trak bluntly refused. "No thanks, I prefer to work alone." The people in the party started gossiping and mocking him, saying things like, "What a big ego, turning down an expert's invitation, and he's not right in the head, just looking for a way to die." They decided to ignore him. His life or death had nothing to do with them. Standing behind a large tree and observing stealthily, Truong Trak thought, not only are there fewer people here, but there are also very few enemies. I'll charge in from here. With that thought, he reached behind his back, took out an arrow, and summoned his monsters, then commanded them, "My babies, charge!" The frog, wolf, and goblins entered the fray side by side. The devouring frog and the goblin mage used surprise ranged attacks, targeting the goblin mage on the other side, causing its health to plummet, easily finishing it off. As for melee combat, the goblin warriors fought with immense support from the iron-fanged wolf, which also helped. The summoned army overwhelmed the enemy from that direction. He quickly advanced into the inner area, heading for the large tent in the center. He left the iron-fanged wolf and the devouring frog outside to deal with the rest. Holding the loot in his hand, he felt that this trip had indeed yielded quite a few soul orbs. Zhang Ze took out the guidebook to look. The map displayed in front of him showed the goblin boss was right inside here. He stood before a door with a goblin symbol, and from within came the sounds of people crying for help. Zhang Ze heard it too, wondering if someone had already started fighting the boss. Inside the tent, people were running around in chaos, with screams of goblins killing people and cries for help. Behind them was a horde of goblins led by a huge and ferocious boss. The goblin, with its long beard and bloodthirsty eyes, laughed as it continuously attacked and finished off the players. The survivors were surrounded by goblins, with almost no way to retreat. The boss just stood there, calmly observing the situation from the outside. Zhang Ze realized, weren't those the same people from before? What happened? That guy in the purple cloak was there too, but now he wasn't helping them. Without waiting any longer, the goblin warriors jumped in to attack the demon realm newbies. The slaughter hadn't stopped, and the boss also began to charge in and attack the players. They were quickly taken down. The adventurers fell one after another and vanished from the system, meaning their lives outside the demon realm were also gone. The entire team of nearly 100 people were taken down. From where they vanished, demon soul orbs appeared. The goblin boss sat on its throne and laughed heartily, and Zhang Ze was finally starting to understand the situation. That guy in the purple cloak wasn't actually an S-rank talent powerhouse, he was just the person in charge of leading newbies to their deaths. Afterward, he would find a chance to collect these soul orbs and equipment. Zhang Ze slowly snuck in, picking up a few soul orbs to examine them. Looking at the soul orbs in his hand, he could only sigh. These low-level soul orbs were all obtained at the cost of those newbies' lives. That guy in the purple cloak is truly despicable. Lost in thought without paying attention to his surroundings, a dagger suddenly flew towards him. It hit the soul orb in his hand and stuck in the ground right in front of him. Only then did Zhang Ze realize, I'm screwed. Have I finally been discovered? The goblin boss spotted the intruder. It stood up and growled at him. Then it shouted, a fool who doesn't know his place. As soon as the king boss finished speaking, the goblin warriors immediately charged towards Zhang Ze to attack. But he quickly jumped back and summoned his own goblins, then ordered them to fend off the attacks from the surrounding enemies. A scene that was completely unexpected appeared before him. Goblins were attacking goblins, who knew which side would win. Meanwhile, the goblin boss just sat there silently and watched. Zhang Ze also looked at it, saying, as long as the goblin warriors can hold off these minions for a while, I'll have time to fight the boss, one-on-one. With that said, he summoned his poison spider and attacked with its web, while he himself jumped to the side, drawing his bow to shoot. The poison spider immediately spun its silk, launching a web at the Goblin King boss. Zhang Ze also summoned 2 more goblin warriors to charge forward and help him fight the boss. At this moment, the boss roared, you ants, you're nothing but a bunch of ants. Then, it swung its fists, shattering the swords of the summoned goblins. With just one attack, it took down one of them, while the other was on its last breath, with just a sliver of health left. Seeing this, Zhang Ze was extremely shocked. This is its whirlwind ultimate skill. Isn't this damage just too insane? He knelt down, drew his bow and commanded, heaven-swallowing toad, mages, goblins, and all ranged warriors, focus your fire on the boss. Receiving the order, they all attacked at once, unleashing ultimate skills like fire breaths, rock throws, magic spells, and even missiles were launched. All these deadly blows aimed straight at the goblin boss. It just stood there calmly, waiting. I wonder how it's going to defend itself. The goblin boss roared, you fools who don't know your place. I sentence you to death. Then, it grabbed 2 large blades and swung them to neutralize the ranged attacks. However, some attacks still got through, causing it to take damage and lose a chunk of health points. Zhang Ze was amazed. I can't believe it could block them with dual blades. Except for the heaven-swallowing toad's fireball skill, it blocked almost half of all the other physical attacks. Instantly, a summoned goblin warrior appeared, raising its shield to block and neutralize those attacks. Zhang Ze focused his observation, thinking, this guy's offensive and defensive skills are both very terrifying. The minions over there are about to fall too. What should I do? Maybe I should retreat for now? Suddenly, a sword with a dark, sinister aura appeared out of nowhere, stabbing right into his side. Along with it came a voice, go to hell. The man in the purple cloak had now revealed himself in front of him, a dagger in his hand, dripping with blood. Zhang Ze clutched his stomach in pain, pointing a finger at him and shouting, so it was you, he thought to himself. I forgot to pay attention to this shadow of death guy earlier, you despicable bastard. He licked the dagger in his hand and said, I can't believe you're not dead after taking a fatal blow like that. It seems your stats are quite impressive. My talent is invisibility. As long as I don't actively attack or take damage, I can always remain in a state of invisibility. Isn't that cool? Zhang Ze winced and replied, that talent of yours is pretty mediocre against monsters, but when used against other people, it's top tier. It seems you used it to trick the newbies, right? He admitted without hesitation. That's right. If you hadn't shown up just now, I would have harvested a mountain of soul orbs, so now, you have to die. His current situation was not looking good at all, with the Goblin King boss behind him and this shadow of death in front of him. Zhang Ze was already surrounded by enemies, and behind him, the Goblin King continuously attacked Zhang Ze's summoned goblin warriors, causing them to be vaporized one after another upon seeing the notification that his summoned monster had been killed by the goblin boss. His eyes showed clear worry and panic. He thought to himself, what should I do? Am I really going to be defeated by this guy? No. I have to think of a way, and fast. The man in the purple cloak stood there and said condescendingly, what? Still not giving up? Zhang Ze's remaining health bar was now just a sliver of health. When a spark like an electric current flashed in his eyes, it seemed he had figured out a strategy to escape the encirclement. Zhang Ze immediately summoned a poison spider and ordered it to use its web attack. The web aimed straight for Death's Kiss, and by the time he realized it, his face showed clear fear and anxiety, blurting out, I was careless. But it was too late. He was already trapped on the floor by the spider web. He cursed at him. You think trapping me with a spider web will let you escape? The man in the purple cloak stood there and said condescendingly, what? Still not giving up? Zhang Ze's remaining health bar was now just a sliver of health. When a spark like an electric current flashed in his eyes, he ordered his summoned monsters to gather, then recalled them into his monster space. Death's Kiss screamed in fear. Are you insane, you brat? Zhang Ze turned and ran, turning back to tell him, I'm not insane. You're the one who's about to go insane. I've recalled all my summoned monsters, and now I'm going to run out of the boss's aggro range. If it doesn't attack you, who will it attack? Just as predicted, the massive boss approached him, raising the two blades in its hands, ready to strike. He was held in place by the spider web, unable to move, and could only scream, I've fallen into this guy's trap. The goblin boss now had a deathly gaze, and although it had some intelligence, it still couldn't fundamentally distinguish who the real enemy was. The blade slowly descended, and Death's Kiss hurriedly cast a skill. He cursed Zhang Ze, rotten kid. Don't dream that your plan has succeeded. I still have my invisibility skill. The prey in front of it suddenly vanished, leaving the Goblin King bewildered, not understanding what had happened. He only dared to sit still, not moving a muscle. Rotten kid, I'll remember your face. After I get out of this mess, I will definitely become visible. He exclaimed in shock. I was already invisible. How can that kid still see me? At that moment, the goblin boss looked down at the target on the ground while he clutched his chest and thought, I'm done for this time. The Goblin King opened its mouth, staring at Death's Kiss with a deathly gaze, then slashed his back with a blade, causing him immense pain as his health dropped continuously. He collapsed, planting his hands on the ground. His whole body trembled as he muttered, just 5 more seconds. I have to hold on for 5 more seconds. But it wasn't that easy. Another spiderweb shot out, adding another 50 seconds of being trapped. He widened his eyes and roared, I hate this damn skill of yours. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Ze stood there laughing. I don't need to see you at all. I just need to see my spider web. That's all. He raised his bow and continued. Doesn't it feel great being tortured by the boss? Don't you usually watch so many people get tortured to death? Now it's your turn. He aimed an arrow straight at his stomach, causing him to fly backwards, screaming in pain. Immediately after, the Goblin King slashed down with its blade again. Seeing the blade about to shatter his face, Death's Kiss whimpered, Even if I die, I won't let you get away with this. Just as he finished speaking, the large blade slashed right into him, ending his life. Watching his body slowly disappear, Zhang Ze said, You brought this on yourself. You deserve to die. After that, he summoned his beasts again. Next up, it's our turn to fight. After Death's Kiss was defeated, it was now a confrontation between the two remaining forces. On one side was Zhang Ze with his army of summons, and on the other was the Goblin King with its minions. But before rushing to fight, he took the opportunity to collect the loot left behind by Death's Kiss. This guy had a lot of items, including it. It roared as it slashed down. A bunch of insects. The summoned goblin warriors were hit and continuously lost health, vaporizing one by one. The system announced the death of the level 1 goblins as they vanished right before his eyes. Zhang Ze was now a little worried. The boss's whirlwind slash damage is too high, and it's an area of effect skill too. This is insane. I have to think of something. It's not showing any signs of stopping. Gaining momentum, it charged toward him, swinging its blades and shouting, You insects, all of you die. Immediately, he summoned the poisonous spider and ordered it to attack with its web. The spider shot out a web net aiming straight for the Goblin King's legs, holding it fast, but the attack still came crashing down. Zhang Ze leaped backward to dodge the blow. The spiderweb's binding ability seemed to be very sturdy. The blade that had just slashed down was also caught by the web, stuck fast and unable to be pulled out. Seizing this opportunity, he recalled his melee monsters and ordered his ranged attackers to get ready. Once everyone was in position, Zhang Ze immediately gave the order to attack. The Heaven-Swallowing Frog and the Goblin Mage launched their ranged attacks on the Goblin Boss. The Heaven-Swallowing Frog used its most powerful fire-breathing attack. The Goblin Mage hurled magic stones, never missing a single throw. The Goblin King Boss was unable to move, trying to raise its dual blades to block the magic stones. Zhang Ze pulled down his mask and smiled. "Is this enough to deal with you?" By now, its entire body was engulfed in the massive flames from the Heaven-Swallowing Frog. It could only block the stones but couldn't stop the fire, getting scorched as its health dropped uncontrollably. It was now down to just 9%. Zhang Ze clutched the wound on his abdomen and cheered. "Just a little more. We're almost there." Its health was down to just 9%. Keep up the ranged attacks. With its legs bound, being stuck in one place and continuously taking ranged attacks, the Goblin Boss was completely unable to fight back. Suddenly, a fire blazed in its eye. Even its blazing red gaze of pure malice was preserved, but its allegiance had changed. Zhang Ze looked at it and gave a friendly smile. The Goblin Boss knelt before its new master. He chuckled and said to it, "You were one tough nut to crack. I had to sacrifice several of my summons." Zhang Ze patted its head smugly. Ze replied, "What are you talking about? I never formed a party." "I think you have the wrong person." He pointed his sword at him and said, "Don't try to deny it. We received a report about someone posing as an expert, offering free monster hunting parties to scam newcomers. Within a year, they've caused 3 incidents, leading to hundreds of casualties." A woman with glasses holding a bow stepped forward and said, "We are the enforcement squad from the Bureau of Demon Realm Management. There's no escape for you today. Drop your weapon and come with us. If you dare to resist, you will face the consequences." Then she drew her bow and added, "Don't even think about escaping to the 4th floor through that stone gate. We've set up a perimeter. If you don't drop your weapon, we will act immediately." Zhang Ze looked at them and thought, there are over 10 of them, and judging by their gear, they're definitely not ordinary adventurers. "I'm not sure I can win if I fight back." He immediately raised both hands to surrender. "Looks like I have no choice but to go with them. This is just my luck today." But at that very moment, someone stepped forward, raising a hand to stop them. "Hold on, he's not the criminal." Zhang Ze recognized him as a familiar face and exclaimed, "It's you?" It turned out to be the disciplinary officer he had met before on the 3rd floor. The man waved and smiled at him. "Brother Rakshasa, what a coincidence to see you again." The others nearby immediately greeted him as manager. Hearing that, he raised his hand to his chin and asked, "Manager? What, you're not a disciplinary officer anymore? When did you get promoted?" The manager laughed and replied, "It was all thanks to you. Because of that case we solved together last time, the higher-ups made an exception and promoted me." He walked over to shake his hand. "I'm now the manager of the enforcement division. This has to be. Thank you for helping me the other day, Lasat." Trung Trak waved it off. "You're being too formal. It was nothing. No need for thanks." Glasses turned to report. "Sir, when we arrived, he was the only one here. If not him, then who could it be?" The manager smiled and told them, "Everyone, let me break it down for you. First, Lasat is a friend of mine. I trust he's not the culprit. Besides, according to the description, from the one who filed the report, the criminal tricking new adventurers in the demon realm is Death's Kiss." After explaining to everyone, he turned to Trung Trach and said, "By the way, Lasat, have you seen Death's Kiss here?" The manager smiled and told them, "Everyone, let me break it down for you. First, Lasat is a friend of mine. I trust he's not the culprit. Besides, according to the description." The manager exclaimed, "What? All of them are gone? Unbelievable." He bit his nails in frustration. "Another 100 people lost. That Death's Kiss is truly vicious. I must catch him." Trung Trak sighed. "I'm afraid you'll never be able to find him," he announced with a dramatic flair, "because I've already killed him." No one could believe his answer, and asked again, "What did you say?" Glasses spoke up. According to the Bureau's records, Death's Kiss claims to have an S-rank talent, and is a high-level adventurer who's been around the demon realm for years. With the title of Master Assassin, he's an incredibly formidable individual. Seeing that everyone was still skeptical, Trung Trak swiped through his system interface and said, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check my kill list." And sure enough, on his kill list, the name Death's Kiss was right there on the 2nd line. The kill list records the names of enemies an adventurer has killed within the area. Glasses was astonished. He just cleared the 3rd floor and he's already able to eliminate a master-level expert? The guy with curly hair added, and it was a one-on-one duel at that. Unbelievable. The manager looked at him and asked, "You really killed him? How did you manage that?" All around, people were murmuring, expressing their admiration for Trung Trak's talent. They recalled how they could never have done something like this back in the day. They had to party up with high rankers, slowly building their strength to get where they are today. The manager clapped him on the shoulder, praising him happily. Lasat, you've managed to impress me yet again. The younger generation is truly something else. Thank you for eliminating this menace for everyone. Troom Track smiled. It was nothing, a small matter really. Then, he turned towards the teleportation gate and said, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. But the manager hurriedly stopped him. Hold on, Lasat, there's something else you should know. Death's Kiss was a member of an underground organization in the demon realm called the Dawn. The name sounds righteous, but in reality, that organization is incredibly evil. They engage in kidnapping, robbery, assassination, and all kinds of criminal activities. We at the Demon Realm Management Bureau have been investigating them, but they're meticulous about covering their tracks. And what's more, their members are all powerful and cunning, so we've made no headway, he added. Since you've killed one of their people, it's highly likely they'll come after you. To ensure your safety, I suggest you join the Demon Realm Management Bureau. Truong Trak thoughtfully considered the name The Dawn. Then, he stepped into the teleportation gate to the 4th floor and waved, saying, there's no need to join the Management Bureau. I've noted the organization's name. I'll be careful on my own. Watching such a talent walk away, the manager clenched his fists, feeling a bit of regret but also becoming more determined. All right, one day you will join the Demon Realm Management Bureau with us. On the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, the landscape was utterly desolate, a stark contrast to the lush forests of the 3rd floor. All the adventurers were gathered, in a large crowd at the altar, a very strange sight. Troom Trak, who had just arrived, wondered what was going on. The restless crowd was shouting, by what right is the Demon Realm Management Bureau preventing us from leaving? The Demon Realm belongs to everyone, yet they're blocking us on their own authority. They questioned, what's this nonsense about a death realm on the 4th floor? Only a fool would believe that you guys are definitely hiding some kind of conspiracy. Trung Trak felt a headache coming on, thinking, why is it the Demon Realm Management Bureau again? In the crowd, someone shouted, what's this about a death realm on the 4th floor? You'd have to be crazy to believe them, he yelled loudly. It's all a conspiracy! We protest the monopolization of the 4th floor! Trung Trak remained in one spot, silently observing to understand the situation. He thought, a death realm? I have an invitation to a death realm in my inventory. Could this be related to this? Just then, the person in charge of the 4th floor spoke up. The Demon Realm Management Bureau's purpose is to maintain and protect the stability of the Demon Realm. We would never antagonize all of you. He began to explain, a death realm has truly appeared on the 4th floor. Many of you probably don't know what a death realm is, because there are no records of it in the Demon Realm Handbook. Let me explain. A death realm is actually a separate dimension. We still haven't fully researched the specifics of this dimension. We only know that it contains incredibly powerful and vicious monsters. Moreover, it appears at random, on any given floor of the Demon Realm without any prior warning. The beasts within are extremely bloodthirsty, and there are demonic creatures in there as well. On top of that, the difficulty of the 4th floor has suddenly surged to a level comparable to the 10th floor. That's why we are preventing everyone from entering the 4th floor. It's simply too dangerous. We hope you can all understand. The loudmouth man wasn't finished, yelling, and why should I believe a word you say? I don't buy your nonsense. I want to go out. The official replied, if you insist on leaving, I can let you go, but you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Hearing that, the loudmouth spat on the ground and clicked his tongue in defiance. Then, a member of the Demon Realm Management Bureau opened the gate to let him out. As he stepped through, he spoke with a defiant tone. So it seems I'm scared of Mr. Trake? He didn't forget to point at the person in charge and add, you think I'm really a coward? He closed his eyes, completely unbothered, while the person in charge could only sigh. A stubborn man was running to his death. Then he turned back and said to the crowd inside, if anyone else insists on going out, I'll let them all go. At that moment, the people inside hesitated and asked each other, should we go out? They were still skeptical. Is there really a death zone? While they were hesitating, a scream came from outside. It was the loudmouth from earlier running back. His body was mutating. As he ran back to the altar, he screamed, I'm mutating, it's horrifying! He collapsed right in front of the magic barrier and said, it's horrifying. The monsters have all mutated. They were crazily chasing and trying to kill me. Luckily, I ran fast. I almost died out there. His body trembled, and everyone started murmuring. They couldn't believe there was really a death zone. At this point, the person in charge spoke up. Now do you all believe me? I suggest that for the next few days, everyone should refrain from logging into the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, wait for the death zone to disappear before coming to this floor. The adventurers were a bit worried and disappointed. We can't log in? For several days? In that case, what's the point of staying here? Let's go offline and rest. Trong Trak watched as everyone on the fourth floor logged out of the demon realm one by one. He also thought to himself, it's getting late. If I can't go out, then I should head back too. Luckily, tomorrow is Saturday, so I don't have to go to school. Inside the demon realm, on a certain floor, a giant beast stood with a scythe in its hand. In front of it was a swordsman. With a red cloak, he looked incredibly small in comparison. The swordsman looked at it and smiled, then raised his hand to his sword, preparing to draw it. He pushed off the ground and dashed towards it, then drew his sword. A series of powerful sword techniques slashed across the giant beast's body, looking incredibly mighty. Among them was a sword chi aimed straight at its face. The monster slowly evaporated as the swordsman walked away calmly. A notification screen appeared. The giant Jiangxi has been slain. A massive demon soul orb dropped from the Jiangxi's corpse. The swordsman walked over and sheathed his sword. Then he reached out and picked up the demon soul orb. Then he tapped on the system notification. You have received a new message. Do you wish to view it? As soon as he clicked, a red screen appeared with the text, The Death Vulture has been defeated by Rakshasa. The swordsman raised a hand to his chin and smiled. Rakshasa, huh? Interesting. After that, he drew his sword again, preparing to face another massive monster, the boss of the 22nd floor. His strength seemed immense. The next morning, at Truong Trek's house, the two siblings were preparing breakfast. He said to his sister, Tufong, you be good at home and do your homework. I'm going out for a bit. He picked up his phone and continued, Trong Fan Fan said her cousin has a job that's perfect for me. Tufong was a little worried. Trong Fan Fan, cousin, this is brother Truong Trak, the one I told you about. She turned to him and said, Big brother Truong Trak, this is my cousin, Luke Kai. Luke Kai looked quite gentlemanly and extended a hand towards him. I heard from Fan Fan that you're quite talented, and you're also in need of money, right? Do you want to join my team? Truong Trak scratched his head in confusion. I really want to find a job, but I still don't know what you guys do. Luke Kai exhaled and replied, We're going to the Warship District. He was a bit startled to hear that. The Warship District? Luke Kai continued, You probably know that it was recently invaded by monsters. So many cities collapsed and became desolate. However, the Warship District not only has monsters, but also many treasures, like money, antiques, and valuable paintings. A lot of wealthy people have their eyes on these items and want to add them to their collections. This job is very dangerous if you're unlucky enough to encounter monsters, and because the National Security Bureau forbids ordinary people from entering, what we're doing is illegal, but for the money, we don't care about the danger. The four of them looked united and determined. From behind, a man named Thiet Kwang stepped forward, patting Luke Kai's shoulder and adding, With great risk comes great reward. Kid, come work with us. Fong Tu in the red shirt also cheerfully stepped up to persuade him. One trip gets each person $300,000. How about it? You in, kid? Standing behind them was Lao Bat, a bald young man who looked rather fierce. Trong Trak thought to himself, That's not a small amount of money. My sister's life is a race against time. The money I made from selling demon soul orbs and the 500,000 from Sister Kwang, plus another 300,000, will be enough to pay for her kidney. So he immediately and happily agreed to join the team and go to the Warship District. Luke Kai joyfully put an arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. Great, you've got guts. And there's more good news. The difficulty of the mission the client gave us this time is very high, so the pay has been doubled. A total of 3 million. The others in the team also looked thrilled. Everyone was excited upon hearing. The figure of 3 million, split among them, that would be 600,000 each. Trong Trak asked, What item are we looking for this time? Luke Kai answered, It's a calligraphy painting from the 5 Dynasties period, he added. The location is the Jiangdong Museum. Meet up tomorrow at 4 in the morning sharp, everyone. The next day, at the Zhang siblings' home, Zhang Ze came downstairs yawning and asked Xiao Feng, Why are you up so early today? Aren't you afraid of getting tired? The little girl smiled. It's okay. I knew you had to get up early, so I woke up to make you breakfast. He saw 2 red apples on the table, and when he asked where they came from, he got an answer. The new neighbor next door gave them to us. Xiao Feng even praised the uncle for being very friendly. Zhang Ze, munching on bread, said that resources are especially scarce now, particularly fresh vegetables and fruits, and these 2 apples must have cost at least several hundred yuan. The new neighbor is truly generous. He stepped outside, turned back to remind his sister, You keep them and eat them, and remember not to casually accept things from others next time. Xiao Feng obediently listened to his advice. Be careful, brother. On his way to the meeting spot, still chewing on his bread, Zhang Ze thought that this trip was very dangerous, and last night before sleeping, he had absorbed all the remaining soul orbs. The system displayed the information for the Asura of the demonic realm. Basically, all of his attributes were higher than an average person's, especially strength and agility, which Zhang Ze prioritized. His current strength stat is 14, with a punching force of about 5 tons, and agility at 15. If he encountered a demon pit monster, he could still put up a fight. He still hoped everything would go smoothly, and he wouldn't run into any monsters. In front of him now was a city wall, with desolation and ruins below it, and a massive forbidden sign. Liu Kai's group of 4 was already waiting there, and when they saw him, they waved him over. Liu Kai handed Zhang Ze a chicken and said, "Take this. Use it in an emergency." He wondered what the chicken was for, and Liu Kai explained that demon pit monsters like to eat corpses, so if you're targeted, just throw the chicken out for them to eat and make your escape. Putting the chicken in his bag, this was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. In the distance, Feng Zi hurried them. "Stop dawdling, let's go." Zhang Ze gripped the rope with both hands as it started to rain. This was his first time on a dangerous venture. Then, he kicked off the wall and climbed over it to get to the fallen zone. Everyone was waiting for him at the top. After a while, Zhang Ze finally made it up. Before him and the others was the desolate, ruined, and utterly tragic landscape of the fallen zone. Liu Kai patted his shoulder and said, "You're Pan Pan's friend, so I hope nothing happens to you. Stick with me and follow my instructions, and I'll make sure you get back safely." Feng Zi, as always, charged ahead to take the lead. Liu Kai followed behind, reminding everyone, "Pick up the pace, it's getting late." The team of 5 walked, through the rain, on the deserted streets of the dangerous zone. No risk, no reward. Lao Ba stepped up and asked, "Boss, after this job, let's find a chance to send the kid back. Dragging along this dead weight is really inconvenient." Liu Kai agreed with that. In front of them now was a large building, but its entrance was completely blocked by rubble. This was the pickup point. Zhang Ze wondered, how is there no entrance here? Liu Kai called out, "Feng Zi, have you found it yet?" He was climbing the pile of rubble in front of them, searching for an entrance. After pulling away some wooden planks, a blue sign was revealed. It was an exit sign with an arrow pointing to the right. He turned back with a smile and announced, "Boss, it's over here." Liu Kai immediately ordered Lao Ba to the front. He cracked his knuckles, looking ready for a fight, and told everyone to stand aside. Then, he threw a powerful punch right at the spot where the sign was. The punch was so strong it sent debris flying everywhere, and a large hole appeared, clearing the entrance. Lao Ba stood there, looking extremely confident. Liu Kai turned and said, "That's Lao Ba. He has the highest strength stat on the team. I think it's 12. Zhang Ze thought to himself, "Only 12? That's even lower than mine." Everyone entered together. Liu Kai warned, "Demon pit monsters like to hide in the dark, and it's pitch black inside this area. A monster could be hiding in them." Called, "Shi Gang, come in, over." Lao Ba, standing beside him, frowned. "He was just here. How did he just disappear?" As the team leader, Liu Kai was a bit worried and said, "We can't wait here. This place is too dangerous." He decided they would leave a message for Shi Gang, and the team would leave first. But from a hole in the ceiling above them, a pair of menacing, glowing red eyes were looking down. It was crawling out and staring at the 4 people below. With his keen senses, Zhang Ze noticed something was wrong and turned to look, wondering, what was that sound? With a loud crash, something huge fell from the floor above. Liu Kai and the others were terrified. "Damn it, I can't believe we ran into them." From within the cloud of dust, a large green foot stepped out. It was a level 2 demon pit monster with a huge eye in the middle of its stomach and a set of hideous teeth. Seeing it, Lao Ba immediately leaped forward, throwing a punch and yelling to everyone, "You guys retreat first, I'll deal with it!" He leaped up with a dagger in his hand, slashing straight at the monster, as Lao Ba used all his strength to bring the weapon down. But the monster's thick hide shattered the dagger, much to his astonishment. Lao Ba cursed, "Damn it, this thing's skin is really tough." Immediately, it swiped at him with its massive, sharp-clawed hand. Down on Lao Ba. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend. The incredibly powerful blow kicked up a cloud of dust and debris, and the others worriedly called out Lao Ba's name from beneath the monster's massive body. He slowly stood up. He was in extreme pain, his arms bruised and numb, as he said weakly, "My arms are just crippled. I'm okay." Zhang Ze thought worriedly, "This monster is terrifying. Lao Ba weighs over 200 pounds, and..." The monster sent him flying into a wall with a single blow. The monster turned its hideous mouth towards them and roared, kicking up dust. He clenched his jaw, fear evident on his face, when he suddenly remembered something. Zhang Ze quickly pulled a chicken from his bag and threw it straight at the pit fiend. While it opened its mouth to eat the chicken, the team urged each other to run for the exit, but the small chicken wasn't even a mouthful for it. It immediately gave chase. Noticing that 2 of them were moving slowly, Zhang Ze turned back and saw the monster preparing to strike down both Feng Zi and Lao Ba, and he had no idea what to do. He took off his glasses and cursed, "Son of a B times, tsh." Then, he pulled out his gun and started firing, shouting, "Boss, everyone run first. I'll put my life on the line against this thing." Taken by surprise, the monster quickly raised its arm to block the bullets. Lao Ba, holding a grenade, said, "We 2 brothers will risk it all today. If we die, we die together." Having said that, He threw the grenade at the monster and yelled, "Boss, run now!" The grenade exploded on impact, blowing the monster to smithereens, leaving the fate of the two men unknown. Lu Kai and Zhang Ze watched the massive explosion before them in anguish, while the boy was worried about the other two. Lu Kai could only cover his face in sorrow, but he quickly composed himself, turned, and said, "Kid, this is no time for grieving. Let's escape first and deal with this later." Then, he grabbed Zhang Ze's hand and pulled him away. When they reached the hole they had entered through, Lu Kai said, "We just need to crawl out of this hole and we'll be safe." So the two of them scrambled out, and soon enough, they had reached the outside. As the two stood at the entrance of the hole, ready to climb out, Lu Kai suddenly froze. What was waiting for them left him both shocked and terrified, for right in front of them was another, massive and ferocious pit fiend staring them down. Amid the ruins, it wasn't just one, but nearly a dozen pit fiends surrounding them. Seeing fresh meat, the horde of monsters grew incredibly excited. The eye on its stomach opened wide and glowed red as it charged toward them. Taking out his gun, he tossed the backpack containing the painting to Zhang Ze, telling him, "The calligraphy is in the bag. You run first. From now on, please take care of my little sister for me, to take care of her." The boy yelled, "No way! If we're leaving, we leave together." Lu Kai charged forward with his gun, aimed it at the monsters, and screamed. Then he rushed them, firing relentlessly and shouting, "Go to hell, you abominations!" But the bullets seemed to have no effect. The eye on its stomach tracked Lu Kai's movements as it raised its hand to slam down. As the team captain, his agility wasn't half bad, and Lu Kai quickly leaped backward to dodge the blow. But before he could even land, another pit fiend jumped in to attack. He hurriedly pulled out another grenade and used his teeth to pull the pin, then hurled it straight ahead. The explosion blew the monster to bits, but as the smoke cleared, a familiar mouth with 3 layers of sharp teeth emerged. A pit fiend was standing right behind Lu Kai. It was drooling as it stared at its prey. Seeing this, Zhang Ze yelled a warning, "Brother Lu, look out!" But it was too late. The monster had already caught him. Lu Kai froze as he looked at it, his body held tight in. Its giant hand, unable to struggle. It swung its arm and slammed him against a wall, causing the gun in his hand to fall and snap in two. Lu Kai himself was in agony, his face twisted in pain as he tried to bear it. He gripped a nearby stone, trying to pull himself up, but couldn't. Lu Kai collapsed and sighed, "Damn it all." Watching the monster charge at him again, he thought, "Am I really going to die here?" The monster leaped forward with its sharp claws, ready to strike down. Lu Kai just sat there, braced for the impact, offering no resistance. He gritted his teeth and stared at the monster, seemingly accepting his fate. Seeing this, Zhang Ze clenched his fist and instantly rushed forward at top speed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of Lu Kai. Witnessing that speed, Lu Kai stared at the young man before him in complete astonishment. Then, the boy cursed, "You bastard monster!" He balled his fist and jumped up to face it head-on. He punched straight into the pit fiend's palm, and the incredible force sent it flying backward. Lu Kai was astonished. My God, his power is immense. He can actually fight a monster head-on. The pit fiend landed, stumbling slightly. The two of them stood watching it. The real fight was just beginning. Zhang Ze clutched his arm and turned, saying, "It's not a big deal, but fighting the monster directly really isn't efficient." He continued, "There are too many of them. If they all charge at once, there's no way we can win." Hearing that, Lu Kai replied, "Don't worry, pit fiends have a special trait. They won't fight over another's prey, unless it's actively abandoned. Otherwise, they won't all attack at the same time." Monster leaped forward with its sharp claws, ready to strike down. Lu Kai just sat there, braced for the impact, offering no resistance. He gritted his teeth and stared at the monster, seemingly accepting his fate. Seeing this, having been knocked back, the pit fiend was enraged. Veins popped out on its face, and the eye on its stomach opened wide. The boy asked, "You're pretty strong, but I wonder how fast you are." It just roared, drool spewing from its mouth, then reached out its 2 large arms to grab him, but with a speed of 15, all it caught was air, as Zhang Ze had already leaped away, jumping into the air and forcing it to look up. Watching him pull back his fist to strike, he shouted, "Die, you bastard!" Zhang Ze landed a face-shattering punch that sent it reeling backward, its teeth a mess, one eye destroyed by the blow, and a strange fluid oozed from the wound. It was green, the blood of these monsters, and it roared in pain. While Zhang Ze quickly landed and regained his balance, the pit fiend monster took that chance to reach out and grab him. Lu Kai sat there, his eyes half closed, praising Zhang Ze. "Nice one, little bro. That was a hell of a punch." Then he coughed weakly, blinded in one eye. The pit fiend monster was now furious, just as he was about to land. It lunged forward at the same time, swiping down with its hand. Its massive paw with sharp claws was about to hit Zhang Ze when it suddenly froze. Then its entire body collapsed to the ground. Right in front of the two brothers, he raised his fist and said, That last attack was dangerous. Good thing my speed was fast enough. He looked at his 10,000-pound fist and sighed, taking care of one, but as soon as one died, another one rushed in to take its place. Zhang Ze stood there looking at them. There are 3 more left. Today, I'll fight you all to the end. The 2 monsters looked at each other, deciding which one would go first. One of the 3 ran towards him, while the other 2 stood back, watching and waiting their turn. Zhang Ze got into a stance, fists ready to fight, when suddenly, something from the side caught his attention. Someone's foot landed on his shoulder. It was a red-haired girl in a very alluring, tight-fitting outfit, wearing a pair of cool shades. She used his shoulder as a launch pad to leap forward, leaving him completely stunned. She jumped up and punched the pit fiend monster in the face, then immediately leaped back with incredible agility. It quickly turned to face the girl, raising its hands to attack her head-on, just as the monster slammed both hands down. With her nimble movements, she gracefully jumped behind it, then delivered an extremely powerful kick to the monster's back, making it stagger. That cleaving kick contained critical damage. The critical hit shattered the monster's bones, splitting its body in 2. It was defeated before everyone's astonished eyes. Zhang Ze was stunned. This girl is insane. The force of that last kick must have been at least 2,000 pounds. The girl stood there, turned around, and called to him, "Hey kid," which startled him a bit. While he was still stammering in amazement, a yellow car approached from behind. The car drove up next to the girl, and the remaining monsters prepared to move. She said to Zhang Ze, "Get your friend and get in the car, quick." He unconsciously shouted a loud yes, and Lu Kai also struggled to sit up. The person in the car shouted, "Big sis, hurry up and get in, another horde is coming." Hearing that, the girl immediately turned and ran to the car, jumping in and slamming the door shut. She told the person next to her, "Drive!" Behind them, several monsters were trying to give chase. The driver immediately shifted gears, slammed the gas pedal, and the car shot off at breakneck speed, full throttle, speeding down the road. It hit a pothole and flew into the air. Behind them was a large number of monsters. The car sped on, and the monsters gradually gathered into a larger and larger horde, chasing them relentlessly. Zhang Ze looked back in slight astonishment. This was his first time encountering these monsters in the real world. A large one blocked the road ahead, preparing to attack. The car rammed straight into them, sending the whole group tumbling onto the road. The driver spoke up. "Big sis, there are so many monsters. If we lead them all to the city walls, and they attack Skywind City, we'll be in big trouble." Looking at the number of monsters and hearing those words, she saw his point. She sat for a moment, thinking of a plan, then turned back and called to Zhang Ze, "Hey kid, stop staring." It turned out he was engrossed in watching the pursuing monsters through the rear window. Hearing her call, he turned back, a little startled. The red-haired girl opened the sunroof and continued, "If you don't want to die, then lend a hand." She then picked up a bag, tossed it onto his lap, and said, "Get up and get to work. Don't make me regret saving you." He opened the bag. Inside were all sorts of grenades and smoke bombs. While he was still wondering what they were, the red-haired girl immediately gave an order. "Those are flashbangs. Throw them behind us to drive those monsters away." The car continued to speed along. The 2 of them had climbed onto the roof, while behind them, the giant monsters relentlessly pursued. Grenades and flashbangs were thrown out continuously, causing massive explosions that sent the monsters flying. Into the air, Zhang Ze and the red-haired girl stared intently at them. They were getting close to the city walls. The girl took out a grenade and pulled the pin. On his side, Zhang Ze also pulled the pin of a flashbang, ready to throw. It wasn't just 1 or 2. They simultaneously threw nearly a dozen bombs of all kinds towards the monsters, the pit fiend monsters. Not being very intelligent, just charged headfirst into the bombs, which were about to detonate right in front of them. A series of loud explosions followed, along with the sight of the monster's flesh being scorched. The small car sped away behind the screen of fire and smoke. In just a moment, they had gotten far away, shaking off the monsters that were now lying on the ground. Sitting back in his seat, Zhang Ze wondered, who is this girl anyway? How does she have so many weapons and explosives? The driver turned back and asked the 2 of them, "What did you guys do? Why were you targeted by those pit fiend monsters?" Lu Kai placed a hand on Zhang Ze's shoulder and answered, "We didn't do anything. We were just heading to our hometown to visit our ancestors' graves. We never expected to run into pit fiend monsters. Thank you for saving me and my brother." The 2 of them didn't pay much attention to that naive explanation. They didn't believe it, but they also didn't care. The girl turned back and asked Zhang Ze, "What's your name, kid? When you were fighting that monster just now, you were very agile, and also very brave. You've caught my interest." He straightforwardly introduced himself as Zhang Ze. The girl complimented him on having a nice name. She added, "Next time don't come to the warship zone to scavenge for things. You could get yourself killed in an instant, unless you're a demon realm expert." He thought with some worry. Although this girl's identity is a mystery, but it seems they don't have any ill intentions. The girl added, "The city wall is just ahead. You guys have an injured person and need to get to a hospital quickly. We'll see you off here." The two brothers immediately thanked them. Truong Trak helped Luke Kai down and asked, "Who on earth are they?" He replied, "I don't know who they are. Maybe they're demon realm experts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to take down that demon pit monster." He turned back to look. What bad luck. My backpack was torn up by the monster, and the box with the painting fell out. Luke Kai clutched his chest in pain and sighed. It was fated to be. Better to lose the item than our lives. Walking towards the city wall, he added, "If it's lost, it's lost. At least we're still alive." That afternoon, at the city hospital, after leaving the warship zone, Trong Trak had brought Luke Kai here for a checkup. Walking down the hospital corridor, he pulled out his phone and scratched his head, saying, "Today was full of dangerous twists and turns." Looking at his phone, Trong Trak thought to himself, "If that girl hadn't suddenly appeared, Luke Kai and I would have probably died in the warship zone." Walking up the stairs, he was still regretting the loss of the painting, otherwise today would have yielded some results, instead of being empty-handed like this. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into a man wearing a hat and a mask that covered his face, carrying a container box on his back. With his sharp senses, Trong Trak recognized the figure of this person seemed so familiar. The two walked past each other. The man was a bit chubby and pulled his hat down lower. He recalled that the figure looked very similar to Thiet Quang, the one who had suddenly disappeared when everyone was searching for the painting. He watched the man walk down, thinking, he suddenly vanished and now he shows up here? With that thought, he secretly followed him to see where he was going and what he would do next. Truong Trak kept his distance, quietly trailing the man in the hat. The man walked through various streets, while he tried hard not to be spotted. Then, the man turned into a small, deserted alley. Truong Trak hid behind a wall to observe, slowly peeking out to avoid being discovered by him. The young man took out his phone to call his boss. He reported, "That's right, I've arrived. No one is tailing me, don't worry." Truong Trak cursed inwardly. That bastard. Could it be that he was behind everything? A moment after the call, two dark figures approached him, the boss walking in front smoking a cigarette, and behind him was a bald bodyguard with a long scar on his face. He smiled at him and asked, "Did you bring the item I needed?" Thiet Quang took the box from his back, smiled, and said, "Of course I brought it with me." He opened it and asked, "So what about my money?" The boss reached out to take the painting, repeating his words about cruelty and agreeing that it made perfect sense. When it came to cruelty, he was even more so, not less. Then, the bald bodyguard walked over to take the suitcase of money from Thiet Quang's body. The boss held the painting in his hand, smiling. "I have to be many times more cruel than you." The boss turned to leave. "I hate despicable little rats like this the most." In the middle of the small alley, a corpse lay alone. In this apocalyptic world, one person getting taken care of was not a big deal. The remaining two left quietly. Witnessing what just happened, Trong Trak could only cover his own mouth to keep from making a sound. He was stunned. A single shot straight to the head, killing without batting an eye. He wondered what kind of background this boss Lee had. Noticing the other two had gone far down the alley, Truong Trak also decided to leave this place and go home. It was getting late anyway. Soon it was dark. He walked home, where Tu Fong was waiting for him outside the door. Truong Trak walked rather hurriedly after witnessing the entire incident. He was also a little worried. Truong Fong smiled brightly and waved to her brother. "Bro, you're back. How was work today?" His face looked a bit down as he replied, "Don't even ask. Today was really a bit hard to talk about. Let's just go inside." Just as they were about to enter, the door of the house next door opened. Tu Fong quickly called out, "Mister." The little girl said this was the neighbor who gave them apples. He turned to look at him, and unexpectedly, it was Boss Lee's bodyguard, the man who had just shot Thiet Quang dead. Acting as if nothing had happened, the man smiled and greeted him. "Hello, you must be Truong Fong's older brother, right?" He vaguely recognized him, thinking to himself, why does the scar on his face look exactly like Boss Lee's bodyguard? Truong Trak instinctively stepped in front of Tu Fong and replied with a forced smile, "Hello, mister. Thank you for the apples." The man maintained his calm demeanor. "Don't mention it. We're neighbors. We'll have to help each other out in the future." The little girl, Tu Fong. Zhang Feng naively spoke up. "That's right, mister. Would you like to come to our house for dinner?" Zhang Ze stopped her. "I'm too tired today. We'll invite you some other time. We're going inside now." With that said, he pushed his foster sister into the house. The little girl still turned back to wave at the man. "Mister, come over for dinner when you have time." Then the door slammed shut, and the scarred man with the trash bag in his hand just stood there watching. He now seemed to realize something, his demeanor growing cautious. Once inside, while Zhang Ze, this guy was definitely not ordinary. After searching for a bit, he found a small box under the bed, which he pulled out and carefully opened. The box contained a file and some papers, and right on top, a level 1 Demon Realm Powerhouse certificate with the name Huang Hanfei immediately caught his eye. Holding the certificate, he frowned. It's him, was currently at 15, so dodging it wasn't too hard. Zhang Ze carefully slid the window open, thinking that no normal person would set up a precaution like this. Stepping into the neighbor's apartment, the furniture. Startled, Zhang Ze looked toward the door just as Han Fei entered and called out, "Hey kid, are you gonna come out yourself, or do I have to drag you out?" He wasn't wearing a hat, revealing a bald head and a long, gruesome scar as he smiled. He even disguised himself as a friendly neighbor to get the apartment right next to mine. What could he possibly want? As he was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps clattered from the stairway, getting closer and closer. He stepped inside, a sinister grin on his face and a gun in his hand. Zhang Ze tried to remain perfectly still, but he was anxious and sweating profusely. Han Fei moved closer to the bed, speaking as he walked. "Stop hiding. I know you're still in," menacingly around the room. Hearing Han Fei's voice, Zhang Ze, hiding under the bed, thought, "I hope he doesn't find me. If I'm exposed, the only option is to risk my life fighting him." Ticking down the seconds, and it was almost 8 p.m. The moment the clock hit 8, an alarm blared. He jumped. "Oh no, it's 8 o'clock." Simultaneously, as the alarm continued to ring, the evil look in Han Fei's eyes showed his glee. "Found you." The alarm had unintentionally given away Zhang Ze's position, and a look of fear crossed his face. Han Fei fired his gun in the direction of the sound, the bullet hurtling towards him with incredible speed. Just as the bullet was about to strike, Zhang Ze's watch crackled with electricity. The bullet was inches from his face, but at that very moment, he entered the demon realm. Zhang Ze vanished in that instant. From the outside, Han Fei's room emitted a blinding blue light along with a gunshot. He stood there, his smoking gun aimed at the bed, then he kicked it into the air to look for Zhang Ze, but there was nothing there. He pulled the bullet out of the floor, and after examining it, Han Fei said, "The gate to the demon realm opens at 8. That brat must have entered it." He gave a sinister laugh. "Little brat, I'll be right here waiting for your return." He couldn't conceal the wickedness in his eyes or his excitement over his prey, and he tossed the bullet onto the floor. Meanwhile, on the path into the demon realm, Zhang Ze's outfit transformed into his Rakshasa persona. As he looked at his status window, he thought, "I've been discovered. That guy is definitely going to be waiting by the bed for me to come back. But I can't stay in the demon realm indefinitely." Zhang Ze grew anxious. "In 12 hours, when my stamina is depleted, I'll be forced out. What am I going to do?" The system window asked which floor of the demon realm he wished to return to. Zhang Ze thought, "I have to become incredibly strong within the next 12 hours, or I'll never be able to fight that criminal." Then, without any hesitation, he immediately selected the 4th floor. Arriving back at the 4th floor altar, everything was just as he'd left it. The adventurers were still gathered there, not daring to venture out due to the threat of the death zone. Zhang Ze's figure slowly appeared. He was officially back on the 4th floor. As he observed his surroundings, he wondered in surprise, hasn't the death zone vanished yet? If he couldn't leave the altar, how was he supposed to fight? Monsters to increase his power? A few people in front of him were talking. "The Demon Realm Management Bureau said the death zone is about to show up. They told us to wait a bit." The man next to him swore, "Damn it, I've already waited for more than 10 hours. How much longer do we have to wait?" Nearby, everyone was asking about the situation, and someone mentioned, "The death zone only disappears after the boss inside is defeated." He also overheard that a top-ranked team of experts was preparing to enter it. Others added, "You need an invitation from the death zone to get in. If you don't have one, you can't enter. Only boss monsters have a chance to drop an invitation, and the rate is only 1%. Zhang Ze silently stood by, gathering information. "Newbies like us shouldn't even dream of it. The rewards in the death zone are amazing, but it's packed with dangers. Going in is a death sentence, so even if you gave me the invitation, I wouldn't take it." From his inventory, he checked the information on the death zone invitation, which was a one-time use pass that disappeared after use. After reading the details, he was a bit surprised, because he never expected to get an invitation so easily. In his hand was the very item needed to enter the death zone, which he had obtained after defeating Swift Arrow and activating a blood-red void. A question from the system appeared with it. "The gate to the death zone is open. Do you wish to use the invitation to enter?" Zhang Ze considered that he had already cleared the previous 3 floors, and going back to grind monsters wouldn't yield any rewards, and he couldn't access the 4th floor. Moreover, that powerful expert from the demonic realm was still hunting him in the real world. "It looks like I have no other choice." With that thought, he selected yes to use the death zone invitation, hoping to rapidly increase his strength. A notification popped up. "Use successful. Entering the death zone in 3 seconds. Please prepare." The system began its countdown as the invitation slowly disintegrated, and streams of blue energy swirled around his body. When the countdown hit 1, the ground beneath Zhang Ze lit up, and a teleportation gate enveloped his entire body. He was enveloped in a mystical blue and black light, officially entering the death zone. In the blink of an eye, he was transported there, finding a few other adventurers already present. The entire space was bathed in an eerie, blood-red glow. Being new, he didn't quite grasp the situation. He noticed some others who also looked like rookies, bravely venturing in, and there were even foreigners. Zhang Ze wondered, aren't the demonic realms of different countries supposed to be separate? Asked Yuying. Is he the one who helped you distract the Shadow Wolf? She smiled and replied, yes, Uncle Lu. He's the one who saved me. Zhang Ze waved it off. Ah, that was nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Yuying made the introductions. This is my Uncle Lu. His name is Wind-Chasing Fury, and behind him is my younger brother, Midsummer Night's Dream. The young boy behind them was holding an orb and waved at Zhang Ze. Uncle Lu complimented him. Impressive. You entered the death zone alone? You've got guts. But he warned, this place isn't like the demonic realm. Not only are the monsters more vicious, but there are also lots of foreign adventurers. Fights break out all the time over monsters and loot. Uncle Lu then offered, so you shouldn't go it alone. It would be best if you joined us. The younger brother agreed. Brother Asura, Uncle Lu is an elite rank adventurer. You'll be perfectly safe with us. Hearing the words elite rank, Zhang Ze was taken aback. This man's power was quite high. According to the Demonic Realm Handbook, adventurer strength was divided into 6 tiers: rookie, skilled, elite, powerful, transcendent, and finally, the ultimate title of supreme. He never expected. The man before him was elite rank. Clearly, he was not weak at all. Zhang Ze thought to himself, this is my first time in the death zone, and I'm a bit overwhelmed. It's definitely dangerous. He shook Uncle Lu's hand and said, honestly, this is my first time in the death zone. If you'd let me tag along, that would be fantastic. The older man placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him, not arrogant or conceited. I like that attitude. Hearing this, Yuying, who was standing nearby, smiled faintly. She had a good impression of him and had been worried he might refuse, which would have made it impossible to repay her life debt. Then, a system notification appeared. Asura has joined the party. Uncle Lu spoke up. Now that Asura has joined, we're officially teammates. I think we should share our innate talents so we can coordinate better when problems arise. Zhang Ze agreed without hesitation. Uncle Lu reached for the sword on his back and began, my innate talent is repel. The skill was demonstrated with an image of a lone green monster charging toward him. The sword on Uncle Lu's back glowed, and he instantly activated repel, sending the monster flying backward. The skill's description is to knock a target back 10 paces and simultaneously paralyze it for 30 seconds. The younger brother's skill is illusion, which can create a phantom of a target that lasts for 1 hour. The boy immediately used the skill to create a copy of himself, but the illusion could only stand there without being able to fight. It was Yu Ying's turn. My innate talent is Blade of Light, which you probably saw last time. So, what's your innate talent? Zhang Ze thought to himself. People will find out sooner or later, so I might as well just say it now. My innate talent is Summoning Art. As he spoke, a circle of blue light formed at his feet, and he then raised his hand to create a glowing orb in his palm. The light was so dazzling that the young boy had to shield his eyes. An elite goblin materialized in front of them all. It was the same elite goblin warrior from the 3rd floor, and it appeared standing right in front of him. This was his summoning art. The 3 of them were completely stunned. Yuying exclaimed, wow, that's incredible. Uncle Lu also complimented him. That skill is excellent. Yuying asked him, so the monsters you summon will follow your commands? Zhang Ze nodded. Uncle Lu turned and started walking. That's enough introductions for now. The other adventurers have already headed into the village. If they kill all the bosses, we'll be left with nothing. With that, the group quickly moved forward. Zhang Ze asked, the bosses in the death zone are more dangerous than those in the demonic realm, right? What kind of items do they drop? What kind of items? Uncle Lu answered, that's right, the death zone is a standalone instance dungeon. It drops good items like non-elemental soul orbs, high-grade equipment, and rare props. But the danger is twice as high, he continued. This time, I brought Yuying and Tian along to broaden their horizons. The 4 of them quietly entered the village path of the death zone. Up ahead, there seemed to be a fight, and a huge explosion went off. Zhang Ze saw it and wondered, what's going on here? 2 factions were fighting. One side was adventurers, and the other looked like villagers who had been transformed. Uncle Lu said, these villagers were probably controlled by something to end up like this. Let's head into the village to find the boss first, leaving the conflict and the explosion behind us. The 4 of them ran forward together, with Uncle Lu leading the way and reminding everyone, stay close to me and don't get separated under any circumstances. They turned into another alley. This village seems to be a maze. Uncle Lu added, the length of the houses here is also about the same. The 4 of them hurried on, running without stopping. Suddenly, something caught Zhang Ze's attention. He turned and said to everyone, wait, something's not right. I think we've already passed through this place. Yuying agreed. That's right, it seems we've just run in a circle. Zhang Ze froze. He could feel something approaching. Yu Ying seemed to have realized it too. The ground was trembling slightly, and a horrifying sound echoed from the distance. The party of four stood exposed in the middle of the deserted town road. A hideous zombie monster appeared, its mouth gaping open with bloodlust. Behind it was a horde of grotesque zombies with weapons in hand. The monsters were advancing towards them, and their numbers were overwhelming. The thundering footsteps of the monsters, they were surrounded from both ends. A large number of monsters were closing in on them. Uncle Lu spoke up to reassure everyone. Don't panic. He drew his greatsword and said, I'll defend the front. Yu Ying will defend the rear, and Tian and brother Rakshasa will handle the middle. We'll fight while moving. Do not split up no matter what. Everyone agreed, and they all immediately got into position. Fighting while moving, the zombies roared in unison, revealing their terrifyingly sharp fangs. They leaped to attack from all four sides, weapons in hand. Zhang Ze quickly raised his hand to use a summoning spell. He shouted, Come forth, Goblin Mage and Goblin Warrior! Two goblins jumped out, ready to fight. Behind him, Tian was stunned, looking a bit scared. Zhang Ze thought. Looking at his expression, it seems he's a newbie too. Compared to the monsters, the goblins seemed much weaker. They were losing health too quickly in a direct confrontation, while these zombies only lost 1/3 of their health compared to the goblins. Zhang Ze was also a bit startled. What the? How are these monsters' attack and defense so strong? While he was lost in thought, a large monster leaped up, preparing to strike him down. Realizing this, Uncle Lu quickly pushed off the ground, spun, and jumped towards him. Then, he dashed forward and unleashed a horizontal slash, vaporizing the monster. Uncle Lu glanced at him, thinking, I thought since he was able to rescue Yu Ying, his strength must be decent, but unfortunately, it seems he's not as good as I expected. Seizing the offensive, he continued to plow through the enemies, cutting down a few more monsters to support Zhang Ze and Tian's flank. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky along with huge bolts of lightning. Yu Ying shouted a warning, Uncle Lu, watch out! But it was too late. A massive lightning bolt struck him. Uncle Lu was shocked. What is this? Someone's ambushing me. Just as he realized it, he was hit by another attack, losing nearly 300 health. At this moment, a figure in a red cloak stepped out and said, Hey, person from the great Xia kingdom, we meet again. He was known as the Mystic Doctor, with a staff in his hand. The lightning bolt just now seemed to have been created by the orb attached to it. It seemed they knew each other from before. Uncle Lu exclaimed, So it's you. As soon as he finished speaking, the man raised his staff again, and the orb and the surrounding lightning turned red. He pointed the orb upwards, muttered something, and cast Fireball. A blazing red ball of lightning appeared above Uncle Lu's head, with long bolts of lightning shooting out. He shouted, Paralysis effect, I can't move! Everyone, be careful. The moment he spoke, a massive, deafening explosion occurred. Uncle Lu collapsed to one knee, one hand on his knee and the other on his sword, his whole body emitting a black, murderous aura. Yu Ying worriedly called his name and quickly ran over, but from a distance, an arrow was shot straight at her. It was just about to hit its mark. Luckily, Zhang Ze warned her to be careful just in time, and Yu Ying immediately swung her sword, slicing the arrow in two. From afar, on the roof of a building, the dark silhouette of an archer was there. She was a night elf, with the appearance of an elf. She was the one who shot that arrow. Zhang Ze summoned a goblin warrior and ordered, Goblin, advance! It had barely started running when it was blocked by another dark figure wielding an axe. Then, he brought it down with an extremely powerful blow right in front of it. The pressure was incredibly intense. His name was Harrison. He had dark skin, a large axe, and Viking-style hair. He was a foreigner. Zhang Ze looked at him with worry. This guy's attack power is immense. Uncle Lu seemed to know them from before. He pointed and yelled, Damn it, it's you three pesky ghosts again. I spared you once last time. I can't believe you dare to come back looking for death again. The expressions of the three were extremely calm. It seemed they had come here prepared. Uncle Lu gritted his teeth and cursed again. What a bunch of shameless bastards. The Mystic Doctor spoke up. I didn't expect you to bring 3 newbies to the death zone today. How could we possibly pass up this opportunity? He pointed his staff to the sky and continued, As long as they're human, it's possible. Who cares about being shameless as long as I'm the one laughing in the end? The moment he said that, his staff called down a huge lightning bolt, striking Uncle Lu directly. After taking several hits, he was a bit numb from the blood loss. He cursed under his breath, Damn it, the paralysis effect again. If this keeps up, I might actually die here. Uncle Lu took out a vial of green liquid from his pocket, thinking these bastards really want to fight to the death, but I still have 2 juniors from the clan behind me. He downed the liquid in one gulp, to the astonishment of the 2 juniors. As their martial uncle, he was especially worried about Yu Ying. She is the future hope of the clan. I absolutely can't let anything happen to her. After drinking it, Uncle Lu crushed the vial, and a green aura erupted from his body. His health immediately began to recover rapidly. Then, he raised his greatsword and roared, Come at me, the mystic doctor laughed loudly, not expecting the old man to actually use an activation potion. Although it grants a 30-second buff of immunity to any negative effects, the price is taking an additional 20% damage. Yu Ying's face was filled with worry as she softly called out to Uncle Lu. She knew that by using the activation potion, he was planning to risk his life. At that moment, he stood alone against the three foreigners, determined to protect the younger generation with his old body. Then, he turned and shouted, "Yu Ying, I'll retreat right after this! Don't worry about me." Although they heard him, she and the other two knew the current situation was dire for him, but there was nothing they could do to help. Harrison immediately leaped up, bringing his large axe down and shouted, "None of you are getting away!" Uncle Lu stepped in to block him, yelling, "Save your breath!" Then, he swung his sword, knocking Harrison back by the chest, and the axe in his hand fell. Yu Ying was still frozen in place, watching with anxiety. Then, she decisively turned and walked away, telling the other two, "Follow me," but it wasn't that simple. The dark elf drew her bow, aiming 3 arrows at the three of them. "Trying to run? Let's see where you can go." As she finished speaking, she released the string. 3 arrows shot towards them, but strangely, the arrows moved with agility instead of flying straight. Seeing this, the 3 of them immediately started running, but the arrows kept getting closer. Even when they dodged, the arrows would change course and pursue them relentlessly. Yu Ying warned anxiously, "This is her innate skill. Everyone be careful." With that, she drew her sword and used her ultimate move to try and neutralize the 3 arrows in front of them. However, the level gap was too large. Yu Ying could only neutralize 2 of them, while 1 arrow broke free and flew towards her. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "This is bad!" The arrow pierced straight into Yu Ying's chest, causing her to lose over 800,000 HP. Luckily, the arrow hit just below her shoulder and wasn't a fatal shot to the heart. She endured the pain, pulled the arrow out, and clutched her wound. Yu Ying said, "Their target is Uncle Lu, so for now they won't target us." Xiao Dian next to her asked worriedly, "Sister, what do we do now?" The 3 continued to move as Yu Ying replied, "Let's quickly find a place to hide first, and once the Death Zone boss is killed, we can leave this place." Hiding behind some broken rocks, they saw another massive lightning bolt strike in the distance. It seemed the 1 versus 3 battle over there was getting extremely intense. Zhang Ze stepped forward and asked, "By the way, I have a question. I remember that adventurers from different countries can only hunt monsters in their own country's demon realms. So how did your Uncle Lu make enemies with that group of foreign adventurers?" In his list of summoned beasts, he only had 2 goblin mages and a few low-level bosses left unused. Yu Ying answered, "The demon realms of different countries aren't interconnected, but death zones are different. Uncle Lu probably had a conflict with those guys before." Xiao Dian slumped to the ground, blaming himself. "This is all my fault. If I had known how dangerous the death zone was, I wouldn't have insisted on coming here. My innate skill is basically useless." Yu Ying frowned. "Are you a man or not? Scared after just a little trouble?" Zhang Ze walked over to encourage him. "Don't be so pessimistic. Your innate skill is actually very powerful. You just haven't figured out how to use it properly yet." Xiao Dian held his head, on the verge of tears. "Stop trying to comfort me. What good is summoning illusions?" Yu Ying was suddenly startled and asked, "Stop talking. Did you guys hear something?" All 3 of them turned around at the same time. Something there made them gasp. A massive foot with an iron shackle and chain on its ankle, a wide mouth with huge teeth, and drool dripping from its jowls. In front of them now was an enormous mutated beast with a giant cleaver in its hand. It was known by the terrifying name, the Slaughtering Butcher, and in the middle of its stomach was another wide mouth lined with incredibly sharp teeth. The 3 of them quietly hid behind a large rock, looking at the monster. It seemed like it hadn't noticed them yet. Yu Ying panicked. "Oh my god, I think we've run into the boss." Xiao Dian held his head. "Mommy, how can we be so unlucky? We just escaped from the tiger's den, and now we've run into the boss," she worried. "What do we do now? If Uncle Lu were here, we might still have a chance. But with just the 3 of us, it's basically suicide." Zhang Ze raised his hand to signal them. "Don't panic, the boss hasn't spotted us yet." Xiao Dian sat there, trembling all over. "What should we do? There are foreign adventurers behind us, and the slaughtering butcher boss in front of us. We're definitely dead this time." Zhang Ze looked at the kid while thinking, "We can't just stand here and wait to die." He closed his eyes and then said, "If that's the case, then let's the 3 of us take down the boss together." His words left Yu Ying a bit stunned. Zhang Ze took a bow out of his inventory, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Hearing this, Xiao Dian immediately stood up and said, "That's a death zone boss, How can I possibly defeat it?" Nuyet An agreed. "That's right. Are you sure you can kill the slaughtering butcher?" Truong Trak replied, "I'm not 100% sure, but it's better to take a gamble than to just stand here and wait to die." Tu Dien placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "That's still not a good idea. What if while we're fighting the boss, those three from before come back and attack us from behind? We'd be dead for sure. Truong Trak smiled. That's an excellent question. That's when your innate talent skill will come in handy. Tu Dian was stunned. My innate talent? What do you mean? Meanwhile, on the other side, it was unclear what the outcome was. All that could be seen were three foreign adventurers standing there with several monster corpses. Harrison stomped on a monster and cursed, "Damn it! I can't believe that guy, No Sat Tru Fong, still had a teleportation scroll, a random one he could use." Saying that, he let out a sinister laugh and swung his axe, finishing off the monster in front of him. Around them, many soul orbs had dropped from the monster corpses. He continued, "If I remember correctly, that item is incredibly expensive. With a market price of at least tens of thousands of dollars, that guy is pretty loaded." The night elf frowned, bending down to pick up a soul orb. Consider him lucky this time. Otherwise, today we would have definitely gotten our revenge for that day. The mysterious doctor spoke up, no need for regrets. His health was only at 10% when he escaped. If he teleported to a place surrounded by monsters, how could he possibly survive? Hearing that, Harrison smiled. Exactly. It would be best if he teleported right next to the boss, so it could finish him off. Harrison stood nearby and laughed loudly. Let's hope so. Suddenly, the mysterious doctor's eyes lit up as something appeared, catching his attention. The night elf and Harrison were no exception, both turning to look in that direction and exclaiming, "Look over there!" Amidst a cloud of dust, the grotesque face of the slaughtering butcher boss appeared. They looked at the monster before them and exclaimed, "It really is the boss." They faced the boss with remarkable calm. The dust around the boss gradually settled, revealing its massive body. Harrison laughed loudly. "We've hit the jackpot this time. This boss is carrying a ton of gold. Let's take it down before anyone else shows up." The doctor agreed. "We're so lucky. I can't believe it's our turn to fight a boss." The elf raised her bow and said with a smile, "That S-rank gear is all mine." She then used her arrow rain skill, aiming directly at the boss. But strangely, the arrows flew right through its body. Small ripples appeared where the arrows should have hit as they passed through. The doctor exclaimed, "Physical immunity? Then how about this?" He conjured a fireball in front of him, ready to fire. A blast of combined fire and lightning shot from the orb on his staff, heading straight for the monster, but it remained completely unfazed and stood firm. Those attacks also flew right through its body. The doctor exclaimed in shock. "What is happening? How come this boss didn't take a single point of damage from those two powerful attacks?" Harrison, standing nearby with a distorted expression, wondered, "How strange. I've never encountered a boss like this before. It doesn't have a physical form?" The doctor theorized. "This must be one of the boss's skills. When attacked, it enters a transparent state." Meanwhile, the party was observing them through a blue orb in Tudian's hand. "Those guys are seriously overthinking it. Turns out it's just an illusion." Tudian turned and said, "You two should hurry up. My dream illusion only lasts for 1 hour." Nuyet An asked, "How do you want to fight it?" Truong Trak replied, "I definitely can't just rush in blindly. We have to find its weakness first." With that, he raised his hand to summon, "Come on out, my pets. It's your time to shine." The moment he spoke, all his summoned beasts appeared. The sky-swallowing frog, the goblin king, the horde of small goblins, the spiders, and the elite wolf. Nuyet Anhe covered her mouth in shock. "I can't believe you can even summon the boss from the first floor. I thought you could only summon regular mobs or something." Upon appearing, the elite iron-fanged wolf let out a growl, its body radiating a bloodthirsty aura. It had evolved, leveling up to level 2, and looked significantly more powerful. Its two eyes glowed intensely. Truong Trak gave the order, "Time is of the essence. You two, attack as well." The moment he finished speaking, the sky-swallowing frog and the goblin king behind him leaped forward, joining the horde of minions and the iron-fanged wolf to prepare their attack on the boss. Seeing Truong Trak's summoned horde rush forward, the slaughtering butcher suddenly spoke, "A swarm of insects." With that, it raised the massive cleaver in its hand and slammed it down. The iron-fanged wolf sensed the danger. Truong Trak shouted a warning, "Elite wolf, dodge to the side." Obeying its master, the wolf managed to leap into the air just as the massive cleaver smashed into the ground. It then eyed its target, preparing for a counterattack. The iron-fanged wolf swooped down, raking its claws across the butcher's chest, but it only dealt a little over 100 damage. The boss instantly retaliated, landing a devastating blow on the wolf's back and taunting, "Can you feel the stench of death? Die." The attack cost the wolf nearly 400 health points, a staggering difference. Struck by the powerful blow, the iron-fanged wolf collapsed to the ground in pain. Truong Trak clenched his fists, thinking, as expected of a boss from the death zone, its strength is truly terrifying. The boss faced the horde with utter calm, roaring confidently, "You swarm of insects will never defeat me," Truong Trak said to Nguyen Ain. "The strength of a death zone boss is truly immense." She replied, "Your dark wolf is no match for it. We need to attack together, or it won't last long against the slaughtering butcher. He agreed and immediately summoned the poison spider, ordering it to use its web attack. A volley of spider silk shot towards the slaughtering butcher, catching it off guard and binding its two legs tightly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Nuyet An leaped in with her sword. She unleashed a rapid sword combo, landing consecutive hits that continuously drained the boss's health. While not a massive amount, it was steadily chipping away at its life. Zhang Ze took advantage of the butcher's restricted movement and commanded his ranged monsters to attack. The heaven-swallowing toad immediately spat a stream of fire at the boss, using sheer numbers to wear it down. The deadly butcher could only stand there and take the punishment, as its feet were bound, losing health continuously. From the mouth on its stomach, it roared, "I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood." Zhang Ze watched in surprise. This boss is incredibly smart. It knew he was the one controlling the summoned monsters, so it aimed its full power directly at him for a direct attack. Zhang Ze immediately summoned the Elf King to block the blow for him. The elf's dual swords clashed against the butcher's weapon. The incredibly powerful impact of the two weapons made Zhang Ze's summon recoil in shock, as the boss still had a large knife in its other hand. It slashed at the Elf King, yelling "Die," causing the elf to lose over 300 health. Zhang Ze exclaimed, "So terrifying." It was the bone-shattering attack skill, which reduces defense and speed by 20% to increase damage. The elite iron-toothed wolf appeared right behind the boss, using its sharp claws to attack the deadly butcher's back. The boss seemed to be in a lot of pain but quickly stabilized itself. It counterattacked, throwing a knife straight into the air where the iron-toothed wolf was hovering. The knife pierced through its body as the boss yelled, "Surrender your life." With that, the wolf lost 687 health. Zhang Ze witnessed the entire thing. He panicked, but it was too late. To his dismay, the wolf was completely vaporized. He got angry, saying, "Damn it, it killed my elite dark wolf." Yue Ying turned and said, "This is no time to get emotional. If we don't kill this boss, we're all going to die." On the other side, Xiao Tian wasn't doing too well either, turning to remind them, "Hurry up, I'm about to. Give out." Zhang Ze drew his bow and said, "All right then, I'll risk my life to fight you." He then ordered the poison spider to continue its web attacks and immediately commanded, "Heaven-swallowing toad, continue your assault." It slashed at the Elf King, yelling "Die," causing the elf to lose over 300 health. Zhang Ze exclaimed, "So terrifying." It was the bone-shattering attack skill, which reduces defense and speed by 20% to increase. "Do you want?" Xiaofeng, terrified and on the verge of tears, pleaded, "I won't call the police, please just let me go." Han Fei held the knife to the little girl's throat and said, "You ask what I want? Number of attacks compensated for it. They were close to defeating the boss. But before they could celebrate, a red aura started swirling around the deadly butcher. Zhang Ze quickly shouted a warning, "Be careful. It's about to enter its second phase." Yue Ying was startled too, raising her sword and backing away slightly. But instead of attacking, the deadly butcher turned and fled, much to their confusion. Zhang Ze wondered, "Give out." Zhang Ze drew his bow and said, "All right then, I'll risk my life to fight you." He then ordered the poison spider to continue its web attacks and immediately commanded, "Heaven-swallowing toad, continue your assault." Number of attacks compensated for it. They were close to defeating the boss. But before they could celebrate, a red aura started swirling around the deadly butcher. Zhang Ze quickly shouted a warning, "Be careful." Why this boss was running? What was it planning? It ran back to the pile of corpses behind it and began to eat them to regenerate its health, mumbling, "I want to eat flesh," as it chewed. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Yue Ying. It was charging up an extremely powerful attack. Then, it spat out a massive fireball aimed directly at the butcher boss. The impact created a horrific explosion, sending debris flying everywhere as smoke and flames lit up the sky. Interrupted by the attack, it could no longer eat. It let out a roar and charged toward them. Zhang Ze commanded the spider to use its web attack to restrain the boss and keep it from getting near. The heaven-swallowing toad. Once again, its legs were entangled in the spider's web, immobilizing it. It could only swing its weapon around helplessly. Yue Ying seized this opportunity and leaped into the air, activating her ultimate skill. Slash of light! She struck the boss directly. From behind, the Elf King also launched a surprise attack with its dual blades, giving the boss no time to react. The powerful slash across its back made the boss stagger. It screamed in pain. Zhang Ze yelled, "Everyone, push a little harder, this boss is almost down." Yue Ying agreed, shouting, "Come on, we just kill the boss?" The system began displaying notifications. The Death Realm's boss, the Deadly Butcher, has been successfully defeated by Rakshasa. Congratulations. From the boss's corpse, numerous soul orbs and pieces of equipment dropped. Xiao Tian smiled and said, I'm taking one. This is so thrilling. Awesome. We finally defeated the boss. Among the dropped items, there was a particularly beautiful bow. Zhang Ze walked over to it and picked it up. A description popped up. Blood Slaughter Longbow, S-Rank, damage, 400 to 600. Special property, converts 10% of damage dealt into health for the wielder. Zhang Ze held it and marveled. This is an S-Rank weapon, and coincidentally, it's a bow, the very weapon he uses. Yue Ying looked happy and said, This weapon has a lifesteal effect. Your luck is amazing. This bow is a perfect fit for you. Many people struggle in the Death Realm for 10 years without ever getting an S-Rank weapon. Zhang Ze raised the bow to the sky. A powerful, blood-red aura radiated from it. Feeling as if it could pierce, he gripped the large axe in his hand and charged aggressively towards the three of them. Trung Trek looked back. Only a few of his summoned monsters were left. If they fought head-on, their chances of winning were slim. We need to leave the death zone now. Tu Dian agreed. That's right. We've already killed the boss anyway. It's better to run first. But Nguyet An disagreed. She decided to stay, then drew her sword and said, You two go on ahead. These guys killed my sixth uncle. I must get revenge. Hearing Nguyet An say she wanted to stay for revenge, Tu Dian quickly turned around in fear. I'm out of here. I don't want to die. I'm leaving first. Truong Trak remained there, thinking to himself, this Liu Nuye An is really stubborn. Am I really going to leave her here alone? Seeing he hadn't left, she turned and asked, Why haven't you left yet? This is a personal grudge of mine. It has nothing to do with you, Truong Trak replied coldly. It is your personal grudge, and it really has nothing to do with me, but I absolutely cannot stand by and watch those three foreigners kill you. He then summoned a monster, saying, Come on out, let them have a taste of your power. In front of the three, dust kicked up as the monster appeared, and both Harry and the dark elf widened their eyes in horror at the summoned monster before them, because it was the Slaughter Butcher, the boss of this death zone, slowly materializing. As soon as it appeared, filled with accumulated rage, it roared and swung the cleaver in its hand straight ahead. The group of foreigners wondered, What the hell is going on? The Slaughter Butcher revived? I've never heard of a death zone boss being able to revive after being killed. Am I seeing things? The mysterious doctor remained quite calm. You're not seeing things. Another Slaughter Butcher has really appeared. Harrison then asked, Why is this Slaughter Butcher not attacking those two from Great Xia? Nuyedan lowered her head slightly, hiding her falling tears, and said, Sixth uncle, I've come to avenge you. Just as she finished speaking, a notification appeared in her mailbox that she had received a letter from Furious Wind Chase, who was her sixth uncle. Through a quick chat between the two, it turned out he was still alive and asked them to leave that place quickly. After confirming, Njuet An immediately prepared to leave. She turned to Truong Trak and smiled. This is great. Sixth uncle is still alive. He told us to hurry back. Hearing that, he also breathed a sigh of relief. That's indeed good news. As soon as she finished speaking, Ngiet An left immediately, telling him she'd see him at the fourth-floor altar. Truong Trak smiled awkwardly. This girl, really, I don't even know what to say to her anymore. Meanwhile, in front of him, the butcher boss and Harrison were preparing to clash. Just as he swung his axe down, the boss was no longer there, the axe cutting through empty air. He wondered, why did the Slaughter Butcher disappear? Back at the fourth-floor altar of the Demon Realm, all four members of the party had regrouped. Nuyet An was overjoyed to see her. Sixth uncle was safe and sound. Seeing them, he laughed heartily and praised Asura. Nuyet An, you two did a great job. He patted Truong Trak on the shoulder, praising him. You kid, you're truly an outstanding individual. Well done. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Then he turned back and said to Tu Dian, You should learn from Asura. Look at yourself. You're a mess. The sixth uncle came over and put his arm around Truong Trak's shoulder, acting familiar, and whispered, Hey, kid, our family is also considered a prominent and noble family, and it just so happens that Ngiet An doesn't have a boyfriend yet. I see you two are about the same age. You should keep in touch. Hearing this, Nguyet An's face flushed red with embarrassment. Sixth uncle, you're being too hasty. Then she shyly exclaimed, Sixth uncle, what are you talking about? He stood there and laughed loudly. All right, I won't say any more. I'll let you two develop naturally. Truong Trak turned and asked, By the way, senior, I have something I'd like to ask you. Hearing this, he told him to feel free to ask. He wanted to ask how to defeat a level 1 Demon Realm expert. Truong Trak thought, I'll deal with future matters later. Right now, in the real world, there's still a killer waiting to murder me, he thought. Although the Liu family isn't the biggest family in Great Xia, it's still considered top tier, and their power is substantial. Sixth uncle heard this and asked, A Demon Realm expert? Brother Asura, are you in some kind of trouble, aren't you? He raised his hand and continued, Don't be polite, just tell me straight. I can help you get justice. He smiled. Thank you for your kind offer, but I feel I can handle this myself. Looking at his own status screen, he thought to himself, The hardest thing to repay in this world is a favor. Situation. I should still handle this myself. I have 8 high-grade non-elemental demon soul orbs, and my strength will definitely increase significantly after absorbing them. Xiao Tian spoke up. Brother Rakshasa, the experts from the demon realm are more formidable. We've thought about this a lot. You absolutely must not act recklessly. Uncle Lu added that to deal with a demon realm expert, besides being strong enough yourself, you also have to aim at the opponent's weakness. Zhang Ze immediately asked, "What do you mean by that?" Uncle Lu explained that to become a demon realm expert, one must pass a test, and level 1 is very simple. You just need your 4 primary stats to meet the standard to pass. But some experts, wanting their power to be more prominent in the later stages, have enhanced a specific attribute from the very beginning. If a demon realm expert invests a lot of resources into strength, their power will be incredibly immense, and their attack power will be greater than other demon realm experts, similar to speed for the assassin class or mana for the mage class. Zhang Ze seemed to be getting it, saying, so even demon realm experts of the same level will have different power gaps because of their different primary stats. Then he looked at his own stat panel. Among the 4 attributes, his agility was at 15, which was the highest. If he continued to add to it, his movement speed and attack speed would increase, giving him an advantage in combat and a higher chance of winning. Then he thought about Huang Hanfei waiting outside, wondering what his advantage was. Xiao Tian raised his hand and interrupted. Uncle Lu, Sister Yuang, our time in the demon realm is almost up, let's go home. Hearing Xiao Tian's reminder, Yuang walked over and said to Zhang Ze, well, if there's nothing else, we'll head back first. Before leaving, Yuang sent him a friend request. Her figure slowly faded away, but not before reminding him, you have to be careful on your own. Zhang Ze said he understood and bid her farewell, then accepted the friend request. After a tiring boss hunt, he was finally ready to face the guy outside. He could only sigh, looking at the number of demon soul orbs in his inventory. It's finally my turn. I have to absorb all these demon soul orbs first. He stood there absorbing them, a bright light radiating around him, and his speed stat increased to 26 points. Afterward, he decided to leave the demon realm and face the challenge, preparing to risk his life. A blinding light along with small sparks of lightning flashed outside Huang Hanfei's apartment window, and Zhang Ze appeared, but there was no one in the room. He wondered, where did that Huang Hanfei guy go? He suddenly realized he had been gone for so long, and Xiao Feng was home alone. Could it be? Thinking this, he rushed outside and ran home. It seemed Xiao Feng was in danger. He opened the door and rushed into the house, shouting Xiao Feng's name. Huang Hanfei was sitting next to the little girl on the living room sofa, and upon seeing him, she just whispered, brother. In Hanfei's hand was a knife. He was peeling an apple while waiting for him. Holding up a slice of apple, he said, kid, you came back earlier than I expected. He took a bite of the apple and looked at Zhang Ze with a cunning gaze and a dangerous smile. He said to him, sit down first, we'll discuss this properly. Zhang Ze, a bit angry and worried, exclaimed, let my sister go now. We can talk about everything else later. He raised the knife, looked at Xiao Feng, and said with a smile, letting her go is impossible. Now that she's seen my true face, she'll definitely go to the police. Zhang Ze immediately asked him, then what? A knife. He was peeling an apple while waiting for him. Holding up a slice of apple, he said, kid, you came back earlier than I expected. He took a bite of the apple and looked at Zhang Ze with a cunning gaze and a dangerous smile. Of course, I'm going to take you siblings' organs to the black market and sell them for a lot of money. He laughed loudly, telling them, right now, you two are my personal cash cows. Then he leaned close to Xiao Feng's ear and whispered, how could I possibly let you two get hurt? Amidst the tension, there was a continuous knocking at the door, startling all 3 of them. Hanfei frowned and looked at Zhang Ze, asking, did you dare call the police? He immediately denied it. Of course I didn't. He ordered him to open the door and not to try anything funny, since Xiao Feng was still in his hands. As he walked to the door, Zhang Ze thought, I only texted Teacher Lu Wei earlier. He couldn't have gotten here this fast. He had just cracked the door open when a delivery bag appeared. It was a female delivery driver, holding up a box and saying, hello, your food delivery from Gu is here. Enjoy your meal. Zhang Ze was quite surprised and replied, I didn't order any fast food. I think you have the wrong address. The girl just stood there, confused. How can that be? She tilted her head to the side, looked inside, and continued, the address is clearly here. Are you trying to mess with me? The girl asked, or maybe those two. Ordered it? Zhang Ze got angry, not wanting to involve an innocent person, so he pushed the girl away and yelled, I already said we didn't order any food. Go away. The delivery girl stood there, banging on the door, furious. This is outrageous. What's with that attitude? Are delivery people like us not human? The door slowly closed, and the girl turned to leave, muttering, what kind of person is that? Are you in a hurry to die or something? Unbelievable. But suddenly, the girl gave a dangerous smile, then took off her hat and said, "So you really are here. The 1.5 million bounty is about to be mine." Sensing something was wrong, Han Fei stood up, one hand holding the knife, the other holding Xiao Feng tightly, and said, "Open the door. We're going to this place." The three of them walked out to the car outside. Zhang Ze asked, "Where are we going?" He ordered him to get in the car. "Stop wasting my time." Getting into the car, he reassured his sister, "Don't be afraid, I'll definitely protect you." Han Fei grew impatient. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up." From a distance, something was flying towards them, but he was, after all, a level 1 demon realm expert, and he reacted instantly to dodge it. He cursed, "Son of a witch, who is that? Show yourself, or I'll kill this little girl." It was the delivery girl from before, standing there, raising her hand and speaking with a smirk. "I can't believe I failed. However, if you want to kill her, go right ahead," the girl, now in a different outfit, said as she walked forward spinning a dagger. "That'll just make it easier for us to settle this with each other." Zhang Ze realized this was the same dagger girl from before. Han Fei laughed and said, "You're a bounty hunter, aren't you, little girl? What's your price? But you think you can take me on alone? You really think you can capture me?" The girl flashed a confident smile, replying with a few throwing knives in hand. "Don't judge a book by its cover, old man. If you don't believe me, just try me." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately threw the knives straight at him. Han Fei laughed loudly. "Don't forget I've got a human shield right here." Zhang Ze rushed out in a panic, worried for his sister, and managed to block one of them, but the other knife flew right between Han Fei and Xiao Feng, forcing him to release the girl. In a flash, seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ze immediately spun around and dashed forward to pull Xiao Feng to safety right in front of Han Fei, then leaped far away to his utter astonishment. His speed had increased immensely. The girl was shocked. "This guy is so fast. I can't believe he was able to catch my throwing knife with his bare hands." Standing protectively in front of Xiao Feng, he scolded her. "You almost hurt my sister." She put her hands on her hips and retorted, "It wasn't on purpose. Who asked her to be a human shield for that criminal?" Han Fei interrupted with a booming laugh. "I wasn't planning on going on a killing spree today, but it seems I have no other choice." He smirked coldly, rubbing his bald head. The girl immediately charged, not forgetting to shout a warning. "All bystanders, get out of the way now. My knives don't have eyes." Han Fei adjusted his glasses with a slight smile. "It seems this little girl's speed stat is quite high." He took off his glasses, his eyes glowing with a deep purple aura. Caught in his technique, the girl seemed to fall into a void, floating aimlessly as if hypnotized. Seeing her dazed state, Han Fei laughed loudly. "You put all your attribute points into agility, so your mental fortitude must be very low. Naturally, you can't escape my mental control technique. You want to capture me? Today, I'll show you how I send you all to your graves." Zhang Ze thought anxiously, "This is bad. Why isn't she moving? She seems to be under some kind of control. Could it be a mental control technique? I never thought his specialty would be mental power." He clenched his fists and charged at Han Fei. "In that case, I'll use this chance to take him down." While he wasn't paying attention, Zhang Ze used his speed advantage and dashed forward. Han Fei quickly pulled out his gun, cocked it, and turned, cursing, "You little brat!" But before he could even see him clearly, he was hit by a powerful punch to the gut. As he stumbled backward, he still managed to aim the gun at Zhang Ze, ready to shoot. "Don't push your luck." But before he could pull the trigger, he took a kick right to the face, sending his gun flying as he fell flat on the ground. He mumbled, "This brat, how is your speed so fast?" Zhang Ze sighed in relief. If he had used his gun from the beginning, I don't know how this would have turned out. Xiao Feng ran over, asking, "Brother, are you okay?" He answered, breathing hard, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Han Fei was knocked out cold from the heavy blows. Zhang Ze walked over to the girl, and Xiao Feng asked what was wrong with her. He replied, "I think she was hypnotized by that man. This bounty hunter really only sees money. She almost got you hurt a minute ago." Xiao Feng stepped closer to look and asked, "Should we help her?" Zhang Ze stated firmly, "She brought this on herself. Why should we help her?" With a mischievous grin, his sister asked, "Do you have a marker? A permanent one would be best." He quickly went to get it, and about 10 minutes later, the authorities arrived. The surrounding residents also came out onto the street out of curiosity. Teacher Lu Wei arrived and said, "Zhang Ze, that was very reckless of you. I sent you a text telling you not to engage and to wait for the police. Do you have any idea that this man has already killed 7 people?" Zhang Ze scratched his head. "Sorry, Teacher Lu Wei, I didn't have a chance to check my phone." A police officer came up and patted the teacher's shoulder, saying, "Don't scold the kid. He's a hero to our Tianfeng city today. We've been after this fugitive for 2 whole years, and he always got away. For your student to be the one to catch him, you should be proud and take pride in him." Teacher Liu smiled. "Of course I'm proud, but I was more worried about the safety of him and his sister. Still, I have to ask, Zhang Ze, How did you defeat this man? He's a demon realm expert, you know. Zhang Ze thought for a moment. I should probably hide my true strength for now. It's not the right time to tell my teacher. Pointing to the girl, he replied, by myself. Of course I couldn't have beaten him. It was all thanks to this girl's help. It looks like she fell under Han Fei's hypnosis spell and can't move. The police officer told them the girl's name is Shen Mengdi. This girl is a bounty hunter who would risk her own life for money. Standing in front of her, the officer continued, she's a veteran bounty hunter, a level 1 demon realm expert. Although she's caught many criminals, she has also caused a lot of trouble for us. He then turned to Xiao Feng and asked, by the way, what happened to her face? The little girl blushed and answered mischievously, we don't know. Her face was already like that when we saw her. A turtle and 2 tear streams were drawn on Mengdi's face, which looked pretty hilarious. The police were taking her and the criminal to the station. The officer didn't forget to remind Zhang Ze about the bounty for Han Fei, 1,500,000. Will be split between you and Mengdi. He also told him to bring his ID to the station to collect it. Zhang Ze was stunned. What, 750,000 each? That's so much money? He joyfully hugged Xiao Feng and said, thank you, officer. This is amazing. The total amount was enough to cover his sister's surgery fees. At 8 p.m., at the Zhang siblings' house, their home beside him, Fei was under heavy police guard. Lying in bed, Zhang Ze took out his demon realm watch. It's time. The death realm has been cleared. So the 4th floor of the demon realm should be freely accessible now. He pressed the watch and a flash of electricity appeared. 4th floor of the demon realm, here I come. At the altar on the 4th floor of the demon realm, a large crowd had already gathered. After being restricted for many days because of the death realm, there were continuous recruitment calls. He joyfully hugged Xiao Feng and said, thank you, officer. This is amazing. The total amount was enough to cover his sister's surgery fees. At 8 p.m., at the Zhang siblings' house, their home beside him, left with many empty spots. However, he now had the deadly butcher, plus the great ogre king and the sky-swallowing frog, so there probably wouldn't be any major problems. Zhang Ze checked the monster list for the 4th floor, which included the pig-headed monster, with 2 large spiked maces, in addition to the birdman and an unknown form of the bull-headed boss leader. Zhang Ze thought to himself, the information on the monsters is quite simple, but their damage seems to be anything but weak. I need to scout ahead first. He entered a desolate and gloomy place called the Barren Forest all by himself, and from behind the withered tree branches, monsters with glowing red eyes began to appear. It was the pig-headed monster with a pair of sharp tusks, standing there and observing him silently. Realizing their presence, Zhang Ze immediately prepared to summon his monsters. These pig-headed monsters came right on time. Raising his arm with 2 summoning slots, he said, my 2 bosses, come out and greet our guests. The great ogre king and the deadly butcher immediately appeared with an imposing aura. The pig-headed monsters grimaced at the sight of the human, drooling profusely. Facing them were 2 bosses, one of whom was the incredibly powerful boss from the death realm. 2 pig-headed monsters leaped up, swinging their maces straight at him. Zhang Ze immediately ordered the ogre king to step forward and prepare to surround them. It raised its 2 large blades to block their entire attack and damage. Zhang Ze frowned. Whoa, its damage resistance is also really high. But seizing the opportunity, he ordered the deadly butcher to ambush them immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, it threw out a hook knife connected to a chain, launching it straight at the necks of the 2 pig-headed monsters, hitting 2 of them with a single blow, each losing nearly 500 health, which made Zhang Ze exclaim, this damage is insane. But behind him, a birdman was flying over, launching a sneak attack. The draw strength seemed insufficient, and the arrow fell short before it could even touch the monster, leaving him completely embarrassed. He then summoned the sky-swallowing frog, ordering it to use a fireball, to chase the birdman away and save some face. The sky-swallowing frog clamped its mouth shut to gather energy. Then it launched a fireball into the air, aiming straight for where the birdman was hovering. But with its high speed, it jerked back, dodging left and right to avoid the attack. With its high speed, it dominated the air, continuously dodging the flames, but suddenly, a larger-than-usual fireball flew towards it, flustering it. The area of effect was too large, making it impossible to dodge, losing over 3 million health. Zhang Ze laughed heartily. Let's see where you run now. About 1 hour later, he collected more summonable monsters from the 4th floor as reinforcements. For the ogres he had lost. While collecting demon soul orbs, he said, luckily the defense of the pig-headed monsters and birdmen isn't too high. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to handle them. He raised his hand to summon, shouting loudly, you're the only one left! A summoned birdman appeared in front of Zhang Ze. With the addition of the pig-headed monsters and birdmen, the summoned army was back to full strength, and his power was significantly replenished. Looking at his list of summoned monsters, he was quite satisfied. A number like this can be considered a full set. Looking at his summoning panel, Zhang Z was confident he could now go meet the boss of the demon realm's fourth floor. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me!" He paused, silently observing the situation. It turned out to be a bunny-eared girl, being chased by a man from behind, who was yelling, "Stop right there! I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson today." The two of them were gradually approaching Zhang Ze's position, and the man didn't stop, shouting, "I'm definitely going to deal with you today." He stood there thinking, why does this kind of thing happen everywhere? I really shouldn't get involved in other people's business. Before he could leave, Moonlight Bunny had already jumped and hugged his leg, pleading for help. "Big brother, please save me. There's a person behind me trying to kill me." She put on a pitiful expression, her eyes welling up with tears as she continued, "Please, big brother, save me. They want to kill me." Zhang Ze was cold and decisive. "Sorry, I can't save you. You should hurry back to the altar. You'll be safe there." But she held on tightly and wouldn't let go, continuing, "The task you assigned me. I've already completed it. Now they've chased me here. You can't just abandon me like this. I've already handed over all the items to you." Zhang Ze was stunned. What nonsense was this girl talking? So she was trying to pin the blame on him? The man stepped forward, the hot-tempered Dragon King. He said, "So you're the one behind the scenes ordering her around. I hate people like you the most. Today, I must eliminate this evil for the people." Zhang Ze tried to explain, "Brother, you're being too hot-headed. I don't even know this girl." However, he didn't. Refusing to listen to any explanation, he stomped his foot and continued, "You abandon your comrades the moment something happens, and you call yourself a man? Just die." With that, he swung his club down, unleashing his shockwave skill. Shan Kun aimed his attack directly at him, and Little Rabbit took the chance to jump behind him and flee. Zhang Ze cursed, "This guy not only has a bad temper, but he's also got a screw loose." As she fled, Little Rabbit waved and splashed mud on him. "Big bro, I'm leaving this in your hands. I'll get going first." Suddenly, the system announced, "Moonlight Little Rabbit has stolen 3 intermediate-grade magic soul orbs from you." He checked his item list and said, "So that little girl is a petty thief. No wonder the hot-headed Dragon King was chasing her. He must have had his stuff stolen by her." The Dragon King was still raising his staff, ready to strike. "Talk now. Give me what that brat stole." Zhang Ze tried to explain, "I honestly don't know her, and what's more, she just stole 3 of my magic soul orbs." But the man wouldn't listen, swinging his staff down and yelling, "Don't try to fool me." At this point, it was hopeless, and he sighed, "You're a real blockhead. It looks like you won't be happy until we fight it out." Zhang Ze summoned the heaven-swallowing frog and the poison spider, attacking with a web. The staff was trapped by the spider web, and the hot-headed Dragon King wondered, "What is this? How can a poison spider be on the 4th floor of the demon realm?" He asked Zhang Ze in a panic. "You know the summoning art? Is that your innate talent?" Zhang Ze didn't answer. It was the heaven-swallowing frog's turn next. He commanded it to attack with a fireball. Trapped in place, the Dragon King could only raise his hands to endure the incoming fireball. The light attack instantly took out almost 200 of his health points. He pulled out a potion and said, "Damn you. If you have any guts, stop trapping me with that web. Let's fight one-on-one and see who is stronger." With that, he chugged down a red potion. Afterward, the Dragon King's whole body glowed red, and with a surge of power, he shattered the web binding his feet. Zhang Ze wondered, what did this guy just drink? I can't believe he managed to escape the spider web. At that moment, the Dragon King jumped and brought his staff down hard. The weapon was inches from Zhang Ze's face, but with his incredible speed, he effortlessly dodged the attack by leaping backward. The Dragon King saw this and exclaimed, "This kid is unbelievably fast." But his face was still full of determination. "Don't think that's enough to..." Before he could finish, a massive sword slammed into the Dragon King's staff. The Ogre King had appeared, making him anxious. Just how many monsters can this guy summon? He thought, the Ogre King may only be a 3rd-floor boss, but I'm all alone right now. I don't think I can face it without a team. Zhang Ze didn't hesitate and raised his hand to summon another beast to flex his power. The enormous deadly butcher appeared behind the hot-headed Dragon King, making him stutter. "Holy crap, you can't be serious?" Its massive body, hideous face, and gigantic cleaver made him tremble with fear. The hot-headed Dragon King dropped his staff and lamented, "That's the deadly butcher. I never thought someone could actually summon it." He collapsed to the ground, raising his hands. "Quick, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I give up." Then he drank a health potion, gave Zhang Ze the finger and said, "I may have surrendered, but I don't accept this loss. If you've got any balls, unsummon your monsters, and we can go one-on-one." Zhang Ze approached him and replied, "Wouldn't that be totally unfair?" He continued, "My innate talent is the summoning art. If you forbid me from using my skills, what am I supposed to fight with? What did that Moonlight Little Rabbit steal from you?" The man crushed the potion vial in his hand and scowled. "I still don't accept it. Aren't you two working together? And now you're asking me that?" Are you trying to piss me off to death? Zhang Ze closed his eyes at a loss for words. We really are not on the same team. He showed the man the system notification about his stolen items and added, my things. Got stolen by her too. Look for yourself if you don't believe me. Only then did the hot-headed Dragon King realize, scratching his nose in embarrassment. So it really was a misunderstanding. The hot-headed Dragon King scratched his head shyly. Well, I really misunderstood earlier, my apologies. Zhang Ze didn't hold it against him and unsummoned his monsters. He looked at the man and thought, this guy is straightforward, but he's also a little slow on the uptake. However, his character is actually pretty decent. Being able to admit his mistakes is a rare trait nowadays. The man smiled brightly as if nothing happened, extending his hand. Hey, let's just say we wouldn't have met if we didn't fight. So, let's be friends. Zhang Ze smiled at him. It's been a while since I met someone this friendly, and I kind of like his personality. Saying that, he shook the man's hand and laughed out loud. A notification appeared. You have added Hot-Headed Dragon King to your friends list. After adding him, the man turned and waved. Hit me up if you need help with anything in the future. I've got to meet up with some friends to hunt monsters, so goodbye for now. See you around. Zhang Ze waved back. This Dragon King's style is a bit simple and rough, but he's also pretty interesting. Zhang Ze opened his guidebook and thought, I've wasted so much time, I need to hurry up and find the 4th floor boss. This level is like a maze. Without a map, it would be really easy to get lost. He looked forward and said, according to the map, if I keep going this way, I'll reach the boss's area. After a while, Zhang Ze reached a place called the Barren Stone Forest, which had tall stone pillars, standing like trees. And then, he heard a cry for help in the distance. He wondered, why is it that every time I get to a boss area, I hear someone screaming for help? Still, that voice sounds an awful lot like Little Rabbit. And just as he thought, looking over, he saw Little Rabbit hiding behind a large boulder as the boss brought down a huge axe. Behind the boss stood a pig demon, watching with its hands clasped behind its back. It was the Minotaur commander, its aura and power fierce and strong, its whole body radiating green energy as it raised its axe to strike. Moonlight Rabbit trembled behind a cracking boulder, crying out, is anyone there? Help me! Save me! The girl clutched a short staff, crying in despair. Someone save me! I don't want to die! Zhang Ze watched and thought to himself, it really is that girl. This time, is she getting what she deserves? Suddenly, he noticed the pig-headed monster behind her. Its name was a bit strange, and its expression didn't seem normal either. The pig demon suddenly spoke. You damn brat. You dared to steal my stuff. You deserve to die. From the system, he learned its name was Bai Ryu. Zhang Ze thought, although that Moonlight Rabbit, who always steals from others, is very annoying, her crime doesn't warrant a death sentence. Doing this seems a bit cruel. As for the Minotaur commander, it was still furiously chopping at the boulder in front of it. Zhang Ze decided he couldn't just stand by, so he drew his bow and aimed to rescue Moonlight Rabbit. The arrow struck the boss right in the head, causing it to lose over 100 health, let out a small cry, and pause. Then, it turned to look around, roaring. Who dares to sneak attack this commander? The pig demon, Ryu, pointed threateningly. Who are you? If you know what's good for you, don't meddle in other people's business. She's a thief, a crime punishable by death. Zhang Ze leaped onto a stone pillar and said, I know she's a thief, but you don't have to push her to her death. She's still young, can't you give her a chance to start over? However, the Minotaur commander wasn't in the mood for explanations. It charged towards him, swinging its axe. The pig demon Ryu was furious. If you've never experienced someone else's suffering, don't dare tell them to be magnanimous. You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Let's see if you have what it takes. He shouted, this is the 4th floor boss, you can't possibly handle it alone. Hearing that, Zhang Ze laughed. Don't worry, I've got this. It's time for the summoning show to begin. He raised his hand and the familiar blue circle of light appeared. Come on out, let's show them a thing or two. Just as he finished speaking, his summoned army assembled, from the deadly butcher to the goblin king, plus a few monsters he had just collected on the 4th floor. Ryu could only stand there and lament. You summoned all these monsters? I can't believe an innate talent like this exists. Faced with a crowd, but being a mindless boss, the Minotaur commander showed no fear, using a skill to create a dense green aura that enveloped its body. Using the same old strategy, Zhang Ze summoned the poison spider, using its web attack to hold the boss in place, leaving the Minotaur able to do nothing but stand still and swing its axe. He drew his bow, ordered the whole group to charge together, and had the heaven-swallowing frog charge up its fire. The summoned monster formation rushed forward, 3 flying birds above, 3 pig demons below, plus the deadly butcher and the goblin king, for close-range combat. From a distance, one swing of the butcher's axe dealt over 400 damage to the Minotaur. What insane damage! Zhang Ze was still aiming, ordering the heaven-swallowing frog to launch a fireball at the boss. He ordered all his summoned monsters to launch an all-out attack for a quick victory. Ryu watched and thought worriedly, I can't believe this brat can even summon a boss. Doesn't that make him invincible? He clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. In this situation, my disguise innate talent is useless. Fine, Rakshasa, I'll remember you. It turned out he was a player disguised as a pig demon. He turned to Moonlight Rabbit, who was cowering, and cursed, You damn brat, you got lucky this time. Some fool was willing to save you. The girl just sat there crying. Behind them, the fierce battle was raging, but was also about to end. Overwhelmed by the numbers and the power of the summoned bosses, the Minotaur commander was quickly defeated. Its large axe fell from its hand and rolled onto the ground. In an instant, just like the other times, the summoned Minotaur slowly faded away in front of Zhang Ze. The red system screen appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the 4th floor's boss, the Minotaur commander. Zhang Ze walked over to collect the items and the soul orb. A full team is truly terrifying. I only had to sacrifice one pig-headed monster to kill the boss of the 4th floor. While he was picking up the loot, Moonlight Rabbit approached him from behind and apologized. Zhang Ze turned to look at the girl. Moonlight Rabbit held out the soul orb she had stolen from him, continuing, I know I was wrong, big brother. Thank you for saving me. Here, take these back. After that, Moonlight Rabbit left. Zhang Ze called out from a distance, Don't just go around stealing from people anymore. Next time I won't be so kind as to save you. Holding the soul orbs in his hand, he said, All right then. You don't just lie there. It's time to head to the 5th floor. And just like always, his innate talent activated, and the Minotaur commander slowly materialized. In front of its new master, Zhang Ze, he walked to the portal and said, Let's go, on to the 5th floor. Then we can go home and get some rest. In some old, shabby room, a beam of light appeared. As an adventurer returned from the demon realm, that person was none other than Bai Ryu, an ugly, bald old man. He frowned and muttered, Damn it, that brat was about to be killed by the boss, and then some. Meddling Rakshasa showed up. It's so infuriating. What rotten luck. While slurping his instant noodles, he scrolled through his phone and stopped at a piece of information on the screen. It was a bounty board. The target was Zhang Ze, with the demon realm alias Rakshasa. The bounty for information was from 1 million to 5 million. The one who posted the bounty was the light of humanity. Ryu laughed out loud. You're dead for sure this time. On Monday morning, at Tianfeng High School. In the hallway, students were walking around, chatting about all sorts of things. Zhang Ze overheard 2 people behind him talking about the Demon Realm forum. On there, they were. A bounty was posted to find someone, and the reward was extremely high, so the target was in deep trouble. Hearing this, he immediately pulled out his phone to check the Demonic Realms forum. The Demonic Realm forum didn't belong to any organization, and its true location couldn't be traced. Adventurers from around the world could post and interact on it, making it the most influential social network at the moment. Looking at the bounty information, he thought, he couldn't believe someone actually put up 5 million to find him. He grew a bit worried when he saw the poster was none other than Xu Guang. Zhang Ze figured it must have been because before he died, Kiss of Death had secretly sent a message, which is how those guys knew he died at his hands. It seemed like trouble was unavoidable this time. Looks like he would have to find some trustworthy friends in the demonic realm. With their help, he wouldn't have to worry about being backstabbed anymore. He thought of Uncle Six, Yue Ying, and even the hot-tempered Dragon King. Just as he opened the classroom door, he heard someone inside say, The other day, the 4th floor death zone in the demonic realm was sealed off, and no one could get in. That person added, I heard the boss was killed by someone from our great Sia, making all those foreigners turn purple with rage and quietly leave. The 2 friends seemed very proud when mentioning this, saying Great Xia really brought them honor. Zhang Ze sat down at his desk, pretending he knew nothing. The other person continued. At that time, inside the death zone, everyone received a notification that the one who killed the boss was Rakshasa. That's so cool! Fatty Yang ran over excitedly, calling his name. Did you hear that? My idol Rakshasa killed the death zone boss. If I ever meet him, I'll definitely have to ask him to be my master. Zhang Ze pushed his friend away and said, Then you should go find him. Why are you suddenly hugging me? I'm not Rakshasa. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door, startling Fatty Yang and Zhang Ze. Which one of you is Zhang Ze? A guy with curly purple hair named EU kicked the door open arrogantly. Get out here now. He put his hands on his hips and yelled, What are you looking at? Huh? I'm looking for Zhang Ze, so get your ass out here. Some students standing outside the door peeked in and whispered, He's awakened a B-rank talent. I'm afraid Zhang Ze is going to get beaten to a pulp. Fatty Yang warned him, That's EU. I hear he's incredibly strong, able to kill an ox with a single punch. Zhang Ze stood up and said, It's fine, telling Fatty Yang to step aside. Seeing this, EU grabbed a chair and walked over. So you're Zhang Ze? You've got some nerve, I heard you want to take my place, he replied. I don't think I know you. The guy rushed forward, swinging the chair down and shouting, just looking at your arrogant face makes my fists itch. Die and get out of my sight. But he didn't flinch, clenching his fist and staring straight ahead. With his high agility stat, it wasn't difficult at all, as Zhang Ze dodged the attack and landed a punch that dislocated his jaw. The powerful punch sent the guy flying, crashing into a wall as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing this, his two lackeys quickly ran over, calling for their boss and helping EU up. He cracked his knuckles, thinking, and I thought he was supposed to be someone tough. The students watching were stunned. I can't believe he went down in one punch. Since when did Zhang Ze get so strong? Chen Hao, watching through his phone, thought, the power of that punch must be over 4,000 pounds. How on earth did this guy do it? Why did his speed and striking power increase so much? Just a few days ago during the test, he was barely at 500 pounds, and now he's over 1,000. Chen Hao clenched his fist. No, I absolutely have to get into Wuqing University. No one is allowed to take my spot. That evening at home, Zhang Ze asked his sister, by the way, Xiaofeng. The powerful punch sent the guy flying, crashing into a wall as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing this, his two lackeys quickly ran over, calling for their boss and helping EU up. He cracked his knuckles, thinking, relieved. That's good then. It's getting late. I'm heading into the demonic realm, Xiaofeng asked her brother. I see you go into the demonic realm every day. What's your talent? He smiled and replied, when you awaken your own talent, I'll tell you. The little girl turned around to wipe a plate and pouted. What's the big deal? I'm about to awaken my own talent skills soon anyway. After returning to his room to enter the demonic realm, the system displayed the floor numbers for Zhang Ze to choose from. And of course, he chose the 5th floor. Surrounding the altar was a vast ocean, with seagulls flying in the sun. Zhang Ze opened the demonic realm guide to read while observing his surroundings. He realized there were even more people on the 5th floor than a figure of Moonlight Rabbit. He turned, fist ready in case the other person had ill intentions. Immediately, Xiao Tu rushed forward and hugged his leg. Zhang Ze exclaimed, it's you again? Why are you using this trick again? The little girl tearfully apologized for stealing from him, explaining she needed money and was begging him to help her get to the 30th floor. Zhang Ze bent down and asked, just tell me what's going on. But first, let go. Let go of my leg, Xiao Tu whimpered. If you don't agree with me, I'm not getting up. Worried that her loud crying would attract unwanted attention, and for his own safety, he quickly agreed to help her. Little Xiao Tu immediately stood up, bowed, and offered her belongings, saying, thank you, big brother Rakshasa. These are the most valuable things I have. They're all for you. He told her to put them away. Since he was on his way to fight a boss anyway, bringing the little girl along wasn't a problem, but his abilities were limited, so he couldn't make any promises, only that he would do his best. Xiao Tu quickly thanked Rakshasa and followed him. On the notification screen appeared, Moonlight Rabbit has joined your party. Zhang Ze turned and asked, Xiao Tu, is your talent skill stealing items from targets? The little girl replied, that's right, it's the sleight of hand skill. I don't like it, but I have no other choice. He suddenly had an idea, suggesting that he would hold down the monster so Xiao Tu could use her skill on it and see what she could steal. Xiao Tu happily agreed. She had never stolen from a boss before. Zhang Ze asked further, why do you want to go to the 3rd floor of the demon realm? Is there something there? She answered sadly, my father went missing up there, so I want to go find him. He sighed. People who disappear in the demon realm are either eaten by monsters or killed by other people. Otherwise, after a while, they're expelled by the demon realm itself. Finally, the two of them reached the 4th floor's Minotaur boss. It was fighting someone, and cries for help could be heard. A series of critical hits sent the adventurers flying. Zhang Ze turned to Xiao Tu and said, it looks like the Minotaur Lord wiped out their entire party. Now, we'll charge straight in. He raised his hand and summoned his army of monsters. Nearly a dozen summoned beasts immediately charged forward on his command, heading straight for the Minotaur Lord. Zhang Ze instructed Xiao Tu, I'll provoke the boss to make it come over here. You take that chance to steal its items. Don't worry, I won't let it touch you. He raised his bow and ordered his precious summons to attack. The Death Butcher slashed its large knife straight into the Minotaur's shoulder, making it lose nearly 700 health. The heaven-swallowing frog breathed fire, the flying bird harassed it, and the Goblin King, along with the pig demons, launched a melee attack, causing the confused boss to jump back. It immediately used Berserk, gaining some health and power. Nearly a dozen summoned beasts immediately charged forward on his command, heading straight for the Minotaur Lord. Zhang Ze instructed Xiao Tu, I'll provoke the boss to make it come over here. You take that chance to steal its items. Don't worry, I won't let it touch you. He raised his bow and ordered his precious summons to attack. The Death Butcher slashed its large knife straight into the Minotaur's shoulder, making it lose nearly 700 health. With its legs caught in the spider web and unable to move, The Minotaur struggled. Xiao Tu quickly moved behind the boss. The little girl sized it up for a moment, then prepared to use her skill. The Minotaur felt a bit of pain and immediately turned to look where Xiao Tu was standing. She was busy wondering what to do with the horn. The Minotaur roared, the sound so loud it was like it would shatter eardrums. Xiao Tu clutched her head, wincing as she crouched on the ground. Zhang Ze then walked over to her and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, it won't be able to touch you." Ignoring the enraged Minotaur, he said, "Xiao Tu, keep stealing, don't hold back." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but then immediately closed her eyes and reached out to steal again. This time, she got a piece of stripped bull hide. The Minotaur roared in pain, and Xiao Tu taunted the boss. "You stupid bull, you can't touch me. I'm going to steal everything you have." Taking the items she had just stolen and checking them against the Demon Realm Guide, Zhang Ze determined that these things were probably materials, but they weren't mentioned in the book, so he would hold on to them for now. Seeing that everything was under control and the boss had been completely stripped of its items, he summoned the Death Butcher behind him, then ordered it to finish off the Minotaur. With one soul-reaping blow, the boss was defeated. Zhang Ze turned to Xiao Tu and said, "I've got the key. Go on up to the 5th floor and wait for me. I'm going back to fight the boss again." The little girl stepped into the portal, waving goodbye to him. "Big brother Rakshasa, I'll wait for you at the 5th floor altar." After Xiao Tu left, Zhang Ze stayed behind to resurrect the Minotaur Lord, adding it to his army of summons. The Minotaur slowly materialized behind him. Zhang Ze started walking and said, "Let's hurry, the 5th floor boss is still waiting for us to collect it." Returning to the Goblin King's area on the 3rd floor of the Demon Realm. With his current strength, dealing with the 3rd floor boss was incredibly simple for Zhang Ze. He defeated it in the blink of an eye. With no one to compete with for the boss, he got all the items for himself and collected the Goblin King, which brought his number of summoned monsters to a full 10. Looking at his full roster of summoned monsters, all of whom were quite powerful, Zhang Ze confidently entered the 5th floor. This time, even if he was surrounded by other adventurers, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Returning to the 5th floor altar, the area was surrounded by water. It looked like this floor was an ocean zone. As soon as he appeared, Xiao Tu ran over and called out, "You're the one with a bounty on your head?" She walked over, grabbed his hand, and asked, "How much is the bounty on you?" "We shouldn't let good things go to outsiders. How about you let me claim that reward?" Dragon King stepped in. "Are you really willing to sell out a friend for money? Besides, didn't you just earn a bounty of 1.5 million? The girl pouted. "Don't bring that up. That guy named Zhang Ze took half of it. It makes me so mad." Hearing this, he was startled and thought, so it was her. I never would have guessed that the money-loving little princess was actually the bounty hunter, Shen Mengdi. Giant God stepped forward and said, "Little princess, that's enough joking around. Asura is Moonshadow's savior, and he's also Dragon King's friend. We should be helping each other out." Dragon King slapped his back and said with a laugh, "Let me tell you guys, Asura's talent skill is top-notch. He can summon monsters to help him fight, and he can even summon bosses." The young man with a long staff named One Night Autumn stepped up and asked in shock, "What? Summoning a boss?" Everyone started murmuring. "If that's true, Asura's skill must be S rank or higher." He replied modestly, "A little higher than S rank." Dragon King's jaw dropped. "What? Doesn't that mean it's SS rank? Holy cow," he added. "There are less than 500 adventurers with S rank or higher talents in all of Dacia." Giant God was surprised. "I can't believe we're meeting an adventurer with an SS rank talent skill." Zhang Ze scratched his head. "You're flattering me. I'm just a rookie. I'll be counting on everyone's help from now on." Giant God came over and said, "Since we all know each other now, let's add each other as friends. I've never been friends with someone who has an SS rank skill like you before." Very quickly, he added the little princess as a friend, One Night Autumn and Giant God. Little Rabbit looked at him with admiration. "An SS rank talent is so powerful. I can't believe I accidentally latched onto a golden thigh." Zhang Ze turned to look at her and said to the others, "If we're forming a party, please add Little Rabbit too. I promised to take her to the 30th floor to find her father. She doesn't need a share of the loot. She just needs to clear the floor." Dragon King scratched his face and said, "I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not sure about the others." The little princess spoke up from behind, breaking the crowd's silence. She turned away and said, "None of you are speaking up. Planning to be good Samaritans? We're the ones fighting on the front lines, after all. We should at least charge a small service fee." Dragon King grumbled. "All you think about is money." It turned out Giant God was the leader of this party. He agreed to pay the service fee for Little Rabbit. Moonshadow walked over with a smile and said, "The little princess is the old soul of the group. Although her eyes light up at the sight of money, she's actually very kind-hearted. Her skills are quite good. It's just her personality that's a bit difficult, so don't mind her." After everything was settled, Giant God turned back to everyone and said, "Get ready, we're moving out. This time, we will definitely defeat the Black Flag Sorcerer boss of the 5th floor. With Brother Asura's help this time, we'll surely succeed." The party started moving, and the other adventurers didn't dare to eye him anymore. Moon Shadow reminded him, from the 5th floor onwards, the monsters and bosses are very strong, so we have to be careful. While moving and fighting monsters, everyone reminded each other, there are a lot of mobs to kill. Everyone focus on a quick and decisive battle, don't waste energy and healing potions. The monsters on this floor look like fish from the sea, with fins and very sharp teeth. Giant God took the lead, using the large shield on his back to protect everyone behind him. Additionally, he was the center of a support formation for the team with his defensive aura skill, which increases the defense of everyone standing within it. Zhang Ze thought to himself, I can't believe his talent skill is the S-rank defensive aura. The monster on the 5th floor is called the Wave Rider, a fish-headed monster with fins, teeth, and sharp claws. But this team is really quite strong. Dragon King rushed forward and struck with his staff, causing the monster to lose 400 health. However, as soon as it lost some health, it was immediately healed by a Tidecaller's skill. Moon Shadow instantly drew her sword and rushed in to help, shouting, Leave it to me! Then, she used a light-infused slash straight at the Wave Rider. The slash to its neck made it lose over 400 health, and she stood there smiling confidently. The other monsters were still dazed when they suddenly felt a chill, their feet frozen to the ground, unable to move. They turned to see One Night Autumn using Ice Seal dance. He shouted, Let's end this quickly! The fishmen monsters were almost completely frozen, all gathered in one spot, only able to stand there and scream. Zhang Ze was extremely surprised and exclaimed, This party's coordination is so smooth. Little Rabbit's eyes widened in praise. They're so good. With the monsters' movements restricted, the impatient Dragon King rushed in to finish them off with his staff. Moon Shadow was no slouch either, easily dispatching them with the sharp sword in her hand. Zhang Ze thought, joining such a strong team is very beneficial for me. I won't have to fight alone anymore. But I haven't even had a chance to make a move. After they took care of everything, the party continued to move forward. On the shore, there was a large stone pillar with ancient carvings on it. Giant God walked up and touched it, saying, Everyone come and touch this stone. After we receive the water god's protection, we'll dive into the sea. Zhang Ze wondered, What is the water god's protection? Moon Shadow replied, Because the 5th floor's boss is at the bottom of the sea. If we want to fight it, we have to dive, so we must obtain the blessing of the water god. Zhang Ze followed everyone and touched the rock, after which a notification appeared for the blessing of the water god. It lasts for 60 minutes, allowing underwater movement without needing to breathe, which means we have to clear the stage within 1 hour. Dragon King laughed and said, If we exceed the time limit, we'll start suffocating, and each minute, we'll lose 10% of our health. We failed the last few times, so hopefully, we can take down the Black Flag Sorcerer this time. The whole team entered the sea, and Zhang Ze immediately asked, Isn't there any detailed description in the handbook about the Black Flag Sorcerer? We only know it's a mage-type monster, and a clear guide for it would be extremely valuable, so no one is willing to write one. He thought to himself, I can't believe it could stump a team this strong. It seems that Black Flag Sorcerer is very difficult to handle. I must have it for my summoned monster team. Soon, the entire team reached the seabed, heading towards the 5th floor boss area. Dragon King laughed heartily and turned to tease little princess. Have you cured your aquaphobia yet? I heard the next few floors all have underwater monster fights. She pouted. I'm not going to heal you anymore. As they were moving, a voice called out, Hey, little brother Giant God, you guys are here to fight the boss too? Seeing an acquaintance, Giant God replied, Big brother He Li Gui. An old man leaning on a staff with his bandaged party. Behind him raised a hand and said, We failed again. This Black Flag Sorcerer is too tough. We made it to Phase 3, but got hit by 2 sacrifice attacks and lost almost all our health. If we hadn't run fast enough, the whole team would have been wiped. Giant God sighed. Its Phase 3 skill is really hard to deal with. We failed at Phase 2 last time. Haley Gui started to leave, saying, Good luck, little brother. We're heading back to shore. We really can't beat it. Giant God turned and said, He's an adventurer with an S-rank talent, but even he's been stuck here for almost a month. The top players must have spent millions on this. Zhang Ze then asked, Is there anything special about this boss? Can you tell me about it? Moon Shadow explained from behind. The Black Flag Sorcerer isn't like the bosses on the previous floors. The fight is divided into 3 phases. In Phase 1, it won't engage directly but will summon minions to protect itself. After 3 waves, if there are still surviving adventurers, it will personally enter the battle and begin Phase 2. In Phase 2, it uses an attack called Dark, Heavy Strike, which deals massive damage to a target and also has a knockback effect. When its health drops below 1/2, it will enter Phase 3, which is also the most difficult phase. It will use the skill Death Sacrifice, dealing damage to all enemies, and its effect also stacks. The first hit deals 20% damage, and then with each cast, the damage of Death Sacrifice will increase by another 20%, and when it reaches 100%, the entire team will be wiped out. Zhang Ze pondered, I see. I admit that sounds very difficult to handle. The first two phases aren't a problem. The hardest part is still the final phase. Giant God assigned roles. I'll block the attacks. Moonshadow will deal damage. Ji-Chu will handle crowd control. Dragon King and Rakshasa will be in charge of guarding the spots where minions appear in. Phase 3. If we can stop it from summoning minions, we can defeat it. The entire team moved forward with determination. Giant God encouraged the team. Black Flag Sorcerer, we're back again. The party was approaching an altar in the deep sea, upon which a figure was emitting a mysterious dark purple aura. Soon, they were close enough to engage. Over there was the Black Flag Sorcerer, the boss, of the 5th floor. It held a fish-headed staff with a magic orb in one hand, while its other hand gathered energy into an enormous dark sphere. Then, it raised its magic staff, creating a wave of evil, dark energy, as if performing some kind of ritual. Giant God lowered his shield in front of him, told everyone to get behind him, and then called for Ji-Chu to use freezing rain to control the minions. Everyone get inside. Giant God's defensive aura to share the defense buff. Meanwhile, Ji-Chu used freezing rain to instantly freeze the group of minions. The battle to clear the 5th floor had officially begun. As previously planned, after the minions were controlled, the impatient Moonshadow and Dragon King immediately launched continuous attacks to take them down. Zhang Ze also summoned the heaven-swallowing toad and the great Goblin King, saying, for now, don't attack recklessly, just stay here and defend. The whole team gathered inside Giant God's defensive aura, keeping their health at maximum. The minions that weren't controlled immediately jumped in to attack. The great Goblin King was continuously attacked, causing it to get wiped out quickly, unable to fight back. Zhang Ze exclaimed, holy crap, the monsters on this floor are terrifying. Even the minions' damage is this high. The Black Flag Sorcerer continued to stand there, pointing at the party and ordering its minions to attack them. Moonshadow tried to clear the minions as fast as possible, not forgetting to remind everyone, watch out. It's about to enter Phase 2. A purple shadow flashed past Giant God, then materialized in front of him. It was the Black Flag Sorcerer with its familiar staff. Sensing the danger, Moonshadow quickly shouted, Dragon King, be careful. The Black Flag Sorcerer had somehow appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Hearing the warning but not knowing who it was from, Dragon King only knew that something was truly dangerous behind him. With its dark purple eyes and the magic orb already charged in its hand, a surprise dark heavy strike instantly cost Dragon King over 1,500 health, making him scream in pain. Zhang Ze was shocked. What? It can teleport? This was Little Princess's chance to show off her talent skill, using Green Blessing to heal her teammate. Instantly, Dragon King was healed to nearly full health, slowly getting up and complaining. So annoying. He grimaced and yelled, why do you always attack me first? Then he angrily swung his staff down on the Black Flag Sorcerer. Vicious. However, strangely, the staff only hit empty air, and the boss had vanished without a trace. This time, it teleported behind Moonlight Shadow, using the same old move it had used on the Dragon King. It was Dark Heavy Strike again, hitting her squarely in the back and making Moonlight Shadow cry out in pain, dropping her sword. Struck by the surprise attack, she tumbled backward, floating on the sea floor. Zhang Ze saw this and immediately jumped out, was healed to nearly full health, slowly getting up and complaining. So annoying. He grimaced and yelled, why do you always attack me first? Then he angrily swung his staff down on the Black Flag Sorcerer, continued to cast Ice Storm Dance, hoping to hold the boss down. The Black Flag Witch Doctor immediately held its staff forward to defend and block the attack, but it still ended up frozen solid right where it stood. Autumn Ballad shouted, Dragon King, now's your chance! Hearing this, he immediately swung his staff, preparing to smash the block of ice. A powerful blow shattered the iceberg, revealing the boss's figure in the center. But then, it instantly vanished right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was back on its altar, while the party struggled to hold their positions inside the defensive circle of light. The Black Flag Witch Doctor looked like it was about to change. That last hit had also costed a decent chunk of health. It stood there, hissing and wheezing. Giant God warned, watch out, the Black Flag Witch Doctor's HP is about to hit Phase 2. Everyone, get in formation. As previously discussed, the Dragon King moved quickly, remembering to turn to Zhang Ze and say, let's get in position. Hearing this, he immediately rushed forward. Zhang Ze took his assigned position and quickly opened his summon panel to call forth his monsters. The 5th floor monsters were too powerful, and in a moment, only 3 bosses were left standing: the Sky-Swallowing Frog, the Minotaur Chieftain, and the Deadly Butcher. There, he hoped they could stand firm against the boss. Giant God shouted, it's entered Phase 3! Everyone, brace for the enemy! Right then, a large summoning portal appeared in front of Zhang Ze, and from it, a horde of wave surfers appeared. They charged out with extreme aggression. Zhang Ze was now almost completely surrounded by the fifth-floor monsters. Their numbers were massive. He shouted, "Looks like I have to use monsters too. Fight monsters! Watch and see how powerful my summons are." The deadly butcher, standing behind him, relentlessly attacked, mowing down a huge number of wave surfers. In the midst of the battle, Zhang Ze had also managed to tame several of the fifth-floor monsters. Now it's time for these new soldiers to charge in and fight their own kind. The Dragon King was amazed. Holy smokes, that's insane! As expected of an SS-rank talent. While he was busy admiring his teammate, monsters charged out from a nearby portal to ambush the Dragon King. Their sheer numbers flustered him, and he cursed as he slammed his staff into them. The Black Flag Witch Doctor wasn't done yet, as its staff began to radiate a dark aura. The smaller monsters gathered around it, and it immediately cast Death Sacrifice, turning all the surrounding minions one by one into power for the Black Flag Witch Doctor and enhancing the magic of its staff. The Witch Doctor continuously siphoned the life force from the small fries to bolster its own power. The entire party held their ground within the defensive circle of light, observing the death sacrifice. Deathly auras shot out from the altar, attacking the adventurers. Zhang Ze immediately lost over 800 health points. He checked the system info, and it turned out that the deathly aura was a death curse, which caused its victims to take an additional 20% magic damage. Zhang Ze cursed under his breath. Holy crap, what a terrifying skill. Giant God turned to Autumn Ballad. Quick, freeze all of the remaining mermen. Deal with them as quickly as possible. Don't give the Black Flag Witch Doctor another chance to use Death Sacrifice. Autumn Ballad received the order, raised her scepter, and cast Ice Storm Dance. The moment the skill landed, the group of mermen was instantly frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Moonlight Shadow drew her sword and rushed in to deal with them. She swept her blade through them, and all the ice statues shattered into bits. The Dragon King was, not to be outdone, smashing them with his staff while yelling, "You damn mermen! Just die already!" Zhang Ze stood there thinking, they currently lacked the firepower to attack the boss, and if this dragged on, the water god's protection would run out. He had to figure out a way to solve this. Meanwhile, sensing the unfavorable situation, the Black Flag Witch Doctor hissed a few times and used Death Sacrifice again to stop the party from wiping out the mermen. The Death Curse struck the front line, and this time a single hit drained over 1,100 health points. Fortunately, the party still had Little Princess in the rear, who immediately began healing her teammates. The Dragon King hadn't gotten his heal yet, but still had some health, and he hurriedly turned to rush Little Princess. "Heal us already," she retorted sharply. "Do I look like I have a free hand right now?" At the same time, a wave surfer charged towards Moonlight Shadow's position. She cut it down and said, "Stalling like this is not the way to go. We can't possibly eliminate all of these mermen. Not to mention, over at the altar, the Black Flag Witch Doctor is endlessly sacrificing its minions and using that power to attack us. One after another, every time it gathers its minions, it drains their life force. As they vanish, the death sacrifice is completed, and the curse is unleashed. With each cast, the attack gets stronger than the one before. The last hit dealt over 1,500 damage. A death curse struck Moonlight Shadow right in the chest, causing her to cry out in pain. "Damn it!" She staggered, clutching her chest and using her sword to stay upright on the seafloor, her body trembling slightly. Just one attack left the entire party critically low on health. Autumn Ballad exclaimed, "This is not good. At this rate, everyone is going to die." Moonlight Shadow thought, "Are we going to fail again?" Life and death in the demon realm is no joke. Just as the whole team was panicking, several magic staves were raised, casting healing spells on everyone, instantly restoring them to nearly full health. Moonlight Shadow asked, "What is this?" The Dragon King laughed heartily. "It's healing magic. Our health is back up. Everybody look." It turned out to be the summoned. The Tidebringer was subdued by Zhang Ze and summoned to support his teammates. He asked everyone, "So my summoning skill is finally useful, huh?" Dragon King laughed heartily. "Rakshasa, that was awesome. If it weren't for you summoning these merfolk to heal the team, I'm afraid we would have all been wiped out." Titan also chimed in with praise. "Rakshasa is full of surprises. Just as expected of an SS-rank talent skill, it's amazing." Little Princess was overjoyed. "With so many merfolk healing us, we'll definitely have enough health to keep fighting." Titan raised his shield and reminded everyone, "Let's give it our all. To defeat the Black Flag Witch Doctor, we're about to clear the stage. No need to spend money hiring an expert anymore." Everyone agreed, and they worked together to continue with the original plan, first with Ice Seal's crowd control, followed by Moon Shadow's attack to finish it off. Zhang Ze also took out his bow to provide ranged support, ordering the heaven-swallowing frog to attack with him. He thought to himself, I have to be the one to kill it personally so I can summon it. The Black Flag Witch Doctor was trying to sacrifice its allies to maintain its offensive, but it was being harassed by ranged attacks. A fireball was slowly flying towards it, and upon seeing the fireball, its face was like, what the hell is flying at me? Why is there fire underwater? With just one hit, a massive explosion occurred, and nearly 2,000 of the boss's health vanished. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened before their eyes. The Black Flag Witch Doctor they had struggled so hard to defeat, trying everything they could, was just instantly wiped out by that single attack. Little Princess exclaimed joyfully, It's the teleportation gate, we did it! Dragon King laughed loudly. We cleared the stage. Titan sighed. We finally got the key, we can go to the 6th floor now. Rakshasa's notification screen read, Congratulations on defeating the Black Flag Witch Doctor. A lot of items appeared after killing the boss. Dragon King took the initiative. Rakshasa, you contributed the most. You pick your reward. Without hesitation, Zhang Ze stepped forward. He noticed among the pile of items another invitation to the Death Realm. He thought, last time I went to the Death Realm, I summoned the Death Butcher. If I can go again, I might find something even better. Holding the invitation in his hand, he turned back and said to everyone, You guys can split the remaining items. Is it okay if I take this invitation? Everyone agreed. Little Rabbit didn't participate, so she didn't get a share. She just wanted to clear the stage. Dragon King was eager to see what the 6th floor looked like. Titan turned and said, If everyone's this excited, then let's get going. The Demon Realm Handbook stated that the 6th floor is a mine, and the monsters inside are kobold miners. While everyone was happily putting their arms around each other's shoulders, getting ready to go to the 6th floor, a voice called out from behind. It was Hei Li Gui who had returned, calling out, Oh my, little brother Titan! He and his teammates were extremely surprised and asked, You guys already cleared the stage? Titan scratched his head and laughed. We just got lucky. You can do it too, big brother Li Gui. I'm sure you'll succeed this time. See you on the 6th floor. The blonde guy who was hired complained, You invited me here without even checking. The boss is already dead and won't respawn for another 24 hours. What a waste of time. I'm not refunding the deposit. Li Gui turned around, stunned. He quickly apologized to the man and took the blame. Zhang Ze stood there and watched everything unfold. Moon Shadow saw him spacing out and called, Rakshasa, let's go. As he stepped into the portal, he thought, When I become a top player in the Demon Realm, will lots of people bring me money to ask for my help too? On the 6th floor of the Demon Realm, the altar was located in a cave, surrounded by sparkling green and red gems, along with mining pickaxes. Looking down from above, the cave was enormous, capable of holding hundreds of people. Around it were also tunnel entrances leading into the ore deposits. According to the guidebook, the 6th floor cave is like a maze with no fixed paths, and the layout changes constantly. Titan reminded everyone to be careful to avoid getting lost. Little Princess looked around, wondering, where's that annoying Dragon King? Where did he run off to? Zhang Ze also took the chance to look around but couldn't see his teammate anywhere. From inside the cave, ahead, Dragon King was running for his life, screaming for help as he ran. Behind him, a massive horde of kobolds was in hot pursuit. Who knows what he did to provoke them, but luckily, Dragon King managed to run into the altar area. Reaching the boundary, the horde of kobolds stopped, howling from the outside while Dragon King lay face down on the ground, panting. Qiu Yue stepped forward and asked, What happened to you? Little Princess looked around, wondering, where's that annoying Dragon King? Where did he run off to? Zhang Ze also took the chance to look around but couldn't see his teammate anywhere. From inside the cave, Little Princess looked around, wondering, where's that annoying Dragon King? Where did he run off to? Zhang Ze also took the chance to look around but couldn't see his teammate anywhere. From inside the cave, especially the black gold ore, a black stone that glows. On the trading sites, a single piece of black gold like that can go for up to 500,000 gold. Hearing the word money, Little Princess's eyes lit up. The cowboy added, That's right, because these ores are used to enhance weapons. In the blink of an eye, the stone in Little Princess's hand vanished. Zhang Ze held the stone in his own hand and asked, So this is enhancement ore. How do you enhance a weapon? The cowboy explained. To enhance a weapon, you have to go to the dwarven blacksmith's house on the 10th floor. The higher the grade of the equipment, the higher the grade of the ore required will be. The one in your hand is just a common ore, worth about 10,000 gold. Little Princess snatched it back, her eyes sparkling. 10,000 isn't a small amount. If we collect 10 or so pieces at a time, we'll be rich, Zhang Ze thought. Although the damage of this S-rank bow is very high, its level isn't that great. It's time to enhance it. Qiu Yue stepped forward and said, Anyway, since we've reached the floor, hey, so, besides fighting mobs, we can also gather some more ore. We might need it later. Little Princess was excited, eager to set off. Giant God as the party leader smiled and said, It's getting late. Fighting the Black Flag Sorcerer took too much time. Everyone should go rest and recover. Moon Shadow agreed. Rest up, We'll fight again tomorrow. While Little Princess wanted to find more ore for money, she ultimately went along with the group's decision. Zhang Ze said goodbye and logged off first. It's not early anymore. It's bad enough you took half of my reward money, but you also drew a turtle on my face. You're such a jerk! He immediately denied it. I didn't draw a turtle on your face. Meng Di pointed a finger. Still denying it? Even though I was hypnotized, I was fully conscious. You and your sister did it. It took forever to wash off. Zhang Ze ignored her. That's nothing compared to you risking other people's lives for money. The girl turned away and replied, To me, money is more important than anything. Besides money, everything else is an illusion. Zhang Ze wondered, did this girl suffer some kind of trauma to make her worship money like this? While they were arguing, a large crowd of reporters rushed over with microphones in hand. They're the heroes who captured the criminal Huang Hanfei. They continuously asked questions, requesting him to recount the situation at that time. Zhang Ze was stunned. Other reporters asked about the academy he would choose soon, and even asked for more details about his thoughts when he saved Meng Di. Hearing this, she stepped forward to object. I didn't need him to save me. But a reporter reminded her, you were clearly hypnotized at the time, standing completely still. And you even had a turtle drawn on your face. Back home, Xiao Feng was watching the news. City hero Zhang Ze, the teenager who helped the police defeat a criminal. Overnight, he had become famous throughout the city. He walked by and said, it was just catching one criminal. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. People will forget soon enough. Zhang Ze went to his room, turning back to tell his sister to study and rest after eating. Then he prepared to enter the demon realm. Zhang Ze had returned to the 6th floor of the demon realm. The scenery was the same, but this floor seemed to have far fewer adventurers. He looked at his list of summons, thinking about adding 4 healing-type summoners. Overall, it seemed fine. He also had 3 wave riders, the Black Flag Sorcerer, and the bosses Red Heaven Devourer and the Deadly Butcher. Little Princess appeared, waving a greeting. You're here early? He saw Meng Di and thought, why did I run into her again? Good thing she doesn't know my real identity. Moonshadow walked up from behind and asked, the bounty on you has now increased to 5 million. What did you do to offend Dawnlight? He scratched his head. I didn't want to mess with them, but trouble just keeps finding me. She reminded him to be careful in the demon realm and to stick with the party. She stepped forward sincerely. If necessary, you can contact me. I'll get online and grind mobs with you. It'll be a little safer at least. Moonshadow's phone number appeared on the screen. She had just sent it to him. Zhang Ze asked, a personal phone number is a security risk. Is it really okay to give it to someone like me whose face you don't even know? But she trusted he wasn't a bad person. As for him, he decided not to save the number. Moonshadow looked sad as she walked away, saying, suit yourself then. Watching her leave, he wondered, is she angry? What a strange girl. The rest of the party had arrived. Giant God asked, is everyone ready? Let's move out. Dragon King laughed heartily. Kobold miners, here I come. They just picked a cave and charged in. The party moved through the cave. Zhang Ze thought that the monsters in the demon realm were getting stronger and stronger. At first, the lava turtles seemed quite strong, but now they were as weak as snails and couldn't even take one hit. Suddenly, a sound echoed from within the cave. Giant God warned everyone, watch out over here. An axe struck the ground. In front of them was a smaller cave with 2 kobolds standing guard. They had burning candles on their heads, iron shackles around their necks, and axes in their hands. Seeing them charge, Giant God shouted, same strategy as before. I'll tank the mobs, Chi-Thu on crowd control, Little Princess on heals, and the rest of you on DPS. Despite the support of his shield and a defensive aura, the monster's attack still dealt 79 damage to Giant God. Zhang Ze was surprised. Their strength is immense. Giant God's defense is so high, yet he still lost health. He immediately used his defensive aura, not forgetting to remind everyone to be careful. Don't get hit. The attack power of these kobolds is very high. Chi-Thu stepped forward with frozen rain, and a shower of ice fell, freezing the mobs and dealing a small amount of damage. Added to that was Dragon King's melee attack, a single strike dealing nearly 400 damage, along with Moonshadow's chain sword skill. The kobold's health plummeted. Zhang Ze summoned his beasts to help, but he didn't summon the Black Flag Sorcerer for now. Its defense was relatively low, and it would be a waste if it died right now. One of the frozen kobolds was struggling to break free in an instant. Somehow, it shattered the ice and broke out almost immediately. With a pickaxe in its hand, it swung down at Dragon King, landing a painful blow that cost him nearly 500 HP. Chi-Thu was puzzled. The freeze duration of frozen rain is 60 seconds, so why did it wear off after only 10 seconds? Could it be that they can resist it? Zhang Ze was astonished. An A-rank talent skill can be resisted this much, he thought to himself. If I don't upgrade my gear, I'm afraid it'll become useless on the higher floors. Dragon King, having been hit, quickly turned and called for backup. For healing support, the little princess immediately used Green Bamboo's blessing, while Truong Trak also commanded his summons to help heal. allowing the Dragon King to recover a significant amount of health in the meantime. Moon Shadow also leaped in to attack and rescue him. Her attack power was indeed very high, and watching the monster get obliterated, she sighed, finally took down one of the giant gods. Despite its high defense, he couldn't counterattack, getting hit for more than half his health, and he quickly yelled, "There's still one over here, focus your attacks on it." Trong Trak drew his bow, attacking from a distance with his heaven-swallowing frog, and the strike created a massive explosion that sent the monster flying, dealing over 600 damage to it. Simultaneously, the deadly butcher, the Dragon King, and Moon Shadow piled on more damage, relentlessly attacking until it was defeated. Giant God started to get nervous, thinking that just fighting two of them was already this difficult. The mobs dealt high damage and had a ton of health. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the boss would be. From the cave entrance behind them, another 2 pairs of eyes and 2 points of light appeared, followed by barks. Giant God warned everyone to be careful as 2 more kobolds emerged, wielding menacing pickaxes and heading their way. Upon seeing them, immediately, G2 cast Freezing Rain, freezing them solid. Since the CC wouldn't last long, the Dragon King seized the moment, leaping up to swing his staff down. But just as it connected, the kobold at the same time shattered the ice and charged out, knocking him back and making him drop his staff. Over on Trongtrak's side, he ordered the deadly butcher to attack the monster to free up the Dragon King. He returned, complaining, "I can't take this anymore. Let's go back to the 5th floor." Giant God encouraged everyone not to get discouraged. Moonshadow turned and asked Rakshasa, "What are you looking at?" Trongtrak replied, "I've suddenly noticed something that might help us deal with these kobolds." He continued, "Hasn't anyone noticed? They're all carrying the exact same thing on their heads." Moonshadow pointed, realizing, "It looks like on their heads, they all have a candle. Do they use that to see?" Trongtrak immediately drew his bow, aimed at the charging kobold, and replied, "That's right. When we first started fighting, I accidentally shot the candle off one of their heads, and it immediately stopped attacking and just spun around in place." As he finished speaking, he let the arrow fly. "The kobold's weakness is the candle. Let me prove it to you all." No sooner had he spoken than the arrow knocked the candle clean off the mob's head. Having lost its light source, it just stood there turning left and right, completely disoriented. Moonshadow smiled. "It looks like they can't see anymore." The Dragon King laughed heartily. "So the candle really is their weakness. Brother Rakshasa, you're brilliant." Seizing the opportunity, he immediately jumped in to beat on the kobold relentlessly. It could only stand there and take the beating until it died. Moonshadow joined the fun, landing a few slashes that made its health drop like a rock. Watching the mob vaporize in front of them, everyone was incredibly delighted. Giant God walked over, grinning from ear to ear as he praised Trongtrak, and even invited him to an offline party after they cleared this stage. The little princess was also quite excited, however. Trongtrak was very cautious, because there was a bounty on his head, and revealing his real face would cause trouble for everyone. Giant God had almost forgotten about that. While the others collected the loot, Trongtrak checked the information on the boss. According to the guide, the demon domain, the deepest part of the 6th floor, was the boss's lair. It was called the Kobold Mine Lord, with a massive health pool along with high defense and attack power, plus a skill that detonated explosives, promising to be a very tough boss. Giant God said to the party, "Now that we know their weakness, dealing with them has become much easier. Let's hurry and face the 6th floor boss." Everyone seemed pretty hyped. They made their way through deep, winding mineral caves, where the only light came from the surrounding red and blue crystals. After a while, a very deep and dark cave appeared in front of them. Trongtrak pointed at it and said, "This is the boss's lair." The Dragon King looked inside and chuckled. "We finally found it. Let's head in and check it out." Giant God reminded everyone to be careful. "This boss is really dangerous. It has a powerful skill, explosive detonation, which deals high damage and also stuns you." However, upon entering, they saw another party already focused on fighting the boss, whose health was already quite low. Trongtrak sounded a bit disappointed. "Looks like someone else got here first." Off to the side, a long-haired girl was leaning against the stone wall, watching the fight. She seemed to be an acquaintance of the little princess, who blurted out, "Why is she here?" Hearing this, the other girl glanced over. She was Laknian, the little fairy, and as soon as she saw the little princess, she turned with a sarcastic smile. "I was wondering who it was, and here it is, the great young lady Thom." Covering her mouth, she continued, "The demon domain sure is a small world. I can't believe I'm running into young lady Thom here. By the way, has your family paid off all its debts yet?" The little princess shot back irritably. "Don't be so smug. Even if the Thom family has fallen on hard times, it's not your place, you new money trash, to look down on us." Laknahan turned back with a smirk. "What's wrong with me being rich? Everyone over there works for me, while your so-called teammates are just weak, old, and pathetic." The little princess snapped, "Shut your filthy mouth. They are my friends, not my subordinates. While they were arguing, one of Laknahan's men, dual-wielding pistols, leaped over and reported, "Miss, we're about to finish the boss. Do you know these people?" She arrogantly pointed at the little princess and answered, "Of course I do. She used to go out of her way to humiliate me, and I'll never forget that as long as I live. I swore back then that I would reclaim my dignity." Laknahan smiled and said, "Hey, you guys behind her, listen up. If you leave her party and join my crew, I promise to give you all the loot from the boss, plus an extra 100 as a bonus." 1 million! Hearing her try to sow discord among the team, the little princess trembled with anger. The Dragon King shouted, "Take back your filthy words. I may be poor, but I've never sold out my friends." The giant god stepped forward in agreement. "I don't care what kind of grudge you two had before, but right now, she's our friend. I suggest you give up on trying to bribe us." Luo Yan on the other side still spoke arrogantly. "A bunch of idiots. If you want to be a broke loser like her, then get lost. I've already claimed the boss on this floor." The Dragon King was annoyed. "The demon realm doesn't belong to you. On what grounds?" The subordinate standing behind her stepped out and pointed his gun at the party, saying, "On this, go ahead and try if you don't believe me." The Dragon King really wanted to try, but Zhang Ze stopped him. "They're all equipped with S-rank weapons. How can we possibly win?" Luo Yan said confidently. "Looks like you have some sense after all." The cowboy holding the gun added, "If you know you can't win, then scram." The Dragon King wondered why he was stopped. Zhang Ze replied, "Don't be hasty. I've already figured out a way to deal with them." While the battle with the boss was nearing its end, with the boss having only a sliver of health left, outside, an arrow made a barrel explode. Seeing the large explosion behind her, Luo Yan asked in a panic, "What's happening? Why did these explosive barrels suddenly blow up?" It didn't stop there. The arrows fired by Zhang Ze continued to target the barrels set up there. A series of large explosions shook the entire cave, and the people fighting the boss scattered in chaos. Luo Yan could only stand there and scream, "Don't run around! We have to kill the boss first." Watching from the outside, the little princess was incredibly smug, laughing gleefully. The Dragon King excitedly praised, "Brother Rakshasa, that was awesome." Hearing this, Luo Yan turned, pointed at them and cursed, "Was this your doing, you lowly scumbags?" As they were arguing, the ground trembled and then cracked into pieces. It seemed there was another cave below, and the recent explosion had caused this. Everyone was a little worried, and Moonshadow wondered, "What's happening? It looks like the cave is about to collapse." Just in an instant, the cave collapsed, and everyone, including the boss, fell down below. For the other adventurers, landing wasn't too difficult, but for Princess Luo Yan, the fall was nearly fatal. She cried out for help. From the surrounding stone ledges, familiar crimson eyes appeared. The masked cowboy reported worriedly, "There are too many kobolds, miss. We're surrounded." Luo Yan fearfully demanded of him, "Think of something, quick." This was because dying in the demon realm meant dying in the real world too. But at that moment, her only remaining subordinate also abandoned her. He was out of options because the mob of monsters was too large, and he didn't want to die either. So, he used a teleportation scroll to leave the deep cave, leaving his young lady behind to curse, "You ungrateful traitor!" Just as she finished cursing, a few kobolds leaped and lunged towards her. Luo Yan raised her hands to cover her face and screamed, bracing for the attack. Just then, an ice seal rain appeared, freezing the mob of monsters right in front of her. Above them was Zhang Ze's party. The little princess called out a greeting, "Miss Guo." Seeing everyone, Luo Yan quickly begged them to save her life. Meng Di smiled and said, "We can save you, but on one condition. You know we're very poor after all. So, how about 5 million per person?" Surrounded by a horde of kobolds, Luo Yan exclaimed, "What? 5 million per person?" Hearing this, Meng Di turned around. "If you think that's too much, then we'll be on our way." But money wasn't as important as her life, so she hastily stopped them, accepting the condition of 5 million per person. Then she added, "I'll give you my butler's phone number. He'll transfer the money. Just save me first." Meng Di stood with her hands on her hips and smiled. Since Miss Guo is so generous, this will be easy to resolve. After that, she threw a rope down below. The Dragon King, being big and strong, was in charge of pulling her up from the deep cave. 10 minutes later, a notification arrived confirming the promised money transfer from the butler. The team members' joy was obvious, and once they received the money, they immediately let Luo Yan go. She was furious, clenching her fists with a sour expression. "Don't worry, I'll remember all of you." The Dragon King praised the little princess for getting 35 million out of her in one go, but Meng Di acted slyly. Her family is rich. This amount is a fair price for her life. But what Zhang Ze cared about was the boss down below. If they couldn't defeat it, the gate to the next floor wouldn't appear. The whole team wanted to finish off this boss, but looking down from above, things seemed quite complicated as it was protected by a huge number of mobs. The Dragon King turned and said, "Rakshasa, brother, we'll have to rely on you again this time. You're the only one here with ranged attack capabilities. We'll lure the monsters out, you ambush them from up here." With that said, the party jumped down. Everyone was counting on Zhang Ze's archery skills. This party had been fighting together for a long time, so their teamwork was impeccable. As soon as the fight started, everyone got into position. The giant god only needed to say, "Usual plan," and everyone understood and prepared for battle. Suddenly, the Dragon King paused for a moment because the kobold in front of him had more candles on its head than usual. The boss was larger, and its body was adorned with something like firecrackers, and it had up to 10 candles on its head, which made the Dragon King a bit panicked. He was a little surprised. "Just leave the candles to me. I'll find a chance to take them out." As he spoke, an arrow shot down one of the candles on the boss's head. The next arrow was immediately broken by a huge anchor the boss pulled out. He was a bit surprised, not expecting this boss to know how to protect the candles on its head. Because the number of mobs was too large, Thu took the opportunity to freeze some of them first to reduce the pressure on her teammates. Moonshadow also used this time to launch a combo attack with his sword, but the amount of damage was negligible. Firecrackers, and it had up to 10 candles on its head, which made the Dragon King a bit panicked. He was a little surprised. "Just leave the candles to me. I'll find a chance to take them out." As he spoke, an arrow shot down one of the candles on the boss's head. The next arrow was immediately broken by a huge anchor the boss pulled out. He was a bit surprised, not expecting this boss to know how to protect the candles on its head. Because the number of mobs was too large, Dragon King gave him an immediate thumbs up. Moonshadow looked up gratefully, thinking he had saved her yet again. He then summoned another ranged weapon, the sky-swallowing frog, and ordered it to attack the boss with fireballs. Following the command, it launched powerful fireballs, and after taking 2 hits to the back, the ballhead boss lost over 600 health. Dragon King encouraged everyone, saying to just keep chipping away at its health until it was exhausted, and if they were persistent enough, they would definitely clear this stage. Stung by the painful hit, the boss reached into its pants and pulled something out, slightly startling Dragon King. It pulled out 2 more explosive charges, barked a few times, and hurled them into the air. From above, Zhang Ze only had time to yell for everyone to take cover. Down below, they were hit by the area of effect damage and lost a lot of health. Giant God took cover behind his large shield, reminding Little Princess to watch their health bars. She worriedly asked if the boss was using its skill again, wondering if it was an infinite use ability. After regaining the advantage with its explosives, the boss roared and charged the party, looking menacing with an explosive charge in each hand. But it was hit by one of Zhang Ze's arrows, which not only stopped its charge but also extinguished one of the candles on its head. He shouted, "Let's use this chance to take down the boss. I'll handle shooting out the candles, otherwise it will just keep using those explosives." After being healed by Little Princess, Moonshadow charged in to attack, thinking they had to finish it quickly because the damage from its skill was too high. She leaped over its head, unleashing a sword combo. The damage was piling on. Dragon King also charged forward, whacking the boss on the head with his staff and yelling, "I'm putting my life on the line, it's either it dies or I do." Meanwhile, Giant God was struggling to maintain the defensive aura, supporting the team, and yelling for everyone to go all out. Above, the sky-swallowing frog and Zhang Ze didn't let up either, launching continuous ranged attacks. Being hit from all sides, the boss could only curl up and endure the onslaught, waiting for an opening, but since its health was already so low, it was quickly brought down. Its body turned red, and it slowly collapsed. Dragon King laughed gleefully. "We finally took it down," but Giant God quickly interjected, "Something's wrong, I think it's about to self-destruct." Hearing this, everyone's face filled with shock. Self-destruct? Giant God risked his life, charging forward with his shield and yelling, "You damn monster, come deal with your grandpa over here." Everyone who witnessed it was extremely worried. It was a truly dangerous move, one that could easily cost him his life. But it was too late. He pushed the boss away just as a massive explosion went off. Zhang Ze also quickly jumped down, thinking that this boss was terrifying. He never imagined it would even have a self-destruct move. Everyone anxiously peered through the smoke and dust, asking about Giant God's whereabouts, as his shield lay shattered into countless pieces on the ground. Everyone knelt before the fragments, mourning for Giant God. Just as Zhang Ze landed, a familiar voice called out, "What's all this crying about?" From behind the rock in front of a hand emerged. It was Giant God. He sat there, clothes tattered, and smiled. "Don't cry so soon. I'm not dead yet." Everyone rushed to surround him, all worried about his reckless move, and reminded him never to do something like that again. Looking at the defeated boss, Giant God sighed that this was a huge loss for him, as all of his equipment was now broken. Just then, Little Princess called out excitedly, Everyone, come quick and see what awesome item the boss dropped. She held up a piece of black gold ore, explaining that just a single piece was worth over 1 million. Little Princess offered it to Giant God, saying, "This is for you. You deserve it the most." Everyone else agreed, especially Yi Qiu. However, Giant God wanted to split it evenly among the party. He turned to the others and said that Rakshasa's contribution this time was also huge. But he, just like everyone else, wanted Giant God to accept their goodwill and use it to buy new gear. No longer hesitating, Giant God accepted the black gold ore, but he reminded everyone that they would stop here for today. And once the party upgraded their equipment, they would enter the 7th floor. Everyone cheerfully agreed, celebrating another successful, albeit difficult, dungeon clear. Afterwards, they helped each other out of the boss's cave and headed towards the altar. Walking behind him, Little Princess asked Zhang Ze, "Rakshasa, are you busy later?" He replied honestly that it was still early and he didn't have anything planned. She then said excitedly, "Then in half an hour, let's meet up at the 6th floor altar. You, me, and Dragon King are going to go farm some money." He agreed, logging off for now and promising to see them in half an hour. Back in his house, Zhang Ze sat on his bed and took out his phone. Since they weren't meeting for another half hour, he decided to use the time to browse the auction house for some gear. Including the 5 million from Little Rabbit, he now had a total of 10 million and wanted to upgrade his equipment to S rank, but the prices were a bit steep. He noticed a pair of S rank boots that would be perfect for Little Rabbit and decided to buy them as a gift since he couldn't just accept her generosity for nothing. Plus, it would help keep her safe. In addition, he also spotted an item called the Silver Necklace, which increased talent skill effectiveness by 10%. Zhang Ze thought this was an amazing item. For others, it might not be a big deal, but for him, it would mean he could summon an additional monster, so he decided to buy it immediately. A notification popped up on the screen. "The 2 items you selected have been successfully purchased, pending confirmation from the seller." Zhang Ze smiled. "It's almost time. I should head to the 6th floor to meet them." Back at the altar on the 6th floor of the Demon Realm, the 4 of them were all gathered and ready for a new money-making expedition. Dragon King asked Little Princess, "So how are we making this money?" She replied that the job was simple. They were going to gather ore, of course. "Do you remember the ore spot we went to last time?" He said, "Yeah, I remember, but don't you think this is a bit dangerous?" She then pushed the Dragon King out, saying as she walked, "It's not dangerous at all. This time, I'll be healing and Rakshasa will be handling the candles, so rest easy, Little Princess." He didn't forget to clarify that collecting the ore was up to each individual. Anyone who didn't participate wouldn't get a share. Tutho understood and immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't take anyone's share, but whatever I get, I'm only giving it to Brother Rakshasa." Arriving at the previous area, the Dragon King threw a small stone towards the cave entrance to scout, and 2 gnolls immediately jumped out to attack. Truong Trak warned everyone to prepare for battle. He immediately activated the candles on their heads, while the Dragon King, having just been healed, charged in to attack the other one. Tutho also used her skill to appear behind the mob. Seeing this, the Dragon King warned Tutho, "Stop hanging around me, or they might switch targets and attack you." However, she just kept circling around the mob, saying, "Don't worry, I can protect myself." Then she jumped back to Trong Trak and boasted, "I just stole some junk." He advised the girl to be more careful, telling her to watch out so she wouldn't get hurt. After knocking out the remaining mob, the Dragon King said, "Outside this cave is the spot where I stole the ore last time." The little princess eagerly ran ahead. "Then let's not dawdle, let's go." The Dragon King interrupted, "Just wait until you get there, then you'll see it's not that simple." Before them now was a massive ore mine, with a large number of gnolls mining below. The little princess looked down excitedly. "With so much ore, if we take it all, we'll definitely sell it for a lot of money." The Dragon King gave a wry smile. "Are you kidding me? The one piece I got last time weighed over 10 pounds, so the quantity you can carry isn't that much." Trong Trek thought, carrying capacity depends on the strength stat. He currently had 16 points, a punch with over 1,000 pounds of force, so a bag of ore weighing around 2,000 pounds seemed too heavy to carry. He reminded everyone to check their attribute points and estimate their carrying capacity. Truong Trek could probably carry about 60 pieces, the Dragon King about 50, while the little princess, because she put points into spirit, could only carry about 18 pieces. Truong Trak decided on a plan to lure the mobs one by one and kill them, otherwise it would be too dangerous. The Dragon King also agreed. They couldn't risk their lives for some ore. Truong Trak was in charge of luring the monsters, and then they would all surround and eliminate them. He reminded Tutho to find a safe place to hide. He went down and intentionally shot an arrow past a gnoll to get its attention and lure it. It turned its head to look and saw him jumping upwards. Its instincts took over, and it immediately gave chase, only to be ambushed by the Dragon King. An hour later, killing them one by one had exhausted everyone. While the Dragon King was complaining, the little princess said, "Just a few more to go and we're done. When this is over, I'll treat you all to a feast." Holding the ore in her hands, the little princess said, "We can take this batch back to sell first." Trong Trake then called for Tu Tho. The little girl smiled. "I went for a walk outside for a bit. I have a great gift for you later." Trong Trach was quite curious, but she wanted it to be a surprise, so she didn't say anything, and so everyone carried the ore and left. Arriving back at the sanctuary, the Dragon King complained again about how exhausting it was, hoping it would sell for a high price. Inside the sanctuary, there were many merchants shouting, "Buying ore." In the middle, two ore buyers were yelling loudly, "Buying black gold ore at a high price, 500,000 above market value." The little princess went to ask about selling regular ore, but those guys weren't buying. They were only buying black gold ore. This made the little princess a bit unhappy, and she even yelled, "What kind of business are you running?" A person in armor approached and asked the two of them, "How many pieces have you collected?" The young master is in a hurry. They reported that after shouting for a whole hour, they had only managed to buy a single piece of black gold ore. They were immediately cursed at, "You two useless pieces of trash!" Young Master Tran Fong has been stuck on the 7th floor for days. He needs ore to craft more equipment. If you mess up his chances of getting into Vothon University, you'd better watch your worthless lives. This terrified the two of them. The Dragon King was stunned. Wow, that guy is fierce, scolding them like they're his kids. Trong Trak remembered his debt from the Van Din Hoi and thought, "Tran Fong, I will definitely surpass you and reach the 8th floor first." The little princess told everyone, "If they won't buy it, we'll take it to the trading post," and then they split it evenly among the three of them. And so, they said their goodbyes and logged off. Indeed, it was getting late, and it was time to leave the demon realm. Tutho walked over shyly. "Brother Rakshasa, I have something for you." She held out a piece of black gold ore. "Brother Rakshasa, look what this is." He was astonished. "Black gold ore? How did you get this?" Tutho explained. "While you all were fighting the mobs, I snuck up behind one of the gnolls and stole it from it." He smiled. "You already gave me money earlier, so you should keep this." But she shook her head. "This ore will help you get stronger, and you'll get me to the 30th floor sooner, so I can see my father again." He nodded. "Then I guess I owe you one." The two agreed to log off and meet again tomorrow. Although his bow was S rank, its damage wasn't high enough. By using the black gold ore to enhance it a bit, he believed his weapon would become even more effective. The next day at the hospital, Trong Trak went to see Dr. Duong to ask about purchasing the rights to use a permanent artificial kidney. The doctor informed him that 2 permanent kidneys would cost around 10 million, which was a huge amount of money for him. He scratched his head. "Can I buy just one for now?" Dr. Duong then suggested. "Next month, a new batch of kidneys is coming in. They're a better model but slightly more expensive. Why don't you wait until then?" Trong Trak agreed, deciding to wait another month to buy the best one for his sister. As they were talking, someone opened the door and walked in. Both of them, startled, looked towards the door in confusion. "What's going on?" A fierce-looking bald man in a black suit said, "I have something very urgent to discuss with Dr. Yang privately." The doctor patted his shoulder and told him to go home for now, promising to call with any news. Zhang Ze agreed and added, "If anyone tries to cause trouble, I'll help you." With that, he walked past the menacing bald man. Dr. Yang asked him what was so urgent. He replied, "Headquarters has issued an order for us to carry out a major operation in the demon realm tonight." Leaving the hospital, Zhang Ze thought he still didn't have enough money. Within 1 month, he absolutely had to get the best artificial kidney for his sister. He had to find a way to make more money in the demon realm. On the 7th floor of the demon realm, in a vast place known as the Giant's Cave, large bone fragments were scattered around the altar. People were whispering, "This is terrifying. He attacks anyone he sees." Uncle Liu stood in the middle, reassuring everyone, "Don't panic, stay calm." Seeing Zhang Ze, he greeted him, and the young man returned the greeting. "So Uncle Liu is also part of the Demon Realm Management Bureau? What's going on here? Why isn't anyone fighting monsters?" Dragon King explained, "A madman has appeared who kills on sight. He's very strong and has already killed over 10 people." Uncle Liu warned, "On every floor, there are now criminals murdering adventurers who travel alone. Everyone should wait until this is resolved before entering the demon realm." Outside, someone was being held hostage, and a person shouted, "We're done for," and they vanished instantly. It was so cruel. After the kill, he instantly vanished before everyone's eyes. "Uncle," Liu shouted, "he's from Ziguang. I can't believe they dare to openly challenge us." He drew his sword and went outside to find him. Yue Juang ran after him to join. The adventurers at the altar pointed. Someone has rushed out of the altar. They warned, "You guys, come back quickly. You're running to your deaths." The two didn't listen and continued to chase after Uncle Liu. Seeing them behind him, he asked, "Why did you two follow me?" Yue Juang replied, "There are 2 paths here. Which way should we go?" Uncle Liu, the old man, replied, "There's no more time. Just pick a path. You two follow behind me." And so, they went. Forward, behind them, a lizard was secretly watching. The lizard's form gradually transformed into demonic smile. He laughed and said, "Today, all three of you will become my prey." His talent pointed. Someone has rushed out of the altar. They warned, "You guys, come back quickly. You're running to your deaths." The two didn't listen and continued to chase after Uncle Liu. Seeing them behind him, he asked, "Why did you two?" Behind them, Uncle Liu warned, "Be careful. It's a barbarian giant, one of the mini-bosses on the 7th floor. It has low intelligence and slow speed, but its strength is immense." In front of them now, besides the two barbarian giants, there was also an extremely dangerous ogre giant. It has a large health pool and, more importantly, a very annoying silence skill. After reading the information, Zhang Ze said, "The skill of that ogre giant is very formidable." Uncle Liu nodded. "That's right. Its skill conceal an adventurer's talent skill." Uncle Liu leaped up and said, "The only way to get past here is to kill these three giants. I'll lure one of them first." On his side, Zhang Ze also drew his bow and fired. Then Yue Jueying leaped up to attack, using a continuous sword technique. Working with Uncle Liu, he summoned creatures to heal and continuously fired arrows at the giant. As he was healed, Uncle Liu laughed heartily. "Your 4 mermen provide some decent healing, huh?" Under the constant assault, the giant collapsed. Zhang Ze jumped over and said, "The remaining 2 won't be easy to deal with at all." Observing quietly, the 2 giants were standing too close to each other. They had to kill the ogre giant first. Although its skills are strong, its health pool and defense are very low. After agreeing on a plan, he leaped forward and told Yue Jueng, "Focus your attacks on the ogre giant. Rakshasa will be in charge of healing both of them and attacking from a distance." The ogre giant was extremely sharp. Upon noticing them, it immediately directed the barbarian giant to attack the enemy. Furthermore, it created 2 eerie red circles in its hands, mumbling something to use its silence skill, and then aimed it straight at Yue Jueng, who was jumping in the air to attack. Hit by the attack, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't use my light slash anymore." Yue Jueng was silenced for 80 seconds. Uncle Liu immediately jumped forward, swinging his sword. The barbarian giant swung its club and mumbled, "Enemy is very strong. Kill the enemy." He raised his sword to block the blow and turned back to ask Yue Jueng, "How much longer until your skills recover?" She replied, 40 more seconds. Sensing trouble, Zhang Ze stepped up to block the skill for Uncle Liu, which surprised the older man a little. He turned and said, "Uncle Liu, you're the main damage dealer of the team. We absolutely can't let your skills get sealed. I'm in charge of ranged attacks, so just let me handle this ogre giant's silence spell." He didn't forget to remind everyone, focus on taking it down first, don't let it use its skills again. Just as her silence wore off, Yu Jueying rushed forward with a flurry of slashes. Combined with the damage from Uncle Liu, the ogre giant was defeated. It roared, coughed up blood, then slowly collapsed and vanished. On the other side, Yue Jueying was still continuing her attack. With only one left, victory was leaning in the trio's favor. But Zhang Ze felt that something was wrong. He asked, "If this place had 2 giant demons blocking the path, then how did that assassin get through?" Something was flying towards the old man. Zhang Ze only had time to shout, "Uncle Liu, watch out!" Taking a hit right on the shoulder, he wondered, "What the heck is this?" The lizard lunged out. Uncle Liu wondered, why would a skink appear on the 7th floor of the demon realm? But with his experience, he quickly realized this was the assassin's transformation skill, and he'd just been attacked twice. The attack dealt over 2,000 damage, and Uncle Six cursed, "Damn it, this guy's damage is insane." He grinned wickedly. "You guys are a little late to the party. Today, you'll be my delicious prey." Uncle Six immediately called the 2 of them closer to protect them. He warned, "That guy can transform into a chameleon, changing colors to camouflage himself, so watch out for sneak attacks." Zhang Ze replied, "If that's the case, then I'll force him to reveal his true form." He immediately raised his hand and used his summoning skill, and a series of bosses from his summon list appeared. Initially, the enemy planned to take out Zhang Ze first since he was an archer, but seeing a whole swarm of bosses appear left him completely stunned. He reconsidered. He even has the Death Butcher. That's a boss from the Death Realm. Could it be that he summoned all these bosses? Zhang Ze ordered the sky-swallowing toad to spew fire everywhere to force Demonic Smile to reveal himself. The wide-area fireball attack immediately exposed him up above. Instantly, the Death Butcher with its blade, which could extend, along with Zhang Ze's arrow, struck him squarely in the back, making him scream in pain. Hit by the attack, he fell and reverted to his original form. However, he held a scroll in his hand, laughing defiantly. It seemed he intended to use it to escape. A teleportation circle appeared, and he laughed loudly. "We, Aurora, will never stop hunting you down. Just you wait." Uncle Six swung his sword, but it was too late. He cursed, "Damn it all. Moonlight Shadow asked. Just how terrifying is Aurora? Uncle Six replied, never underestimate them. Years ago, the Bureau sent a team to destroy Aurora's hideout, and the result was the entire team was wiped out, even though all its members were incredibly powerful individuals. Moonlight Shadow and Uncle Six were both quite worried and warned him to be careful. Zhang Ze knew that, but he could only deal with it as it comes. The three of them left. Uncle Six said, I don't know where that guy ran off to. We should just head back to the altar and log off for now. We'll discuss this after the situation is resolved. Demonic Smile teleported to some unknown location. He sat there muttering, that Asura guy is definitely not easy to deal with. I have to report this to the boss. In the Aurora party chat, he recounted what had just happened. Meanwhile, at the city walls of Tianfeng City, a massive explosion occurred, sending everyone scattering in panic. Xiao Feng ran in flustered and asked, Brother, what's happening outside? Zhang Ze looked outside. That sound came from the direction of the city wall. You go get changed first. I'm going to check it out. Across the street, a monster appeared on the opposite building. Xiao Feng screamed in fear. Brother, look! It's an abyss monster! He shielded his sister. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Xiao Feng nervously stepped back behind her brother. In the blink of an eye, the monster leaped across and shattered their window. Zhang Ze said urgently, we need to get to the shelter now. It'll be, you go get changed first. I'm going to check it out. Across the street, a monster appeared on the opposite building. Xiao Feng screamed in fear. Brother, look! It's an abyss monster! He shielded his sister. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Xiao Feng nervously stepped back behind her brother. In the blink of an eye, the monster leaped across and shattered their window. Zhang Ze said urgently, we need to get to the shelter now. It'll be, don't be afraid. Xiao Feng nervously stepped back behind her brother. In the blink of an eye, the monster leaped across and shattered their window. Zhang Ze said urgently, we need to get to the shelter now. It'll be, Zhang Ze realized it was her, the person from the warship zone, the same red-haired girl who had saved him and Lu Kai that day. Noticing a monster about to launch a sneak attack on her, Zhang Ze yelled, watch out! The mysterious girl quickly leaped into the air, somersaulting to successfully dodge its attack. He exclaimed in his mind, she's so fast! Zhang Ze watched her unleash a flurry of deadly moves, thinking to himself, and her power is incredible too. Very quickly, the mysterious girl defeated the abyss monster. It was ferocious, but it was ultimately no match for her. From a distance, a few people ran over frantically, shouting to the girl. Commander, she calmly told them, take this monster back to Professor Yu Yang. The four men replied in unison. Yes, ma'am. She looked at Zhang Ze. So this is where you live. Get to the refugee camp first, and only come back after the monsters have retreated, he replied cheerfully. Okay. Watching the girl's figure fly off into the night, his sister asked, Brother, do you know her? She seems really powerful. Zhang Ze just hummed in response. He was busy thinking, just give me some time, and I will definitely surpass you. The next morning, the news quickly reported, currently, all monsters have been cleared out, but this invasion from the magic domain has caused severe damage to traffic in many areas of the city. He lay at home scrolling through his phone, thinking to himself, the Aurora organization is on a killing spree. In the magic domain, that same night, monsters from the Forbidden Lair invaded the city. Could it be that Aurora and the Forbidden Lair monsters are on the same side? People were buzzing with talk about the monsters from the Forbidden Lair. They were begging the top players of the magic domain to eliminate these monsters. He sat up. This incident is definitely not that simple tonight. I have to go into the magic domain and get to the bottom of this. Night fell quickly, and everyone had gathered at the entrance. As crowded as a festival, Zhang Ze's group had already assembled at some point. It seemed like they were waiting for him. Just then, Zhang Ze appeared. Giant God walked up to him as soon as he saw him. This monster invasion is pretty serious. Dragon King was frustrated. He just wished his own power wasn't so low. Otherwise, he would have gone all out against those monsters too. Giant God agreed. First, they need to level up. Since the people from Aurora had retreated, they needed to discuss how to fight this floor's boss. Asura stepped forward. According to the Magic Domain Guidebook, this floor's boss can only be fought by a maximum of 3 people. Dragon King didn't understand. Why can it only be fought? With that many people at most, Ju Shen also spoke up. That's right, I've heard about this as well. Let's discuss a strategy as we go. Everyone accepted his explanation that the boss's lair is hidden and opens after 12 hours. It only opens once, and only one team can enter at a time, with a limit of no more than 3 people. The little princess was worried because everyone has a specific role, and we can't afford to be missing anyone. Ju Shen turned around. I have an idea. We can split into 2 waves, 3 people each. The first wave will include me, Yi Ye Jiqiu, and the gold coin little princess. I'll be the tank, and Jiqiu will handle crowd control. The little princess will heal. The second wave will consist of Luo Sha, Yue Ying, and the Dragon King. Brother Luo Sha is a versatile expert. His mermaid can heal everyone. And what's more, both the Dragon King and Yue Ying are the main damage dealers. Their monster-killing efficiency is very high. I'm sure your team's clear speed will be faster than ours, the Dragon King pondered. That doesn't sound too bad. Xiao Tu spoke up. What about me? What should I do? Luo Sha turned to Xiao Tu. Don't worry. I'll definitely come back for you after I clear it. Xiao Tu obediently replied. Okay. Zhu Shen pointed forward. Then let's proceed with that plan for now. The lair of the two-headed giant monster is right ahead. Let's move out. He observed the area ahead. There were no minions. Someone must have been here before. They quickly passed through, and sure enough, there were people. And a lot of them at that. Luo Sha looked around. The person at the front was the Chen family's mad young master. Just from the name, he could tell the guy was arrogant. He thought to himself, that person must be Chen Feng Kuang. Zhu Shen stepped forward and said, that Feng Yun Jushi guy is clearly an expert at first glance, at least elite grade or higher. Feng Yun Jushi said arrogantly. Today is the crucial moment for our Chen family's mad young master to fight the boss of the Demon Realm's 7th floor. I hope you'll all wait a moment. The crowd murmured in discontent. On what grounds? The boss belongs to everyone. We'll fight it when we want to. You think you can stop us? He grew impatient, young man. Words are backed by strength. If you refuse to listen to my advice, don't blame this old man for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his blade and slammed it into the ground, knocking everyone back and clearing a space. Luo Sha was impressed. So strong. Zhu Shen wasn't surprised. That old man is indeed incredibly powerful. Let's just stand on the sidelines and observe for now. Luo Sha heeded his words, but the Dragon King rushed forward. You old geezer, quit putting on an act. What's with the show? I want to see just how strong you really are. Take a taste of my staff. Just as the Dragon King's staff struck, the old man quickly raised his blade and easily parried it. Without any difficulty. Feng Yun Jushi became even more smug, withdrawing his blade and looking at the Dragon King. Young people these days don't know their place. The Dragon King's health bar had actually dropped significantly. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this old man really that strong? He managed to injure me with just one strike. Luo Sha and Zhu Shen quickly moved to intervene. He only used one blade. And he's already this powerful. Plus, he has another blade on his back. Old Feng Yun Jushi's strength is profound, and his spirit power is also very high. The Chen family's mad young master gloated, the demon realm is a place where the big fish eats the small fish. If you don't have enough strength, then you'd better behave. It's not too late for you to go after this young master is done with the boss. The Dragon King gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. He furiously charged forward to hit the Chen family guy, but everyone pulled him back, because right now, he was no match for Feng Yun Jushi. The Chen family's young master was getting impatient because it had been half an hour and the minions still hadn't appeared. Feng Yun reassured him, don't be hasty. The respawn time for those minions isn't fixed, but once they appear, the door will open and they will be the ones to rush in first and take care of the boss. The little princess was surprised. She didn't know what kind of minions they were waiting for. Luo Sha thought to himself, if the time isn't fixed, then isn't this just like waiting for a lucky break? To fight the boss? A bystander explained. Normally, this door doesn't open. Only when a minion comes to deliver food to the boss can they rush in. That's also why that group is blocking the entrance. After hearing that, Luo Sha finally understood, and he said he had an idea. Yue Ying was curious. What idea? Before he could finish speaking, the minions quickly appeared. The crowd stirred. They're here, everyone. Move aside. It'll be our turn after these two. Finish the boss. The minion quickly brought out a roasted suckling pig on a platter and slowly headed inside. Young Master Chen saw it and grew eager. After the door opens, we can go in and fight the boss, right? The old expert replied, that's right. Soon young Master Chen will reach the 8th floor. From a distance, a red arrow aggressively flew over and shot the minion, making it fall. Young Master Chen cursed in surprise. He turned around angrily. That Luo Sha guy, are you crazy? Why did you attack the minion? Like that? If I can't fight this boss, you won't get a turn even in your next life. Luo Sha was calm. Whether it's our turn to fight the boss or not doesn't matter. What's important is that today, I absolutely must kill this minion. Young Master Chen had never been spoken to so brazenly. He fumed. Damn it, are you insane? How dare you stand in this young master's way? Luo Sha didn't back down. If you won't let us fight the boss, then you can forget about fighting it too. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Zhu Shen and the Dragon King also stepped up to support him. At worst, we'll just take each other down. Young Master Chen shouted in frustration. Fine, today I'll show you the power of me, young Master Chen Kuang. But Feng Yun stepped forward to stop him, because today, Xu Guang has caused a disturbance in the Demon Realm Bureau. The Demon Realm Management and the National Security Bureau are both watching. If a murder were to happen now, it would bring trouble to the Chen family, and he's a little scared. Consider yourselves lucky today, however. If I don't get to fight the boss, then neither do you. All of you can just stay here and wait in vain. Rakshasa didn't back down. You don't need to worry about that. Even if I kill the minions, everyone can still fight the boss. Young Master Chen laughed out loud. Shameless bragging. Everyone can fight the boss? Just you wait. You can fight it next year. Faced with such a braggart, Rakshasa didn't want to waste his breath. He raised his bow and shot an arrow straight ahead. The minions were continuously hit, and very quickly, Rakshasa took down that huge minion in an instant. Everyone there was amazed. This infuriated young Master Chen, who cursed him out. Yunfeng stepped forward to mediate, suggesting they go rest now, and he guaranteed that the boss would still be his after the minions respawned. He kept yelling, "What rotten luck to run into people like this. You two stay here. Elder Gao and I are going back to rest first." The two followers quickly obeyed. One of them was discouraged, wanting to go offline since he didn't know when they'd get to fight the boss, but Rakshasa told him to wait a little longer. Rakshasa took down that huge minion in an instant. Everyone there was amazed. This infuriated young Master Chen, who cursed him out. Yunfeng stepped forward to mediate, suggesting they go rest now. By that time, that guy from the Chen family would be back. They knew he was just trying to console them. No one believed what Rakshasa said. Seeing their disbelief, Rakshasa's group didn't explain further and just left. Everyone behind them mocked him. Daring to confront the mad young master was truly courting death. Giant God was puzzled. "Brother Rakshasa, although I greatly admire what you just did, I still don't understand. Why did you do that?" Rakshasa just smiled faintly. "No need to rush. I'll explain why to everyone now." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a small demon, to the astonishment of everyone there. Moon Shadow exclaimed, "I get it now!" Dragon King was also delighted. "We're so stupid. How could we forget that Brother Rakshasa's innate talent is the summoning skill? Brother Rakshasa, you're a genius!" After summoning the small demon, he gave it an order. "Little giant, go knock on the door, my boy." The small demon quickly followed Rakshasa's command, carrying a roasted piglet to the door. It stood before it and let out a loud call. The door quickly opened before the amazed eyes of everyone. What in the world is going on? Why did the door open? Giant God said, "Thank goodness for you thinking of a good idea in a pinch. According to the plan, you three should go in first. I'll wait for you all here." Agreeing quickly, Moon Shadow said they would come back for them after the fight. The two men that young Master Chen left to guard the door said to each other, "Quick, go back to the altar and report to young Master Chen." The three of them stepped into the cave and saw a massive monster with two heads, which seemed to be sleeping. Noticing the intruders, the other head woke up and glared fiercely at Rakshasa's group. The horned head asked naively, "Food, where's the food? I'm hungry." The other one yelled angrily, "You idiot! There's no food! They're intruders!" The horned one argued back, "You're the idiot! Let's kill them! Kill all of those intruders!" While the two were arguing, Dragon King quickly rushed forward and punched the horned one in the face. The horned head yelled, "It hurts!" The other one angrily counterattacked, "Kill them!" The monster fiercely swung its sharp axe towards Dragon King, who cursed in surprise. The axe slammed heavily onto the ground. Dragon King was sent flying a great distance, his health dropping by 1,185. Rakshasa was startled. "This thing's power is incredibly dangerous. Everyone be careful." Rakshasa quickly summoned his geckos, ready for battle. Moon Shadow slashed at it aggressively, but only dealt 102 damage. She was annoyed. The damage is too low. She leaped up, intending to attack its head directly, when suddenly a large hand fiercely grabbed her leg, startling her. The two-headed monster yanked her down hard, causing Moon Shadow to smash into the ground. The powerful impact kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Seeing the critical situation, Dragon King charged forward. "Moon Shadow, let me help you." The moment the two-headed monster saw Dragon King, it became even more enraged, grabbing Moon Shadow by the leg and whipping her relentlessly against him. Neither of them could stop themselves from spitting up fresh blood. The two of them quickly got up and took a defensive stance. Rakshasa's small monsters swiftly moved in to heal them. The heaven-swallowing toad was also summoned by Rakshasa to attack, spewing a massive fire at the two-headed monster. At the same time, he fired an arrow. Not only the heaven-swallowing toad, but many other helpers were sent out to launch an all-out assault on the two-headed monster. It was furious. "Damn it! How can they summon so many helpers? Let's show them our true power." With that, both heads merged into one. It let out a roar and struck out. Then it reached out its hand to do something. A head rose from the ground, its two blue eyes glowing. Very quickly, another two-headed monster appeared. Thanks to their magic, this new two-headed monster was no less ferocious. One of them advanced towards Rakshasa. He was surprised. "I can't believe this two-headed giant even knows a cloning technique. I have to take one of them down quickly," Moon Shadow shouted worriedly. "Be careful!" The other one was surrounded by Rakshasa's army of monster soldiers and was focused on fighting back. Over on this side, Rakshasa's group dealt with the remaining one. He said aloud, the bull-headed commander was a boss after all, yet they defeated it so easily in an instant. This two-headed giant is proving to be a really tough fight. I have to find another way. That two-headed creature kept hitting the dragon on the ground, roaring, die, die, die. Asura panicked. This boss is terrifying. I absolutely have to defeat it. Over here, Moonshadow shouted. Dragon King, let me help you. Then they both charged forward. Asura summoned the Death Butcher. Charge! The Butcher also rushed in aggressively, launching a powerful attack on the two-headed monster. With the three of them combined, the monster quickly lost 5,155 health. Asura added, that combo damage is insane. How did you two pull that off? Moonshadow was surprised. What is going on? Dragon King was also bewildered and let out a curse. The two-headed monster screamed, it hurts so much. They've wounded me. The one-horned head chimed in. Yeah, it really hurts. Kill all of them for me. Asura raised his bow. How about you two try that again? Dragon King and Moonshadow quickly agreed and followed his lead, advancing and striking both heads at the same time. Its health was indeed reduced significantly. The monster raged. Kill them. Asura was confused. What happened? Why didn't the combo attack trigger this time? Dragon King lost 1,297 health, and he yelled out, it hurts so much. Bro, hurry and summon your mermaid nurse to heal me. Moonshadow was also surprised. Why did it fail this time? Could it be that it only works based on a certain probability? Asura raised his bow. How about you two try that again? Dragon King and Moonshadow quickly agreed and followed his lead, advancing and striking both heads at the same time. Its health was indeed reduced significantly. The monster raged. Kill them. Asura was confused. What happened? Why didn't the combo attack trigger this time? Dragon King lost 1,297 health, and he yelled out, he said, I think I get it now. Dragon King, Moonshadow, try it one more time. He then commanded the Death Butcher to move forward as well. The two listened and charged at the same time. Dragon King shouted in frustration, you big brute! It seems my summoned beast can also increase the success rate. The two-headed monster went into a frenzy, lunging forward and screaming, kill, kill all of these detestable intruders. Seeing it charge, Asura yelled, watch out! Dodge now! Everyone followed his instructions and jumped back, evading a dangerous attack. Asura calculated that since it has 2 health bars, they just needed to deplete both to defeat it. After that, he said, everyone, let's use a combo attack on the head that uses magic first. We'll take them down one by one. The heaven-piercing toad quickly breathed powerful fire at the one-horned head. The powerful flames blazed intensely. Moonshadow attacked from behind. Dragon King, let's hit it with another combo. I think we're about to take down the boss. He laughed heartily. Awesome. One of its health bars has been completely depleted. The other head panicked. Brother, what's wrong with you, brother? Asura raised his bow, aiming forward. Let me deliver the final blow. That's the only way I can summon it. His arrow shot out, flying straight towards the two-headed giant. At this point, it could only stand there, unable to retaliate. Finally, he delivered the finishing blow as the arrow flew fiercely into its chest, making the monster collapse. Asura was ecstatic. We won. We've cleared the floor. Everyone was incredibly pleased with the outcome. After the giant two-headed giant fell, Asura immediately used his summoning skill to claim it as a subordinate. The system announced, congratulations on defeating the two-headed giant boss of the 7th floor. Dragon King was ecstatic. That was awesome. We actually defeated the 7th floor boss. After completing the quest, the three of them approached the mountain of gold ahead to take a look. Standing before such a glittering mountain of treasure, the three of them were both stunned and ecstatic. What would they choose to take from all this? Asura stepped forward and picked up a red sword from the middle of the treasure pile, as it seemed to have caught his eye first. Asura looked at Moonshadow and said, an A-rank one-handed sword, it's a perfect fit for you. Receiving such a precious gift, she was deeply moved. An A-rank one-handed sword? But seeing her hesitation, he told her, don't hesitate anymore. Only you can use this sword. It's meant to be yours. Moonshadow was touched and said, thank you. Asura then handed Dragon King a suit of A-rank armor, leaving him completely astonished. The two of them agreed that since they had already received such valuable items, Asura should take the rest. He held up a hand. All right, then let's gather the items and head to the 8th floor altar first, and then we'll go back for the others. Everyone agreed. The three of them quickly arrived at the 8th floor of the demon realm. Moonshadow exclaimed, wow, this place is beautiful. Dragon King recalled, my father once told me that before the skeletal monsters invaded, the grasslands were their homeland. It's a shame the grasslands are gone now, Asura thought to himself. The last time I saw a view this beautiful was in my previous life. Suddenly, a strange sound made Asura curious. What's that? An army was advancing in their direction. Dragon King looked over and yelled in a panic, it's centaurs. That's so many centaur cavalry! From the distance, a large group of people came running in a panic, yelling, "Help us! The centaurs are terrifying!" Dragon King said, "That's a whole army. Hundreds of monsters all in one spot. How can we possibly fight against them?" An old man spoke up. "You definitely can't beat them alone. It would take an army of at least 100 to destroy this cavalry unit." He pointed at them and asked, "Are you 3 new adventurers on this floor? Do you want to join our party? We're currently a few dozen members short of 300. Once we have enough people, we can move out together to destroy the cavalry." Asura stepped forward to greet the old man. "Are there any requirements for joining your party?" The man replied, "Of course there are. First, you must follow commands, and second, the loot will be distributed by the party leader. Finally, each member has to pay a joining fee of 10 demon soul orbs because he's old, and commanding so many people in battle is very exhausting. Surely they wouldn't mind this small fee." Rakshasa thought to himself that he had, as expected, run into another scammer. "Thank you for the offer, old man, but we don't plan on joining a team right now. Our friend is still waiting on the 7th floor, so we'll be on our way." As soon as he finished speaking, they vanished. The man shouted after them, "Don't leave so quickly! The joining fee is negotiable. If you don't have 10 orbs, 5 will do." Dragon King was annoyed. "That old scammer must think we're a bunch of clueless newbies. Doesn't he know any better?" If Rakshasa hadn't stopped him, he would have given the old man a piece of his mind. Moonshadow advised him to just ignore people like that and not to bother. Rakshasa agreed with her. From a distance, they saw Titan's group. Moonshadow called out, "Titan, little princess, we're back," Chithu said happily. "Big brother Rakshasa, you're back?" They had indeed been standing there waiting for everyone. Young Master Chen was startled. "Why are you guys here? My subordinate said you already went into the boss room." That guy stepped forward. "Young Master, it was this archer named Rakshasa. I think he's the one who summoned the little food delivery giant." Young Master Chen was annoyed. How is that possible? Rakshasa paid him no mind. "Titan, I'll open the gate for you. After the 3 of you are done, please come back here. I want to clear the stage with you and Little Rabbit." Titan was delighted. "Sure, no problem." Titan continued, "Rakshasa, you guys be careful. We'll be right back after we defeat the monster." Rakshasa agreed. "We'll wait for you here." Sage Fengyun stepped forward. From a distance, they saw Titan's group. Moonshadow called out, "Titan, little princess, we're back," Chithu said happily. "Big brother Rakshasa, you're back?" They had indeed been standing there waiting for everyone. Young Master Chen was annoyed. How is that possible? Rakshasa paid him no mind. "Titan, I'll open the gate for you. After the 3 of you are done, please come back here. I want to clear the stage with you and Little Rabbit. I have some connections with the security department, and the country is in great need of talented people like you. Would you be interested in joining?" Hearing this, Dragon King asked in alarm, "What? The National Security Department?" Rakshasa thought to himself, "I never expected Sage Fengyun to have ties with the National Security Department. The National Security Department was the most important agency in the Great Xia Nation." But he refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, but right now I'm still a student, and I haven't even obtained my level 1 Magic Domain Expert certificate yet. I don't plan on joining the security department for the time being." Young Master Chen said irritably, "Old Sao, were you just trying to recruit him to our side?" He replied, "That's right, his talent is very powerful. If he joins us, the Chen family will benefit greatly in the future. If he ends up under that old man Dongfang, we will have to eliminate him." Dragon King added, "Rakshasa, I really don't get you. You even turned down the security department? Where do you plan to go? The moon?" Rakshasa replied, "I don't have a good feeling about Sage Fengyun. I get the feeling he's very cunning." Dragon King was speechless. "I think you're just crazy," Moonshadow explained. "Please don't mind him. Dragon King is just very blunt because his father hopes he can work for the security department." Rakshasa cut in, "I understand. Everyone has their own path." 3 hours later, everyone finally gathered on the 8th floor in the Jade Meadow. She marveled, "This place is like a dream. I can't believe I made it to the 8th floor." Chithu also said happily, "You two are so amazing. You defeated the giant in less than 30 minutes. Titan said modestly, "And I haven't even obtained my level 1 Magic Domain Expert certificate yet. I don't plan on joining the security department for the time being." Young Master Chen said irritably, "Old Sao, were you just trying to recruit him to our side?" Everyone agreed, as they were all exhausted from the day, and decided to log off and rest. So, they all quickly went offline. Before leaving, Moonshadow didn't forget to say goodbye to him. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Zhang Ze went downstairs and said to his sister, "Xiaofeng, I'm heading to school." The little girl obediently acknowledged him. Just as he stepped out the door, a luxurious black car pulled up right in front of the house. A woman in a flowing red dress stepped out of the car. Zhang Ze was surprised. "Sister Jiang?" The woman quickly approached. "Little brother Zhang Ze, get in the car. I'm taking you to the biggest charity event in Vanguard City." But he said he wasn't very interested. She pulled him along. "This isn't an ordinary event. All the famous figures of Vanguard City will be there. And the main guest today is the head of the medical equipment corporation that sold the artificial kidney to your sister. Hearing this piqued Zhang Ze's interest. Sister Jiang continued, let's talk in the car. I have to take you to get changed and cleaned up first. The event is about to start. He was bewildered. Huh. I have to change clothes too? A while later, they were standing in front of a luxurious high-rise building. The press and celebrities had already arrived early. The scene inside was like a magnificent castle, with everyone dressed elegantly and nobly. Zhang Ze walked with Sister Jiang, and the two of them looked quite good together. He was stunned by the splendid sight. Sister Jiang said smugly, I didn't lie to you, did I? All the big shots in Vanguard City are gathered here. Go take a look around. I have to go greet a few important bosses first. He said, if you're busy, go ahead. Afterwards, he wandered around the hall by himself. Suddenly, Zhang Ze saw Wang Yang and said happily, you're here too? Wang Yang approached. This place. Zhang Ze, who brought you here? You can't get in without an invitation. Before Zhang Ze could answer, Chen Feng walked over. Wang Yang was shocked. What? You know Chen Feng? Zhang Ze immediately said he didn't. Chen Feng arrogantly tilted his head back, took a sip of his drink, and glanced into the distance. Well, if it isn't him, he swaggered over and said loudly, wow, is that Sister Moonshadow? I was looking for you. Then Chen Feng shamelessly stepped forward. Miss Yu Ying, weren't you so impressive in the demon realm yesterday? She said angrily. Chen Feng, let go of me. Chen Feng didn't give up. Miss Yu Ying, you're so fierce. We have a marriage arrangement anyway, so why don't we start cultivating our relationship now? Yue Ying grew angrier at his shamelessness. Are you crazy? I don't know what nonsense you're talking. This thick-skinned guy refused to give up and continued to pester her. Miss Yue Ying, don't just leave. She was so angry she gritted her teeth, speechless, when suddenly a familiar voice called from a distance. Liu Yueying! It was Zhang Ze. Seeing her in trouble, he stepped forward to help, but it seemed she didn't recognize him. This young man looks so familiar. Who is he? Zhang Ze approached and said, Yueying, come over here. I'll introduce you to some of my friends. The young master aggressively said, stop right there. I remember your name is Zhang Ze, right? Zhang Ze casually replied, do I know you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I have no idea who you are. Ah, I remember now. So you're that piece of trash. Chen Feng's embarrassment turned to rage, and he threw a punch straight at Zhang Ze. You bastard, you want to die? But Zhang Ze remained calm, standing his ground and raising a hand, effortlessly blocking the punch. Suddenly, Uncle Six approached from a distance. Young Master Chen, that's enough. Do you really think this is Jiang Bei? Yueying and Zhang Ze were both relieved by his timely arrival. Young Master Chen was startled, gritting his teeth resentfully. The man stepped forward and said, indeed. Back in the day, their families arranged a marriage for you two. But times have changed, and this isn't Jiang Bei. Chen Feng, filled with resentment, began to leave but didn't forget to add, wait until after the martial arts tournament is over. I will go to your house to propose to Yu Ying. Yu Ying fumed. That guy is such scum. Uncle Six comforted her. Yu Ying, don't worry. I'll find a chance to talk to your grandfather. After that, he walked over. Young man, thank you for helping Yu Ying. We've met before, haven't we? The young man replied cheerfully. You look a bit familiar too, but I can't remember where we met. My friends are waiting over there, so I'll be going now. Zhang Ze felt that now was not the time to reveal his identity to them. Watching his retreating figure, Uncle Six asked, Yueying, don't you feel that this young man is very familiar, right? Yueying agreed that he felt very familiar but couldn't remember who he was. Realizing she was being teased, Yueying blushed. Uncle Six smiled brightly. No more joking. That important person must be arriving soon. Come with me. This is the main purpose of today. Wang Yang came over. You've got a lot of nerve, daring to start trouble with Chen Feng. He calmly replied, I didn't want to start anything with him either. Suddenly noticing the commotion by the door, Zhang Ze wondered, who are they waiting for? A voice announced, welcoming Minister Dongfang. Everyone quickly moved forward. Minister Dongfang. Greetings. The minister cheerfully greeted everyone back. Zhang Ze looked at the girl beside him. It's her? Wang Yang was surprised. No way? You even know Minister Dongfang from the Ministry of National Security? He looked bewildered. So he's the Minister of Security. The girl also glanced towards Zhang Ze, thinking to herself, I didn't expect him to be here too. Miss Jiang, the MC on stage, announced loudly, next up, the party will begin its second event, the auction. The main item for auction is this calligraphy painting, the Ode to General Wang. As soon as he saw the painting, he was surprised. Huh, this calligraphy painting. Why is it here? Could it be? As he thought, he looked around, and just as he expected, Boss Li was also present. This bastard, making money off the lives of Lao Ba and Feng Zi, is truly inhuman. I must get justice for them. He approached his friend. Hey man, there's something I need your help with. Wang Yang was surprised. What is it? It's unclear what he said, but Wang Yang was shocked. Zhang Ze, this is really dangerous, he reassured him. It's okay. If you think it's too difficult, I can figure it out myself. But Wang Yang immediately agreed. All right, no problem. I will help you with this. After that, Wang Yang quietly slipped backstage. The MC announced, the starting price for the Ode to General Wang is 5 million. Anyone who loves this painting can start bidding now. The crowd below began to buzz, and the price quickly rose to 6 million. Suddenly, behind the MC, a large image appeared, showing the moment that Boss got his hands on the painting. The crowd murmured, "Isn't that Boss Lee on the screen? It looks like he's holding the Ode to General Wang." Boss Lee shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Who played this footage?" In the video, after getting the painting, he ordered his men to gun down the person who gave it to him. The MC exclaimed, "Boss Lee, what's going on? Do you have an explanation?" He panicked. "Who is it? Show yourself. Who dares to frame me?" Zhang Ze stepped forward. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Your scheme of murdering and robbing people can't be hidden forever. Does everyone want to know who the killer in this footage is?" The man looked at him furiously. "Who are you to slander me?" Zhang Ze walked over, Zhao Qin. "Hello. I'd like to trouble you to confirm something for me," he continued. "Is the identity of the killer in this footage Huang Hanfei, the serial killer who was just arrested by the police a few days ago?" The crowd was in an uproar. "What? Boss Lee is really involved with a serial killer?" The girl quickly spoke up. "I just checked. The man in the footage is indeed Huang Hanfei. Arrest that man named Lee immediately." After the truth was revealed, everyone couldn't believe it. Some had even thought he was a patriotic businessman, but it turned out, a murderer. I can't believe he was that kind of person. They were all fooled by his fake exterior. Afterward, everyone praised him, but Truong Troc didn't care, thinking to himself, "Old 8th Fong Tu, I've avenged you all. Fong Tu, I have avenged you." The minister was intrigued. "Little Jin, you truly have a keen eye. This young man is certainly not ordinary," she acknowledged. "Thank you for the compliment." He laughed cheerfully and said, "Not a hint of modesty, I see, but I can tell this young man is something else. He'll need to be properly guided in the future." Uncle Six was also pleased. This young man is very capable, both courageous and smart in the future. He will definitely become a great talent. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the minister. Dongfeng and Guyet An watched his back, smiling and unconsciously agreeing. Uncle Six stepped forward and respectfully asked about the minister's well-being of the minister and introduced Nguyet An as his niece, wanting to recommend her for the National Security Department. The minister waved cheerfully. "Tam Thong, how is your father's health? It's been nearly 10 years since he and I have had a chance to meet," Uncle Six continued. "Nguyet An was lucky enough to awaken an S-rank talent. She's only a rank 1 awakened, but I guarantee that my niece will obtain her. Rank 2 Demon Realm Awakened certification. I hope the minister can accept her." Nguyen An also quickly greeted him. The minister was pleased. "Excellent. The new generation truly surpasses the old." He stepped forward, Tam Thong. Personally I have no objections, but we still must follow procedure. After all, we can't have people talking behind our backs, can we?" Uncle Six stammered, "About that." The minister continued. "Section Chief Little Jin is currently in charge of HR for the National Security Department. You can speak with her. I won't interfere in this matter." Uncle Six was delighted. "About my niece joining the security department, I'll be counting on you." Little Jin replied enthusiastically, "As long as she meets our criteria, joining the security department will be no problem, but if she doesn't, I hope you'll understand." Meanwhile, Sister Jiang came over. "Truong Trash, you were so cool. I can't believe you dared to expose that wicked Boss Lee. The leadership of the Medical Equipment Corporation has agreed. The new artificial kidney product will be prioritized for you." He happily thanked her. "If everything is settled and there's nothing else, then I'll be on my way." But Sister Giang wanted him to stay, she asked. "Don't you want to get acquainted with the powerful people here?" Truong Troc politely declined, saying he wasn't good at socializing. Then he said his goodbyes and left. Sister Jiang was stunned, thinking to herself, he's so naive, so naive. So many people dream of having the opportunity that's here tonight. Seeing her dazed expression, Uncle Six comforted her. "Nguyet An, don't worry, there'll be no problem joining the security department." But she said, "That's not it. Uncle, I was watching the person who just helped me out of that situation." Suddenly, she remembered, "Uncle, don't you think he looks very similar to someone?" He wondered, "Who?" Nguyet An said, "It's last Saturday." Uncle Six was surprised. "Lasat from the demon realm? That archer?" Nguyet An added. "Yes, I feel they're very alike," he said. "Then why don't you go to the demon realm and ask him directly?" It was like a light bulb went off for Nguyet An. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm going to the demon realm to ask him right now." Then she quickly bid her uncle farewell and left. Uncle Six thought to himself, "It looks like this girl has really developed a crush Oh, La Saturday. Lasat, you really are something, to be able to charm my precious niece. On the 8th floor of the demon realm, a large crowd of people had already gathered. Lasat had also quickly appeared with his bow and arrow. It seems he logged on the moment he got home. Chithu sighed. This isn't monster hunting. This is just asking for a beating. Dragon King chimed in. Yeah, we've never been beaten this badly before. Truong Trek rushed over to ask what was going on. Dragon King explained. Nguyet An was busy and couldn't get online today, so we went to grind monsters alone and unexpectedly ran into an army of over 100 centaurs. We almost got wiped. Truong Trek was surprised since there were only a few of them. There was no way they could defeat an army that size unless they had hundreds or thousands of people. Giant God said, because it's almost time for the Rank 2 Awakened test. If we keep dragging this out, it'll be difficult for us to level up. Just then, Nguyet An also came online, shyly apologizing for being late. Dragon King said, no worries, it's just that. We just got completely wrecked. As soon as she arrived, she wondered to herself, why won't Lasat admit he's Truong Trek? Does he have some hidden reason? Little Princess stepped forward. All right, now that everyone's here, let's go grind some monsters. Truong Trek opened his notebook. The monsters on the 8th floor of the demon realm are led by centaurs and are divided into 3 classes. Giant God said, since everyone's here, let's discuss the plan on the move. The 3 types are centaur archers, who specialize in ranged attacks and are excellent shots, and the moment they sense danger, they'll immediately increase their distance from adventurers. Then there are the centaur warriors. Their movement speed isn't outstanding, but they're fully equipped with iron armor and giant axes, and their strength is enormous. In addition, there are highly agile centaurs with incredible speed, equipped with thick leather armor, and they deal massive damage to ground targets. Finally, there's the boss, the elite centaur, who is always surveying from the high ground of their camp. It's surrounded and guarded by 3 troops. Based on that, it's clear this hunt will be extremely difficult, Lasat said. Everyone be careful and stay hidden, up ahead. We're sure to run into centaurs. Everyone quickly agreed. Roger that. Suddenly, Giant God yelled, everyone be careful, it's a centaur warrior. He then quickly used the shield on his back to defend himself. Giant God said urgently, Lasat, it was tough for you to acquire that boss summon. If it gets surrounded by centaurs, it'll be in great danger, so don't summon it yet. Try to see if you can. Can we lure one of them over first? He thought to himself. That's right. I have to use my summoned bosses efficiently. It would be a waste of time to keep going back and forth to collect them. Asura quickly drew his bow and fired an arrow towards the centaur closest to them. The creature, caught off guard, panicked, and let out strange, horse-like cries. Truong Trek was satisfied with the attack. It worked. Only one of them is charging over. Let's focus on taking it down first. The centaur charged towards Titan, swinging its axe, and seeing this, Dragon King and Moon Shadow also rushed in to help. On the other side, Chithu unleashed a barrage of his ice shurikens. Asura shouted, I'll attack it from a distance. Everyone focus on its lower legs, the part that isn't protected by armor. Everyone quickly agreed. Chithu focused his attack, gritting his teeth and launching even more ice shurikens. The centaur's 4 lower legs were quickly frozen solid, immobilizing it completely. Moonshadow seized the opportunity, leaping up and slashing straight at its head. Finally, that centaur fell. Dragon King exclaimed, Hey, Moonshadow, the damage from your light slash has increased quite a bit lately. Titan stepped forward. I'll hold on to the items for now. We can split them later. Everyone agreed, but Asura felt that killing them one by one was too slow. Why don't they just take care of the rest all at once? As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the ground and summoned the Sky Toad, along with the Butcher and the Wolf Boss. Dragon King and the others agreed with his idea, but Titan said they needed to be self-reliant so they could fight stronger monsters on the higher floors. Dragon King laughed loudly. I know. We have to train ourselves. But can't you let me rely on you just this once? Asura remained silent. Let's deal with these centaur warriors first and talk later. Everyone quickly charged forward aggressively, attacking the remaining centaur army. Titan's shield rapidly expanded, forming a solid barrier for everyone to launch their attack from behind. The Butcher and the Wolf also ferociously attacked the group of centaurs at the same time. The Sky Toad provided support from the rear, spewing a massive flame that incinerated many of the centaurs. Soon, a large number of them had fallen, due to the all-out assault from the team. Titan was pleased, taking down 3 at once. Excellent. Asura then said, I just had a thought. Why don't we start our own guild? Everyone chimed in that it wasn't like they hadn't thought of it before, but creating a guild costs a lot of money. Who would pay for it? Besides, there are soul orbs, health potions, equipment, weapons, and many other things that need to be fully supplied to the members. On top of that, if a member dies unexpectedly, the guild has to pay a consolation compensation fee. Asura calculated, it's really not simple, but adventurers joining guilds will be the inevitable trend in the future. Titan spoke up. That's right, but with our current strength, we'll have to wait until later to consider it. The group walked a bit further, and soon reached the centaur's lair. Titan announced, ahead is the centaur's stronghold. The boss is inside. Asura wondered, those people over there? Have we met them before? Titan explained, that's Elder Black Guili. They quickly approached the crowd to greet them. The people were buzzing, trying to figure out how to defeat the centaur army. Titan cheerfully went forward. Elder Black Guili, what's going on? Is someone trying to monopolize the boss again? The man turned around with a warm smile. Ah, it's you, little brother Titan. No one is monopolizing the boss, but the centaur general inside isn't a regular boss. It's an elite boss. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. How terrifyingly strong would an elite boss from the 8th floor be? No wonder everyone was just standing around here. Asura thought to himself, an elite boss from the 1st floor was already very powerful. What would one from the 8th floor be like? Dragon King looked dejected. Forget it, let's not even think about it. It looks like there's no hope for us today. Titan stepped forward. For now, there's no way to clear this stage. Everyone should head back to the altar and log off early. Having no other choice, they had to agree. Moon Shadow came forward. Asura, I have something to ask you. Before she could finish, he had already logged off. Moon Shadow sighed. Never mind then. At school, a familiar voice called out, Trong Trach, you're finally here. One of his classmates spoke up. Hey man, why are you just now getting here? Do you know who came looking for you earlier? Trong Trach was surprised. Someone was looking for me? His friend continued, Spill it. What exactly is the relationship between you and the goddess Lu Nuyet An? She came looking for you twice this morning. Trong Trach stammered, unable to explain. When at that moment, Moon Shadow appeared at the doorway with a serious expression. Trong Trach, come see me for a moment. Seeing Moon Shadow looking for him, everyone on the upper floor was dumbfounded, whispering to each other, why is the goddess Moon Shadow looking for Trong Trach? They felt Trong Trach wasn't worthy of her. Could they be dating? Vuong Duong stepped forward. That's because you guys don't know the whole story. The one who understands Truong Trach best is me, Vuong Duong. Let me tell you all about him and the goddess Moon Shadow. Everyone got excited because Vuong Duong was his best friend, so he must know some secrets. Vuong Duong started to brag. Actually, my buddy has had a crush on the goddess Moon Shadow for a long time. He's hit on her countless times, but how could a figure of Moon Shadow's caliber possibly agree? So she's always rejected him. This story left everyone speechless. Vuong Duong continued. Well, just think about it. What kind of private business could a man and a woman have that they can't let others know? A female classmate stepped forward. You mean Lu Nye-an is pregnant with Truong Trach's baby? Vuong Duong panicked. I never said that, just to be clear. Over by the sports field, Yue Ying handed him a notebook and said, thank you for yesterday. I don't have anything to repay you with, so please take this notebook. Inside are my personal notes on martial arts, which might be helpful for you in the upcoming national martial arts competition. But Zhang Ze said the notebook was too valuable and that he couldn't possibly accept it. Yue Ying revealed that the school only has 2 spots for Qingda University this time. As far as she knew, 1 spot was already decided, meaning there was only 1 left for him. She said, do your best to get it. I'll be waiting for you at Qingda University. Zhang Ze thought to himself, she doesn't know my identity, does she? Probably not. The scene shifts back to Zhang Ze's house, where his younger sister called out loudly, Brother, you're back! The little girl continued, Brother, she is the new head teacher at our school, Teacher Xiang. He couldn't help but wonder, why is it her? Could it be because of what happened at the charity party? Xiao Qin stepped forward. Hello, Zhang Ze. I'm mainly here today for a home visit. Why are you just standing at the door? Are you afraid of me? Zhang Ze's sister said cheerfully, Brother, have some fruit. Teacher Xiang brought it. Zhang Ze politely said, Thank you, Teacher Xiang. Xiao Qin continued, I've looked over the school's files. Zhang Ze replied, You don't need to worry about these things, Teacher Xiang. I can take good care of my sister. She continued, The tens of thousands for annual dialysis is not a small sum. Xiao Qin then asked Zhang Ze, What are your plans for the future? The sudden question left him momentarily unable to answer. Xiao Qin stood up and got straight to the point. I know your identity. If you need anything, you can find me at this phone number. You're not a kid anymore, if not for yourself. You have to think about your sister. Think it over. After that, Xiao Qin left, leaving Zhang Ze with a storm of thoughts. Does she want me to join the Department of National Security? His sister came over. Why did Teacher Xiang leave so soon? Isn't she staying a little longer? After Xiao Qin left, Zhang Ze immediately asked his sister, Xiao Feng, when did Teacher Xiang become the head teacher at your school? The little girl replied innocently, About a week ago, brother. He thought to himself, She just started last week and she's already making a home visit this week. It seems she's been watching me for a long time. Then he turned away. Xiao Feng, make dinner for yourself, okay? I have to go to the demon realm a little early today. Xiao Feng wondered. You go into the demon realm every night. Is it that interesting in there? I want to go see it too. On the 8th floor of the demon realm, the grasslands were incredibly beautiful, a picturesque landscape. As soon as Asura logged on, Dragon King quickly approached and shouted, "Asura, over here!" Dragon King was anxious, hoping that the elite boss hadn't already been killed by some other expert player. Giant God also spoke up, "Let's go over there and see for ourselves." Suddenly, Asura noticed a commotion nearby. He was curious. What's going on? One arrow through the heart was arguing with someone. "Why don't you accept archers? What's so bad about us archers?" The crowd also grew indignant. "Yeah, why not?" The other person replied, "Compared to mages, an archer's damage output is too low. Their performance isn't consistent, they need healing support, and they just waste a slot in the party. So please, go find another team." Hearing this from the side, Giant God couldn't help but sigh. Archers in the demon realm really don't have it easy. Asura stepped forward. "Hello? I'm an archer too. Seeing you get rejected just now gave me an idea. I want to create an archer guild. Would any of you be interested in joining?" Giant God was surprised. "Asura, you." The other archers were also shocked. "What? An archer guild? Did I hear that right?" Asura said he knew they wouldn't believe him, but if they joined the guild, he wouldn't charge them a single cent, and he would even guarantee that he'd help everyone clear the 8th floor. Dare to give it a shot? Hearing this, the crowd sneered, thinking that Asura was just bluffing to trick them into joining so he could charge them later. Giant God and Dragon King also tried to stop him because they thought a guild full of only archers could never fight against the army of centaurs. But Asura had his own plan. "Don't worry, you two. If I say I can do it, I will." One arrow through the heart quickly made up his mind. "All right, I believe you. It's just joining a guild. What's the big deal?" Someone else in the crowd chimed in. "That's right, I'll join too. We archers can't keep getting pushed around like this." "Yeah, let's join. Let's just fight. At worst, we'll go down fighting." Asura was satisfied. Excellent. He quickly sent a friend request to one arrow through the heart and then asked, "Are there any other archers who want to join? I'm only accepting 100 members today, with no fees required. But after today, once we clear the 8th floor, anyone who wants to join will have to pay a fee, so think it over quickly." Very quickly, everyone rushed over, scrambling to join Asura's guild. They decided to take the gamble since they didn't want to be mistreated anymore. Giant God reasoned, "Asura, you're already committed. You've recruited so many members, even if you wanted to disband the guild now." "It's too late," Dragon King said. "Asura is our brother. We should trust him. How about we join too?" Autumn Breeze also agreed with Dragon King's idea. Little Princess was shocked. "What? Are you guys kidding? How can you possibly fight with only archers?" But Yue Ying and Little Rabbit trusted him completely, and both of them joined the guild. The rest of the group also quickly agreed. Dragon King laughed. "Asura, does your archer guild accept people like us?" He smiled cheerfully. "Of course! Not only will I accept you, but you'll also be high-ranking members who enjoy the highest level of benefits and privileges." Little Rabbit shouted with joy, "Awesome! I'm a high-ranking member too!" Giant God stepped forward. "Asura, we can talk about benefits later. First, we have to clear this floor. What's your plan?" "How to command the archer squad to defeat this floor's centaur general boss." Lasat decided to keep it a secret until then. Piercing Arrow was delighted. "Guild Master, we have a full 100 archers now. What should we do next?" Lasat was surprised by how quickly they had recruited. "Everyone go to the marketplace immediately. Each of you buy an iron spade and a shovel." Piercing Arrow was surprised. "What? Iron spades and shovels?" Lasat said, "That's right. If those aren't available, then buy weapons that can be used for digging, like long swords, axes, and so on. They will be used to fight monsters." How to command the archer squad to defeat this floor's centaur general boss. Lasat decided to keep it a secret until then. Piercing Arrow was delighted. "Guild Master, we have a full 100 archers now." They thought that anyone who followed him must be brain dead. What could a bunch of archers possibly accomplish together? But Lasat's group said nothing. They just quietly headed to the location of the centaur boss. Soon, along the plains, there were quite a few centaur soldiers patrolling the area. Lasat raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and continued, "Next, everyone must strictly follow my commands." Piercing Arrow said loudly, "Understood. Guildmaster, what's our battle plan?" Lasat spoke up, "I'll attack first. Everyone stay behind and fire your arrows," Titan advised. "Be extremely careful. These centaur cavalry are very fast. They can cover dozens of meters in less than 5 seconds." Lasat stopped him. "Titan, you don't need to bother this time." "It's okay. Everyone just wait here," Moonshadow said worriedly. "Lasat, please be careful." He stepped forward. "All archers, listen to my command. Hold your fire for now. Ready your bows and arrows. Lock on to the centaur cavalry that I lure over, then wait for my order." Everyone shouted in unison, "Roger!" Then, Lasat raised his bow, aimed a single shot straight ahead, and his arrow tore through the air, flying straight into the hind leg of a centaur. It was startled and turned around but couldn't react in time. Then, it furiously charged, leaping towards him with dual blades in hand. Lasat shouted loudly, "Ready your bows!" Everyone quickly got into position. Another command was given, "Fire." A volley of arrows flew towards the creature simultaneously. Very quickly, the centaur's health bar was completely depleted. The Dragon King was shocked. "Oh my god, the combined damage output of 100 people. That much damage, it's terrifying." The little princess was also stunned by the sight. Next, another volley of 100 sharp, silver arrows was launched in unison, flying straight towards the remaining centaurs. In that moment, many of them fell. Piercing Arrow laughed heartily. "This is so satisfying. It turns out we archers aren't useless after all. It's just that we hadn't found the right strategy." Others were also amazed. "So this is the proper way for archers to fight, not just solo combat." Lasat spoke up. "That's right. This is the true power of an archer." He then continued, "Clear the battlefield. There are still many mobs up ahead that need to be eliminated." At this point, Piercing Arrow was completely following his orders. The people who had just been mocking them now had their jaws on the floor. That damage output is insane. "Yeah, each person fires one arrow. I never thought archers could be this strong when they work together." Lasat used himself as bait again, luring the next group of centaurs. Then, he ran back towards the archers and quickly gave the command, "Fire." From his position, arrows whizzed past, like a ferocious rain of arrows assaulting the centaurs. They had no way to resist this overwhelming power, and could only watch helplessly as they awaited death. Titan watched the battle from a distance, endlessly marveling. "Lasat is truly a genius." The Dragon King happily approached. "Lasat, how did you come up with a way for archers to attack in unison like this? It's a brilliant move." But he was modest. "It's nothing special. I just remembered the warring period of the Qin dynasty. There was an incredibly strong army that was victorious in every battle, sweeping through the 6 vassal states, and their weapon of choice was the bow and arrow." The Dragon King was puzzled. "The Qin dynasty's warring period? I've never heard of it." Lasat gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, "Of course you haven't heard of it. That's history from another world." Lasat's army of 100 quickly arrived before the boss's encampment of the centaurs. Piercing Arrow spoke up, "Guildmaster, you still haven't told us what we need to do next." Someone else also chimed in. "That's right, Guildmaster. Why on earth did you tell us to buy iron spades and axes? Are we supposed to use these as weapons to fight the monsters?" He pointed towards the encampment and said, "Everyone, dig a pit around the gate. The depth of the pit must be greater than the height of a centaur, and the width must be more than 10 meters." Titan quickly understood. "You plan to make them fall into the pit and then wipe them out all at once." The Dragon King laughed loudly. "Lasat is a true genius." Everyone quickly got to work, and a large, long pit was dug around the centaur boss's area. Titan said, "But there are more than 100 centaurs. How are they going to lure them all out to fall into the trap?" Lasat said, "This problem, just leave it to me." But Titan and Moonshadow both felt this was too dangerous and immediately tried to stop him. Titan said, "If a lure is needed, let me do it. My defense is high enough." But Lasat disagreed, saying, "My agility stat is almost 50, and my evasion skill is maxed out, plus I have this to guarantee my safety." The vial in his hand was a B-rank agility potion, which increases the agility stat by 200% for 60 seconds. Titan knew he couldn't change his mind, so he could only tell him to be careful. 10 minutes later, a large pit had been dug by everyone. Lasat said, "Everyone get ready. I alone will lure the centaur cavalry over, then use this rope to jump across the pit." Titan was still uneasy, but Lasat reassured, "Is paramount. If things look bad, run immediately." Moonshadow was also worried. "You have to be careful," Rakshasa said. "Don't worry, everyone." Then he jumped across alone, heading straight for the encampment of the centaurs. "Over here," Dragon King worried. Will Rakshasa succeed? Although Moonshadow was very anxious, she still tried to comfort herself and the others. "We have to trust him. He can. Do it." As Rakshasa walked, he thought, "So many tents. No wonder the boss can summon hundreds of centaur cavalry." Rakshasa hid near a tent not far away, and it seemed he had spotted the centaur boss. He thought, "It's still an elite boss. Looks like no one has beaten it yet. Whatever, I don't care if you're an elite or not, you're about to die." The moment the thought crossed his mind, he drew his bow and aimed straight at the target. Just as the arrow was about to hit, the centaur boss managed to dodge his attack. Then, it gnashed its teeth and roared angrily, "Wretched intruder." The centaur boss raised its flag, a yellow one, into the air and shouted, "Soldiers, by my command, spill the enemy's blood." Rakshasa observed and thought to himself, "A yellow command flag, that must mean regular cavalry." Very quickly, a troop of centaur cavalry charged aggressively towards him, their numbers swelling by the second. He, on the other hand, was delighted that his plan was succeeding. "Come on, come at me, rush me." Then, he pulled down his mask. tilted his head back and chugged a potion from a flask. As he ran, he taunted them. "Come on and catch me! Don't tell me you four-legged plagues can't catch someone with only two legs like me." But he thought to himself, they're really fast. Outside, when the others saw him coming out, they told each other, "It looks like he's about to leave their base. Everyone get ready." Seeing Raksha's figure getting closer, the entire team quickly raised their bows. On high alert, the centaur cavalry also charged forward furiously, filled with killing intent, their mouths endlessly screaming, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Raksha thought, victory, or defeat, will be decided by this move. Let's see if those centaurs fall into the trap. He swiftly leaped onto the rope stretched across the pit, his body as light as a bird's. Moonshadow stood on this side. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest as she anxiously yelled, "Raksha, over here!" The centaur army was still full of vigor, charging recklessly without looking where they were going. A great many of them truly fell into the pit, and their screams echoed endlessly. Witnessing this scene, Raksha immediately gave the order, "Everyone, fire!" The guild members complied, and hundreds of arrows once again flew towards the pit. The arrows were merciless, whistling through the air as they aggressively rained down on the centaurs. Very quickly, the entire wave was annihilated. It seemed this method of Rakshas was a complete success. The centaurs were quickly summoned by Raksha, their souls bound to serve as his minions. Dragon King was dumbfounded. "Holy crap, why do I have goosebumps all over? That's terrifying." Little Princess was also in awe. "Archers are so scary. I'll never underestimate them again." Everyone standing above the pit cheered with joy. That was so satisfying. "Ever since I chose the archer class, I've never felt this great." Another person chimed in. "That's right, before we could only kite, dodging and attacking, with monsters chasing us while we ran. We'd only get a few shots in here and there. It was so tedious, but this time, I feel so proud. I no longer think the archer is a trash class." Everyone looked down from above into the pit, admiring their handiwork, feeling incredibly proud of themselves and their teammates. Raksha stepped forward and said, "All right, everyone get ready to clean up the battlefield. All the loot goes into the guild warehouse, and then we'll distribute it." Everyone cheerfully jumped down into the pit to collect their spoils. One person shouted in excitement, "Almost 300 centaur cavalry. Just how many soul orbs is that? How can it be this amazing?" Dragon King felt dejected. "I suddenly feel like we were completely useless. We didn't help one bit." Titan, ever the cautious one, didn't let the victory go to his head and warned, "The boss will summon a total of 3 waves of centaur cavalry. This was just the first wave. The next 2 will be even more vicious." "Raksha, you need to be careful." Moonshadow agreed with Titan. Raksha said, "There's no need to worry, because I've prepared enough agility potions." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped to the other side again and said, "Everyone clean up the battlefield quickly. I'm going to lure the mobs first." Moonshadow agreed, "Be careful." Very quickly, Raksha advanced towards the centaur boss's camp once again. A troop even more aggressive than the last was lured out by him. Raksha agilely sprinted back towards his team, but this second army was truly ferocious, much more than the first wave, and each one had bloodshot red eyes. Titan became vigilant. "Oh no, this time it's heavy. Centaur cavalry." The moment he saw Raksha, he shouted, "Can arrows even pierce the armor of the heavy cavalry?" Raksha answered, "No time to hesitate. We have to try." Then, several hundred arrows were shot as he commanded, "Put everything you have into piercing their armor." Then he yelled, "Everyone, do your best to attack them. Use your skills. We can't let everything fall apart at this crucial moment." The arrows were shot, but faced with that sturdy armor, they couldn't penetrate it. Even when the arrows hit, the damage was extremely low, doing almost nothing to them. Titan worried, "I didn't expect the damage to be this pathetic. The archer's arrows aren't affecting the heavy cavalry's armor. What should we do?" Dragon King also grew impatient. "At this rate, we won't be able to kill them even by the time the boss summons the next wave." Titan and Dragon King were already starting to panic, thinking that maybe they should retreat to preserve their strength. Raksha thought to himself, "If we retreat now, all of our effort will go down the drain. We'll surely shake the trust all the guild members have in him." He put his hand on his chin and calculated carefully. It might even lead to a wave of members leaving the guild. Just as he finished his thought, Lasat raised his hand, ordering everyone to cease fire. Jushen was surprised. "Lasat, are we going to retreat?" He grinned sinisterly. "Retreat? How can we possibly retreat before we've killed the boss?" Everyone was surprised. "We can't possibly kill this horde of heavy cavalry," he continued. "Then we just won't kill them for now." Jushen was puzzled. "Not kill them?" "Lasat, the more I listen, the more confused I get." "Why is this so confusing?" he said. "We can't kill them anyway, so let's just temporarily trap these centaur cavalry in the pit, while I lure the boss and the final cavalry squad over here. We'll just kill the boss directly and be done with it." Nguyen An and Long Vuong were shocked. "What? You're going to pull the boss and the mobs over here all by yourself? That's way too dangerous. You have to be joking, right?" You'll be facing a life-or-death situation. No, it's a suicide mission. Zhu Shen tried his best to stop him, because taking the initiative like that is too dangerous. Even if we follow your plan, we still can't defeat them. But Lasat said, everyone should trust him. He said he had a plan and that everyone should wait here. Suddenly, just as he was about to leave, a hand grabbed Lasat and pulled him back. You can't go. Nguyet An shouted, don't forget that's an elite boss. One hit from him can instantly kill his target. Don't risk your life. Just retreat with the rest of us. Lasat ignored her words, only noticing her face. Why is it so red? At that moment, Lasat could still joke around. If you want to persuade me, then you'll have to let me give you a kiss. Nguyet An was surprised but blushed and agreed. Okay, I'll let you kiss me. The moment she let her guard down, he leaped over the pit. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Nguyet An shouted in frustration. Lasat, you jerk. Xu Yen Tam also called out after him. Guildmaster, we'll wait for you to come back. Lasat summoned his wolf boss and shouted, everyone relax, I'll be fine, he thought to himself. I never knew I was so important to her. The archers gaped in astonishment. Oh my god, I'm not seeing things. Am I? Is the Guildmaster really riding the Kobold Mine Lord? One man and one wolf charged forward aggressively, heading straight into the centaur camp. Everyone was still buzzing with excitement. He looked so cool. Lasat shouted from his side. No need to waste words on him. My kobold buddy, let the bombs fly. The wolf boss quickly and forcefully threw bombs toward the other boss. The kobold barked a few times, as if it understood before taking action. The centaur boss on the other side roared furiously. Pathetic human, you have a death wish. The very last squad of cavalry charged forward along with their general. Lasat landed on the ground. Kobold buddy, I'm counting on you. Throw as many bombs as you want. The wolf barked a few more times, seemingly understanding every word he said. And so, the wolf boss aggressively began to frantically throw bombs, while Lasat quickly used a potion to move faster. The powerful explosions sent several cavalrymen flying. Lasat thought to himself, there are too many cavalry. If I don't deal with them, there's no way to fight the boss. He drew his bow and aimed directly at the centaur boss. This is my last potion. Sorry, my kobold friend. I'll have to sacrifice you. The boss advanced, shouting, bold human, you dare invade my camp? The only path for you is death. Lasat refused to back down. We'll see who dies today. Come and chase me. The centaur cavalry began to aggressively attack the kobold. It let out a few barks, but it seemed there was no escape. By this time, Lasat had already quickly escaped from the camp, leaving the wolf surrounded all by itself. He felt a pang of guilt. My kobold friend, Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire region. Everyone wondered, what was that? Did the kobold mine lord just self-destruct? Look, the centaur cavalry began to aggressively attack the kobold. It let out a few barks, but it seemed there was no escape. By this time, Lasat had already quickly escaped from the camp. Lasat is incredible. He wiped out over 100 cavalrymen all by himself, Zhu Shen yelled. Everyone get ready. Wait for the boss to enter our attack range, then focus all your power to defeat him. Lasat quickly zipped up the rope. The centaur elite boss roared. Die, you pathetic human, he yelled. All right, everyone, the boss is here. Let him have it. The others also roared enthusiastically. Let's fire. Men, shoot to kill. The guildmaster risked his life to pull the boss to us. We cannot fail. At that moment, his troops were perfectly in sync. Hundreds of arrows were unleashed, soaring aggressively straight toward the centaur horde. Seeing them advance like an endless tide, the archers on this side focused all their energy into their arrows. We have to go all out, men. Shoot to kill. Dozens charged forward. Some were struck down by arrows, while others plunged into the pit to their deaths. A considerable number of the cavalry were wiped out this way, but the boss was still completely unscathed. Not even a single arrow could pierce his armor. You think you can hurt me with these pathetic tricks? The centaur general roared in frustration. You wretched humans, I will paint my banner red with your blood. Over on this side, Xu Yen Tam commanded the archer squad to aim and fire directly at him. The centaur boss launched a sharp spear from its back, and the long spear flew straight through Xu Yen Tam, deducting 2,183 of his health points. Zhu Shen was horrified. Damn it, are you serious? Not only can that boss block every single arrow, but its damage output is also insanely high. The players moved forward to surround the core and support Titan, shouting, Everyone, be careful and dodge, don't get hit by his spear. Seeing the scene before him, Rakshasa got an idea, as expected of an elite boss. Since that's the case, he slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, Come forth, it's finally your turn to fight. The Black Flag Sorcerer was quickly summoned, appearing large and aggressive. It stood ready, awaiting its master's command. Everyone was amazed. Isn't that the Black Flag Sorcerer? How did it appear here? The Dragon King was excited. Rakshasa, you're brilliant. I can't believe I totally forgot you could do that. The Black Flag Sorcerer was menacing, and Rakshasa was just as intense. Black Flag Sorcerer, it's time for you to show off your black sorcery. As soon as he finished speaking, it unleashed a dark aura. It roared, glaring at the centaur boss. It summoned something that looked incredibly dark and sinister. Holding the object in its hand, it then launched a fierce attack toward the centaur boss. The scene was utterly deadly. The centaur general stood in the middle, his entire body enveloped by the death sacrifice. He looked bewildered as the system announced, Death Curse, Stack 1, Level 1. When afflicted by the Black Flag Sorcerer's curse, magic damage taken increases by 20%. Titan was pleased. Death sacrifice is magic damage. This cavalry-type boss has no way to resist it. And what's more, the damage is calculated based on a percentage of the target's health. The more health it has, the higher the damage. If its health is low, the probability is lower. But regardless of its health, once it reaches 5 stacks, the target will die for sure. The centaur boss now realized the Black Flag Sorcerer's technique, and it furiously threw its spear forward. So it's a curse, you damn wretch. Go to hell! The spear cut through the air, hurtling powerfully towards the Black Flag Sorcerer, but Titan quickly raised his shield to block for it, shouting, "We can't let the boss attack it." The shield took the hit, and Titan lost 486 health. Moon Shadow and Dragon King advanced together. In that case, Moon Shadow, let's engage the boss in melee. Damn it, I've had enough of this guy. Moon Shadow quickly agreed. On the other side, the sky-swallowing toad and the other archers also began their attack. Rakshasa yelled, "Ranged attackers, focus fire on the boss." The death curse was applied once more, causing the centaur to lose 3,759 health. At the same time, Moon Shadow and Dragon King also rushed in to attack. Rakshasa watched the situation, feeling tense. It's still not dead. At this point, the centaur general was truly enraged. It roared madly. "Damn it, you wretched humans. All of you die." A massive explosion occurred. This was the thundering quake. It dealt 1,000 damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius and stunned them for 15 seconds. Dragon King and Moon Shadow struggled to stay on their feet, trying to keep themselves from falling over. Seeing the critical situation, Rakshasa and Titan also grit their teeth and charged forward, shouting to the other two, "It's dangerous." Rakshasa quickly shielded Moon Shadow and summoned his two-headed monster. The centaur boss continued to roar fiercely as it charged, "Pathetic humans, die." It seemed Rakshasa couldn't block this attack in time, and the spear struck viciously towards the Black Flag Sorcerer. But this time, no one was there to shield it. Rakshasa panicked. This is bad. The centaur boss's attack landed successfully, leaving the Black Flag Sorcerer in a near-death state with only a sliver of health left. Refusing to go down, it used Death Sacrifice to strike the centaur boss one more time. Faced with this deadly aura, the boss had no way to resist it, but it seemed the Black Flag Sorcerer had used its last bit of health to cast this skill, and afterward, it collapsed completely. The system announced, "Your summoned follower, the Black Flag Sorcerer, has been slain." Rakshasa was annoyed. Great. What insane critical damage. That was. Seeing the centaur general standing nonchalantly on the other side, he angrily fired an arrow and shouted, "Damn it, forget everything else, we have to risk it all. Ranged attackers, keep focusing on the boss. Sky-swallowing toad, it's all up to you to breathe fire." 100 arrows flew on Rakshasa's command, heading straight for the centaur boss. The toad on the side was not to be outdone, spewing a massive stream of fire at it. Suddenly hit by such a barrage, the centaur boss was momentarily unable to defend itself. Its health was gradually being depleted. Moon Shadow exclaimed happily, "Whoa, why is the damage so high?" Rakshasa stood to the side, carefully observing which attacks could drain the creature's health the fastest. Seizing the opportunity, Moon Shadow charged forward aggressively with her sword, looking like she wanted to land the finishing blow. Rakshasa shouted, "I get it. It's because the curse debuff on the boss hasn't been removed yet, so magic damage is increased. Even the damage from Light Slash is boosted significantly." Rakshasa fiercely gripped his bow. "My weapon has a lifesteal effect, so the damage it deals should also be significantly increased, right?" On the other side, the centaur boss roared, "Pathetic humans, you can't kill me." But everyone ignored its words and continued to charge. It aggressively kicked its hooves towards Moon Shadow, roaring, "Die, Rakshasa cursed, son of a bee, why is my damage so low? This is ridiculous. Sky-swallowing toad, keep breathing fire, don't give it a chance to use its skills." The toad quickly obeyed his command, and a huge flame was swiftly blasted towards the centaur boss. The fire had just been spewed when a massive explosion erupted, forcing even Dragon King and Moon Shadow to brace themselves just to stay standing. This attack successfully chipped away another large chunk of the creature's health. At this point, the centaur boss was truly out of health. It let out a final, earth-shaking roar. In the end, Rakshasa had successfully defeated the boss of the 8th floor as it collapsed completely to the ground. was defeated. Long Vuong stared blankly at the corpse before him. Was the elite boss really killed? He couldn't believe they had actually taken down this ferocious beast. Then the system made an announcement. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Centaur General on the 8th floor of the Demon Realm. Luocha laughed heartily in satisfaction, and everyone was amazed. Shu Yen Tam exclaimed, "Oh my god, we cleared it, Guildmaster! That was incredible!" Tu, though, was also thrilled. "Awesome. I can finally go to the next floor." The crowd was in an uproar. "The Guildmaster is the best. He really walks the talk. Guildmaster, I'll follow you forever." Tu Kongchua's eyes sparkled. "I've never seen so many item drops. We're gonna be rich," Luocha announced loudly. "Everyone, let's collect the loot." On that note, everyone cheered and quickly rushed down to collect the loot. Luocha stepped forward. "Let's see what valuable items this elite boss dropped." As he spoke, he moved closer to inspect the drops, and the system announced, Level 5 Golden War Saber, damage. Ranges from 1,600 to 3,400, with a plus 20% attack speed effect, and durability is 700 out of 700. Luocha thought to himself, so it's an S-rank weapon. He was pleased, a 20% attack speed boost, and the stats aren't bad at all. As expected of an S-rank weapon, he then held the saber up. "The Centaur General dropped this S-rank weapon. If anyone wants it, let me know, and we'll decide who gets it." Everyone spoke in unison. "No need to decide, Guildmaster. You should take it. Without you, we never would have cleared this floor, and archers would still be looked down on by everyone. Consider this reward a token of our gratitude. To you." They felt they had already gotten the best part of the deal. For an archer, honor and confidence are the most priceless assets, so no one made any further demands. If they wanted to hire a pro to carry them, it would cost at least 100,000 per person. But Luocha didn't charge them a dime, which was already more than generous. Ju Shen stepped forward and said, "In the battle today, Luocha was the one who devised the strategy, and he single-handedly turned the tide to defeat the boss, so it's only fair and just that the spoils belong to him." Luocha said loudly, "I understand how you all feel. However, there are far too many spoils today for me to take them all. Now that all of you are members of our guild, as your guild master, I have a duty to look out for every member's interests. So for this battle, regardless of how much you contributed, everyone who participated gets a share." Tukong Chua cheered with excitement. "Hooray! My credit cards are all maxed out." Everyone among the archers was overjoyed to have found such a good leader. Standing to the side, Ju Shen reminded them, "It's about time we headed to the portal for the next floor." The group of people arriving after them were shocked, because they couldn't see the elite boss and its entire centaur cavalry. One of them panicked upon seeing Luocha's party of archers. He assumed they'd all been wiped out by the boss. Seeing their triumphant expressions, could they have actually wiped out the boss and the centaur cavalry? This group couldn't believe their eyes. What could a bunch of useless trash-class archers possibly accomplish? But over there was no longer a boss or any cavalry, just those archers. They must have hired a pro to carry them through the clear. They reassured themselves with this thought. Meanwhile, Luocha's party quickly advanced toward the portal to the new floor. Tu, though, couldn't help but shout with excitement. "I'm so fired up! 9th floor of the Demon Realm! Here we come!" On the 9th floor, the surrounding atmosphere was extremely grim and radiated, an aura of death that struck fear into all who witnessed it. Everyone gasped. "What the hell? Where are we? The underworld? This is terrifying." According to the Demon Realm Handbook, this place is supposed to be extremely dangerous. The monsters here are all heretical cultists, incredibly brutal and bloodthirsty. It seems the handbook was right. Tukong Chua huddled behind Luocha, trembling. "Can we please skip this floor? I'm afraid of blood." Ju Shen stepped forward and said, "Everyone just fought a difficult battle. They're all worn out. Why don't we have everyone log off for now? Tomorrow night, you and I can come explore the 9th floor." Luocha found that reasonable. "Okay, let's do what you suggested." Yu Ying stepped up. "It really is getting late." Long Vuong also added, "I'm so exhausted, my arms and legs feel like lead." Luocha agreed with them. Today's battle was incredibly tough and brutal. Ju Shen said, "Everyone is tired. Log off and get some rest. See you all tomorrow." Yu Ying approached Luocha and stammered, "Luocha, you get some rest too, okay?" He was surprised by her demeanor, but simply replied, "Okay." As she watched Luocha log out, Yu Ying remained there, wondering, is he really that person? The next day at school, students were messing around and having fun. Wang Yang panicked. "The national competition is almost here. What am I going to do?" Zhang Ze glanced over. "I think if you focus on studying these next few days, you might still have a shot." Wang Yang went on. "I heard one of the 2 slots for Qingda Academy from our school has already been filled." Zhang Ze feigned ignorance. "There's a pre-selected candidate?" Wang Yang replied to him. "Yep," Zhang Ze said. Simply replied, "Okay." As she watched Luocha log out, Yu Ying remained there, wondering, is he really that person? The next day at school, students were messing around and having fun. Wang Yang panicked. The national competition is almost here. What am I going to do? Zhang Ze glanced over. I think if you focus on studying these next few days, you might still have a shot. Wang Yang went on. I heard one of the 2 slots for Qingda Academy from our school has already been filled. Zhang Ze feigned ignorance. There's a pre-selected candidate? Wang Yang replied to him. Yep, Zhang Ze said. This week? You think you can get into Qingda Academy with that pathetic amount of power? Her name was He Lili. Spotting Zhang Ze, she yelled, Hey, you over there, come have a match with me. Seeing. Sis. Let's go. It seems this was the first time she had ever been ignored like that. He, Lili, unwilling to accept it, angrily bit her lip, then ran back toward Zhang Ze and yelled, You annoying brat! He Lili seemed genuinely arrogant. Without another word, she charged forward furiously, throwing a punch straight at Zhang Ze, but he didn't hold back just because she was a girl. Zhang Ze raised his hand and firmly grabbed her leg, successfully blocking the kick. Feeling that her attack had been countered, He Lili resentfully bit her lip and glared at him with a hateful expression, but she still didn't back down. You're pretty quick, little brother, to be able to dodge that. Let's see if you can handle this. As He Lili spoke, she launched another kick towards Zhang Ze's head. He ducked to avoid it, thinking to himself, It seems He Lili's specialty is kicking attacks. I remember Yue Ying's notebook had a few techniques for dealing with these kinds of kicks. As soon as he thought of it, he crouched down. He swept his leg out forcefully towards her, causing Lili to lose her balance and stumble. She let out a startled cry and then fell hard to the ground, which looked very painful. Zhang Ze had successfully taken her down, thanks to the book from Yue Ying. He Lili seemed to recognize the technique he just used. She thought, that move looked like Yun Jia Yue. I remember the boss and the young miss both used it. How does this brat know it? Damn it! Zhang Ze didn't linger, not wanting to get involved in this mess. I'm busy. I don't have time to play with you. If you still want to fight, find me after I get into Qingda Academy. The crowd murmured. Isn't that the guy who cleans the martial arts hall? I can't believe he beat that violent girl. I think that's him. He's usually so quiet, I never thought he was a master. Whoever he is, he got rid of that fiery shrew, which is awesome. On the 9th floor of the demon realm, everyone had quickly gathered. Luo Sha hurriedly logged on. He panicked. Oh no, I overslept. I'm half an hour late. As soon as he arrived, he saw a series of messages from everyone, basically telling him they were scouting the 9th floor first, and if he saw this message, he should just wait at the altar for them. A person saw him and happily approached. Guildmaster, I've been looking all over for you. Luo Sha was surprised. Are you a member of the guild? The young man named Moshu said, Yes, I'm a member of the guild you lead. Guildmaster. Luo Sha was polite. Oh, my apologies. I've friended so many people recently that I can't remember everyone. What can I do for you? Moshu said. Guildmaster, please hurry to the 8th floor of the demon realm and save our guild brothers. Luo Sha was surprised. The 8th floor of the demon realm? Weren't you guys exploring with big brother Ju Shen? He tearfully recounted that because they were too weak, they didn't go with Yi Jian Xuanxin's party and went to the 8th floor to train instead. Unexpectedly, they were viciously chased by 5 centaur knights. They panicked and ran into a nearby ravine to hide, and discovered it was a dead end. Guildmaster, you have to go save them. Luo Sha quickly agreed. All right, don't cry. Wait for me to send a message, and I'll go with you to check on the situation. Moshu said he would. Go ahead and lead the way for the Guildmaster. While Luo Sha was focused on leaving a message for his team, this guy revealed a cunning smile. On the 8th floor of the demon realm, the surroundings were incredibly quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. He pointed, They're just inside. We're almost there. But Luo Sha felt that this place didn't look like a normal ravine. He asked again, Are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? Why does this ravine have so many flags and fortifications? Moshu said, I'm sure it's not wrong. The flags on the ground were left by the centaur knights. Then, he pointed to the distance. Guildmaster, our people are trapped up there. Let's hurry and save them, Luo Sha silently observed and assessed for a moment. Don't be rash. Seeing his reaction, the man was a bit surprised. He calculated, 7 heavy centaur knights. But saving people is the most important thing. Then, Luo Sha slammed his hand on the ground, seemingly about to summon his monster to fight. The centaur general he had previously subdued appeared. Moshu was startled. Huh, is that the centaur general? It seemed this guy didn't know that Luo Sha had tamed this boss. Luo Sha told him, Don't be afraid, this is my summon. Centaur general, advance. After Luo Sha gave the command, the centaur let out a ferocious roar and charged forward. He moved forward at great speed, charging aggressively towards the enemy with his spear in hand. A squad of centaur knights quickly rushed out upon discovering an intruder in their den. The centaur general single-handedly broke through their encirclement. He fiercely attacked the low-level knights. Luo Sha said, What are you still standing there for? I'll draw the monsters away. You go save our people now. Moshu then remembered his task and stammered. Luo Sha stood his ground, firing arrows to lure the remaining centaur knights. Meanwhile, the other guy turned away, a cunning look evident in his eyes. He quickly ran with his bow and arrow into a tent not far away, but Luo Sha still felt. He moved forward at great speed, charging aggressively towards the enemy with his spear in hand. A squad of centaur knights quickly rushed out upon discovering an intruder in their den. The centaur general single-handedly broke through their encirclement. He fiercely. That something wasn't right. He thought, I need to end this quickly. I have a weird feeling about this place. The centaur general leaped into the air, fiercely using thunderous stomp. His kick sent, was silently and very quickly dashing past Luo Sha. He managed to detect it in time. Who's there? The centaur general also seemed to sense the danger around him, and he unleashed a kick, stomping down hard. His sturdy legs hit the ground with a loud thud, and the ground trembled with the impact. Luo Sha said, I knew something was wrong. Attack! The masked figure quickly appeared. He was knocked flat on the ground by a kick from the centaur boss. But before Lasat could ask anything, the centaur general fiercely threw a spear at his back, causing the masked man to die instantly. Meanwhile, from a distant tower, an arrow viciously tore through the wind straight toward Lasat, but he quickly dodged the attack. He looked toward where the arrow was shot from, and was surprised. Makthuok? You tricked me. It turned out he was just pretending to lure Lasat away from the group to make his move. Makthuok laughed loudly. Guild leader, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for getting on Shu Guang's bad side. The bounty on your head is now in the tens of millions, and with that much money, we're all dying to get our hands on it. Lasat quickly raised his bow, firing at them. Just the three of you. You won't be able to kill me. His arrow shot out, piercing Makthuok's left shoulder, who cried out in pain and cursed. Damn it. Lasat, you're dead for sure today. Let me tell you, this isn't an ordinary canyon. It's the training camp for the Centaur army, he said, smugly. The Centaur general is on his way back. You can't escape, unless you can single-handedly kill hordes of Centaur cavalry. Lasat turned his head at the loud noise, seeing many cavalrymen charging aggressively towards him. Just as Makthuok had said, an army of 100 soldiers soon surrounded him and his Centaur boss. Makthuok cheered. They're back! The Centaur cavalry is back! Then, he laughed heartily. Lasat, you're a dead man. You guys, record the entire scene of Lasat getting killed by the Centaur cavalry. Don't miss a single detail, and then send it to them as proof for the reward. The guy next to him excitedly said, Don't worry, I'm recording. They thought they were about to hit the jackpot, but contrary to their expectations, a Centaur cavalryman quickly approached the boss. The system prompted, Confirm use of random teleport scroll. Lasat thought to himself, To think I was tricked by these scumbags. I won't let them have their way. The person up on the tower shouted down, What's happening? Why isn't he using a random teleport scroll to escape? Has he given up? Is he trying to kill himself? They even thought he would beg for his life out of fear of the Centaur army, but of course, they wouldn't help him, because Lasat had to die today for them to collect the bounty. Makthuok pointed forward and yelled, Lasat, giving up already? Or do you want to beg for your life? In your dreams, I'm not letting you off the hook, unless you can offer more than the bounty on this side. The Centaur army finally charged toward him. They laughed heartily. Lasat, today is the day you die. That 15 million bounty is as good as ours. Lasat stood defiantly. It seems you've misunderstood. Now I'm coming to take your lives. You dare use my kindness to deceive me? You'll pay for that. Makthuok laughed. Have you lost your mind from fear? You're the one who's going to die. Those 500 Centaur cavalry behind you aren't just for decoration. Why don't you deal with them first, then come find us? Prepare to die, Lasat. But contrary to what they thought, the cavalry just stood around him as if he were their commander, and didn't attack. He smiled, satisfied. I told you, I'm coming to take your lives now. Makthuok stared wide-eyed, his jaw agape in astonishment, stammering in fear. What? How can this be? The two men beside him were also stunned, as events unfolded far beyond their imagination. The Centaur cavalry was supposed to kill Lasat on sight. They were buzzing with confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Lasat spoke. General, order the cavalry to attack the watchtower. The Centaur general obeyed at once, then raised a red flag to command his army. All units, advance. Hearing their commander's order, the cavalry fiercely charged towards the watchtower, shouting, Charge! Forward! They swarmed like ants. And Makthuok's group panicked. Damn it! Why is the Centaur cavalry charging towards us? Something's wrong. They saw Lasat first. They should be focusing all their attacks on him. They were still completely bewildered, unable to understand why this army was suddenly taking orders from Lasaturday. But the cavalrymen said nothing, focusing only on destroying the tower as commanded by Lasaturday. A stammering voice screamed, Lasat! Shu Guang will not forgive you. Afterward, Makthuok's group was swiftly killed by the cavalry. Lasat stood nearby and said, Remember my words? Anyone who dares to trick me will die a miserable death. On a nearby cliff, A masked figure watched his every move. Lasat is really a tough one. That person quickly sent a recording of the battle in a message and reported, Mac Thuok's group has been wiped out, killed by the Centaur cavalry. The person who received the message was also quite surprised by this news. After handling the situation, Lasat quickly returned to the 9th floor. Everyone else had returned as well. Shu Yen Tam exclaimed, Guild leader, the 9th floor of the demon realm is absolutely insane. He started to explain, there are traps everywhere, plus the cultists on this floor are nothing but madmen. Lasat took out a notebook and wrote, the monsters on this floor are primarily cultists, including those in red robes and those in blue robes. Oh, after the red-robed cultists die, their bodies transform and become monsters that continue to fight the adventurers. Their attack and defense stats both double, and damage from normal attacks against them is severely limited. The blue-robed cultists are even more terrifying. Although their attack and defense stats are not high, and adventurers can kill them easily, upon death, they will curse the adventurer who killed them, Kuthan said. Right. The curse includes, but is not limited to, defense reduction, attack reduction, speed reduction, continuous health loss, stun, and so on. With over a dozen types in total, the Dragon King gets annoyed just thinking about it, and it lasts for a full hour, based on the time in the demon realm. How are we supposed to fight like that? The Titan added, the scariest one is still the boss, that high priest. He's really tough to deal with. His room is filled with poisonous snakes, and their attacks are venomous. Once an adventurer is poisoned, they'll continuously lose health and need to be detoxified immediately. Only when all the poisonous snakes are eliminated. Will the high priest make his move? He uses dark magic to attack. If hit, all of an adventurer's stats will drop to 0, rendering them completely useless. This state will last until the boss is killed. Not only that, but after dying, the high priest enters phase 2. He gets possessed by an evil god and becomes a giant evil creature. 2. Defeat the high priest. You need at least 10 elite-level adventurers. Otherwise, don't even think about recklessly charging in. Asura spoke up. We need adventurers who can provide support and remove debuffs. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to clear this floor. But the Dragon King said, it's not easy to find support adventurers. The Dragon King's idea is for everyone to buy activation potions. That item can neutralize any debuff, and it also increases damage resistance. It's just that the price is a bit high. But no one agreed, because not only is it expensive, but it's also a rare potion. Asura wondered, why isn't Moonshadow here today? Didn't she come? The Dragon King said, Moonshadow had a family emergency and has to register for her college applications tomorrow, so today, she couldn't make it. Asura said, then let's call it a day. Many people are currently afflicted by the curse. We can't continue fighting anyway. The Titan sighed. I guess we have to. Everyone was dejected. This is really tough. Where are we going to find a support player? Everyone quickly logged off. At the Liu family estate, Moonshadow was wearing sparring gear with a very determined look on her face. She stepped forward to greet her opponent and began to prepare for the match. The person in front of her was Tang Qiaowei. She said, cousin, I'm not very bright, so you have to go easy on me. Moonshadow exposed her. Tang Qiaowei, don't pretend to be weak with me, the champion of the 40th Student Martial Arts Tournament. Someone who has already secured direct admission to Qingda University, a genius with S-rank talent, and has long been shortlisted to join the National Security Bureau. Qiaowei charged forward, but you still said I couldn't get into Class A at Qingda. Watch this. Moonshadow said, you shouldn't underestimate your opponents, because Class A in every grade has hidden masters. For example, my Class A has quite a few people who are highly rated in the Demon Realm, and are also rank 2 Demon Realm powerhouses in the real world. Qiaowei replied, cousin, is this all the strength you have? I think the strength of Class A is just so-so. As the two were fighting fiercely, Lily walked over. Eldest Miss Moonshadow. Qiaowei looked over in surprise. Lily, are you hurt? Lily was annoyed. Today I went to the arena, looking for a challenger and ran into an annoying brat. I didn't expect him to know the Tang family's martial arts. Qiaowei was shocked. What? The Tang family's martial arts? You're not mistaken, are you? Lily said. I'm absolutely certain. Qiaowei was furious. I can't believe something like this happened. He must be the illegitimate son of my father and some other woman from his past flings. Let's go. Come home with me and we'll settle the score with him. Lily ran after her. Eldest Miss, please don't be so rash. The two of you don't look much like full siblings. Qiaowei insisted. Enough talk. I have to see my philandering father in person to get to the bottom of this. Moonshadow watched them leave and sighed. This cousin of mine has never had to work hard for anything, yet can easily get into Qingda Academy. Natural talent is truly something to be envious of. At the National Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Ze had already arrived. A student chattered. We have to fill out our college applications today. Have you decided which school to apply to yet? Another said, "What's there to decide? It's just a few third-rate schools." Suddenly, Zhang Ze's phone rang. He quickly answered, "Pan Pan, what's wrong?" On the other end of the line, a hurried voice said, "Brother Zhang Ze, Zhang Feng couldn't come to school today. The teacher asked me to call and ask why she was absent." Zhang Ze panicked. "What? She couldn't come to school? We left the house together this morning," Pan Pan said. "I understand. I'll call your sister right now." Suddenly, on his phone, a strange message from someone had been sent right when his sister was reported absent from school. The message contained a picture of his sister tied up with a note, "If you want your sister to come home safely, then withdraw from the National Martial Arts Tournament, leave Xianfeng City, don't try any tricks, and don't call the police. Otherwise, you can come collect your sister's body." Zhang Ze gritted his teeth in anger. Who the hell is it? Who kidnapped Xiao Feng? Could it be that my identity in the demon realm has been exposed? Impossible. If they wanted ransom money, they wouldn't tell me to withdraw my application. So, what do I do now? Zhang Ze looked around in a panic. What should I do? To him, his sister was the only family he had left in this world. Suddenly, he remembered Xiao Qin, then quickly pulled out a card. On it was the information of Xiang Xiao Qin. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Ze got straight to the point. "Is this Xiang Xiao Qin? I need to ask you for a favor. Please help me find my sister." At an abandoned area, everything here was in ruins, it seemed like. There was no one around. A few goons were talking among themselves. "When is the boss coming to pick this girl up? I don't want to spend the night in this gloomy, run-down place." The other one replied, "You're asking me. Who do I ask? Who is it? This is what the boss ordered. We have to do it right, or else." Suddenly, he stammered in a panic. "Hey, that's the guy over there." Annoyed, the other one said, "What's with all the stammering?" The two henchmen were so scared they couldn't speak. Zhang Ze had quickly found them. He aggressively kicked the door open and barged in. "Where's my sister?" The guy was surprised. "Zhang Ze, don't come any closer, or don't blame me for what happens." The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Ze landed a heavy punch on his face, knocking the guy flat on his back. He stammered as he knelt. "Your sister is in there. She's perfectly safe. Nothing happened to her," he shouted. "Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Tell me the truth, and I'll spare your lives," the man said in fear. "It was Chen Hao. He told me to kidnap your sister and said that you were the obstacle preventing him from getting into Qingda Academy." Zhang Ze gritted his teeth. It was him? Just to get into Qingda Academy, he kidnapped my sister. What a scumbag. Furious, Zhang Ze stormed straight to the martial arts gym, shouting, "Get out of the way! Move!" It seemed he was truly enraged. He rushed forward like a blur under the astonished gazes of everyone there. But he didn't care. Chen Hao was on the phone. It got exposed? As expected, Zhang Ze isn't so simple. Before he could finish the call, Zhang Ze burst in, kicking the door open and shouting, "Chen Hao, get out here." As soon as he saw him, he got straight to the point. "Chen Hao, I can't believe you'd plot to kidnap my sister just to make me drop out of the competition. You've made a grave mistake." He didn't deny it. "Your strength is greater than I anticipated. You're much stronger than me and an obstacle on my path to Qingda Academy," he continued. "To be accepted into Qingda Academy, I must eliminate all obstacles, and you are no exception." After that, Chen Hao drank some kind of purple potion. It was unclear what trick he was pulling. Zhang Ze shouted angrily, "What did you just drink?" At that moment, Chen Hao's power seemed to have doubled. Chen Hao smirked deviously. His face had changed. "You'll find out what I drank soon enough, but by the time you do, it'll be time for you to meet your maker." The moment he finished speaking, he threw a vicious punch. Zhang Ze raised his arm to block, gritting his teeth. This power is insane. He was pushed back, calculating inwardly. The force of this punch must be at least 200 kilograms. How did he get so strong? Zhang Ze asked. "What the hell did you drink?" Chen Hao charged forward aggressively. "Go ask the Grim Reaper." Another punch was quickly thrown, heading straight for Zhang Ze. It seemed Chen Hao was obsessed with his rival. Seeing him continuously dodge, he laughed smugly. "Is dodging all you know how to do? I must eliminate all obstacles, and you are no exception." After that, Chen Hao drank some kind of purple potion. It was unclear what trick he was pulling. Zhang Ze shouted angrily, heading straight for Zhang Ze. It seemed Chen Hao was obsessed with his rival. Seeing him continuously dodge, he laughed smugly. "Is dodging all you know how to do? I must eliminate all obstacles, and you are no exception." After that, Chen Hao drank some kind of purple potion. It was unclear what trick he was pulling. Zhang Ze shouted angrily, "I'm not stupid enough to meet force with force. You have to choose the right moment to counterattack." Chen Hao charged at him again like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, while Zhang Ze continuously looked for his opponent's weakness. "I'm screwed." Chen Hao lunged forward, viciously grabbing Zhang Ze's throat, who could only let out a cry. He pinned Zhang Ze to the ground like a madman, gloating, "Let's see you dodge this." But just when things were hanging by a thread, Chen Hao was sent flying. Zhang Ze was also surprised by this, momentarily stunned. The force was so powerful that it sent Chen Hao crashing into the wall, which cracked on impact. He grimaced in pain. It turned out to be Xiao Jin. She had sent Chen Hao into this miserable state with just a single kick. Xiao Jin said coldly, "Zhang Ze, are you all right?" It seemed this Chen Hao guy was no match for her. Zhang Ze coughed a few times. "If you had been a little later, I really would have been meeting my maker." Xiao Jin replied nonchalantly, "Knowing that, I should have come a little later." Then she ordered her people, "Take him back first, bring him directly to the lab." Everyone immediately obeyed and left. Chen Hao was now like a corpse. His eyes were blank and lifeless, his face pale and devoid of vitality. Zhang Ze said, "I wonder what he drank just now that made his strength increase so abnormally." Xiao Jin said, "That's actually why I came here. What he just drank might be the forbidden demon domain potion I've been investigating recently." This surprised him. What? A forbidden demon domain potion? How is that possible? Items from the demon domain can't exist in the real world. She explained, "A lot of the records in the demon domain handbook are outdated. In the last 2 years, some bad elements have created special containers, using them to bring items from the demon domain into the real world. What he drank is very likely the forbidden potion I mentioned. As for the specifics, I'll have to interrogate him to find out." Just as Xiao Jin finished speaking, 2 police officers brought his sister over. The little girl was on the verge of tears. "Brother." Seeing his sister, Zhang Ze was overjoyed. Xiao Feng sobbed, "Brother, I was so scared." Tianfeng City is too dangerous. Zhang Ze comforted his sister. "Xiao Feng, don't be afraid. I'm here." Xiao Jin spoke up. "All right, Zhang Ze, take your sister home first. I need to stay and handle the scene." He didn't want to linger either, so he agreed. "Then we'll head home first. If anything comes up, just contact me." Xiao Jin gave a nonchalant hum. Xiao Feng said to him, "Oh, right, brother, the other day. Today's the exam registration day. Have you signed up yet?" Zhang Ze reassured her. "Don't worry, Xiao Feng. I've already registered. I'll definitely get into Qingbei Academy, and then I'll earn money to pay for your treatment." The little girl asked, "When that happens, I can enter the abyss too, right, big brother?" On the 9th floor of the abyss, everyone had already gathered. It seemed like many people had managed to clear the 8th floor. As soon as she saw him, Moonlight asked worriedly, "Asura, why are you so late? Did something happen?" He replied sheepishly, "Sorry, I ran into a little trouble, but it's all taken care of now, don't worry." "That's good then." Titan stepped forward. "Guildmaster, you're finally here. Everyone has gathered, but how are we supposed to conquer this 9th floor?" Piercing Heart also spoke up, "Without a support adventurer, it's going to be very difficult to clear." Asura said he had posted on the forums to recruit a support adventurer to cooperate with them, promising to share a portion of the loot, but so far, no one had contacted him. Titan sighed, "Support adventurers are already hard to find, and elite ones are even rarer." Dragon King said, "Actually, I know a very powerful support adventurer, and what's more, he has an entire team of support adventurers with him." "It's just that," he trailed off. Titan got annoyed. "Dragon King, you know someone and you didn't say so sooner?" The little princess chimed in. "Yeah, that's right. It's just what? Stop stammering and just say it." "It's just that this person is very selfish and extremely greedy." The little princess asked, "Extremely greedy? How greedy?" Dragon King explained, "Based on his past demands, he'll most likely take all of the loot for himself." Moonlight and Titan were both shocked, shouting in unison, "What? He takes all the loot for himself?" The princess was also annoyed. "I can't believe he's even greedier than me." Jiqiu and Asura were also stunned by this. Dragon King said, "That's why I didn't introduce him to everyone. He's my father's old classmate. I heard this person used to be one of the top agents in the National Security Department, but later left for some unknown reason, and then recruited his own team of support adventurers." Titan guessed, "If he's from the National Security Department, then his power and skills must be incredible." Asura said, "That's him. He's the one we're looking for. I really want to see just how powerful he is." Asura told Dragon King's group that they desperately need a talented support adventurer right now. Dragon King understood immediately. "I'll contact him tomorrow. Since he's my father's old classmate, it should be easier to talk to him. Just wait for my news." Piercing Heart continued, "Looks like we won't get anything done today. Let's just log off early." Asura said, "I have an idea. I want to go check out the temple." Piercing Heart and Big Bro Titan, "If you two aren't busy, come with me to check out the situation." Piercing Heart quickly and happily agreed. Titan also replied, "All right then, let's go. The rest of you can go rest first. The 3 of us will go to the temple to observe." Titan said, "The monsters on this floor are all concentrated inside the temple, so as long as we don't go through that door, we'll be very safe." Asura said, "In that case, let's go straight inside." Everyone agreed. The people around them started murmuring when they saw them approach. "Only 3 people dare to come here?" Another group heading to their deaths. They quickly arrived in front of the temple. Titan warned, "Everyone be careful. This is an evil aura." The system announced an effect. Under the influence of the evil aura, damage from human-type skills is increased by 10%. Asura said, "This place is as scary as they say. We're already hit with a debuff before we've even fought any monsters." Titan continued, "Past this hallway is the boss room, and inside there are tons of evil cultists." Piercing Heart chimed in, "That's right. Last time after we went in there, we got hit with that damn curse." Asura told the two of them, "Then let's stop here for today. It seems it's really impossible to clear this without a support." Piercing Heart, "Tonight you should still group up with the Archer Bros and grind levels on the 8th floor." Piercing Heart quickly agreed. Asura continued, "Let's head back for now. Hopefully Dragon King can find that powerful support adventurer tomorrow." In the suburbs of Sky Dragon City, luxury cars were driving down a deserted street, looking like they belonged to government officials. A police officer looked at Chen Hao. "I didn't expect someone so young to be so stubborn. But we're about to reach the National Security Department headquarters. You'll be forced to spill everything then." The officer driving also added, "Hey kid, once you meet Professor Wu Yang, you'll obediently tell us the whole story." Suddenly, Xiao Jin panicked. Something is flying towards their car. She yelled, "Be careful, look ahead!" But it seemed her warning came a little too late, as large boulders rolled down from out of nowhere, blocking the police car's path. Hopefully Dragon King can find that powerful support adventurer tomorrow. In the suburbs of Sky Dragon City, luxury cars were driving down a deserted street, looking like they belonged to government officials. Xiao Jin looked up at the top of a dilapidated building. It seemed there was a figure standing there. The masked man looked down at her, his expression unreadable. Xiao Jin quickly leaped out of the car, shouting, "Watch out!" Some cars were overturned, while others were completely immobilized. It looked like they had been cornered, so the rumors were true. Seeing her target, Xiao Jin quickly leaped straight up towards him without any hesitation. She shouted in frustration, "Who are you?" Xiao Jin gritted her teeth in frustration. "So fast, who in the world are you?" The masked man replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to know that the victorious light of Aurora will illuminate this whole place." Xiao Jin asked in surprise, "You're from Aurora?" As soon as she finished speaking, he threw up his cloak, and dozens of bats flew out from under it, obscuring Xiao Jin's vision. Then she panicked. "Oh no, I fell for their trick to lure the tiger out of the mountain, and when I looked back—" "Don't let your imagination run wild. I came to ask when you're going to repay me for helping you find your sister?" Zhang Ze replied without hesitation. "Anytime." Xiao Qin was pleased. "Excellent. Then join the security department and become my teammate." Zhang Ze was in a tough spot. "Well, about that. I have the tournament in just a few days." Xiao Qin handed him a slip of paper. Zhang Ze took it, confused. "What's this?" Xiao Qin started to leave but didn't forget to explain. "Just go to the address written on it. And find that person. She'll have special training for you. I guarantee you'll be able to get into Qingda Academy." Zhang Ze was stunned. "Is it really that good?" The scene changes to a small house. A woman with her son, carrying several bags of fruit, pleaded, "Professor Pang, please tutor my son. I'll pay whatever it takes." At the same time, Zhang Ze followed the address on Xiao Qin's note. He muttered as he walked, "This must be the place." As he arrived, the woman gave him an unfriendly look. Zhang Ze paid her no mind and knocked on the door. "Hello, is Professor Pang home?" "Xiang Xiaoqin sent me." As soon as she heard the name, the door opened. "So, you're the prodigy that annoying brat mentioned?" Zhang Ze was surprised by how she referred to Xiaoqin. Suddenly, Professor Pang launched an attack at Zhang Ze. He quickly dodged it, then she swung at him again. Zhang Ze managed to evade it once more, but it seemed like he couldn't keep dodging forever. A kick to his stomach sent Zhang Ze flying, and he cried out as he hit the ground in pain. The little boy saw what was happening and ran scared to hide behind his mother. Professor Pang turned to the woman and said, "Ma'am, your son has no talent. I can't teach him. You can keep your money." Then, the professor pointed at him. "Hey kid, the fact you could dodge 2 of my kicks proves you have real natural talent. Come inside with me." Zhang Ze clutched his chest in shock. She hit so hard. Very quickly, screams could be heard from inside the professor's house. "Ouch! Professor Pang, please go a little easier on me. Ouch!" Soon it was evening, and Zhang Ze's sister called out, "Brother, it's time for dinner." He was muttering. Qi enters the Dantian. Energy condenses into a dragon. Ancestors are distant. Yin and Yang intersect. Xiao Feng was surprised. "Brother, what are you doing? Come and eat." He jumped up and shouted excitedly, "I get it! I finally get it!" And then he started laughing like a madman. Xiao Feng was startled. "Big brother, are you okay? What did you figure out?" He explained to his sister, "I've been learning the dragon's breath method from a senior recently, and I finally had my own breakthrough. It's incredibly powerful and profoundly deep. Tonight, I have to go to the demon realm to farm more demon soul orbs to increase my stats." The little girl asked confusedly, "Is the dragon's breath method that amazing?" She worriedly asked her brother, "To get into Qingda Academy, aren't you being a little too reckless?" Zhang Ze heaped his bowl with rice. "Qingda Academy is just a stepping stone for me to get stronger." After dinner, on the 9th floor of the demon realm, everyone quickly logged on. Rakshasa arrived and asked, Hasn't Dragon King arrived yet? Did something change? Titan replied, not yet. We've been in the demon realm for half an hour already. Just as they finished speaking, Dragon King's voice rang out. Rakshasa, we're here. He was with a middle-aged man whose in-game name was Coldwind. Titan spoke up. You're finally here. We were just waiting for you. Dragon King quickly said, let me make a brief introduction. This is the incredibly powerful support player I told you about. He will help us clear the 9th floor of the demon realm. The man spoke up. So you're the guild leader he mentioned? Let's be clear on the terms. All the loot will be mine. Rakshasa replied, no problem. As long as you can help us clear the 9th floor, all the rewards are yours. A system notification appeared. Coldwind has joined the party. He was satisfied. All right, you have a deal. Let's go. Heartpiercer was surprised. Just you alone? Our team has over 100 people. How can you handle all of us? Coldwind said confidently. What if I'm alone? I can still guarantee all of you will make it to the final boss. Seeing everyone's doubtful faces, he said smugly, you don't believe me? Then watch this. Coldwind quickly cast green barrier. Everyone present was enveloped by a ray of green light. Everyone stood still in amazement. A system notification appeared. The skill's effect is that for all allies within a 100-meter radius, the effect of demon soul orbs is increased by 100%, and debuff effects are reduced by 60%, and the effect's duration is indefinite. Everyone was amazed. This buff is incredible. Heartpiercer's jaw dropped as he shouted, oh my god! A 60% reduction in debuffs? And it lasts forever. So he wasn't bluffing? He's a true master. Coldwind was satisfied. Now that you've seen it, let's get moving. My time is precious, so don't waste it. The group quickly moved towards the location of the heretic cultists. Rakshasa whispered, Dragon King, Coldwind's talent skill is really powerful. Is it S rank? Dragon King replied, no. I heard from my father that it's apparently A rank. Rakshasa was puzzled. An A-rank talent skill is that powerful? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Dragon King said he wasn't mistaken. Do you see his crystal orb weapon? That's no ordinary weapon. Asura gasped. The item in Ling Feng's hand was the S-rank Orb of Blessing. Damage 240 to 400. Effect increases talent skill effectiveness by 100%. Durability is 99 out of 99. Asura wondered. An increase in talent skill effect by 100%? No wonder he was so confident earlier. This soul orb doubles his A-rank talent skill, making it even stronger than an S-rank talent. An A-rank talent skill is that powerful? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Dragon King said he wasn't mistaken. Do you see his crystal orb weapon? That's no ordinary weapon. The deeper they went, the gloomier and colder the air became. Xiao Tu was scared. This place is so terrifying. Corpses were scattered all over the ground. Most of them died with their eyes wide open. All their eyes were rolled back. It looked terrifying. From a distance, the evil cultists were already standing there waiting for them, like grim reapers waiting to take their lives. Lang Feng said, I'm only responsible for buffing and blocking curses. You guys take care of killing the mobs yourselves. Asura agreed. They gradually approached the evil cultists. Titan and the Dragon King carefully led the way. Asura commanded, Group 1, focus your attacks on the red-robed cultists on the left. Group 2, focus on the blue-robed cultists on the right. Group 2, focus your attack on the blue-robed cultists on the left. Fire. Hearing his command, hundreds of arrows whizzed through the air towards the evil cultists. Heartpiercer laughed triumphantly. Let's see how you like being taken down in an instant. An arrow flew and struck a blue-robed cultist. The oil lamp in his hand began to sway. It fell to the ground and shattered. A strange purple gas quickly spread outwards. Asura told everyone, everyone pay attention. The curse has appeared. The system also quickly made an announcement. The vicious curse. Level 1, effect. Increases damage taken from evil energy by 10%. Immediately after. A green light surrounded everyone. This left the whole group stunned, Lung Feng said. I promise to get you guys through this floor, so just focus on your attacks without any worries. With the help of such a powerful expert, everyone quickly regained their morale. They happily raised their weapons and shouted in unison. All right! The Dragon King laughed loudly. This feeling is amazing. I can finally fight without holding back. Chu Shui also stood nearby and reminded everyone, let's end this quickly. Over here, he and Asura were also completely focused. A chaotic battle erupted. The archers in the back supported the fighters in the front. Lang Feng looked at Xiao Tu. Hey kid, why aren't you fighting the mobs? She replied blankly. My combat skills are terrible. I'm not strong enough to fight. He was annoyed. Your teammates are fighting for their lives, and you're just sitting here freeloading? Xiao Tu didn't care. What's it got to do with you? Aren't you just sitting here doing nothing too? He was speechless with frustration. This little brat. A rain of arrows. Hundreds of them flew relentlessly towards the group of evil cultists. For a moment they seemed to be at a disadvantage. Lang Feng stood in front of a door. After you've collected all the loot from this wave, remember to hand it all over to me. He turned his head and continued. Also, behind this door is the final boss, the High Priest. I have something to discuss. Asura was surprised. What is it? He said. Because there are too many of you. If you want me to help fight the boss, you'll have to pay extra. This surprised Asura. What? More money? The Dragon King was also alarmed. Uncle Kai, didn't we already make a deal? Now you want more money. That's not fair. He gave a sinister smile. Little Long, I'm only here as a favor to you and your father. The price to hire me is usually 1 million gold. That meager reward doesn't even come close. Your team is too large, and the poisonous snakes in there are difficult to handle. Protecting squishy players like the archers isn't easy, Titan spoke up. The boss's poisonous snakes spit a deadly venom. If it's not cured in time, you'll die instantly. Asura got straight to the point. So how much money do you need? He answered greedily. I'll charge per head. The fee for each person is 500,000 gold coins. This guy was way too greedy. The price he quoted made everyone hear, gasp in disbelief, and shout in unison. What? Everyone spoke up. That fee is a complete ripoff. There are so many of us. Where would we get that much money? Xiao Tu pointed at him angrily. You're going too far. You'd abandon your own integrity for money. She, who had always been mild-mannered, suddenly stepped forward aggressively. Selfish people like you will never have any true friends. When you die, you'll be completely alone, on the path to the underworld. Even the lost souls will despise you. Suddenly, hearing her harsh words, Lang Feng became agitated. What did you just say? Who taught you to say those words? Seeing how worked up he was, Asura quickly moved to stand in front of her. I'm sorry, my friend was a bit emotional. Please don't. But he ignored Asura's words, stepping forward to ask again. Hey kid, where did you hear those words? Tell me now, Xiao Tu stammered. My father told me that. Lang Feng grew curious. Your father? What's your father's name? Is it Cao Yi? Xiao Tu was surprised. My father's name is Cao Yi. Could it be that you know my father? Then, she stepped forward and pressed him. Do you know my father? Lang Feng didn't deny it. Of course I know him. Your father was my superior, and more than that, he was the mentor who guided me. She became emotional. What? You and my father were colleagues? Did you also work for the National Security Department? Then do you know what happened to my father on the 30th floor? Why hasn't he returned? Lang Feng looked panicked. He suddenly clenched his teeth in helplessness. My life, Kai Jie's life, was saved by your father, Xiao Tu said urgently. Please tell me. What? Where is your father? Is he alive or dead? Long Vuong stepped forward. I heard my father mention that year, because something so huge happened that it made Uncle Tai leave the security department. Lan Fong recounted. Back then, my team had a total of 7 people, and your father was the captain. He led our team along with 3 A-rank powerhouses to explore the 30th floor of the demon realm. At that time, our team were the first adventurers to face the 30th floor boss. Lasat stepped forward. Is the 30th floor boss the Snow Woman? Lan Fong confirmed. That's right, it was the Snow Woman. He continued. Our team was deceived by her gentle and frail appearance. Our entire team had a total of 10 people, including 4 S-rank gifted adventurers, and everyone was incredibly powerful. But we never expected that the Snow Woman would use only a single skill, and out of the 10 of us, a full 6 people were frozen solid. To protect the remaining members and ensure their safe retreat, Captain Cao was also hit by the Snow Woman's skill and frozen solid. Xiao Tu was so heartbroken she burst into tears, shouting, Dad, I will definitely go to the 30th floor to find you. Lan Fong stopped her. You can't. The whole reason I'm telling you this is to warn you not to go. You're too weak right now. Going there would just be throwing your life away. But Xiao Tu was completely confident. It's okay. I found a friend, and he'll help me get to the 30th floor. Lan Fong was surprised. A friend? Who? How? Much money does he want? Xiao Tu turned and said, It's big bro Lasat. He doesn't want any money from me. Lasat added, That's right. I promised Xiao Tu I'd take her to the 30th floor to find her father. Xiao Tu is my friend. Lan Fong considered it. All right, if you put it that way. Today I'll make a one-time exception and help you guys clear the boss for free. The great hierarch Zhu Shen was stunned. He was just quoting an astronomical price, and now he's saying he won't. Take a single cent? Can something this good be true? Xiao Tu was touched. Uncle Tai has finally turned over a new leaf. He got embarrassed. What do you mean, turned over a new leaf? I've always been a good guy. I'm not bad anymore. Come on. Let's get moving, Lan Fong warned. Once we're inside, we'll be in the boss's aggro range immediately, so everyone be careful, the whole group shouted in unison. Got it? Inside, it was truly a terrifying sight. Poisonous cobras of all kinds were slithering across the ground. The 9th floor boss roared aggressively. Hey, you who trespassed into the temple and blasphemed the gods, receive your punishment. He had just finished speaking when those snakes turned and stared intently at Lasat's group. Lan Fong shouted, Don't assume these venomous snakes only spit poison. Their attack power is nothing to scoff at. With an archer's Defense. I'm afraid you won't last long. Don't engage the venomous snakes in close combat, Lasat instructed. We won't need to get near the snakes. Everyone focus on your firing positions. Shuyan Tam, from the rear, shouted, "Got it." Hundreds of arrows flew toward the swarm of venomous snakes. Everyone tried to maintain a safe distance from them. The snakes were quickly wiped out, but there were still many more of them. Lan Fong stepped forward to praise him. You're quick on your feet, thinking to group the archers to fight together. You've salvaged the reputation of the useless archer class that everyone scorns. On this side, Chi Thu also quickly launched ice daggers at the swarm of snakes, freezing them to death. The volleys of arrows continued, and it looked like the group had successfully wiped out the first wave of venomous snakes. Following Lasat's strategy, items quickly littered the ground. Sparkling orbs of various colors appeared before everyone, delighting them all. Lasat said, "Uncle Tai, we made a deal. That all the rewards would go to you. You can collect them now." Lan Fong laughed helplessly. "Never mind. Seeing how broke you all look, I don't need these rewards. You guys can split them amongst yourselves." Shu Yan Tam shouted excitedly, "That's amazing, Uncle Tai. You're a great guy." Everyone else buzzed with excitement. "Awesome." Xiao Tu looked at him happily. "Uncle Tai, you did a really good thing. If my dad knew, he would definitely praise you for this." Lan Fong gave another helpless smile. Lasat stepped forward. "Uncle Tai, how are we going to take down the Great Hierarch?" He replied, "The Great Hierarch's power isn't that significant in this phase, and his damage output isn't high either, so don't worry. The only thing you need to watch out for is his dark magic. That stuff is nasty. Once you're hit, all your stats will be reduced by 50. Long Vuong stepped forward. "That's not right, is it? I remember the Demon Realm Guide states that all stats drop to 0. Why is it a reduction of 50? Lan Fong explained, "Because when the Demon Realm Guide was being compiled, the stats of the people writing it were comparable to yours right now, around 20 to 30. So when their stats were reduced, they mistakenly assumed the skill drops them directly to 0. The duration of the dark magic is similar. It won't last forever. It only lasts for 60 minutes. Lasat realized, "So now that we have Uncle Tai's green barrier, which gives us 60% debuff resistance, we don't have to worry about losing to the Great Hierarch." Lanfeng continued, "It's not that simple. When the Great Hierarch enters his third phase, he transforms into a giant serpent demon. His attack power becomes terrifying, and he also has AoE attacks that can poison more than 10 people at the same time. Not only that, he also has a lifesteal ability. Each time, it drains 50% of an adventurer's health to heal himself, extending his own life." Yue Ying said fearfully, "That sounds terrifying." "Indeed, everyone else trembled in fear as well," Lasat said. "Don't be afraid, everyone. There are so many of us, plus we have Uncle Tai's support. We'll definitely be fine. Let's give it a shot." Long Vuong stepped forward finally. It's the melee team's turn to shine. Yue Ying also moved up quickly. Lasat gave the order, "I'm attacking the boss. Everyone get ready." An arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for the chest of the 9th floor boss. He let out an infuriated roar. The hierarch continued his speech. "You arrogant fools who don't believe in the gods, you lowly mortals, prepare to die," Lasat shouted. "Big bro Ju Shen, hold the aggro. The boss will control the enemy. Melee and ranged attackers will deal damage. Everyone, be careful," everyone shouted in unison. "Roger!" Then a protective shield enveloped everyone here. Long Vuong shouted in frustration, "This is pissing me off. I'm going to get my revenge this time." Lan Fong thought admiringly, "He doesn't panic in the face of danger." Lasat's leadership skills are excellent. Tutho befriending him was the right choice. Tutho also said happily, "That's right, big bro Lasat is super strong. He can even summon bosses." Lan Fong was surprised. "Auntie Ko, are you saying his skill can summon bosses?" She replied, "Yes, the heaven-swallowing toad, the knoll, big bro Lasat can summon them all." Uncle Tai trembled at this. "My God, does such a talent really exist? If he can summon bosses, doesn't that mean he can also summon the snow woman from the 30th floor? Long Vuong charged forward, shouting fiercely, "Take this." Nguyet An and Siyu Than also provided support from behind. Lasat said loudly with satisfaction, "Exactly. Keep it up, everyone. Continue the assault." The boss had indeed lost a good amount of health, and it roared fiercely, "You lowly mortals." Finally, it unleashed an ultimate move. Lasat shouted, "Everyone, be careful, it's dark magic." Kuthan blocked with his shield in frustration. "Damn it." But unfortunately, Kuthan was hit by the dark magic, and he panicked. "Oh no. System notification. You have been hit by the High Priest's dark magic." Kuthan's health was now significantly reduced. He was sent flying before he could react, letting out a cry. Long Vuong was startled. "Holy crap, that's some high damage." It then continued to launch an attack towards him. Nuyedan rushed forward with her sword, striking directly at the High Priest. She was now in direct melee combat with it, but it seemed Nuyet An was also no match for this boss. It sent her flying with a direct hit, and Nuyet An's health was also significantly reduced. Qthan worriedly called out, Nuyet An, be careful. The boss now seemed even more ferocious. Nguyet An lay helplessly on the ground. My stats have dropped to 0. I can't fight anymore. Then she turned her head and was surprised to see that the Centaur Lord boss had been quickly summoned by La Saturday. The members of Shuyen Tam were also surprised and delighted at this sight. The Centaur Lord roared, By my master's command, I will kill you. Then it viciously stomped towards the high priest. Lan Feng commanded, Melee fighters who were hit by the curse fall back immediately. Wait for the dark magic to disappear before attacking again. Long Vuong quickly obeyed the order. Lasat ran over to Ngyet An, worried. Are you okay? She said shyly. I'm fine, thank you. Kuthan said weakly, Lasat, this isn't working. Our stats are reduced to 0. Everyone's attacks have no damage. If this keeps dragging on, the High Priest will just attack again. Lasat agreed. You're right. We need to think of another way. Meanwhile, the Centaur Lord was still fiercely attacking the High Priest, but its health was quickly being drained by the other one. Long Vuong panicked. We're screwed. Lasat, your Centaur Lord is about to fall. Nuyet An also said urgently, Damn it, this boss's dark magic is so annoying. Lasat raised his hand to recall the Centaur Lord. Dragging this out isn't the solution. I need to test my theory. Suddenly, the Centaur Lord that was fighting the High Priest became transparent. It turned left and right ferociously and roared, Lowly mortal, come out and face my judgment. Then Lasat summoned the Centaur Lord once again. This time, the Centaur's aura was even more menacing. Long Vuong was surprised. The curse status on the Centaur Lord is gone? Lasat was pleased. Just as I predicted. Recalling a summoned creature can remove its debuffs. General, teach him some manners. The Centaur Lord was now more ferocious, and it threw the long spear in its hand towards the evil High Priest. The sharp spear flew through the air with menacing speed. The attack struck the High Priest directly in the chest, completely depleting its health bar. System notification. Congratulations, your summoned beast has defeated the High Priest. Lasat clenched his fist in satisfaction. Seeing the High Priest defeated, everyone was amazed. Is the High Priest dead? Awesome! The Guildmaster killed the High Priest. Long live the Guildmaster! But it seemed the High Priest wasn't dead yet. Its body trembled, and it let out a cunning laugh. Then it raised its head and shouted, Did you think you could defeat me like that, you fools? Lan Feng panicked. Everyone watch out. The High Priest is about to enter Phase 3. The heaven-swallowing toad was ready. Everyone quickly raised their guard. An ominous red smoke enveloped the High Priest. It was starting to transform. A giant snake with a body as thick as a pillar quickly appeared before everyone. It glared fiercely at Lasat's group. Today will be your doom, you worthless beings. It charged forward frantically, and though everyone dodged, the surrounding ground shattered from the impact. One of them panicked. This thing's power is terrifying. Lasat stepped forward. Big Bro Kutan has drawn its aggro ranged attackers. Prepare to fire. The heaven-swallowing toad boss quickly spat a huge flame at the High Priest, causing it to lose a bit of health. But it was still insignificant. The arrows that were fired were like tickling it, an archer said in frustration. Oh crap, are you kidding me? Why is the damage so low? Lasat replied, It must be because the defense of its scales is too high. Don't worry about it, keep attacking. The High Priest roared even louder. You lowly beings, turn to dust. A purple poison was quickly shot towards everyone in the crowd. Someone shouted a warning. Watch out, it's the boss's venom. Lan Feng yelled, Everyone pay attention to your health. If your health is low, use a health potion, and don't you dare stop firing arrows. Just a little more, he's about to lose half his health. Sun Tian quickly spewed fire at the High Priest, but it seemed he had no intention of dodging and just stood there, taking every attack head on. It seems his cumbersome body makes it difficult for him to move. The Centaur General quickly charged forward and struck the High Priest, and this time his HP dropped significantly. The High Priest immediately switched targets to the Centaur General. Asura grew worried. This is bad. The boss's aggro was pulled by the Centaur General. Suddenly, the High Priest viciously bit into the Centaur General's shoulder, then lifted him into the air and constricted him, causing the General's health to deplete rapidly. Lang Feng panicked. The snake demon is draining the Centaur General's blood. Stop him, quick. After successfully draining the General's blood, it dropped the body, and its own HP quickly recovered by more than half. The great boss was pleased, and smirked slyly. How tempting fresh blood is. Asura stepped forward. The Centaur General is down to only 15% health. We'll have to wait for him to recover before he can fight again. Chuan Xin stood beside him. Without the Centaur General, our damage output has dropped significantly. Right now, we can only rely on Dragon King and Liu Yueying. Lang Feng said in annoyance. Hey kid, your leadership skills are excellent, but your team is just too weak, Asura replied. My friends just aren't strong enough yet, but they're actually extremely talented. He continued, I'm not saying your friends aren't talented, but your team composition is illogical. It has a very big problem. Haven't you noticed? Asura stammered. Lang Feng explained, your team has 1 tank, 2 melee fighters, 1 control mage, and 1 healer, which seems like a very reasonable combination. But in reality, it harbors a huge risk, which is a severe lack of damage output. In the demon realm, how far a team can go also depends on the factor of their team's damage output, high or low, especially magic damage. The Ice Mage, Yi Ye Zi Qiu, can control enemies and dictate the pace of battles. But the most important role of a mage is still to kill monsters. Right now, your team is lacking a class responsible for magic damage. Asura thought, our current team really does have this problem. If we want to add new members, I need to discuss it with the leaders. Zhu Shen continued. Not only that, but the higher the floor, the more monster defense will increase exponentially. You're still missing a support class to help the team improve its clearing ability. If necessary, I can introduce a few potential candidates to you. As long as they agree to join your team, I'm sure your team will become stronger and stronger. Asura got straight to the point. How much would it cost to invite these people to join? Lang Feng said, right now, 500,000 for an A-rank talent. If you want to find someone stronger, the price will be higher. Asura refused because his team currently doesn't have that much money. Besides, the demon realm is a dangerous place. Who knows what's in people's hearts? Lang Feng said, just think about it, but with your current strength, the furthest you can go is probably floor 20 or 23. It'll be very difficult to go any higher. Over on the other side, Dragon King aggressively charged forward, shouting, you damn bastard, go die. Zhu Shen was worried. Dragon King, be careful. The high priest rushed forward, using its massive tail to whip viciously at Dragon King, sending him flying. Little Princess said urgently, you annoying Dragon King, don't you know how to dodge an attack? You think you're a tank? I can't heal you in time! Yue Ying also turned and shouted, Dragon King, are you crazy? Get back. The high priest looked smugly at the small fries before him and laughed. The end has come for you pathetic wretches. A poison storm technique was quickly launched towards the group. Zhu Shen panicked and yelled, be careful! Dragon King also gritted his teeth. Little Princess, heal me now. I'm counting on you. Over here, everyone. Was quickly suffocating from the poison. Little Princess said she was healing, but her mana was almost gone. Hurry up and think of a plan, Asura calculated. We can't let this drag on. The snake demon's scales are as hard as steel. Normal attacks can barely deal any damage. Then he shouted, all ranged attackers, listen to my command. Aim for the snake demon's mouth. Once, a poison storm technique was quickly launched towards the group. Zhu Shen panicked and yelled, be careful! Dragon King also gritted his teeth. Little Princess, heal me now. I'm counting on you. Over here, everyone. As much as possible. It seemed like it wanted to land a decisive blow. Asura stepped forward and shouted, here's our chance. Everyone get ready. Aim right for the snake demon's mouth, just as it opens wide to spew. Another cloud of poison gas. Asura yelled the command. Fire! Hundreds of arrows whizzed powerfully towards the great snake's mouth. It seemed their initial plan was a success, as its HP was reduced to almost nothing. Yue Ying shouted, Dragon King, seize the opportunity. The snake demon is about to die. Dragon King charged in, satisfied. Nice job. It aggressively used its long tail to sweep across, blocking everyone's attacks. Dragon King was surprised. What's going on? Why did it curl up into a ball? Lang Feng shouted a warning. Everyone, don't let your guard down. That snake demon is trying to escape. Dragon King turned back in surprise. What? After fighting for so long, it's just gonna run away? Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a small white snake stealthily slithered towards the back of the temple, but it was spotted by Xiao Tu, who shouted, look, there's a small snake over there. Lang Feng said, don't let it get away. If it gets into a hole, all our effort will be for nothing. Asura raised his bow. Let me handle this. Then he aimed straight at the target. The arrow shot forward, piercing right through the back of the snake's neck. The high priest screamed, you damn wretches. Asura let out a sigh of relief. Whew, that was a close one. Any longer, or he will get away. The system announced, congratulations on successfully killing the Red Cell Archpriest. And treasure has quickly dropped. After Asura defeated the Great Serpent Hierarch, the little princess's eyes lit up and cheered happily. So this nasty guy was hiding so much good stuff. Piercing Heart and the others also cheered excitedly. Everyone had given their all for this battle. Asura knelt down to look at the treasure, to see what valuable items there were. Suddenly, Lang Feng stepped forward, his expression grim. Hearing his name called so suddenly, Asura looked back curiously. Meanwhile, the others were eagerly dividing up the loot. Lang Feng and Asura stood to the side, and he said, now that the boss is defeated, my mission is complete. Asura, there's something I want to discuss with you, he asked in surprise. What is it? The two of them talked for a long while. Asura listened intently to Lang Feng with a thoughtful expression. Then he replied, "So, you're hoping I'll go to the 30th floor to save little Thao's father?" Lang Feng said, "That's exactly what I'm asking of you. I hope you can save my former superior, and I'm willing to pay any price." Asura replied, "There's no need to talk about a price. I already promised little Thao. If I'm able to save her father, I'll be more than willing to help. However, the journey to the 30th floor is extremely difficult, and there will be times I'll need your assistance." Lang Feng said, "Not a problem. Contact me whenever you need me." Titan came over and said, "Asura, the loot is almost collected. Let's go to the 10th floor." He quickly agreed. Lang Feng added, "You all should head to the 10th floor's altar. I'm getting old, and this battle dragged on for too long. My body can't handle it. Please take care of little Thao. Also, every 10 floors marks a new tier. The difficulty of the demon realm will increase significantly, so you all must be careful." Asura reassured him, "Don't worry, I know." After collecting the loot, everyone quickly headed to the altar together. The crowd was buzzing. "I can't believe we reached the 10th floor. It's all thanks to our guild master." "That's right. Long live the guild master." On the 10th floor of the demon realm, the landscape was like a desolate desert, scattered with the dried bones of various creatures. Everyone remarked, "This place is so barren." According to the Demon Realm Handbook, this is a boundless ancient battlefield. "Look over there. There really are a lot of skeletons on the battlefield." The little princess stretched, fighting that snake demon on the 9th floor. "For 7 straight hours, it must be 3 a.m. now, right? I'm so sleepy." Moonshadow said, "Why don't we meet up again tomorrow? The exam is coming up, and many people need to prepare for it." Asura glanced at her, thinking to himself, "Did she figure out my real identity? How does she know I have to prepare for an exam? Impossible." Titan stepped forward. "Yeah, everyone's exhausted. Let's log off for now. What do you say, Asura?" He quickly agreed. "Everyone go get some rest." They all said their goodbyes and logged off to prepare for their next attempt at conquering the 10th floor. Moonshadow and Asura also quickly said goodbye to each other. It seemed the two of them stayed until the very end, waiting for everyone else to log off before they left. Asura opened his system to take stock. 5 high-grade demon soul orbs, 7 mid-grade demon soul orbs, and 4 low-grade demon soul orbs. Might as well absorb all of these now. He then absorbed them all, gaining 1 point in strength, 2 in speed, and 2 in spirit. "With these stats, I should be able to pass the exam for Qingda Academy, right?" Dawn broke quickly. At Professor Pang's house, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, little Zize, you're early?" He turned around in confusion. "Little Zizi? Sis. Just use my regular name." Professor Pang smacked him hard and yelled, "Stop getting distracted. Focus your mind and do what I taught you." Zhang Ze shouted and launched his attack, striking hard, his eyes filled with intense concentration. Like that, Zhang Ze unleashed a series of consecutive blows. The machine quickly started to shake. Looking at the display, his punching force had reached 310 kilograms. Xiao Qin, watching from behind, let out a gasp of surprise. Zhang Ze was also shocked. "I can't believe it reached 3,000 kilograms," Xiao Qin yelled in disbelief. "What? It's only been a few days, and he's already mastered the basics?" Zhang Ze said humbly. "It's all thanks to Professor Pang's teachings," the professor said with satisfaction. "It appears you've grasped the fundamentals of the dragon's breath technique." Professor Pang then whacked Zhang Ze on the head with his stick again. "Enough chatter, get back to training." Xiao Qin approached and said, "It's incredible that he could grasp the dragon's breath technique in just a few days." Professor Pang said cheerfully, "Xiao Qin, where on earth did you find this kid?" She replied proudly, "It was my sharp eye for talent, of course. I went through so much trouble to find an elite student like him, and you still yell at me." Professor Pang laughed. "You little rascal, you're almost 30 and still acting like a child. This kid is indeed a real talent." After his training session ended, Zhang Ze was preparing to head home when Xiao Qin called out to him from the door. He quickly turned back. She stepped forward and said, "I'm going to be out of Xianfeng City for the next few days, so I won't be able to come cheer for you. That's why I'm wishing you good luck now. I hope you pass the exam for Qingda Academy and become my fellow student," she continued. "Also, be on the lookout for the person in this photo. He's the one who took Chen Hao, and he's extremely dangerous." Zhang Ze took the photo. "Xu Guang? Okay, I'll watch out for this guy." Before she left, Xiao Qin reminded him, "I have to get back to the security department. Contact me if you need anything." Zhang Ze simply replied, "Got it." After his training at Professor Pang's, Zhang Ze quickly logged into the 10th floor of the demon realm. Everyone was already gathered, and upon seeing him, Dragon King came forward and called out, "Asura!" Seeing the group, Asura asked Piercing Heart, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Piercing Heart sighed. Lang Feng explained, "He's right. From the 10th floor onward, The monsters get much more unpredictable. Dragon King tried to console him. What's so difficult about that? The group. A man shouldn't complain about hardship, Shuyen Tom said in frustration. Then why did you run away when we faced that 10-meter-tall beast chariot? Long Vuong stammered. I just wasn't ready yet. Lesat said, I've read through the Demon Realm handbook, and the records say there's an extremely colossal monster on the 10th floor. Have you all encountered it already? Long Vuong said, That's right, that's the one. He described it, over 10 meters tall, and when it moves, the ground shakes violently. On its back are 3 beastmen warriors, one holding a bow, and another holding a spear. How are we supposed to fight an armored vehicle like that? Lasat stepped forward. Now that everyone is here, let's go find that terrifying behemoth together. Lasat's group moved forward, and the people around them murmured in awe. This team is huge, a full 100 people. What good is a large group? A bunch of archers as weak as snails. How could they possibly withstand the behemoth's attack? Just as his group passed, dust and smoke filled the air. A loud, violent noise erupted, and everyone stopped to observe. Kuthan shouted, Everyone be careful, something is coming towards us with terrifying destructive power. Long Vuong and Shuyen Tam gritted their teeth and watched. At that moment, they couldn't see clearly through the mist. 3 ferocious beastmen stood before them, roaring fiercely. Kuthan panicked. The size of the beast chariot is too big. Even I would have a hard time resisting it. Lasat, to ensure the safety of the Archer Guild, I suggest we maintain a safe distance, to avoid being hit by the beast chariot. Shuyen Tam disagreed. Because if we're too far, they won't be able to shoot their arrows. Does that mean the archers can't help at all? Nu Yedan stepped forward and asked Lasat for his opinion. What do you think? He said, Everyone, do you see the beastman holding the chain? Look at his movements. He's controlling the beast chariot with that chain. I think that's the key, he continued. First, Big Brother Kuthan has to go up and draw aggro. We'll take care of the beastman in the front, and after that, the beast chariot will lose control and its threat level will decrease. Once we deal with the behemoth, we'll have a way to handle the remaining beastmen. Kuthan quickly advanced, holding his shield as he charged aggressively towards the massive behemoth in front of him. The leader blew a large horn. It seemed like he was signaling the behemoth. It roared aggressively. Its mouth quickly lunged forward, charging straight at Kuthan to attack. In just a moment, he was aggressively rammed by the behemoth and sent flying. Kuthan's shield shattered in 2. He was terrified. This thing's power is monstrous. The beast didn't stop. It pushed its long snout towards Kuthan, but he still tried to hold it back. Lasat shouted, Everyone, prepare your arrows, aim for a critical strike on them. At his command, hundreds of arrows rained down. The beastman was quickly hit by the arrows and fell off his behemoth. The other 2 on top also looked down in panic to see what was happening. The one on the ground was riddled with arrows, unable to get up. The behemoth went berserk. It roared, its eyes glowing brightly, and attacked Kuthan even more ferociously. Lasat shouted worriedly, Oh no, the behemoth has gone berserk. Kuthan, run. Because of the behemoth's rage, the 2 beastmen on its back were also thrown off. It charged forward wildly without any guidance from anyone. Long Vuong gritted his teeth. The giant has escaped. Nuyet An, let's deal with those 2 beastmen. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Vuong and Nuyet An both charged with their weapons towards the 2 beastmen. After a few moves, Nguyet An exclaimed, These beastmen have fast reflexes and know how to dodge. Lasat drew his bow and commanded, Attack together. Everyone immediately focused, concentrating all their firepower on the 2 beastmen. They were quickly knocked away, and an arrow pierced straight through one beastman's chest. Long Vuong said, We finally finished them off, but it's a shame that the behemoth got away. Nuyet An shouted, Everyone, look, in the distance, someone's figure is standing near the ferocious behemoth. Lasat said, It looks like there's someone over there. He said, It's the same behemoth from before. It's charging towards that person. We have to go save him. Kuthan panicked. We won't make it in time. The behemoth stared aggressively at the young man in armor and charged straight for him. But it seemed like the guy wasn't scared at all. He even smirked before aggressively advancing with his weapon. The young man's sword quickly slashed through the air several times, striking directly at the behemoth. The speed was truly fast. The moment the young man sheathed his sword was the same moment the behemoth was defeated. It turned out to be none other than Nat Tien Fa Quan. He looked at him cheerfully. Lasat, I finally found you. I didn't expect to meet my sworn enemy in this demon realm. Long Vuong was annoyed. He finished off the beast chariot with the damage of a single blow. Lasat thought in horror, his attack power is terrifyingly high, and I could barely even see his sword-drawing motion. Not Tien Fa Quan spoke up, Lasat, I've found you. They said you were on the 10th floor of the demon realm. I wasted so much time looking all over for you. Lasat stepped forward. Not Tien Fa Quan? Why, I don't believe I know you, the man replied. To be blunt, I'm from Tu Quang. I came looking for you today to invite you to join us. Lasat was surprised. Join you? I'm not interested in criminal organizations, he continued. This world will eventually be overrun by monsters. Only by joining Tu Quang will you have a chance to survive. Therefore, I hope you will consider it carefully. Will you join or not? Lasat's tone became defiant. And what if I still don't want to join? Faced with his refusal, not Tien Fa Quan's expression changed. He reached out and drew his sword. Hey kid, are you really not afraid of dying? The sharp blade was quickly placed against Lasat's neck. Kuthan said angrily, We're not afraid of you. Nguyet An also spoke up. Lasat, don't. To join them, Long Wang snapped. That's right, you people do nothing but evil deeds. Lasat added, With our current strength, we are definitely not your match, but I will absolutely never bow down. The two stared daggers at each other. It seemed Shu Guang didn't expect Lasat to be so stubborn. He sheathed his sword and smiled faintly. What a bunch of naive fools who don't know their own limits. Lasat, we will meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Long Wang was frustrated. Are we just going to let him go like that? Lasat said, Right now, we're no match for him. Now is not the time to fight. The most important thing is to get stronger. He continued, Exactly. Before Leng Feng left, he told me the coordinates of a secret camp in here. And he said we can upgrade our equipment there. Let's go check it out. Ju Shen was surprised. There's a place to upgrade gear? Far away, Shu Guang quickly reported the situation. With his group of people, they planned to infiltrate Qingda and kill all the students. One of them said, The teachers at Qingda Academy aren't just there to punish Lasat's group. Moving forward quickly, Long Wang was surprised. I can't believe someone got here before us. Lasat observed carefully. It seems we're not the only ones who know about this camp. Others know about it too. Little Princess looked ahead. Those two adventurers look so familiar. Lasat was surprised. It's them, Long Wang grumbled. Talk about a small world. The two people ahead were Scholar Yun Feng and young Master Chen. With his group of people, they planned to infiltrate Qingda and kill all the students. One of them said, The teachers at Qingda Academy aren't just there to punish Lasat's group. An S-rank weapon. Then he laughed out loud. The bearded old man spoke up, Give me all the other materials too. That will help increase the quality and the success rate of the upgrade. But let me warn you first. Upgrading equipment isn't a 100% guarantee. There's a chance the weapon will break. You have to consider it carefully. Lasat calculated, It seems the failure rate for upgrading is quite high. If you're not careful, it'll be ruined. And lose the weapon. Long Wang agreed, That's right, my baby is only B rank, but I still can't bear to part with it. Yun Feng spoke up, Young Master Chen, calm down. It's just a piece of equipment. You are destined for great things. Don't get bogged down by such trivial things. Young Master Chen was sweating but agreed. The other man considered, the weapon's stats are quite good, and with these additional materials, the upgrade level will be significantly increased. Then, he raised his hammer and slammed it down fiercely on the crossbow on the table. Little Princess and Long Wang, standing nearby, jeered continuously. Fail, fail! That old, bearded geezer kept at it. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, weapon upgrade successful. Young Master Chen silently cheered. Awesome. Attack 2,700 to 3,800. Extended freeze effect. 20 seconds, 10 seconds longer than before. Excellent, excellent. Little Princess and Long Wang were annoyed. The heavens are blind. Young Master Chen's lackeys were also in awe. Whoa, SS rank. The old man looked towards La Saturday. Next, he stepped forward with his bow. Yun Feng mused. Lasat's weapon must also be S-rank. As expected, he can't be underestimated. Young Master Chen retorted, He must have gotten it through sheer luck. An S-rank weapon, the man asked. Do you have any materials? The higher the grade, the better. It can help boost the upgrade's effectiveness significantly. He was surprised. Snake demon scales, and even snake demon sinew? Good, these materials are all very useful. Yun Feng was shocked. Snake demon scales and sinew? Could it be... These are drops from the snake demon boss on the 9th floor of the demon realm. Young Master Chen was annoyed. When we fought the boss, why didn't we get these things? Next, he stepped forward with his bow. Yun Feng mused. Lasat's weapon must also be S-rank. As expected, he can't be underestimated. Young Master Chen retorted, He must have gotten it through sheer luck. Big brother Lasat, don't worry. The upgrade will definitely succeed. He stood with his hands clenched, waiting. Young Master Chen stood nearby. The failure rate for upgrading is up to 40%. The higher the equipment rank, the higher the failure rate is. I already succeeded with my upgrade, but you might not be so lucky. Suddenly, the old man happily held up his bow. Congratulations, the system announced. Congratulations. Weapon upgrade successful. Rank increased to SS. When attacking a target, damage will be greatly increased, converting into your own health. Effect. Target's hit will be debuffed. Piercing. Losing 1% of their health every second. The effect lasts for 50 seconds. Lasat was amazed. The attack power is ridiculously high. The minimum is 3,400. From now on, I won't have to worry about my attacks not being strong enough. Yue Ying came forward happily. Congratulations, Lasat. You have an SS rank weapon now. Long Wang was overjoyed. Lasat said, everyone should come upgrade their weapons too. Long Wang grumbled. Nah, my luck has always been terrible. For sure, the upgrade will fail. Jushen quickly added, in the demon realm, iron staff weapons are very rare. Although Long Wang's weapon is A rank, if it breaks, he won't have a weapon to use anymore. Young Master Chen snapped. Frustrated, he turned to leave and cursed, I can't believe he actually succeeded. Yun Feng stood by to console him. Young Master Chen, let's go. It's not early anymore. You still need to prepare for the competition. Jushen said, it's late. Yue Ying came forward happily. Congratulations, Lasat. You have an SS rank weapon now. Long Wang was overjoyed. Lasat said, everyone should come upgrade their weapons too. Long Wang grumbled. Nah, my luck has always been terrible. For sure. The next morning. In the martial arts training hall, Zhang Ze exclaimed in surprise, whoa, for real? 1,907 kilograms? The supervising teacher read the results. Strength, 1,907 kilograms. Speed, 2,100 meters per 30 seconds. Stamina is 624. Over 60 push-ups in 60 seconds. Mental nerve test. Brainwaves stable for 34 minutes. Oh my god, the teacher handed him the result sheet. Zhang Ze, this performance of yours is truly beyond my expectations, he said humbly. Teacher Lu Wei, I will continue to try my best. Effort, the teacher said happily. Zhang Ze, excellent work. You didn't let me down. Make sure to rest well and focus on preparing for the exam. He replied cheerfully, yes sir, I'll head home now. As he was wiping his sweat with a towel, Lili and Chao Wei arrived, and the three of them walked right past each other without realizing it. Chao Wei nonchalantly ate a piece of candy while scanning the area. This was the place. The boys at the school started buzzing with excitement. Who are those two beauties? They don't look like your average students. Oh my god, that pin on their clothes is the Thon Dai Academy emblem. They're students from Thon Dai Academy? For real? What are they doing at our school anyway? But they paid no attention. Li said, young miss, the testing area is right ahead. The teacher greeted them politely. Hello. She cut right to the chase, stating her name was Tang Chiao Wei. The teacher said, all right, you may begin. Chiao Wei gently blew warm air into her hands a couple of times, then stepped up to the punching machine. She threw a light punch, but the force behind it was terrifying, creating an ear-splitting sound. The impact force was 1,566 kilograms, which was apparently on par with Zhang Ze's strength. The crowd grew even more excited. 1,566 kilograms, that beautiful girl is incredible. Chiao Wei said smugly, how boring. This score definitely puts me in first place. Participating in this test is pointless. They should just let me directly into Thon Dai Academy. A student started whispering, but she's still not as impressive as that guy from before. Another person replied, yeah, you're right. He hit over 1,900 kilograms. Chiao Wei was stunned and turned to ask, what did you just say? There's someone more impressive than me? 1,900 kilograms? Yep. Night fell quickly, and Zhang Ze was back home, talking to himself. I'm exhausted. The test is finally over. Xiao Feng ran up happily. Big brother, you're home, he asked with concern. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Suddenly, those two uninvited guests put on a fake smile. Zhang Ze, you're back? Your aunt and I came to talk to you about something. He thought to himself, ever since my parents passed away, these two have been after this house. For them to show up out of the blue, it can't be for anything good. He said with irritation, Uncle, Aunt, why the sudden visit today? Xiao Feng said, Big brother, they're here to take our money. Zhang Ze asked in surprise, take our money? His aunt spoke up, take your money? Don't say it so crudely. Your cousin, Zhang Ba, got his test results. He's been accepted into Dongdai Academy. But as you know, the tuition at Dongdai isn't cheap at all. Are all very useful. Yun Feng was shocked. Snake demon scales and sinew? Could it be... These are drops from the snake demon boss on the 9th floor of the demon realm. Young Master Chen was annoyed. When we fought the boss, why didn't we get these things? Right? He thought to himself. Dongdai Academy is considered a second-tier academy, but it's a far cry from Thondai. His aunt interjected. Don't you try to play poor with us? Take your money? Don't say it so crudely. Your cousin, Zhang Ba, got his test results. He's been accepted into Dongdai Academy. But as you know, the tuition at Dongdai isn't cheap at all. His uncle chimed in. Your aunt and I are a little tight on money right now, so we were hoping you could cover his tuition for now. In any case, your cousin got into a good school. As the older cousin, you should show some support. You're absolutely right, uncle. My cousin got into donghua, so as his older cousin, I should certainly celebrate a little. Xiao Feng fumed. Why should you? They're so shameless. The uncle said, it seems you still have a conscience. When your parents died, don't be so hasty. I also took the entrance exam and applied to Thon Dai Academy today. If I'm fortunate enough to be accepted, shouldn't you and uncle also show a little celebratory gesture for your nephew? His aunt and uncle were so shocked their jaws dropped, they asked again, Thon Dai Academy? Then the two of them started laughing so hard they cried. The uncle said, you think you can get into Thon Dai Academy? That's the top martial arts academy in the great Xia nation. He couldn't believe Zhang Ze could possibly get in. His wife also mocked him, saying, he wants to get into Thon Dai Academy. Honey, did you hear that? He calmly responded by holding out a piece of paper. You don't believe me? Then take a look for yourselves. It was the admission notice for Thon Dai Academy. Xiao Feng screamed with joy. Brother, congratulations! You're on the admissions list for Thon Dai Academy. His aunt and uncle were in disbelief. No way, that's absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake on the list. That's the top martial arts academy in the great Xia nation. He couldn't believe Zhang Ze could possibly get in. His wife also mocked him, saying, he wants to get into Thon Dai Academy. Honey, did you hear that? I wouldn't give it to you too. Xiao Feng backed her brother up. Exactly. Why should we give you our money? The uncle, flying into a rage from embarrassment, raised his hand to slap Zhang Ze's little sister. She cried out in fear, but a hand shot out and gripped the uncle's wrist tightly. Zhang Ze shouted, this is the last time I will ever call you uncle. If you ever dare to touch my sister again, I won't hold back. Now, get out of my house immediately, he screamed in pain. It hurts! It hurts! Let go! The couple scrambled out the door, and before leaving, the uncle didn't forget to yell a curse. You damn brats! Zhang Ze was now strong enough to protect his little sister. Xiao Feng stood behind her brother, taunting them with a happy grin. She cheered. That felt so good. I've been wanting to put them in their place for a long time, and today it finally happened. Big brother, I have to tell my friends that you made the admissions list for Thon Dai Academy so they can celebrate with me. But Zhang Ze said, it's just the admissions list. I haven't been formally accepted yet. What if I get cut in the final round? Wouldn't that be humiliating? Now that we've kicked out those two troublemakers, Xiao Feng, let's set the table for dinner. I have to go to the demon realm soon. She replied, my brother won't get cut. Xiao Feng was surprised. You're going to the demon realm today too? Aren't we going to have a celebration dinner? He said he needed to use this time to improve his strength. If you want to get into Tsinghua University, you can't afford to be lazy. On the 10th floor of the demon realm, everyone quickly gathered. Xiao Tu caringly asked him how his exams went, and Xu Yantam sighed. Don't even mention it. It didn't go well at all. Luo Sha approached. Big bro Ju Shen, congratulations on successfully enhancing your shield. Ju Shen was happy. After all, we've reached the 10th floor, and I hear the attack power of the boss Kensei is terrifying. If I hadn't increased my defense, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. Long Wang laughed heartily. Yue Ying's weapon was successfully enhanced too. He looked towards Yue Ying. Congratulations. She happily hummed in acknowledgement and then asked, Guildmaster, pretty much everyone is here now. What's our plan for today? Zhang Ze thought to himself, today we'll try to face the boss of this floor, Kensei. According to the guidebook, the boss of the 10th floor of the demon realm is a very powerful beastman warrior named Kensei. His sensory skills are incredibly terrifying, and he moves as fast as a whirlwind, with an extremely sharp mind and excellent swordsmanship. To defeat him, we need the determination to fight to the death. Long Wang sighed. Whether we can even reach the boss is still uncertain. First, we're still trying to figure out how to deal with the giant beast chariot. Shu Yantam agreed. Last time was thanks to Yi Jian Po Guang. Otherwise, relying only on us archers, we would have never been able to take down that giant. Yue Ying spoke up. I asked Uncle Six about this, and he suggested finding 20 armored warriors to surround the giant beast chariot. Then the rest of us would focus our attacks. However, casualties would be unavoidable. Ju Shen calculated that they couldn't possibly find 20 armored warriors right now. Luo Sha spoke up. I've thought of a way, but I need everyone's cooperation. Everyone quickly agreed with him. From a distance, the ferocious giant beast glared at the group. It still carried 3 giants on its back, just like before, because they hadn't managed to kill the beast yet, so nothing had changed. Long Wang shouted, Big bro Zhu Shen, we're counting on you. Zhu Shen charged forward aggressively. All right, watch this. He used his S-rank berserker blade to attack the giant beast. Just as Zhu Shen charged in, it struck, and he used all his strength to block the attack. It seemed Zhu Shen's new shield was effective against this giant beast. Long Wang was pleased. Zhu Shen's new shield has a damage reflection effect, which will help him hold aggro more stably. Once he has a firm hold on the giant beast chariot's aggro, we'll make our move. Luo Sha was satisfied. Excellent, it's time. Everyone, move out! Long Wang charged forward, shouting, "Charge! Taste my staff!" At the same time, Yue Ying also landed a slash on the giant beast. Under the combined assault, its health dropped significantly in an instant. Long Wang gritted his teeth. "Yue Ying, is your attack power really that high?" This took him by surprise. From a distance, Luo Sha raised his bow and aimed straight at his target. His arrow successfully struck a beastman in the chest, sending him flying backward. It seemed that just one arrow from him was enough to kill it. An archer's jaw dropped. Over 6,000 damage. Guildmaster, that damage output is insane. Finally, the giant beast was terrified. It let out a ferocious roar and then fled. It was the same scene as before. Zhu Shen shouted to everyone, "Be careful, the giant beast has gone berserk." Luo Sha ran up, "Big bro Zhu Shen, I'll leave those two beastman warriors to you guys. I'll lead the others to chase the giant beast chariot." He and the others watched the direction it fled. Luo Sha announced, "While the giant beast is berserk and has no aggro target, we'll attack it on the run." Hundreds of arrows were immediately fired in its direction, and its health bar dropped significantly. Luo Sha shouted, "Keep it up, everyone. This thing is a tank, with at least over 50,000 health. We have to finish it off before it recovers." The two remaining beastmen aggressively advanced towards Zhu Shen's group. Over here, Yue Ying, Long Wang, and Zhu Shen also focused their attacks on those two. Zhu Shen shouted, "Long Wang, Yue Ying, seize this opportunity. To attack!" He himself held the front line, shielding everyone. Yue Ying also rushed forward, using a light blade to slash straight through, significantly depleting the beastman's health. Long Wang was astonished. "Holy cow, Yue Ying, your damage output right now is insane." Zhu Shen was also impressed. It seems the effect of an upgraded weapon is no joke. Long Wang charged forward, screaming, "I upgraded my weapon too." He then quickly swung his staff hard at the remaining giant. Long Wang said with satisfaction, "Finally, they're dealt with." Yue Ying spoke up, "We need to hurry and catch up with Luo Sha's group. Otherwise, when the giant beast's berserk state ends, they'll be in danger." Zhu Shen immediately agreed, "Right, let's go." And so, Zhu Shen and Yue Ying's group quickly ran to find Luo Sha. Over on their side, they were focusing their attacks on this giant monster. Although its health was significantly reduced, it wasn't dead yet. Yue Ying quickly thought, "We need to be quick. While the beast's berserk state hasn't ended, we must quickly draw its aggro, otherwise Luo Sha will be in danger." He paid no attention to his surroundings, thinking to himself, "I have to be quick and end this battle. I hope this next shot is a critical hit." Then, a powerful arrow shot towards the monster, and its health dropped by 1,577. Finally, the massive monster was successfully killed by him. Luo Sha was overjoyed. Success! Yue Ying was stunned. Such terrifyingly high damage. Su Yen Tam also shouted from the side, "We did it!" Luo Sha then said, "Everyone, come and clean up the battlefield," Zhu Shen said with satisfaction. "Luo Sha, your damage has increased a lot." He didn't deny it. "That's right, but I still have an even bigger surprise." Yue Ying let out a soft, "Oh, could it be?" "Come on," Asura said precisely. "Appear." Then he quickly placed his hand on the ground. It seems Asura wanted to summon a colossal beast. This monster was now his mount, with Asura standing on top of its back, as imposing as a majestic general. Everyone below was astonished. Shu Yen Tam's jaw dropped. "Whoa! The Guildmaster can even summon a colossal beast!" Titan was pleased. "Asura's summoning technique is truly incredible." Asura said loudly, "Big bro Titan, now that you have a colossal beast mount, things will be easier for you. Shu Yen Tam, you get up here too, and take charge of scouting the enemy." Shu Yen Tam and Titan replied in unison. Everyone quickly mounted the massive, colossal beast. Dragon King laughed heartily. "Asura, you're the man. If we keep this up, we'll be invincible." Asura said with determination, "We just need to kill a few more colossal beasts, then everyone can have a mount. At that point, we'll become a colossal beast army." Thinking of this, he laughed happily. His group rode majestically on the huge beast, passing by the other players here, leaving everyone stunned. Su Yen Tam shouted, "Attention, there's a monster ahead." His expression quickly became more tense. "There's another colossal beast over there," Asura said. "Perfect timing to test the colossal beast's power. Charge straight ahead." Then, he raised his bow and arrow, aiming straight forward. Observing the target, Asura quickly fired an arrow, knocking down the beastman. After that successful attack, he shouted again, "Speed up, charge!" His colossal beast aggressively advanced forward. The opponent was the colossal beast right in front of them. The two beasts fought each other, but it seemed Asura's had the upper hand. He yelled, "Moon Shadow, Dragon King, move in and end this fight quickly." "It's those two giants again." Everyone responded and quickly attacked the two remaining giants. The archer squad stood on top, and Asura yelled, All ranged attackers, focus your fire on the colossal beast. Hundreds of arrows flew through the air, heading straight for the other colossal beast. Asura raised his bow, as fierce as the Grim Reaper. Now it's my turn to grant it salvation. An arrow successfully pierced the remaining colossal beast's head, and its health dropped significantly. Dragon King cheered. I'm about to get a mount. Many treasures appeared from its body. Next up was another colossal beast, and then another. Many of them were taken down by Asura and his army. Other players started buzzing. Have you guys heard? They say there's a group controlling colossal beast war chariots, forming an entire army of them. I heard they're from the Demon Realm Management Bureau. Well, I heard a rumor that an adventurer with an innate skill can control the colossal beast war chariots with mental power, making those giants obey meekly. Dragon King exclaimed excitedly. Oh my god, Asura, this feeling is amazing. Let's go find the Beastman Swordmaster boss. Here we come. Asura calculated. The Beastman Swordmaster boss is right ahead. Everyone get ready. This will probably be the toughest opponent we've ever faced. He turned and said, the Demon Realm Handbook states clearly that to defeat the Beastman Swordmaster, the only way is to fight to the death with unwavering resolve. Shuyen Tam, you lead the ranged attack group and provide support from the perimeter. Shuyen Tam immediately replied with an affirmation. The group quickly entered the Swordmaster's lair. As soon as they were inside, they were met with the sight of a colossal beast with red skin, different from the ones they had just tamed. A figure sat majestically on it, and it was the Beastman Swordmaster. He was leisurely holding a cup, resting on his colossal beast, with two gruesome skulls under his feet. He looked like a demon emissary from hell, come to claim souls. Seeing the intruders, he said in annoyance, pathetic humans, you dare trespass on my beast clan's territory. I will kill you. Titan stepped forward. His speed is incredible. Everyone fall back behind my shield. Indeed, his speed was immense. In a flash, he vanished, the seat now empty. The Swordmaster charged forward, yelling, you will all become spirits under my blade. A quick explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Titan quickly retreated. Asura stood behind, calculating the timing of his movements and skills to understand the opponent. Dragon King shouted, over there, how is this Beastman Swordmaster's skill cooldown so short? Or does he not even need a cooldown at all? Asura frowned. 3 seconds. Everyone, pay attention. The boss's attacks are spaced 3 seconds apart. Dragon King replied, Asura, you're really observant. Then, Asura raised his bow, aiming directly at the Swordmaster. His face was now extremely focused. He aimed an arrow near his chest and fired. The Swordmaster was surprised when he saw it, but he quickly swung his sword, slicing Asura's arrow in two. Asura quickly gave the order, Dragon King, Moonshadow, now's your chance. The two shouted in unison. Moonshadow and Dragon King quickly flew over, attacking simultaneously, but the Swordmaster vanished in an instant. He used a teleportation skill to jump up. You dare show off in front of a master. Long Vong was shocked. He can teleport? The Swordmaster quickly executed a straight slash, and the hundreds of sword auras that burst forth terrified everyone. Asura panicked and shouted a warning. Watch out! It's Whirlwind Slash! Dragon King cursed in frustration. This guy is so damn broken, he doesn't even need a skill cooldown. How are we supposed to fight this? Little Princess turned and said, the red colossal beast war chariot is charging us too. On their side, the red monster aggressively rushed towards the archers. It rammed hard into the other colossal beasts, sending them tumbling. The archers on top were also thrown off balance, unable to continue firing their arrows. The Swordmaster aggressively swung his sword towards Titan. Moonshadow, standing behind, yelled in alarm, be careful of his power. He's truly too powerful. Titan gritted his teeth. We have to think of something. At this rate, we'll never be able to counterattack. Rakshasa stepped forward. Heartpiercer, you command the beast chariots to attack and destroy that red behemoth. As for the Swordmaster, leave him to me. Heartpiercer focused all his might. Understood, Captain. Leave that redhead to us. The red behemoth aggressively charged towards Rakshasa's beasts. It seems the red one is stronger than the rest. Rakshasa slammed his hand on the ground, fiercely. Appear now, Archbishop. Show him the power of dark magic. Very quickly, the Archbishop of the 9th floor was summoned by Rakshasa. Two bosses from 2 different floors were now about to clash. The Archbishop shouted, receive your punishment. The Swordmaster stared at the red dark magic, momentarily stunned. He didn't know what on earth this was. But then, he also swung his sword, slashing forcefully at the strange things before him. Everyone on their side was alarmed. What? Dragon King's jaw dropped. His blade can even cut through dark magic? Little Princess was also terrified. This beastkin Swordmaster is unreasonably strong. Moonshadow stepped forward. I heard from Uncle Six that only adventurers rated above Grandmaster level can use physical attacks to counter magical attacks. I can't believe this boss can do it. Rakshasa was tense. This is completely beyond my expectations. Little princess screamed in panic. Pointing ahead, think of something quick. He's charging again. Over here, the beastkin swordmaster aggressively rushed straight at Rakshasa with his dual blades. Die. This surprise attack left him momentarily unable to defend. But Titan quickly rushed forward with his shield to protect Rakshasa. Titan struggled. Rakshasa, we can't hold on much longer if this continues. Dragon King also chimed in. That's right, maybe it's best if Grandmaster level can use physical attacks to counter magical attacks. I can't believe this boss can do it. Rakshasa was tense. This is completely beyond my expectations. Little princess screamed in panic. We retreat first, Rakshasa asked. Retreat? All right, everyone fall back. Let's get out of here and figure something out later. Everyone quickly followed the order and retreated. It seems the Swordmaster had anticipated their retreat first. I'll hold him off. On the other side, Moonshadow looked in horror towards the Swordmaster. Oh no! Rakshasa, your Archbishop! The Swordmaster rode the wind, aggressively striking at the Archbishop with a terrifying speed. The Archbishop couldn't block this ferocious attack and died once again. Moonshadow lamented, what a shame. The Archbishop has fallen? Titan comforted her. No need to regret it. The contents of the Demon Realm Handbook are quite reliable. The only way to deal with this boss is to endure until the very end. The Archbishop quickly fell to the ground. From his corpse emanated a white smoke with strange red marks, just like before he was summoned by you. After dying, the Archbishop transformed into a large serpent. The system quickly announced, Archbishop, your summoned follower has transformed into a serpent demon. The centaur boss was also quickly summoned. Rakshasa continued, if we have to endure to the end, then let's just go all out against him. Over here, a serpent demon quickly slithered towards the Swordmaster. It was both massive and ferocious, with sharp claws. The Swordmaster gritted his teeth in frustration and charged, you lowly bunch, you dare desecrate my beastkin domain? Die! He once again used his whirlwind/skill, striking hard at the Archbishop and the Centaur boss. The Centaur general fiercely gritted his teeth, using his own sword to shield the Archbishop. The Serpent Demon didn't back down either, taking a significant amount of damage. Titan stepped forward. Dragon King, Moonshadow, the Serpent Demon, and the Centaur general are holding back the Swordmaster. Let's use this chance to attack him together. Following Titan's command, the two quickly moved up to support the Centaur general and the Serpent Demon. 4 against 1, the Beastkin Swordmaster struggled, dodging left and right. It seemed Rakshasa was determined to finish him off. He shouted, Moonshadow, why are you spacing out? Attack already! Moonshadow snapped out of it. Sorry, I just thought the Beastkin's techniques. This Swordmaster's techniques were so brilliant, I was unconsciously watching him to learn. My apologies. But I've discovered one of the Swordmaster's weaknesses. Rakshasa's eyes widened in surprise. What weakness? She continued. If you don't believe me, just watch. When he attacks, he doesn't dodge, and the damage he takes when hit is incredibly high. You know that too. When the Swordmaster starts attacking, he doesn't defend, but the damage from his skills is too terrifying, he continued. That's why the Demon Realm Handbook states that the only way to deal with him is to persevere to the end. The Serpent Demon and the Centaur General had now successfully managed to wear down a good chunk of the Swordmaster's health. He furiously unleashed a direct attack on the Centaur General. You lowly wretches will turn to dust, the system announced. Centaur General, your summoned follower has been defeated. Unbelievably, just a single blow from the Swordmaster killed the Centaur General instantly. Rakshasa cursed in frustration, son of a bee. How dare he kill my elite-grade general? He shouted, Dragon King, Moonshadow, find an opening and attack his weak point together. Moonshadow said worriedly, Rakshasa, fall back. Your defense is too low. It's dangerous. Over here, the Swordmaster saw Rakshasa preparing to shoot an arrow at him. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, slashing his dual blades towards him. Your courage is admirable, but you won't escape death. Rakshasa was no pushover either. He quickly leaped up to dodge. Of course, his damage output couldn't compare, so he had to rely on his speed and risk it all. Rakshasa swiftly dodged, jumping towards the Swordmaster's back. He couldn't believe his eyes. How did he dodge that? At the same time, he called out again, Dragon King, Moonshadow, now's the time. As soon as they heard Rakshasa shout, Dragon King and Moonshadow simultaneously unleashed her ultimate skill on Swordmaster, causing him to lose a ton of health, and at the same time, Asura aimed his bow and fiercely shot an arrow right at him. At this point, Swordmaster's health had successfully been depleted to almost zero. He screamed in pain and collapsed, trembling as he spoke his last words before dying. Human, you have won. They had finally succeeded in defeating Swordmaster, who was finished off by Asura's arrow. Dragon King stared blankly at the corpse in front of him. Did we win? The system announced. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated Swordmaster. Asura stepped forward. That's right, we took down Swordmaster. Everyone, including Piercing Heart, was ecstatic. Did we really just take down the 10th floor boss? Am I dreaming? I can't believe I'll actually get to the 11th floor. The unlucky guild leader, Asura, continued. To recruit you, I had to sacrifice a centaur general. Then, he placed his hand on the ground and shouted, Arise, sword master! He was quickly summoned. I await your command, master, Asura ordered. Show me your strength. Send this giant beast chariot to meet its maker. At that moment, the giant red beast was viciously killing. The giant beasts of La Saturday Kiamhao quickly obeyed the command, then crouched down, swiftly drawing his longsword. In a flash, only the small figure could be seen rushing forward frantically towards the massive monster. With just a few slashes, Swordmaster successfully defeated it. The giant red beast let out a roar and collapsed, easily defeated by Swordmaster. And of course, Asura also added it to his ranks. Piercing Heart shouted, There were so many of us, and we still couldn't finish it, but he handled it in the blink of an eye. Swordmaster's damage output was ridiculously overpowered, reaching thousands with just a few hits, so no one is stronger than the guild leader. Everyone chattered excitedly. On the ground, the dead red beasts left behind a pile of treasures, and everyone moved forward to collect them. Asura asked, Piercing Heart, What's wrong? Is there something you can't say? He checked. The 3 Archer brothers have disappeared. I checked my friends list and their names are gone. It's likely something bad has happened to them. Asura comforted him. The demon realm has always been a dangerous and cruel place. Everyone who sets foot in here is mentally prepared, so we shouldn't grieve too much, he continued. Go ask if anyone in the guild knows them. Then, take some money from the guild fund as compensation for their families. Piercing Heart quickly agreed. Asura then said to everyone, It's getting late. Everyone's been fighting for 6 hours. Let's hurry to the 11th floor altar. Everyone happily followed. Dragon King shouted, I can't believe we actually made it to the 11th floor. This is awesome. Dragon King looked ahead. Our journey ahead is still very long. Everyone looked forward together, as if contemplating their futures. On the 11th floor of the demon realm, as soon as everyone arrived, a buzz went through the crowd. Where is this? A seaport? Asura chimed in. Didn't you read the demon realm handbook? The battle location for the 11th floor is at sea. Titan said, We have to get on that ship and set sail to reach the final destination. Someone whispered, I hate the sea. I get seasick. Titan advised, Everyone is exhausted today. It looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to start exploring this floor. Asura quickly agreed. I probably won't be able to make it for the next few days. I have some things to take care of. Moon Shadow stepped forward. Sorry, I probably won't be able to come for the next few days either, Dragon King said. Me too. With the entrance exams coming up, the Academic Affairs Office has assigned us tasks. Little Princess sighed. I can't believe your Qingda Academy. They won't even pay to hire people for admissions. Asura thought to himself, the Qingda Academy entrance exams last for several days. I can't believe they're all from Qingda. This means I'll be meeting them in the real world soon. Titan stepped forward. All right then, let's let everyone finish their business for a few days and we'll schedule something later. Today was really exhausting, so we should go get some rest. In Xinghui City, skyscrapers were packed closely together. It seemed to be a very prosperous place. Zhang Ze stood in front of a huge school. This was Qingda Academy, a pillar of the Daxia nation. Suddenly, from behind Zhang Ze, an unfamiliar voice called out, Excuse me, hello, could you please help show me the way? I can't see very well. The person calling him was a blind girl. Zhang Ze happily extended his hand. It's no problem at all. Let me guide you. Ruotong said politely, Thank you so much. My name is Sun Ruotong. What's your name? Are you also a new student this year? Zhang Ze introduced himself and said, You're a new student too. The crowd murmured. Everyone says it's really hard to get into Qingda. A lot of people are going to fail. I'm so worried. People looked at her and gossiped. What's this? A blind person is qualified to take the Qingda exam? Is there some kind of mistake? A spot at Qingda Academy is so precious. Why would they give it to a blind person? How can she fight demon pit monsters if she's blind? Exactly. I don't know what the academy is thinking. Seeing her disability like that, everyone felt disdain for her. Zhang Ze comforted her. Ignore them. Just prove yourself with your own strength. You yourself are more than qualified to take the entrance exam. Ruotong said happily, Thank you, Zhang Ze. At the registration area, everyone was lining up. Someone shouted, Get in line! Get in line! Step forward one at a time! Looking at the person speaking in front of him, Zhang Ze was secretly surprised. Oh my god, he looks just like Dragon King. Suddenly, that person pointed at Zhang Ze and yelled, Hey you, what are you staring at me for? Is there something on my face? Get your papers out and get in line, Guangshan called out loudly. Titan, I'm leaving this kid with you. Take him to the student dorms. Titan said, annoyed, Hey old Guang, you don't use my demon realm name out here. Old Guang replied nonchalantly, Yeah, I know, old D. De Yong stepped forward. Hello, new friend. I'll take you to the N13 student dormitory. If your bag is too heavy, I can give you a hand. Zhang Ze happily thanked him and said he could carry it himself, but he thought to himself, so the Dragon King's name is Guangshan Wei, and the giant god is called Di Yong. At the N13 men's dormitory, people were bustling about. The school's atmosphere was incredibly serious. Di Yong led the way. The N13 dormitory is just ahead. You can rest for a bit after you get there. We'll gather at the auditorium at 5 o'clock. Don't be late. Zhang Ze said thanks and that he'd remember. Then the two quickly said their goodbyes. Zhang Ze called out, "Thanks, I've got my key. See you later." De Yong also cheerfully waved goodbye but had a strange thought. Why does he feel so familiar? In the auditorium, a teacher shouted, "Everyone quiet. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Principal Ran Tianqiu to the stage." The gentle principal began, "Students, good evening. I am the principal of this prestigious school with over 100 years of history, and I hope to nurture all of you into pillars of our nation. This is the guiding principle of our school's education." Zhang Ze stood silently, while someone in the crowd muttered, "The principal is so long-winded." Another young man added, "Yeah, get to the point already. What are this year's admission standards?" After he finished, Lei Zhenlong continued, "Thank you for those words from Principal Ran Tianqiu. Congratulations to everyone for meeting the admission standards of Qingdai Academy. But this doesn't mean you have officially become students of the school. Next, I will announce the information everyone is most interested in. The format for this year's entrance exam will once again be an elimination match. Immediately after, the location and time were quickly announced. You are not allowed to bring anything with you, including food, water, communication devices, or weapons, to ensure the fairness of this test. Inside the military zone, 26 tokens have been placed. Within 72 hours, whoever obtains a token will pass the test and become an official student of Qingdai. Unfortunately, those who do not pass the test will have to leave and find another path for themselves. During the test, we will randomly drop emergency supply drops. They will help you overcome obstacles. As for who gets these items, that will depend on your luck and individual strength. Finally, a series of rules were announced. A student spoke up, "Sir, I have a question. Are there any abyss monsters in the military zone? Is our safety guaranteed?" He explained, "The military zone has been inspected. There are no abyss monsters whatsoever, so you can rest assured about your safety. Additionally, if anyone wishes to withdraw, just find an observation drone and call for help. You will then be escorted from the location and will be considered as having forfeited the test. If there are no other questions, please turn in all personal belongings you have on you. The buses outside the auditorium will take you to the test site." The crowd murmured, "Ah, we have to turn in our personal items? We can't even bring weapons? That's right, isn't that too harsh?" Everyone quickly left the auditorium, the crowd pushing and shoving. The pushing caused Ruo Tong to be knocked aside, but a familiar hand quickly pulled her back. "Let's go. I'll help you get on the bus." Ruo Tong quickly realized, "You're Zhang Ze? Thank you." Zhang Ze replied, "We're classmates. There's no need to be so formal." The principal watched from the side. "Zhang Ze?" A few days ago, Pang Taihua mentioned taking on a new disciple. "I think his name was Zhang Ze. Could you check for me?" The female teacher quickly accepted the task, surprised that Professor Pang had taken another disciple. The school buses quickly transported everyone to a mountainous region. The pushing caused Ruo Tong to be knocked aside, but a familiar hand quickly pulled her back. "Let's go. I'll help you get on the bus." Ruo Tong quickly realized, "You're Zhang Ze? How do you know?" she said. "I'm using my ears. I can hear thunder striking about 6 miles away. It'll reach here soon. My eyes can't see, but my hearing is extremely sensitive. I can distinguish hundreds of different sounds, and I use that to understand what's happening around me." She continued, "In the 5th row ahead of us are 2 male students. They've secretly agreed to help each other during the test. The chubby girl in the 9th row is complaining because she's still hungry from dinner, and in the 14th row, Zhang Ze said cheerfully, "Ruo Tong, your hearing is incredible. I want us to team up to pass this test. I'll be your eyes, and your hearing will be a huge help to us." Ruo Tong was delighted. "That's great, I agree." She continued, "Zhang Ze, you are a good friend. Regardless of whether I get to stay after this test or not, I want you to become a student of Qingdai." The 3 school buses quickly brought them to a place that was extremely desolate and in ruins. Everyone quickly got off the bus, and Zhang Ze scanned the surroundings to assess the situation. The teacher announced, "This is the test area. You are now free to act on your own. Remember to pay attention to the information on your communicators. I wish you all success in passing the test." Zhang Ze and Ruo Tong quickly looked at the system to observe. The system announced, "Tokens and supply drops for the first wave have been dropped. Red represents the tokens, and yellow represents the emergency supply drops. Note, location information will be updated once every 8 hours, and immediately after, everyone scattered, each running in a different direction." It seems they had already begun to act to claim the items they desired. One of them shouted, "Hurry! Let's get to that spot. The others agreed. Let's make the first move and go now. Nuok Dong said worriedly, we need to move quickly too. If we don't, someone else will get the artifact. Don't worry about me. Just don't let me drag you down. Trong Trek replied, we're not looking for the artifact. First, we need to find an emergency supply drop. Nuok Dong was surprised because to her, the artifact was more important, but he explained, the most important thing is that we still have 72 hours before the test ends. We need enough supplies to survive, and if we can survive, we'll find a way to take an artifact. Calm down, the test has only just begun. The two of them moved quickly, and 8 hours passed. Truong Trek calculated, the artifacts have probably all been claimed by now, so we need to find a safe place to hide and rest, and wait for the second wave of emergency supply drops. Nuok Dong spoke up, Truong Trok, about 15 meters to our left, I think there's a basement. He was surprised, and the two quickly followed her lead. Nuok Dong tapped the ground with her staff. This is the spot. Truong Trok was amazed. How did you find that? She continued. I heard the sound of rats squeaking from below, so I guessed it must be a large space. They both quickly went down to explore. Lasat couldn't help but praise her. Your hearing is even sharper than radar. Let's continue. The results information seems to have been updated. The second wave of emergency supply drops has been released, and one of them is very close to our position. Truong Trok stood up and said, Nuok Dong, you stay here, and I'll go get the supply drop. Still worried, she reminded him, you have to be careful. Truong Trok hid behind a large rock, thinking, great, no one has taken this supply drop yet. Then he used all his strength to run and grab the bag, but an arrow suddenly flew straight at Truong Trok. The person spoke, are you looking to die? The opponent approached. This supply drop is ours. If you dare to take it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Truong Trok frowned, calculating, they have more people and weapons. A direct confrontation isn't a good idea. Grabbing the supply drop is more important. As soon as he thought that, he quickly ran to the supply drop and reached out for it. 3 consecutive arrows were fired at Truong Trok, but he successfully grabbed it and took the supply drop with him. Truong Trok's speed was incredible, and in an instant, he had run deep into the forest. The other two had no way to aim at him. The leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he let him get away. The fat guy next to him was also resentful. His speed is insane. I wonder what his stats are. It had started to drizzle outside, and back at the shelter, Truong Trok quickly returned. He called out, I'm back! Nuok Dong stood up anxiously. Truong Trok, you're back? Noticing a stranger, he immediately became wary. Who's there? Zhao Vi, who had been standing silently to the side, finally spoke up. What? You're Truong Trok? He looked at the girl in front of him with high alert. Who are you? I don't think I know you. Zhao Vi took a stance. You're the Truong Trok who got first place in the entrance exam, right? I don't accept that. I want to fight you. But suddenly her stomach rumbled loudly, making Zhao Vi blush. It seemed she was hungry too. Truong Trok ignored her words and sat down next to Nuok Dong and opened the supply drop. He complained while eating, compressed biscuits again. If we ration them, it should be enough to last until the test is over. Nuok Dong shivered. It's so cold. It would be great to have some hot water. Zhao Vi stepped forward. Hey, I have a lighter. How about I trade it for some of your compressed biscuits? That way you guys can make a fire. Truong Trok replied, I can only give you 1 piece. After you eat it, go find your own food. Zhao Vi looked at the tiny biscuit in her hand. How is 1 piece supposed to be enough? She squatted down. This damn entrance exam? If I knew it would be such torture, I would have never joined even if it killed me. Truong Trok bluntly stretched. You've finished the biscuit now. It's time for you to leave, isn't it? Zhao Vi was defiant. Why should I? This basement isn't your house. What right do you have to kick me out? Truong Trok said in annoyance. If you don't leave, that thing on you will bring us trouble. Suddenly, Nuok Dong heard a strange sound and pointed upwards. Truong Trok, someone's here! A voice came from above. The map shows it's in this area. Everyone search carefully. There are stairs here. Could this be it? The group came down aggressively, so there really are people hiding here. An artifact just appeared in this area. Which one of you took it? Hand it over now. Zhao Vi cunningly pointed at Truong Trok. Him, he has the artifact. He cursed silently in his mind. What a dirty move. The leader stepped closer. Hey, classmate, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just hand over the artifact obediently to avoid a world of hurt. Truong Trok said, I don't have an artifact. If you take another step, don't blame me for what happens next. The fat guy in the group aggressively threw a punch, rushing straight at Truong Trok. Without a word, he just spun his leg and threw a kick that sent the fat guy flying. The girl with them also lunged to attack him, but Truong Trok landed a single blow that left her sprawled on the ground. The leader had it even worse. He took a kick that knocked out one of his teeth. After knocking out all 3 of them, Truong Trok said menacingly, Get lost before I get really angry. As they left, they said to each other, His speed is terrifying, and his strength is no joke either. We're no match for him. Trong Trok picked up the item they dropped on the ground, so this is what an artifact looks like. Nuok Dong walked over. That group was so despicable, they already had an artifact but still tried to steal from others. Trong Trok turned to look at Sao Vi. She stammered, "You're a guy. You wouldn't hold a grudge against a girl like me, right?" Trong Trok, "Hand over your token, and I won't hold this against you." Xiao Wei was startled and stammered, You dare try to take my stuff. I'll fight you to the death." But she was secretly terrified of his speed. He's too fast, and his power is nothing to scoff at. If we really fight, I'll have to find a chance to escape. Truong Trake quickly cracked his knuckles, while Ruo Tong worriedly watched from the side. Be careful, her power level is incredibly deep. I'm guessing she's either from the Lu family or the Tang family. Truong Trak, you shouldn't underestimate her. Hearing this, Truong Trak became curious. The Lu family, huh? Then he stepped forward. Do you know Lu Yuying? Xiao Wei didn't deny it, Lu Yuying. She's my cousin, do you know her? Truong Trak waved his hand and sighed. If you're her little sister, then I won't make things difficult for you. Don't do this again next time. You can go. Xiao Wei moved closer to get friendly. So after all that arguing, it turns out you're my cousin's friend? She continued. So, what kind of friends are you two? Is it some kind of special relationship? Are you lovers? Truong Trak got annoyed. Lovers my foot. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Xiao Wei grinned mischievously, getting angry from embarrassment. There's definitely something going on. Do you know Lu Yuying? Xiao Wei didn't deny it, Lu Yuying. She's my cousin, do you know her? Truong Trak waved his hand and sighed. If you're her little sister, then I won't make things difficult for you. I'm guessing she's either from the Lu family or the Tang family. Truong Trak, you shouldn't underestimate her. Hearing this, Truong Trak became curious. The Lu family, huh? Then he stepped forward. The rain isn't too heavy, we should still hurry and find a new hiding place. He thought to himself, I originally planned to hide until the end and then figure out how to get a token. I didn't expect to get one by accident. So we can't hide safely anymore, Ruo Tong warned him. Be careful, there's someone 100 meters to the northeast. It seems to be someone who's seriously injured but not dead yet. Truong Trak was curious. You stay here and I'll go check it out. Ruo Tong reminded him worriedly. Remember to be careful. At the base of a large ancient tree, a young man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood for some reason. Yui Ying came forward. Hey classmate, just hang in there a little longer. Suddenly, seeing someone approaching, Yui Ying shouted warily, Who's there? She looked at him in surprise. Truong Trak, why are you surprised too? Liu Yuang. Why are you here? Yuang said, Something extremely serious has happened. 5 students have been accidentally killed. I don't have time to explain in detail, so to make a long story short, return to the bus at the assembly point. That's the safest place. Truong Trak agreed, but was also curious. Is it a demon pit monster? She said, This was caused by a few unknown individuals. The specific situation is still unclear. I still have another mission. You need to be careful. As soon as she finished, Yue Ying took off. She quickly reported to everyone. Minister Lei, another male student has been attacked. The culprit hasn't been found yet. Emergency announcement, the test is cancelled. All candidates return to the bus at the assembly point. You must return immediately. Seeing him come back, Ruo Tong went to him. Truong Trak, something's happened. There's an emergency announcement to stop the test. He said, This seems very serious. Let's head back quickly. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard a loud scream. Help! Don't come any closer, Ruo Tong said. Up ahead to the right, there's a man and a woman. The girl is injured. Truong Trak said urgently, Let's go check it out. Ahead was a strange man, holding a long knife and advancing on Xiao Wei. It seems this guy's martial arts are not ordinary, which is why she couldn't fight him. He advanced menacingly. It'll be quick. In the blink of an eye, I'll free you from your pain. As he finished, he let out a sinister laugh. A voice called out from a distance, What's so great about bullying a girl? Hearing someone approaching, the man turned to look, his expression grim. Truong. Trake stepped forward and kicked him straight in the head, making the clown stagger, but he quickly recovered. Xiao Wei hid behind him. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. You're so cool. Truong Trak snapped. Who's your brother-in-law? You're about to die and you're still joking around. The clown sneered. Interesting. Very interesting. 2 more? Then I'll send all 3 of you on your way. Truong. Trake silently assessed. Based on that last punch, this guy is at least a level 1 Demon King class expert, maybe even close to level 2. I have to attack first to secure a win. After thinking, he instructed Xiao Wei, You have to protect Ruo Tong and find a chance to get out of here. Xiao Wei quickly replied, Got it, brother-in-law. Truong Trak circulated his internal energy, a golden light enveloped him, and he unleashed a soft strength-style technique. The clown was slightly overwhelmed. He raised his hand to block Truong Trak's powerful attack, but he quickly recognized the technique as the soft strength style. He shouted, What is Pang Tihua? To you? Truong Trak didn't back down and continued his assault. Since you know my master's name, you must be someone of importance. Dying to my dragon's breath technique should leave you with no regrets, he continued. I've put all my power into enhancing the strength and speed of the dragon's breath technique. This one blow will decide the winner. The clown was shocked. What? Dragon's breath technique? Before he could even process his shock, a punch landed squarely on his face, making the clown spit out a mouthful of blood. He let out a scream and then collapsed to the ground. It seems he was truly no match for Truong Trak, he thought to himself. Such an incredible increase in power, it must be incompatible and cause some backlash. I probably broke 2 of my 5 fingers. Ruo Tong worriedly came forward. Truong Trak, are you okay? Truong Trak turned to Xiao Wei and said, let's go quickly, in case he has accomplices. The mischievous girl replied, okay, brother-in-law. That punch was, you were so cool just now. At the bus stop, an announcement blared. All candidates, please board the bus immediately. We're starting the head count. Xiao Wei shouted from a distance. Yue Ying looked at her. Xiao Wei, are you okay with that injury? Xiao Wei smiled. It's just a minor hand injury, but that was really dangerous. Luckily, my brother-in-law showed up just in time. Yue Ying looked bewildered. What? Brother-in-law? Zhang Ze was speechless at his talkative cousin. At the parking lot, at the gathering spot, a girl screamed in terror. It's a monster! A demon pit monster! The hideous-looking monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, grinning slyly. Food, I'm hungry. Yue Ying grew tense. Everyone, hurry, get on the bus. De Yong also quickly gave an order. Liu Hao, Wang Xiaotian, Feng Yuan, you 3 are in charge of protecting the new students. Yue Ying immediately reported to Minister Lei. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his shield and charged forward. Yue Ying shouted anxiously, De Yong, come back. You can't hold it off by yourself. De Yong declared, there's no more time to hesitate. We have to protect the new students and get them out of here. De Yong advanced alone against the ferocious monster. It lunged at him with its sharp claws. De Yong quickly raised his shield to block it, but it seemed the shield had no effect on this demon pit monster. It let out a few grating screeches, then raised its claws and slammed them straight down. De Yong panicked. I'm done for. Zhang Ze, from behind, landed a powerful kick straight on the monster. The immense damage broke several of its teeth. De Yong said worriedly, you're a new student. What are you charging in for? Are you trying to get yourself killed? That's a monster. Zhang Ze said, you remind me of a friend of mine. You're both very brave, so I want to help you. The demon pit monster had already sent De Yong's shield flying and was charging aggressively. Yue Ying also quickly rushed forward with her sword to support him. She struck fiercely at the demon pit monster, but the attack seemed to have no effect on it. Yue Ying leaped up into the air, frustrated. This thing's hide is really tough. Meanwhile, its arms were swinging relentlessly to catch its target. Then, when it spotted her, it quickly changed its attack direction, reaching out its clawed hand sharply towards Yue Ying, making it impossible for her to dodge in time. Zhang Ze channeled his inner energy, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Yue Ying, get out of the way. It seemed like Zhang Ze was putting everything he had into this attack. With a ferocious expression, he charged at the demon pit monster, unleashing a powerful kick towards it. He used the dragon's breath technique again, and the monster was quickly knocked out. Yue Ying was stunned. Is that the dragon's breath technique? I can't believe he's from the Flowing Whale School. De Yong was shocked. That kick was so powerful. Student, you took down a demon pit monster. That's a huge achievement. A foot landed next to the monster's corpse. Not bad. I really have to commend you all. To be able to hold out against a mid-level demon pit monster. It was another masked figure of unknown origin. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his expression. Zhang Ze asked curiously, who are you? The man's face darkened. Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to know that the victory of Lumina will shine upon this place. De Yong pointed aggressively at him. So you're from Lumina, playing your dirty tricks, daring to attack students. You people are despicable. The Lumina member drew his weapon. Hey, little friends, today you will all die here. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Yue Ying's group, preparing to unleash a killing blow. Both Yue Ying and De Yong were hit, and for a moment, they were unable to fight back against the powerful attack. Seeing her in trouble, Zhang Ze rushed forward, shouting, watch out! He quickly stood in front of Yue Ying, which made her quite surprised. The Lumina member quickly switched his target to Zhang Ze. He once again launched his sharp iron claws towards him. The Lumina member continued, hey kid, you want to be a hero, huh? I'll grant your wish. Facing his relentless assault, Zhang Ze gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, a man in a suit also fiercely channeled his inner energy. It seemed he was on the side of Yue Ying's group. The man quickly rushed forward to block the Lumina member's killing blow, and it seemed they were evenly matched. When everyone saw this man, they shouted with joy, it's Minister Lei! Minister Lei's team is back, he continued. I can't believe you Lumina people dare to cause trouble at Qingda Academy. You must have a death wish, don't you? From the police cars, the police officers quickly swarmed out, running to provide support. The Lumina member laughed smugly. Minister Lei, worthy of being one of Qingda Academy's top 10 masters, you're quite skilled, he continued. But today, I can only play with you all. For this long, Minister Lei didn't let him go, charging forward, trying to run. It won't be that easy. The Lumina member stood on the back of a demon pit monster, then said leisurely, See you again, little friends. Minister Lei's team is back, he continued. I can't believe you Lumina people dare to cause trouble at Qingda Academy. You must have a death wish, don't you? From the police cars, the police officers, and glared angrily in the direction of the Lumina member. With bats filling the sky, he shouted in frustration, cursing, Damn it, he got away! Afterward, he said to everyone, security team and upper year students, the monster charged towards Minister Lei, letting out a ferocious roar, but it was quickly dealt with by him. The monster was swiftly defeated, collapsing to the ground. The minister stepped on its body, came online. As soon as he arrived, he called out for the Dragon King. The Dragon King came forward. Asura, you're here? It's been too long, I've missed you. The Dragon King quickly noticed. What happened to your arm? Are you injured? He lifted his injured arm in pain. It's nothing, just a minor scratch. Yue Ying also stepped forward. Titan won't be able to make it for the next few days. He's injured too. Ji Qiu asked worriedly. Is Titan okay? Long Vuong sighed. Don't remind me. Something happened during this trial, and our juggernaut got injured and had to be hospitalized. He'll probably need a few days to recover. A dejected Shuyan Tam added sadly. Without our main juggernaut, our key position is empty. It'll be hard to fight with just us. Lasat looked at the girl peeking from behind Nuyet An, thinking to himself, why does that girl look so much like Duong Xiaovi? He spoke up. Nguyen An, who is this? He lifted his injured arm in pain. It's nothing, just a minor scratch. Yue Ying also stepped forward. Titan won't be able to make it for the next few days. He's injured too. Ji Qiu asked worriedly. Is Titan okay? Nguyen An thought helplessly. This sly little girl is being so dramatic again. Lasat raised his hand to say hello, but in his mind, he thought, yep, no doubt about it, that's the drama queen Duong Xiaovi. Shu Yan, Tam shouted, Guildmaster, everyone has gathered, we can set off now. Lasat quickly agreed, then let's move out. Long Vuong was also impatient. Let's go, get on the ship. Wainan whispered. Cousin, why is everyone in this guild an archer? Is that guy named Lasat the guildmaster? Why is his face covered? Nuyet An whispered. Keep your voice down. All of Lasat's people were quickly on board, the large ship, and they began to set sail. Nuyet An said, I really don't understand you. Why didn't you go with your own guild and insist on coming to mine? Weinhan said smugly. Because I'm curious, I heard Uncle 6 say there's a decent candidate in the demon realm, and that he's interested in you, so I'm here to help you see if he's worthy of the great young lady of our Liu family. Nuyet An blushed from being teased. Don't joke around anymore. And don't believe what Uncle 6 says about me either. Zhao Vi continued. Uncle 6 also said Lasat's talent is incredibly powerful, maybe S rank or even SS rank. Is it as amazing as my talent? I am an S rank too. Nuyet An was at a loss for words. How would I know? You two have never even fought. Weinhan declared without any modesty. I'll find a chance to have a match with him to see who's more powerful. Over on the other side, Tutho asked curiously. Big bro Lasat, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Why did you come to the demon realm? He answered thoughtfully. To give my loved ones a better life, and once that's done, I'll wash my hands. Of this, leave the demon realm and enjoy a peaceful life. For me, spending time with family and loved ones is what's most important. Weinhan boldly stepped forward. Big bro Lasat, I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you would agree? Lasat replied politely. Hello, feel free to say what's on your mind. He was secretly on guard. The drama queen is here to stir up trouble again. Let's see what she's planning. Weinhan continued. I think a good person like Big Bro Lasat surely wouldn't turn me down. Lasat, annoyed, said, What is it? Just spit it out. Weinhan beamed. Have a match with me? But he immediately rejected her proposal. Weinhan immediately tried to tempt him. What? You're refusing? If you have a match with me, I'll tell you a secret about Liu Niet An. Lasat was curious. What secret? Salvi said, I know what her favorite food is. Lasat replied nonchalantly, not interested. Yinhan didn't give up. I also know what color clothes she normally wears. Lasat remained indifferent. Ridiculous. Weinhan was surprised. Don't you want to pursue my cousin? I mean, Liu Nuet An? I'm creating an opportunity for you here. Lasat said, You're mistaken. We're just normal friends. Zhao Vi was stubborn. That's impossible. There's no such thing as a purely platonic friendship between a guy and a girl. I get it. But Lasat didn't care. Think whatever you want. Suddenly, everyone screamed in panic, "Oh my god, it's a pirate ship!" The crowd erupted in chaos, damn it. Why did we have to run into pirates? Didn't the handbook of the demon realm say that sea travel would be safe? Another person added, "You don't know? There were rumors before. The demon realm handbook was compiled 10 years ago. It's way out of date. The content in of the demon realm say that sea travel would be safe?" Another person added, "You don't know? There were rumors before. The demon realm handbook was compiled 10 years ago. It's way out of date. The content in. Don't panic. Gather around me and prepare for battle." The two ships seemed about to collide, the distance between them closing fast. Everyone on Lasat's side grew even more frantic. "We're going to hit them." Everyone tensely monitored the situation. In the end, the collision couldn't be avoided, and his ship crashed into the pirates. Baktuk's crew on the other ship roared aggressively, "Charge! Kill!" Everyone screamed chaotically, "Help me! The pirates are charging! We're being flanked by pirates! They're too fast! Our formation has been broken! I'm being swarmed by 5 pirates! Somebody help me!" Lasat quickly issued a command. "Shu Yen Tom, take command of the others. Don't let our ranks be broken. Everyone focus fire." Then, Lasat swiftly summoned the High Priest. "Use your dark magic to wipe out these invading pirates." The High Priest obeyed instantly. "As you command, Master." A blast of red dark magic shot towards the pirate crew. Lasat said, "Shu Yen Tam, target those who are cursed. Try to take them down in one shot." Shu Yen Tam responded, "Got it, brothers. Focus on the targets." Hundreds of arrows rained down on the pirate horde, and for a moment they were overwhelmed. But the ones who were struck down, their eyes suddenly began to glow. They opened their jaws menacingly, and then quickly rose again. Lasat said in frustration, "These pirates have a ton of health. Everyone be careful." He thought to himself, "This is bad. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to summon the Beastkin Swordmaster." Tudo stood beside Zhao Vi. "Looking at your equipment, you must be a mage, right? Why aren't you stepping up to fight?" Zhao Vi said haughtily, "A battle this mundane isn't worthy of my skills. I don't want to scare you, but my talent skill is the highest ranked of anyone here." Tudo said with contempt, "What shameless bragging. I could just as well say I have an S-ranked talent skill." Wanting to show off, Zhao Vi said, "You don't believe me? Then I'll just have to show you." The moment she spoke, a pirate charged right at her, looking furious. "Don't anyone fight me for this beauty. I must have her," Long Vuong shouted loudly. "Hey little girl, run away. What are you standing there for?" Nguidan was calm. "Long Vuong, you don't need to worry about her. She can handle it herself." Handle it. Suddenly, Zhao Vi let out a cunning smile, and she quickly used her suppression ability against that pirate. He panicked. "What is this? Why can't I move?" "A single attack was all it took to incapacitate him," she explained, "because I have increased your gravity by 100 times, lasting for 100 seconds, and you will be unable to move for that entire duration. Period." After that, Salvi took her knife and walked over, slashing him multiple times, and the pirate's health dropped significantly. The pirate screamed in panic. "It hurts so much, help me!" Tutoy exclaimed in awe. "That petite healer girl is terrifying." Lasat also commented, "Her innate skill is indeed very powerful. Once you're hit by her skill, for 100 seconds you can only let her have her way with you." Suddenly, in the distance, another pirate laughed sinisterly. "You think a bunch of overconfident fools like you can set foot on my sea fortress? I'll throw you all into the sea to feed the sharks." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down aggressively, while everyone just stood there stunned. Captain Jiak fiercely grabbed his gun and fired continuously at the archers, and many of them were hit by his bullets and sent flying. The remaining ones were terrified, just standing there stunned. A commotion broke out among them. "Damn it, isn't that Captain Jiak from the 11th floor? Why is he here? Doesn't the Demon Realm Handbook say he's supposed to wait at the Sea Fortress for adventurers to challenge him? Why did he appear so much earlier than scheduled?" After that, everyone recklessly charged forward. "Why is he here? Doesn't the Demon Realm Handbook say he's supposed to wait at the Sea Fortress for adventurers to challenge him? Why did he appear so much earlier than scheduled?" After that, everyone recklessly charged forward. "We have strength in numbers right now, and Captain Jiak is alone, so if we work together, we can definitely take him down. What are we waiting for? Let's fight." Long Vuong said in a daze, "Lasat, let's. This might be a fake boss, or he'll retreat when the battle reaches a certain point." Jock stood still and let everyone charge forward, while the archers also shouted to each other to rush in and kill him. Jock grabbed a rope above him and laughed heartily. "You want to catch the great Captain Jock? You're all still too green." A barrage of bullets was fired towards the crowd, and most players couldn't withstand even a single one of his attacks. Long Vuong was stunned. "Good thing we didn't charge in. This boss's damage isn't high, but his rate of fire is way too fast. I wonder what would happen if I cut Captain." Jack's rope? The thought had barely formed when Lasat already had his bow raised. The rope was swinging back and forth, moving incredibly fast. He had to time it perfectly. Suddenly, he shot an arrow and successfully cut Jiak's rope, taking him by surprise. The captain slammed onto the ground, unable to react in time and letting out a cry, but he quickly jumped back. Up. It seems this guy won't be easy to deal with, he sneered. You all did a good job, but it's useless. It's time to show you worthless fools the true power of Captain. Jiak, Poli, transform! The parrot on his shoulder squawked, then it flapped its wings hard, its eyes turning from black to red. The bird shrieked, Poli obeys master's command! I'll devour you! As Polly took flight, it used its sharp talons to grab the people below, causing them to panic. Then, it viciously dropped the archers onto the ground, leaving them writhing in pain. Long Vuong panicked. We're done for. That giant black bird is heading our way. Tudho was also terrified. What do we do? Lasat was troubled. There's no other choice. Prepare to fight. Petite healer. How many targets can your innate skill pin down? She quickly answered. 1. Lasat continued. All right, use your gravity suppression on the giant black bird. You have to make sure. It's completely immobilized and unable to move. Just leave Captain Jiak to me. Weinan quickly agreed, and they both moved in coordination. She swiftly used her gravity suppression to control. The black bird then yelled, Don't just stand there gawking. Attack now. The bird shrieked in frustration. Poli can't move. Over here, the archer squad also quickly followed Lasat's command and raised their bows, preparing to fight. Captain Jiak laughed loudly. Let's call it a day for now. I welcome you all to visit my sea fortress. Poli and I will give you a very warm reception. As soon as he finished speaking, a puff of black smoke surrounded him. Nuyet An watched in a daze. Oh no, he's getting away. Before leaving, Captain Jiak didn't forget to add, You all better come. Now. The bird on his shoulder seemed to understand its master and also let out a few squawks. Lasat quickly addressed everyone. Pull yourselves together. Our next destination is the captain's hideout, the sea fortress. Soon enough, Lasat's ship reached the sea fortress. Everyone looked closely and realized the sea fortress was built on the shell of a giant turtle, and on top of it, it seemed like Captain Jiak's lackeys were preparing to attack them. Lasat thought to himself, it seems the information in the Demon Realm handbook was correct. The sea fortress is built on a turtle shell and surrounded by a solid fortress wall, and there are even cannons on it. To meet Captain Jiao, you must get past this wall to enter the fortress, but this is no easy task. The only way to climb up is by using rope ladders, he continued. It seems getting close to the rope ladders won't be easy. The pirate guards attack from above with cannons, Asura explained. After getting up there, we'll also run into fully armed pirates. Dragon King grew anxious. So what do we do? How are we supposed to defeat them? He told everyone they'd figure it out when they got there. After all, weren't there over 100 people ahead of them? We already have over 100 people? Moonshadow asked. How tall do you all think that fortress wall is? Piercing Heart said. He guessed about 10 meters. Asura was pleased. 10 meters, that's doable. I have a way to get over this place. We won't have to fight others for the rope ladders and can get directly onto the fortress wall. Moonshadow glanced over and was surprised to see young Master Chen's group. The little princess grumbled. Speak of the devil. Young Master Chen stepped forward. Well, if it isn't my dear future wife, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Qiao Wei pointed in surprise. So, it's true? You really have a childhood engagement with the Chen family? Moonshadow snapped. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'll be the one to decide on my marriage. Young Master Chen stepped closer. Come on, my dear future wife. Join me. My team will help us get over the wall and reach the boss, Captain Zhao. We'll clear this stage in the fastest time possible. She sneered. I don't need it. Stay away from me. He still wouldn't give up. Stop acting so proud in front of me. If you insist on hanging out with these losers in the demon domain, I won't stop you. Just wait until our wedding night. We'll see how I'll teach you a lesson then. Dragon King watched and fumed. That guy's so arrogant, I really want to kick his face in. But Moonshadow quickly stopped him. Don't start a conflict with him here. This is my business. I'll handle it myself. Asura stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry. I'll always be on your side. Qiao Wei also chimed in from the side. Moonshadow looked at him happily. Thank you, Asura. She thought to herself, did I say something wrong? More and more she felt that Asura was very similar to someone she knew. Who is it? Meanwhile, the other players had already charged forward, shouting with excitement, Kill the pirates! Charge! And up on the fortress, the captain's henchmen had already lit the fuses on the cannons. They laughed loudly, Kill them all. Very quickly, piercing screams echoed from below as people shrieked in pain from being hit by cannon fire. He observed for a moment. It was young Master Chen's group. They had started their attack as well. Chen's party seemed extremely well prepared, with dozens of shields forming a barrier in front of him. A cannonball quickly flew towards them, but the impact from the shield sent it flying into the sky. Asura deduced that young Master Chen was cooperating with little fairy Luoyan to use her manpower to break through the pirates' defensive line. Dragon King spoke up. That's not a bad strategy. It's a shame our party is all archers. The little princess added in frustration. Exactly. Guo Yue hired a ton of adventurers to farm money in the demon domain, so all those warriors are under her command, Guo Yue shouted. Everyone's doing great. Maintain formation. We're almost at the wall. Young Master Chen scoffed. That foolish woman. By the time we're done with the boss, I bet she still won't have gotten over the wall. Yun Feng chimed in. Young Master Chen, Moon Shadow, and Asura seem very close. I fear their relationship isn't so simple. Dragon King spoke up. That's not a bad strategy. It's a shame our party is all archers. The little princess added in frustration. Exactly. Guo Yue hired a ton of adventurers to farm money in the demon domain. Liu Moon Shadow has to marry me. Asura took the lead. It's time. Let's get started. Dragon King asked eagerly. Asura, how are we going to attack? He clenched his fist. His brow furrowed slightly. Let's show them how we do it. Appear, colossal beast chariots. Massive beasts were instantly summoned. Piercing Heart laughed loudly. I forgot we still had these. Dragon King was also thrilled. That's right. With these big guys around, we don't have to worry about the pirate cannons, and we won't have to fight with other adventurers over the ropes. Asura mounted one of the colossal beasts, gave a signal, and charged forward, preparing to attack. The players at the front were in an uproar. These pirate cannons are terrifying. I charged 3 times and got blown away each time. If I hadn't healed in time, I'd be dead. My friend got killed. There wasn't even a body left. He just exploded. It's terrifying, someone said in fear. We're stuck now. We can't move forward or back. One person among them gasped in astonishment. Oh my God, everyone, look over there. What is that? It's a giant monster. Aren't those the colossal beast chariots from floor M? Why are they here on the 11th floor? It looks like there are people riding on top. The crowd continued to buzz. It's that party of archers. How did they get their hands on colossal beast chariots? They look so awesome, even cooler than young Master Chen's team. They're reaching the fortress wall so easily, this is incredible. Captain Jiao's soldiers stared in bewilderment at the sight before them. What the hell is that? Fire! Another one yelled. Attack! Over here, Asura also quickly gave the order to his party to attack. Hundreds of arrows shot directly at the pirates, causing them to panic and flee the fortress in chaos. How did those intruders get this close? Asura warned everyone. Watch out, there are people under the beast's feet. Try not to trample them. Everyone quickly obeyed his order. Little Fairy yelled, Guo Yue, I'm going to crush you! The girl below panicked. Shen Mengdi, are you insane? You're trying to stomp me to death? That's murder! A massive explosion erupted, sending earth and dust flying into the air. It looked as though the pirates had been annihilated. Items quickly dropped from the top of the fortress. Asura gave an order. All right, everyone, you can head inside the fortress now. He then leaped to the ground and added, Let's move quickly and keep our lead. We have to be the first ones to kill this floor's boss. Young Master Chen watched from afar, his face contorting with rage, obviously unable to accept the situation. Losing his composure, he charged forward. I won't accept this. I have to surpass that damn Asura and kill this floor's boss. Suddenly, as he charged forward, something made young Master Chen freeze in his tracks. A horde of pirates quickly rushed at him with sharp swords, attacking relentlessly. He was so terrified he could only stand there and scream when suddenly, powerful slashes came out of nowhere. Yun Feng told him, Young Master Chen, please wait for me. Don't be so reckless. But he was already blinded by hatred. Old man, don't stop me. Today I'm going to have a real showdown with that Asura. He stole my people. I have to kill him. Yun Feng patiently tried to calm him down. Young Master Chen, calm down. Asura's innate skill is incredibly strong. You just saw it yourself. He can even summon behemoth chariots, and he summoned 5 of them at once. Young Master Chen retorted, So what should I do? Just let them steal this floor's boss? Yun Feng began to calculate. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. For now, let's see how they deal with Captain Rack. Young Master Chen had a devious thought and smirked. Fine. This time I'll catch them completely off guard. Captain Rack quickly appeared, sitting high above. I can't believe you broke through my sturdy wall. I'll turn all of you into food for my pet. Poli let out an excited cry. It swiftly swooped down towards Asura's group with astonishing speed. Poli's eyes glowed brightly, and in an instant, it transformed into a giant black bird. Asura shouted in alarm. Everyone, be careful! Chi-Chu, control it now! Chi-Chu quickly used her rain of frozen seals on the giant bird, momentarily slowing it down. But it still glared fiercely, roaring. Damn humans, you think you can stop Poli? Asura ordered Yiren. You handle that giant bird. The rest of you will deal with the captain with me. Then, he summoned the archbishop. Up above, the captain quickly started firing his gun at the people below. Asura yelled, "Archbishop, use your skill." The archbishop immediately followed the order. He held out his hand, "Receive the punishment of the gods." Meanwhile, Captain Rack's gun fired straight at the archers, causing quite a few casualties. Moonshadow said worriedly, "This boss's evasion stat is too high. Dark magic can't hit him." The Dragon King spoke up, "Then let's try close quarters combat. Moonshadow, let's go." Asura ordered the archbishop to charge forward again. He calculated that although Captain Rack's speed was fast, his movement pattern seemed to be fixed, so he should be able to predict his trajectory. Young Master Chen and Yunfeng were hiding on the side, observing the situation. Old Yunfeng couldn't help but praise, calm and decisive. Asura is truly not simple. Young Master Chen cursed. "Not simple, my A asterisk asterisk, damn it," Yunfeng told him. "Don't get agitated, just be sure we can take them out." Captain Rack continued to fire his gun relentlessly at everyone, just standing there, moving and shooting like a madman. The archbishop was quickly hit by the captain's bullets. Seeing the archbishop fall, the Dragon King laughed. "Asura, so this was your plan." A giant serpent demon quickly appeared. Right after the archbishop died, Asura raised his bow and gave an order. "Let the serpent demon pull aggro. Everyone else use this chance to attack the boss from behind." Heartpiercer also shouted, just as the serpent demon charged forward. Hundreds of arrows from the archer squad flew towards the captain. He couldn't block them all in time and was hit by several arrows, and at the same time, the serpent demon successfully bit into the captain's shoulder, causing him great pain. Young Master Chen panicked. "This is bad. They're about to defeat the boss. I have to go kill Asura." But Yunfeng still tried to stop him. "Young Master Chen, don't be reckless. This floor's boss isn't that easy to deal with." The captain seemed enraged. He yelled, "A bunch of fools! You've angered me. Now I'll make you all die a miserable death." As he finished speaking, he let out a cunning laugh. The ship suddenly began to shake violently. Asura said, "Be careful. What's happening? Everyone watch out." Moonshadow was also alarmed. "What's going on now? Why is the ground shaking so intensely?" From under the water, a giant octopus burst through the ship, its tentacles aggressively striking at everyone. The little princess jumped in fright. "What the hell is that? It's so disgusting!" Captain Rack laughed smugly. "Allow me to introduce one of my pets, the Emperor Octopus." Asura was surprised. He was raising a giant octopus like this? "Everyone, watch out for the tentacles." Just as Asura finished speaking, one of its tentacles slammed down hard, killing quite a few people. The octopus also struck the Dragon King, causing him to lose a whopping 24,000 health. But when the Dragon King attacked back, its health only dropped by 599. The Dragon King cursed in frustration. "The damage is too low, damn octopus." Little Rabbit hid behind Asura in fear. "So scary. This is only the 11th floor of the abyss, and the boss is already this hard?" Seeing the tense situation, Asura finally had to use his trump card, the Beastman Swordmaster, who was quickly summoned by him. He held two blades and stared fiercely at the captain. Asura commanded, "Destroy that disgusting Emperor Octopus and kill that damn Captain Rack." The Beastman Swordmaster quickly obeyed, then leaped towards the octopus with his swords. He rapidly closed in on those terrifying tentacles, the dual blades in the Swordmaster's hands dancing relentlessly. He used the skill Sword Intent. Two parallel beams of blue light shot out fiercely towards the octopus. In an instant, its tentacles were sliced into countless pieces. The Beastman Sword Hero might be able to defeat it. The severed tentacles were replaced by more. Its target was now the Beastman Sword Hero. But the Sword Hero didn't give up. He again moved at lightning speed, charging towards the remaining tentacles and slicing them apart. Over here, everyone watching the fight was ecstatic. The Beastman Sword Hero is the best. Yue Ying was also delighted. "What a powerful move! If only I could learn it." Over here, Chen Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration. "Luo Sha can summon the Beastman Sword Hero? Damn it, that's so unfair." Yunfeng mused. "Luo Sha is only on the 11th floor and already has such a powerful summoned follower. You really can't see through him." Captain Zhao was furious. "How dare that damn beastman come to my territory?" "Octopus Emperor, appear." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful tremor shook the sea, tossing the ships around. A massive octopus with sharp teeth quickly emerged. Dragon King exclaimed, "That octopus is huge. If we slice it into sashimi, it'll be enough to feed us for days and nights." GQ gritted her teeth. "Everyone, don't panic. Be careful not to get swept away by the seawater away." Luo Sha spoke up, "Sword Hero, I'm counting on you." He, the Beastman Sword Hero, stood before the massive octopus's mouth with his dual blades. The monster kept opening its maw wide to threaten its opponent. The Beastman Sword Hero clenched his jaw, his eyes glowing brightly. Whirlwind Slash was quickly unleashed. A powerful vortex of wind shot into the giant octopus's mouth. Then, the Sword Hero gracefully leaped onto its body, using the dual blades in his hands to viciously stab down. The octopus roared in pain. It seemed it had finally been defeated by the sword hero. Luo Sha observed the situation. At this moment, everyone was extremely tense. He said, "Sword hero, finish off Captain Jiao." The sword hero quickly obeyed his master's command. Understood. Then, he swiftly charged towards the captain. The sword hero leaped straight into the sky. Meanwhile, the captain quickly drew his gun and fired continuously at him. Seeing his attacks had no effect on the sword hero, he cursed in frustration. "Damn beastman!" Very quickly, the captain was taken down by the sword hero's falling sword. Like the wind, he flew into the air, then fell to the ground, in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible." The system quickly announced, "Congratulations, you have eliminated Captain Jiao and his pets." Dragon King laughed heartily. "He picked the wrong guy to mess with." Everyone cheered happily. "We've defeated Captain Jiao. We can go to the next floor now." The gate to the next floor quickly opened after the captain was eliminated. "Everyone, let's move on to the next floor." After the captain died, a pile of red orbs and weapons dropped from his body. Luo Sha went over and picked them up. Shu Yan Tam scratched his head awkwardly. "Guild leader, there's something I want to discuss with you, but please don't overthink it." Luo Sha was surprised. "You want to talk about something?" Shu Yan Tam stammered. "I want to take my brothers and leave the party for a while." This decision surprised Luo Sha. Su Yan Tam explained. "During the last battle, we realized our attacks are too weak. The damage we dealt to the monsters was barely in the single digits. So, we want to go back to the previous Demon Realm floors to increase our own strength, and then return to fight alongside everyone." Luo Sha said, "I don't think you guys are a hindrance at all. You don't need to put this pressure on yourselves." They all scratched their heads and laughed awkwardly. Su Yan Tam continued, "Even if you don't think we're a hindrance, if we keep going like this, we'll become more and more useless. So, guild leader, don't worry. We're not leaving the guild. The Archer Guild will always be our home. It was hard enough to find a team like this. We would never betray it. We just want to train more and improve ourselves. If we run into real trouble, we'll ask you guys for help." Luo Sha could see they were very determined. "In that case, I respect your choice. You have to keep your brothers safe. If you run into any problems, just contact us anytime." Shu Yan Tam replied, "Yes, of course, guild leader. You guys go on to the next floor. I'll take the archers to grind monsters and get stronger." Before leaving, Luo Sha didn't forget to remind Shu Yan Tam, "Remember to contact us if you need to. We'll be waiting for you up ahead." Shu Yan Tam said cheerfully, "You guys be careful too." Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was fuming. "That bastard Luo Sha. Sooner or later I'll kill you." Yun Feng spoke up, "Young Master Chen, the boss is dead. Let's go back first and wait for the monsters to respawn." Luo Sha's group has gone to the next floor. On the 12th floor of the Demon Realm, as soon as everyone arrived, they were stunned by the scenery. Xiao Tu exclaimed excitedly, "The night sky on this floor is so beautiful." Little Princess added, "There are stars too. I love stargazing, but in the night sky here, there's something very strange. Like beasts in the sky are watching them." Luo Sha said, "The monsters on this floor are all elemental monsters. They're immune to physical attacks. Only by using magic of a counter-element will they be effective. Otherwise, you can't deal any damage." Yue Ying added, "So that means for fire elementals, we'll need to use water or ice-type magic to deal with them? And if it's a wood-type monster, we use fire-type against it?" Luo Sha hummed in agreement. One of them stepped forward. "Right now, the only mages in the party are Yi Ye Ji Qiu and Xiao Niao Yi Ren. Ji Qiu is an ice-type mage, so she can handle fire elemental monsters. As for Yi Ren's magic, it's a gravity-based attack, which is non-elemental. I can deal with all elemental monsters, but it won't deal any damage." Luo Sha calculated inwardly. Currently, the known magic systems are fire, ice, water, earth, wood, lightning, non-elemental, and undead. For now, we can only... Struggling to deal with the fire-type monster, it seems we still need to find mages of other elements. Yu Ying said it's not easy to find that many mages on such short notice. Luo Sha agreed with her. "Like beasts in the sky are watching them." Luo Sha said, "The monsters on this floor are all elemental monsters. They're immune to physical attacks. It's late today. Let's rest for now." In the morning at the Qingda Academy Administration Building, Principal RNEN, "I have come on behalf of Minister Dongfang, specifically to assist the Academy with the investigation of this incident." The principal spoke up. "Xiao Qin, I'm very relieved that you're in charge of the investigation. Please convey my thanks to Minister Dongfang." Xiao Qin replied, "With something like this happening at my alma mater, it's late today. Everyone go home and rest. We can't rush our progress. Besides, Zhu Shen is still in the hospital, so we have to wait for him." Long Wang quickly agreed. "If they just stay here, it will disrupt the order of our academy." The principal said that he and Xiao Qin had already discussed this. The exam will proceed as usual, and the results will be out within 3 days. Those who should stay will stay, and those who should go will go. Minister Lei was surprised. Proceed with the exam? I'm worried that something unexpected might happen. Xiao Qin reassured him. Don't worry. The principal has proposed to the security department. Our plan is to use professional equipment to test the candidates. Minister Lei was startled. Professional equipment? What kind of professional equipment? Xiao Qin said, It's a virtual reality combat system. I couldn't possibly shirk my responsibility. Minister Lei spoke up. Principal Ryan, the biggest problem right now is the entrance exam for the candidates. With over 100 people, as if in a real battle for their test. Chao Wei asked, Ruo Tong, I was assigned to Group 9. You blind girl, what group are you in? Ruo Tong said she was in Group 11, and then she asked Zhang Ze, What group are you testing in? Ruo Tong was surprised. Group 3? Then it's almost your turn, right? They're on Group 2 now. Zhang Ze calmly replied, That's right, Chen Feng's crew is in Group 2. He's at level 15 in this test. At that moment, Chen Feng was fighting a giant monster. Everyone watched excitedly on the screen. A level 15 abyss monster. Total time 1 hour and 56 minutes. He broke the record. As expected of young Master Chen, he brought honor to us from Jiangbei. Young Master Chen is the best. If young Master Chen is number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1, right? Abbreviated as VCS. It's the equipment the security department uses to train new personnel. In the virtual reality combat system, each test group will consist of 10 people, and inside the system, the candidates will face abyss monsters. The test for Group 2 has concluded. Now it is Group 3's turn, Zhang Ze's group. Ruo Tong said, In the testing system, levels 1 to 15 correspond to low-grade abyss monsters, and levels 16 to 30 correspond to mid-grade abyss monsters, while level 30 and above correspond to high-grade abyss monsters. Young Master Feng. He's so amazing, he can defeat a level 15 monster. Chen Feng grinned smugly in his mind. The truth is, I've used this virtual reality combat system for a long time. I'm definitely taking first place this time. Xiao Wei cheered. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. You have to do your best. Chen Feng walked past, giving him a contemptuous look. Zhang Ze, open your eyes wide and watch how I'm gonna crush you this time, you piece of trash. Zhang Ze didn't back down, glaring daggers at Chen Feng. Young Master Feng, don't get too cocky. We'll just wait and see. Xiao Qin stood beside him. Don't disappoint me. Zhang Ze quickly replied, well, I'll do my best. After that, he quickly put on the virtual reality headset, and the test promptly began. After the examiner announced the start of the test, Zhang Ze's eyes sharpened instantly. An abyss monster was walking around listlessly. Zhang Ze looked at his hands. So, this is the virtual reality combat system. It feels so real. Suddenly, the monster aggressively lunged at him, taking him completely by surprise. It launched an immediate attack in his direction. Zhang Ze quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. Then he threw a counterpunch right at its face. The force of the punch was so strong it deformed the monster's face. The people in the stands cheered. That guy from Jiangdong who was bragging to us earlier, where is he? Come here and see young Master Chen's score. If anyone from Jiangdong can get even half this score, I'll call them my father. The proctor announced, So what's the rush? A level 9 monster quickly rushed towards him. Inside the virtual reality, Zhang Ze was also continuously advancing. The people below were buzzing. Oh my god, that guy named Zhang Ze is so strong, he's already reached level 9. I remember he's from Tianfeng City in Jiangdong. I never expected Jiangdong to have someone so skilled. Don't celebrate too soon. It's only level 9. He might get eliminated any second now. Trying to catch up to our young Master Chen? Zhang Ze is still too green. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze unleashed another powerful straight punch towards the abyss monster. It was no match for him and could only take the hit. Zhang Ze panted heavily. The stamina consumption is a bit too much. Although Dragon's Breath and the soft strength art are very powerful, at the same time they also put a lot of strain on the body. I should limit their use unless it's absolutely necessary. The level 9 monster was quickly defeated by him, but a level 10 monster appeared almost immediately. It charged aggressively straight towards Zhang Ze. He and the monster engaged in close combat. Zhang Ze, sweating, threw another punch at it, but it seemed this level 10 one was smarter. It was able to dodge the attack. Down in the audience, Chen Feng sneered. Level 10 abyss monsters start to possess basic intelligence. If you're not familiar with their attack patterns, they're very difficult to deal with. Zhang Ze, you're dead meat. Z thought to himself that it would be a bit difficult to deal with without using his real power. The moment the break was over, Zhang Ze lunged forward and wrapped his arms around its neck, using the soft strength technique. It looked like he wanted to break its horn. The principal sat on the side observing. The soft strength technique? It seems he's the last disciple of Pang Tiehua. Xiao Qin, standing nearby, added, That's right, principal. That's him, Zhang Ze. He quickly reached level 16. The crowd buzzed, surrounded entirely by intermediate-level monsters with bodies covered in tentacles. Did he really make it to level 16? Zhang Ze is fighting so well. The others were generally eliminated at level 7 or 8. Only he and Chen Feng made it to level 16. Now let's see if he can defeat the level 16 Demon Pit monster. If he succeeds, then he deserves to be number 1 in the entire school. Chen Feng, standing below, saw everyone cheering for Zhang Ze and grit his teeth. No way, Demon Pit monster, defeat Zhang Ze for me. Xiao Qin was also alarmed. Zhang Ze, can he really break the record? The highest record in the system's history was only level 15. Minister Lei continued. If the strength of the level 16 Demon Pit monster is truly equivalent to an intermediate level Demon Pit monster, then Zhang Ze has no hope of breaking through successfully. Xiao Qin said, Minister Lei, shall we make a bet? The minister was surprised. What kind of bet? Over on the other side, Zhang Ze had started to pant heavily. The continuous fighting had consumed too much of his stamina. Defeating the level 15 monster just now was already extremely difficult, yet the level 16 monster appeared right after. This one's appearance was vastly different from the previous ones. It had fangs and sharp tentacles on its back, and its abdomen also had teeth, making it look incredibly grotesque. The moment it appeared, it rushed towards Zhang Ze. He steeled his resolve and shouted, I will not lose. Come on, give it everything you've got. Just as Zhang Ze threw a punch, he was surprised. What? It's so fast, yet it can still block me head-on? The Demon Pit monster and Zhang Ze quickly engaged in close combat. He used his own head to slam straight into its head. It seemed Zhang Ze was truly going all out. Soon, the monster launched a kick that sent him flying. He looked at it, silently calculating, I can only use the Dragon's Breath method 1 or 2 more times at most. I need to stall for time and wait for the crucial moment. This guy's attacks are stronger, and it's even faster than me. I can't use the blitz tactics like in the previous fights, the crowd murmured as they watched the match. What is he planning to do? Is he surrendering? Did he give up fighting back? You idiot. If he gave up fighting back, he would have just logged out. Why would he stay in the virtual reality space? I don't get what he's trying to do, but I think he's reached his limit this time. His speed and strength are both inferior to the Demon Pit monsters, so how can he even fight? Yatong worried. Zhang Ze. You can do it. Qiao Wei bit her lip in frustration. You can't give up. You still have to be my brother-in-law. On the field, Zhang Ze stood in place, gritting his teeth. It looked like he was waiting for his strength to recover. But very quickly, the monster charged aggressively towards Zhang Ze again. It seemed like it also wanted to land a decisive blow. In his eyes right now, why would he stay in the virtual reality space? I don't get what he's trying to do, but I think he's reached his limit this time. His speed and strength are both inferior to the Demon Pit monsters, so how can he even fight? He used his own head to slam straight into its head. It seemed Zhang Ze was truly going all out. Soon, the monster launched a kick that sent him flying. He looked at it. Yatong worried. Zhang Ze. You can do it. Qiao Wei bit her lip in frustration. You can't give up. You still have to be my brother-in-law. On the field, Zhang Ze stood in place, gritting his teeth. In 5 minutes, the level 17 Demon Pit monster will appear. Xiao Qin praised. That move of using its own strength against it was brilliant. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Minister Lei, you've definitely lost the bet. Minister Lei laughed heartily in satisfaction. The crowd was in an uproar. Finally, our Jiangdong can hold its head high. Zhang Ze is too awesome, Chen Feng screamed in frustration. Impossible. How could I lose to him? Xiao Qin spoke up. What do you think you're doing? The test isn't over yet. You're not allowed on the stage. At this moment, Zhang Ze seemed to be sweating, but he sat still, showing no signs of giving up. The level 17 Demon Pit monster quickly appeared after 5 minutes. This one was much larger and more terrifying than the level 16 one. As soon as Zhang Ze saw it, he shouted in annoyance. Looking down on me? Then bring it on, let's go! The Demon Pit monster also quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Ze didn't back down either. I'll fight with my life on the line. Suddenly, the level 17 monster vanished. Zhang Ze was surprised. What's going on? A voice rang out. Test complete. Preparing to exit the virtual reality space. Please stand by. A countdown began. Zhang Ze was disappointed. It's over already? I haven't even gotten into the zone yet. I was just finding my rhythm. I might have even been able to break through my current limits. And it just ends like this? The virtual reality machine quickly opened, and Zhang Ze cried out as the light hit his eyes. Xiao Qin was pleased. Little Zizi, you did great. The level 16 Demon Pit monster fell at your hands. The Demon Realm Strongman test and the one for the security department, you'll definitely pass those too. Zhang Ze was bewildered. Below, the crowd was cheering, joyfully chanting, Jiangdong, Zhang Ze, Jiangdong, Zhang Ze. When everyone saw him coming down, they swarmed him. Great God, you're amazing. How did you manage to beat it? I was eliminated at level 4, and yet the Great God passed even level 16. Please accept my bow of admiration. Big brother Zhang Ze, are you accepting disciples? I'm willing to work like a dog for you. He was confused. What in the world is going on? Qiao Wei said in exasperation. What else could it be? You reached level 16. They're all your fans now, brother-in-law. Someone rushed forward. Big bro! I'm also from Jiangdong. Where are you from? We students of Zhanglantian are. Fellow countrymen, I'll be in your care from now on. Zhang Ze quickly slipped out of the crowd. What fun. Anyway, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm heading back to the dorm first. I still have to go to the demon realm later. Ruo Dong. She quickly chased after him, and he turned his head. Ruo Dong, what's up? She stammered. You said you're going to the demon realm. I'm still stuck on the 11th floor. Could you help me clear the stage tonight? Zhang Ze said, I can, but you're visually impaired. It's very dangerous inside the demon realm. Before he could finish his sentence, Qiao Wei rushed over. There's no way to stop this crowd. Let's get out of here. Ruo Dong, I'll take you back to the dorm first. Before leaving, she didn't forget to call back. Zhang Ze, my outfit is a green mage robe. He quickly agreed, but her words made him wonder. She can't see, can she? Why does she know she's wearing a blue mage robe? Maybe someone told her. On the 11th floor of the demon realm, everyone had already gathered early. Asura pushed through the crowd. A green robe. Is she Sun Ruo Dong? I should go say hi first. Asura quickly went over to greet her. Is that you, Ruo Dong? The girl said cheerfully. You are. Z, he said. I'm Zhang Ze. I'll lead you to fight this floor's boss. Since your eyes can't see, just follow me. Ruo Dong's name in the demon realm was Yu Yi, and she stammered, I didn't mean to hide it. Actually, in the demon realm, my eyes can see everything. Asura turned around in surprise. Her statement startled him. Yu Yi blushed at his reaction, it seemed. She felt guilty, so she stammered, I'm sorry. Asura thought to himself, so does that mean she already knows my real identity? She continued, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I swear I will never reveal the identity of you. If I break my vow, I will suffer the consequences. Asura said, all right, you must keep my identity a secret. Only you know about this. It'll be a huge pain if it gets out. Yu Yi said, I can make a more binding oath. Asura waved his hand. No need. I trust you. Dragon King left a message saying that Titan was able to get online. He could get out of bed and move around, so he came to the demon realm. Right now, everyone is on the 11th floor to help Titan catch up. Asura said, what a coincidence. I also have a friend who needs to clear the stage.